Give me the countdown.
Yes, I will give a countdown. Yeah, so it's 3, 2, 1. We are allowed to attend this platform. We can start this meeting. Over to you, ma'am.
Good morning.
Hello. Shashi, you are beginning. Okay. Hello and namaste from the beautiful city of Goa, India. I'm your lead host for the event, Ira Sahai, a metabolic health coach based out of Mumbai. And I welcome you all to the third day and the grand finale of India's first Metabolic Health Conference, Low Carb, across the globe. It's been 2 days of the most amazing sessions with the top global experts coming over and speaking to you in the conference. We look forward to 20 more power packed sessions today, one after another, before we finally draw the curtains on this grand event. Please welcome our amazing host, Prajakta Abhyankar, with our first guest of the day, Dr. Louis Philip. Thank you. Over to Shashi.
Yeah, so thank you. We had a very exciting 2 days, and this is the last lap. What I say, we are going to climb the last lap of Mount Everest. It can be treacherous, it can be easy, it can be rough, but I think we'll overcome it thanks to our partners, Imagika and the backend team. Anup.
Yeah, welcome everyone. And as Sachi and Ira said, last day, and it will be very busy day because 20 speakers, and we have just 1 day. So all the best, and thank you for joining us.
So thank you. We'll see more global giants today. Thank you.
So good morning to all the viewers from India and good afternoon to those who have joined us from down under, including our very special guest today, Dr. Louis Phillips. Welcome to day 3 of India's first Low Carb Focus Metabolic Health Conference. This first session of the last day is going to be insightful and delightful because we are blessed to have a very charming Dr. Louis Phillips, a doctor who trains the doctors. Dr. Phillips is a woman with many hats. She is a family physician from Albany Creek, Queensland, Australia. She is a senior lecturer at the University of Queensland. She is a supervisor and external clinical teacher approved by the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners. She is a certified practitioner and lead educator at Nutrition Network. Most importantly, she is also the founder of a unique and resourceful platform, Low Carb Scripts, designed to help health professionals on different aspects of prescribing low carb for metabolic health. Today, she is here to speak mainly about attracting doctors into low carb medicine. Thank you so much, Dr. Phillips, for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. That's a wonderful introduction, and I'm really looking forward to being here today.
Thank you. So I know that you are ready with the presentation for us, but before that, can you please briefly tell us about what made you take this road less traveled and go down the path of adopting and advocating the low carb way as an intervention, rather than the still mainstream, widely used pharmacological intervention for metabolic conditions?
Yes. So personally, I've got a very strong family history of metabolic dysfunction. So my mum has type 2 diabetes and my sister has type 2 diabetes. And I was an enormous baby when I was born. I was 5.45 kilos, which that alone increases my risk of diabetes 6 times. And as a doctor, it's somewhat demoralizing to just see patients get sicker and sicker. And during the COVID pandemic, I had started to gain a little bit of weight just with a few extra carbs from the stress of the pandemic, basically. And I heard a podcast by Dr. Peter Bruckner, and he mentioned reducing your carbs and losing weight that way. And so I did reduce my carbs and I lost weight. I wasn't hungry for the first time in my life. And I just started to study it. And I have studied it now for probably thousands of hours. And I undertook the certification pathway with Nutrition Network, which was the hardest course I've ever done. Very, very worthwhile, but a very difficult course. And I just believe that to help more patients, training clinicians in how to prescribe low carb medicine enables you to help more people, basically. And metabolic disease is so reversible and so preventable that it's a major target for me.
Yes, true. Thank you so much for sharing this background with us. Now, may I request you to please share the presentation and your insights with us that you wanted to share during this session?
Yeah, for sure. I'll just share my screen now. And yeah. And I'll just start it as a slideshow from the beginning. So essentially, with how I think we should recruit doctors, I think we need to take into account a few things that people need to know about training doctors and also about teaching patients. And I'm going to start with looking at some misconceptions of patients about what they think their future health will be. Have a look at what barriers there are currently to doctors who want to prescribe nutrition, how doctors actually learn in the postgraduate space, and also have a look at how people in general learn best. And then taking all this into account with a solutions-based approach, I'm going to point out an opportunity that I think exists for teaching doctors and also other allied health professionals. So a lot of people think that retirement's going to look like the picture on the left here. So wonderful time spent with family, the grandchildren, lots of health, when in fact the reality is that it looks more like the pictures on the right. It's full of lots of medications, lots of ill health in hospital, and also family having to care for sick family members, and really quite a difficult time at the latter part of life. And as a GP, this is what it's like for me. So I initially get to look after lots of wonderful, healthy people. The babies and the toddlers and the teenagers and the young people come in, and they're like these healthy sailing ships on the left. And by the end of their life, they're looking like these rusty hulks on the right-hand side. And that's because they've got so much chronic disease. And I'm trying to patch people up with medication that doesn't work very well and Band-Aid solutions. And that's really hard because I became a doctor because I wanted to help people. And so GPs, do have a power to change patients' health trajectories, but you really have to have the right target and you have to have the right intervention. And I strongly believe that the right target is metabolic disease, and the right intervention is low-carb nutrition and fasting. So it's important to recognise that prescribing nutrition is actually a complex intervention. Even though the advice itself is quite simple, it's working within a very complex system. So you can see that the patient has their own mental health problems, they've got their own diseases and comorbidities, they're affected by their sleep, they have to attend social events and work, they live within families, they're under the influence of media and social media and peer pressure, and of course there's addictions, including food addiction. Whilst GPs are under the influence of colleagues, and particularly colleagues who don't really like what they're doing, there's risks of being sued or being brought up before the medical board. You're trying to operate against conflicting medical guidelines, work within very small time frames, and having a huge workload already, and probably limited knowledge and skills about nutrition, even though you've got a wide knowledge about lots of other diseases. And the family, of course, influences this too. And meanwhile, the pharmaceutical industry and the health industry is also pulling strings, and this is all within big food as well. So these are the barriers to prescribing low carb for doctors. Of course, the intense time pressures, the fact that many doctors are already burnt out from chronic disease, having to manage that as well as the pandemic with COVID. They already have to know so much information. They've got an overwhelming curriculum as it is. And I teach junior doctors, and I particularly see that. They're under the threat of litigation from, from being sued by patients, but also being brought up before the medical board and deregister and being deregistered. So they're fearful. And it's hard to be the only one doing it. You like to sort of be doing the same thing as the other people. And it's important to recognise that medicine is taught apprentice style. We learn from other clinicians. We like to learn from people who are actually doing the job and who are on the ground, because they simplify it and they teach you what you need to know. And we also learn via a see one, do one, teach one approach, which means that we see a procedure being done, then we do one ourselves, and then we teach another colleague how to do one. And in this way, you can become competent in very short timeframes. If you're the resident on a cardiology rotation, within 10 weeks, you'll become very good at treating heart failure and diagnosing it, and also, treating and recognizing chest pain. And most importantly, we learn through cases, we learn through patients, and this is what we remember best. So there's another strategy called academic detailing And what this is it's a clinician going into a practice, or perhaps delivering online as I do, giving brief education sessions on topics that are very relevant to that clinician. And it recognises, just like in this puzzle, that in fact doctors and other health professionals actually have a broad range of knowledge already. You're just providing an essential piece of the puzzle for them, and it just needs to slot in there. It has to be with an evidence-based approach, and you need to give them some tools to implement it and give them some handout material. And this is what pharmaceutical reps do. They spend 5 minutes with a doctor, tell them about this complicated drug in a very simple way, and then leave behind a handy pamphlet so that next time they need to prescribe it, they know how to do it. And so Low Carb Scripts takes this academic detailing approach. And with patients and with doctors, with all of us, we learn via multimodal learning. You can learn best by learning in both a visual way and a verbal way. And Richard Mayer put forward this theory that's well recognised in patient education studies, that you can learn through pictures, the visual way, and the verbal way includes both the narrative, so the spoken word, but also the written text word as well. But there's only a limited capacity in both of these channels before you overwhelm it. But if you can utilise both channels, you can pass a good amount of information across, and it's going to be retained better. And pictures, as we all know, really help patients to understand and help them remember. And it's the same with clinicians. So that's why Low Carb Scripts uses a lot of pictures. And so this gives us then something to leverage, because if we look at the blue funnel, someone may be a very highly knowledgeable doctor, and I would rate myself as this because I've studied it for so long now. However, no matter how knowledgeable I am, I have to dispense information to patients in very short timeframes in a very simple way to patients who've got a very low level of health literacy. And so I strongly believe that we can teach doctors and clinicians this essential knowledge that they need to dispense, and then provide a little bit of information around it so that they know how to manage patients. They don't need to go into looking at all the research themselves. And so Low Carb Scripts is based on this principle. The Low Carb Doctor's Kit provides all the patient education images, the spiels, the handouts that you need to deliver advice in between 1 and 20 minutes, teaches you how to chunk it up. And the Low Carb in a Nutshell package teaches you all this information, but it does it with short lectures that are very relevant, based on research and also based on case studies, so that you can troubleshoot, you can understand how to interpret pathology and really become very competent in this space because you know the essential things. So what we do then is that we provide effective patient education tools. We enable doctors and clinicians, any health professional, even allied health or dietitians, nurses, etc., can use our programs all over the world, and it enables them to acquire knowledge fast. I also teach you how to navigate guidelines and how to deal with colleagues. And I teach you how to run on time. And I also show you ways to reduce burnout. And I think all of these factors are needed to solve the problem of prescribing nutrition in primary care. And what I've created in honor of this wonderful conference that I'm part of is a free patient information handout for clinicians to use with low carb strategies and fasting strategies for patients of South Asian and Southeast Asian descent, and with very specific advice of things that they can do. And you can access that at my website, www.lowcarbscripts.com, or you can scan the QR code and access it that way. And I also wanted to mention that if you are a clinician or a health professional of any type and you are working in a developing nation, that I have very special discount pricing available to make my courses extremely affordable for you, no matter what your income. And it does just require a little bit of proof that you are actually working in the country that you say. But if you contact me via email or via a form on Low Carb Scripts, I'll correspond with you and arrange for you to have a special discount. So that's the presentation that I wanted to share.
Yes, thank you so much. That was very useful with some practical pointers and ideas. And I think it's great that you have taken these efforts to think of almost all the associated factors like time management, budget, what might be the issues related to peer pressure, etc., to make these courses and training sessions for the doctors. So how was the response for these training sessions when you delivered them to the health professionals? How often do you think you come across resistance or reluctance to part ways from the mainstream approach that they have been taking over the years?
Yes, so I've done this in a number of ways. So I've got my online training platform. So the people who come to that are usually interested in doing it already, unless they just want to learn how to go out on time, and then they may become interested in low carb. I also, with registrars and with medical students, when you're their supervisor, you already come to them from a position of authority. And so you've already got a lot of credibility with them. And so I just teach them using the low carb doctor's kit, teach them how to use the spiels and provide them a copy of the kit. So that works really well and easily. And then with registrars, I give a few lectures during the year about it. And then I help them with cases, and they've all reversed some diabetes of their own now in patients. And then I also give group practice education to my own clinic where there's about 20 doctors. And that's had a mixed response initially, but I've been doing this for 3 years now. And even doctors who are a bit resistant initially have, come around, a lot of them. And gradually over time, more and more of them are referring patients directly to me or trying it themselves and noticing that it works. And then on a statewide level, I have given a talk about lipids and CAC scores and statins. And that was to about 130 GPs across the state who weren't at all necessarily interested in low carb. And that had excellent feedback. So I think doctors are interested in it. They just haven't been taught about it yet. But with doctors who are resistant, I think you just have to roll with that resistance. I'm not interested in converting everyone. I'm aiming for the low-hanging fruit. I'm not going to waste my energy on people who are really opposed. But at the same time, if someone is interested, I'll happy to plant a seed and invite them to come back again.
Yes, I think that's a very good point, that at least try to get the low-hanging fruit first.
Yeah.
Yes, and then you are in a position where you can make the difference at the right time in the lives of medical students, so that they learn it early about the dietary interventions.
Yes, that's right. I think getting them early is very helpful. I think they're a lot more malleable, but even older doctors are interested, but they mainly want to know what are some things you can say in just a really short amount of time to patients as well.
Yes. Can you share any such example where you have already changed a practice that was based on the mainstream advice, but after your session, after attending your session or after attending the course that you do with them, they changed to dietary interventions rather than the pharmacological ones?
Yes, sure. So, I mean, even with the first practice talk that I gave, one of the doctors stood up and said, "Look, I don't believe in all this low carb baloney, blah blah blah." But she ended up purchasing one of my low carb script courses and sort of has attended low carb conferences and things like that. So sometimes if someone does change, they can become like a really good supporter actually as well. And then even with one of my registrars at the moment, she had sort of said to me, "Oh, Louise, I've just had my first patient, and is this diabetes reversal?" And their HbA1c had come down to 6.3, down from 9 or whatever it had been initially. And I said, "Well, yes, that is. They sort of just have to maintain it for 3 months." And she's like, "Wow." She goes, "At first I really wasn't sure about all this low carb stuff, but I'm becoming converted." So I think it's one of those things that once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see people get well and have more energy and reverse their diabetes, you just can't explain it, because pills don't do that.
Yes, true. Yeah. It's good to know that there is change happening, even if it's at a so slow pace.
Yeah.
So especially for a country like Australia, which has a diverse diaspora and multicultural society, how do you prepare yourself to know or to talk to the patients coming from different backgrounds, European, Asian, Indian, Aboriginal, and know their cultural backgrounds, their dietary habits, and then gradually guide them to make the changes in their diet and lifestyle and such?
I think it's looking at the major commonalities, actually. So everyone has the same, pretty similar physiology, and that's that carbs cause the biggest spike in your blood sugar levels and a rise in insulin levels, and reducing carbs is helpful for that. And that you need protein and fat because that's what your body is made out of. And then it's a matter of encouraging people to, eat less frequently, just 3 times a day or less. And it's having less processed food, less stuff out of packets. And if people do have certain cultures where they have a lot of carbs, I mean, Australians have a lot of carbs. If they're of Indian descent and have rice or bread as part of their meal, they're having a lot of carbs. Asian people might have rice and noodles. So carbs are sort of there. But the good thing is everyone actually knows what the carbs are because we've all been taught the food pyramid. So you can get people to reduce what they're having. You may not get perfection, but you're not necessarily aiming for perfection. You're just aiming for them to reduce it and to up their protein. So that's where I think, even though, and fasting, I think, is something that culturally can be very accessible for people as well. So with certain religions, they may be used to not eating. And so fasting is something that anyone can do. And it's free for everyone as well. So it helps in those sorts of situations. So I think it's just, the advice is pretty similar, but if they raise certain things, then you might just give them some other strategies. For instance, having the carb, if they must have rice with their meal, to have it at the end of the meal and just a really small amount, like an egg cup worth of rice. And by the time they've hopefully filled up on fat and protein and vegetables, maybe they don't feel like that as much, or just having it on a special occasion only, or making sure that if they do want to have a carbohydrate, to tailor it to themselves, to check their blood sugar level before they eat and to check it 60 to 90 minutes after they eat, and to find the amount of carbohydrate they can eat that doesn't spike their blood sugar too much.
Yes. So seeing is believing. So once they see, they must be believing.
That's right. Exactly. Yeah.
So do you have any specific observations pertaining to in people from Indian diaspora? Because most of our viewers are Indians today.
Sure.
Do you have any particular observations or suggestions that you can share today with them?
Yes.
As to what changes they should make in their diet? What are the policies in the current diet that they follow?
Yes. I think one big one would be to make sure that they're having healthy fats. So the healthy fats are things like butter and ghee and lard, the fat on their meat. They're fats that humans have been used to eating for eternity, instead of the seed oils and vegetable oils, which no one even knows how they make them and are very foreign to our body and cause a lot of inflammation. So just making sure they're cooking in the right fat. To choose, if they do eat meat, to choose the fattier cuts of meat, because that helps them to feel more full as well, and it's more budget friendly as well. If they don't eat meat, then it would be preferable if they could have protein of some other sort with their meal, such as eggs or cheese or paneer or things like that. And if they don't have any of those things in their meal, if they really are just having fully vegetables and pulses and lentils, to just be aware that the lentils and the legumes do have a lot of starch in them, and that will make their blood sugars go up a bit. But it's certainly not as the first thing to cut out would be things like soft drink and juices and sugars and packet foods. They would be the first things to go. And then to eat as their culture ate traditionally. If you could just go back to a traditional diet and eat no more than 3 times a day as well, that would be helpful. And if you don't feel hungry for breakfast, it's fine to skip breakfast. You've got lots of stores on board. And keep in mind, this is all just general information, not specific advice. If you're going to be changing your diet and you're on medication, I would recommend that you see a doctor to have your medications reviewed, because there are some changes that need to happen with that. So they're the sorts of changes that I think people could make. And I think it's important, sometimes culturally, some people don't want to, they may associate weight or being overweight with wealth or good health. And they feel that if people lose weight and become skinny, that they are frail. And there's a big difference between being thin and frail and slim and healthy and with lots of muscle, so that you can do all your stuff and lots of strength. And so I think that that's just something to point out and to show them, and to point out people who are healthy and vigorous and slim versus the concept, the concept they may have in their mind of what that looks like. So yeah, I think there's some strategies that people could use. Yeah.
Yes. So along with the high amount of carbs in the diet, do you also need to deal with their fear for saturated fats in their diet? Do they ask about their preconceptions about fats in the diet, and how do you answer those queries?
Yes. So I mostly really talk about prioritizing protein to make sure they're having a good palm size of protein with each meal. And then it's fat for flavor and fat to feel full. And I don't specifically focus on necessarily saying eat saturated fats or unsaturated fats. I just talk about natural fats that you can explain in one sentence how they were made. Like you could explain how cream is made and butter is made and how the skin on chicken is made in a single sentence. But I ask someone to explain how vegetable oil is made, and no one knows the multiple chemical steps that are involved in that process. So I think a lot of people confuse keto and low carb with eating lots of fat, but it's really about dropping down the carbs, really upping the protein and fat for flavor. Because you want to, when your insulin levels drop down, you really want to then be able to tap into your own fat stores, and they're going to be providing some of the fat to your diet and supplying you with some of the essential fat.
Yes. I think those were very useful guidance. Yes.
I just wanted to say as well, if someone is vegetarian and doesn't have other protein sources, that is perhaps a consideration for using a protein supplement as well, just to make sure that they're getting enough protein and that they're not protein malnourished, which is a big problem in certain countries and cultures.
Yes. So by protein supplements, do you mean whey protein or paneer?
Yeah, like something like that, and to just check the label and make sure it's got as few ingredients as possible, and it's got protein and not carbs and fillers and flavors in it, but they might add that to sort of food that they eat, and that will also help them feel more full. Yeah, but it is a processed food, but it's better than, I think, sugar and starch.
Yes, definitely. So I'm really glad that you provided these guidelines and pointers for the Indians who are watching this today. I'll just repeat to let all the viewers know that Dr. Phillips has shared a handout about healthy food choices, specifically keeping the Asian and Indian people in mind, on her website www.lowcarbscripts.com to support this conference. It's free to download for a limited period of time. Please visit this website to check it out, and also to check out other courses that she has for the doctors. Thank you so much, Doctor, for this gesture and for having this wonderful session with us today, and wish you all the best for your future endeavors. I'd like to, yes, Shashi is here.
Thank you. Special thanks to Dr. Phillips. You have been an ardent supporter of this event right from the beginning. You have created a special download for Asian Indians, and I think that is a very beautiful, sweet gesture of you. And you have been actively campaigning and promoting it in LinkedIn. So we are so thrilled to see you, and we are so happy to have you. And your own the person staying in your own country is also hosting you. And again, I think it's really a good moment. Nice program, Dr. Phillips and Prajakta. So
yes.
Yes. Fine. So we can get the next guest in. Dr. Phillips, you want to say anything else?
Yes. Oh no, just thanks so much for having me, and thanks for hosting me, Prajakta. That was a really fun interview, and I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Fine. Thank you, and I'm so happy to have my friend and colleague from Nutrition Network, Dr. Phillips. So happy to see you. Thank you. So we can.
Thank you. Bye.
So I welcome the next guest, Dr. Sona Abraham, and the host, Poshini.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Sona.
Good morning, Poshini.
Welcome to the Indian Metabolic Health Conference.
Thank you.
to give our audience a short description and, just to let our audience know who Dr. Sona is. She's a board certified internal medicine and endocrinologist. She's the fellow of the American College of Physicians and fellow of the American College of Endocrinology. Dr. Sona Abraham is not your typical endocrinologist. She's a really dynamic, a compassionate medical professional with profound interest in the intersection of science and emotion, human behavior, and the profound impact on our emotional and mental wellness. She herself follows a low carb lifestyle and is working with her kids as well to incorporate the same. Welcome, doctor.
Thank you so much, Poshni. And as I said, it's fun to kind of talk to you because we've shared patients, and that's something that, gives me a great pleasure to kind of chat with you about the same things that we both hold so close.
So true. Why don't you tell us a little about yourself, more about yourself?
Well, not much to say except I've been all over the place. I grew up in Calcutta and Delhi, finished school till 12th in Delhi, did my med school from Trivandrum Medical College, then went to the US, did my residency in internal medicine and my endocrinology fellowship from University of Maryland, Baltimore. Then moved to Delhi, was there in Delhi for about 10 years, headed the endocrinology department at Batra Hospital. Then moved to Kochi about 5 years ago, and I've been here since.
Wonderful. And how did you get interested into low carb diets and incorporate?
Okay. See, fortunately, a large bunch of my patients over the last 10, 15 years have largely been middle class patients, lower middle class patients. And something that I'm very passionate about is cost of care. And so to be able to give most bang for the buck for my patient. And the cost of medications, the cost of interventions not done right at the right time has a huge payout, not just financial, but mental, emotional, physical, to caregivers. And that is why I believe that the best way is to start with the diet. And that's the easiest, because I personally feel, we are all overwhelmed with a lot of things on our plate as doctors, as anybody for that matter. My patients, whether they work or they don't work, be they homemakers, people assume that they have nothing to do, but they're slogging their butts off from morning to night thanklessly. And most of the homemakers I know have no time to breathe. So I can tell them, go to the gym, go do this, go do that. But there is only going to be so much that they can practically do. They can be active, but that's only going to, be so much. So the easiest is really the diet. It's the lowest, cheapest, fastest, most effective bang for the buck option. And that is how I got interested in low carb, and I've been doing that in my own way. But I think having teamed up with you guys over time and learning a lot from you guys and your experiences, sharing my experiences, I think we've all grown a lot together as a community. I think so. That's been terribly helpful.
Absolutely. I mean, as you rightly said, and I think I would like you to repeat it through the session sometime, that diet is the easiest aspect that one could immediately work upon. So what, I know you mentioned a little bit of what kind of people that you're seeing. What is the chronic health situation like? Give us some insight on what you see.
See, the problem with the chronic health situation is most people in India, at least, maybe even to some degree globally also, seek attention only when things are about to, explode. And that's a little too late. And by that time, that's when they present to us as doctors. They're usually either having renal failure, or they're having a heart attack, or they're getting a bypass surgery, or they're having a foot cut off, or, they're having, that point at which maybe that's not the best time to have a conversation about diet, because they can barely eat. They're maybe they're going to be dead tomorrow. So that's unfortunately too late to have that conversation, which is why, and the practical reality is India, probably a huge part of India is middle class, lower middle class, poor, and carbs are cheap. And because carbs are cheap, what's happened in the US is now happening in India. Back in when I was in training in the US, what used to happen was obesity was exploding. And diabetes, not so much. Diabetes in the US is sort of far lower in incidence than the incidence of obesity. And that's again genetic heterogeneity. And in Indians, we are genetically more predisposed to diabetes. We are getting diabetes far earlier than we get obese. And unfortunately, what is obese is not visible in us Indians. We are typically much leaner, we are viscerally fat, and our personal fat thresholds are much lower than the Western population. And that is why people fly under the radar. And typically culture has carbs as our staple. So comfort foods and everything is carbs. Cost of food. So the cheapest, what's available on the roadside, what's available in our homes, the good food, not junk food, is all still carbs. And we have created an environment where we say, okay, fat is going to cause you cholesterol, eggs are going to kill you, non-veg is not good for you. So then what do people eat? So that is where I think we are ending up with this explosion of metabolic health disease. And we are going to see a bigger impact in the next 5 years. We are going to see young kids in the 20s and teens with cirrhosis. We are going to see, chronic health diseases, and we'll have strokes in the 30s, and we'll think what happened. And I think it's time to start doing something is right now in our homes.
You touched upon what is so close to our heart together. I mean, the reason we connected so well is just that childhood obesity is something that we see so many incidences. You did even send across. Tell us more about that, because I think that is a huge concern for all our viewers and even for us as practitioners to understand what it is that we can also do to subside that.
See, I think kids are really smart. I have 2 teenage boys. Okay. And what I've realized, and this has been something that's been on my mind, if I cannot influence my own kids, how can I influence my patients? And I believe teaching has to start from the home and outwards. And it has to start with me. When I make certain choices, when I do things different from what they are used to seeing, what my parents might tell them, they question, and then I have to explain why I'm saying. And very recently, my oldest son, he was like, you know what, in school, but they talk about this food pyramid which says you should eat more carbs. Even at school, when I lean into more chicken and eat very little roti or rice, everybody tells me, you should eat rice or eat more roti. That's the healthy thing to eat, and not eat so much non-veg. And he's like, no, my mom told me that's not the way to go. And I said, don't believe me. Do one thing. Here's a measuring tape. Here's the weighing balance. Let's do an experiment. So starting June, they started their own experiment. They stopped eating biscuits and chips and cold drinks and juice. And, they still have, their bread or things but in much more of a very conscious way. They're aware. They immediately go on the scale, they have a breakout, they have acne, they immediately say, okay, I had sugar. And that is probably, so I'm just saying they're making their own inferences, they're thinking for themselves, they've seen their weight go down there, and people complimenting them, and their friends talking about, so the teenagers are now starting to talk about protein and carbs and stuff in school. The parents and the teachers are the ones, and the doctors are not the ones who seem to be on the same page. They're getting there. I think in the endocrine community, we are getting there. In the cardiology community, we're starting to get there. But I have a terrible time, say, even in my hospital, with doctors not understanding this, because they just believe that, no, nothing's going to happen. I see them, guzzle juice and...
That must create some interesting conversations at work as well.
They do. They think I'm crazy, so it does.
Welcome to the crazy conference then. how did you, I'm deviating a little bit, but how did you influence your children? Because I think our audience would really like to hear that. Two things, right? Teenagers, can't talk to them, can't influence them. And here you are saying that you can, and that too on diet, because right now teenagers are the ones that we see having the maximum amount of junk food. And maybe also touch upon why it's important that they are aware of these things.
So the two-part question, I think it's maybe a little easier for me as a doctor, as an endocrinologist, to talk to them, because what I believe the medium for change is through storytelling. And I believe, so what happens to me is every time I see a case which I think has some ramifications where I can spark a conversation, things which I speak on Twitter about, I share with them. And it's my dinner time conversations. You know what, I saw this patient and this is what happened. And so they ask me questions, we talk about. So to the point that my younger son thinks that I am a stress doc. All I do is help manage. I'm a therapist, so that is what he thinks. So, but that leads to a lot of interesting conversations about what should you do, what would you do if you were in their place, how would we have prevented this, how did this patient end up here, what could have been done. So when you make it into thinking questions, see, parents typically, especially with teenagers, you tell them do this, don't do that, the fastest way to get a rebel.
Yes.
Some may not speak up because you're an authoritative parent, so they're going to shut down. Some will rebel outright and become like the defiant child. And both of these show that we are doing something wrong with our parenting. When we get kids to think, when we ask questions, when you respect them, when you listen to them, when you have conversations, I think, and for that, we need to be emotionally available.
Wow.
Most parents are super stressed.
Yes.
They have no time.
Yes.
They don't have time to process their own thoughts, their own emotions. They're racing from one thing to the other, this thing, this meeting, that thing, this, even doctors. And that's what I was having a conversation this morning with my colleagues, other endocrinologists, that where do we have the time to breathe? Are we making that time to breathe intentional so that we are there physically present with our families, but are we mentally and emotionally available?
And probably the parents are battling their own metabolic issues as well.
They are. So I think change starts from us. Now, every time we move the needle back in, am I managing my stress right? Am I managing things on my plate right? Am I setting the right example, not just in my words, but in my actions? I think actions to kids speak louder than words. How am I with my colleagues? How am I with my people, my friends? Am I valuing? And I think relationships is a huge part of lifestyle per se. And I think we don't emphasize that enough.
Yeah, we absolutely, we don't see the time taken out for emotional and mental well-being, either by parents or being taught to the children. Is there any research or article that you have read or that you find really fascinating, especially in the field of endocrinology, that connects low carb diet that you're looking forward to?
Not directly, except maybe Dr. Chris Palmer's work in terms of brain energy. I mean, a lot of work about that Dr. Chris has done. I've got his book, and I had my senior read through that, and he loved the book. And I come from a different lens too, which is my passion area. It's about early childhood trauma and how that sort of changes the software in our brains, so to say. It puts in a lot of Trojan viruses into our brain, which cause us to sort of get emotionally triggered, and we become reactive. Every time we are reactive, we lose our impulse control. When we lose impulse control, we end up stress eating. A lot of stress eating becomes sugar or the bad stuff. And then we feel guilty, and then there is a mood swing, and then people think it's their thyroid, and then they end up with a TSH, and they're getting obese, and that obesity is leading to a TSH of 5.5, which they think it's their thyroid, which is not. It is sort of maybe an extension of the metabolic syndrome we see today. And when we fix the weight, the PCOD vanishes, the metabolic syndrome reverses, the TSH normalizes. So we're just looking at it like, from little bits and pieces from here and there. We're not looking at the whole picture as, the whole system together.
No, that's so well, and I'm glad you brought up the thyroid into this, because yes, it is a cascade of things that we connect, and endocrinology seems so complex for us, and you simplify it down for us. So maybe can you tell us what are the factors that really affect thyroid? What are the symptoms a person could see, and what are showing up because of other metabolic syndromes?
See, I think, Paushni, this is where I sort of digress from my colleagues, the other endocrinologists. And I think there are things that everybody is starting to agree, that everybody knows a TSH of 5.5 is not the reason for mood swings, not the reason for anger, not the reason for weight gain. All the endocrinologists know that. But what most people end up doing, because everybody is short of time, is that they tell the patient it's not that. They know that there is some, other emotional well-being issue and stuff. Either they sometimes refer to the psychiatrist, sometimes they prescribe something, but that is not going to solve the problem. Now, if I was to walk on the street and ask anybody, are you sleeping okay? Are you tired all the time? Are you feeling exhausted? Is your hair falling out? Are you just drained all the time? I would say probably 70 to 80% of India would say yes.
Yes.
Do all of them have thyroid? Then clearly we are missing something.
Yes.
We're not understanding that this is a lack of emotional and mental well-being. And a lot of that, again, coming from my own qualitative research, which is why I find it so hard to get it published, because I cannot quantitate many of these things. These are case stories. Some of these are really personal case stories, which I cannot put out in the world either, because they've been shared with me in the privacy of my OPD. And this is why it's very hard to share this data with the world, because and the question is, like I was talking to my friend, science talks about reproducibility. Now the question is, to be reproducible, somebody else needs to have those skills which I've had to develop, which is compassionate inquiry, active listening skills. And if anybody does that, they'll be able to get the same results, and it doesn't need me to be even a doctor. And once we start unpacking that, we realize so much of this comes to bad relationships, be it with parents, be it with spouses, be it with siblings, be it at workplaces, be it with colleagues, leaders, and these constantly being triggered just fuzzes your brain. People talk about having memory loss, people having brain fog. Every time I'm triggered, I feel all that. So a lot of understanding patients has come from understanding my own mind. And the more I understand myself, I'm able to hopefully sort of reproduce what works for me for others. And what I have learned is being honest and accepting your feelings and not running away from them and not distracting yourself from the discomfort of the uncomfortable feelings, not being toxically positive all the time. Be okay to be not okay. Sharing with your friends, your family, that this is what I'm going through, are really the best ways. And you'll realize it's like the weather. Our moods are like the weather. It comes on, the faster you rain and process it, it becomes sunny again.
I love that. Example, or the way you connected it to weather, because until it rains, it's not going to get sunny. So while you're looking at all of these things working, because you have the perception, you have that compassion to see and understand what is going on beyond the clinical correlating factors that you see up in papers. how do you go about telling your patients that, it's probably sugar and carbohydrate addiction? What are the hacks you give them? How do you train them, or how do you teach them?
See, I think I don't like to use the word addiction much.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. Because addiction actually hurts people.
Right.
The word addiction. And I think we make the mistake, beat any addiction. Mm-hmm. This is where I come across Dr. Gabermate's work in terms of trauma. And see, emotional pain is what people are trying to numb. Okay, with different kinds of addictions. It could be a Netflix binge, it could be a shopping binge, it could be a sugar binge, it could be an alcohol binge, it could be a drug addiction, it could be anything. I mean, sometimes even work is an addiction because you're trying to distract yourself from the fact that when you go back home, your relationship sucks.
Yes.
So you drown yourself in work.
Yes.
And these all have ramifications. The addiction is because deep down, you don't feel good about yourself. Yes. Without addressing why you're not feeling good about yourself, which may need you to upskill, find your own worth. And that's where a good parent comes in. And the lack of which is why we are seeing a huge explosion of coaching industry, be it life coaches, be it relationship coaches, dating coaches, leadership coach, every kind of coach that, I mean, we have metabolic coaches. So the question is, because fundamentally, we've been given a very bad software up here, which has been totally corrupted by, the voices we have internalized growing up. We have not heard enough encouraging voices that say, you got it, I'm there behind you, go ahead. And we invariably, Indian parents tend to do two things. They either are too controlling, or they tend to be overprotective. Oh, don't do that, don't do this, don't do that. Or, no, you're not going to do this because I said so. So these two things take away any bit of self-confidence. So the people are constantly looking for validation.
Yes.
And in their relationships, they end up in, even if they do end up in a love marriage, they end up in a dysfunctional love marriage. That zaps whatever remaining hope they had. Once they're in a relationship, it's very hard to get out of a relationship. It's very easy to get in, very hard to get out. And they get trapped. If they have kids, then they're worse off. And so it's I wish this was as simple as, so now when you step back and tell patients, you know what, I see your pain, you're in bloody hell. That's when they see what they were going through. Yes. And a lot of people just sob hysterically in my OPD. And very often, many don't need a psychiatrist. They just need somebody to tell them that they were hurting and they were right to hurt.
Yes.
And once they start seeing that, they start putting the things into place. Because once you get that fog out, suddenly everything, the bulbs start, going on, and you make the connection. So I just help them find their own fire, so to say. And that's my easiest fix, so to say.
That's, it brings to another question. I mean, the moment you started saying that, you address this in your, with your patients, I have a two-part question again for you. One is, how can more doctors be like this? Because understanding that there are hundreds of people in the OPD waiting for them, I really believe doctors do not have the time because of the overwhelming number of people that they need to see on a daily basis. How can somebody be more compassionate or get to these aspects with their patient? And what is a leaving message that you leave behind for the audience?
I think, Poshni, this is something, while I gave a talk yesterday, I was talking about an interesting case at one of our endocrine meetings. That's where I'm at right now. And the whole point is, one of the doctors asked me, how do we build for compassionate listening? Yes. Because until that happens, nobody is going to do it. Yes. It's just that the incentives are not aligned. Because if I can tell you, as an endocrinologist, to be honest, where I practice, my consultation fee is 200 rupees.
Yes.
So, but I do what I do because I am passionate about what I do. but that means I still have to be practical. And it's a tough balance. And that's why I write on social media, so that in the least, if somebody benefits from this, so be it. I'm sort of sharing my learnings as I go. But if every doctor is going to be valued on how many patients did they see a day, what is the pharmacy bill that they racked up, what is the number of investigations that they racked up, and how many inpatients did they admit, then I think you're never going to get the kind of care you want. And unfortunately, corporate India is about that.
Yes.
And I think there are a lot of doctors who want to break free from this, but they're stuck by a system which will silence their voice, which will throw them out, because they are starting to rebel, and rebels are never good for society.
I do have another question on this. How are you going about it? Because you are being really vocal. And how do you manage? Because I'm sure all of
Not
this
easy.
adds on a stress level for you, because you're being the listener there. How do you
So
manage?
I see, what I've realized is, I think, Poshni, it's been a big learning curve for me. 5 years ago, when I would listen, I'm an empath. I would just absorb like a sponge, and I'd feel heavy, really heavy, because I've been trained as a doctor to think that I need to fix things.
Yes.
And that was the stupidest mistake I made. But gradually over time, I realized, as a doctor or as anybody, as a friend, as a parent, I do not need to solve another person's problem. I just need to give them the emotional space for them to hear themselves out.
Yeah.
And maybe, if I don't get too involved, which has taken me a lot of effort, I can just show them, where they're going wrong in their thinking, which is effectively what cognitive behavior therapy is about.
Yes.
I can tell them, look, this is where you're screwing yourself up. This thought right here, erase and change and reframe that and make it a more empowering thought. And the minute you start learning to reframe, you get your power back.
Yes.
And I think that is where now, so then that becomes compassion from empathy. Empathy is draining. I have to feel what they're feeling. Yes. There are times I missed up when I'm speaking to patients. I may go around, sometimes it's young kids. I go up and they have nobody to speak to, not their parents, not friends. And I just give them a hug till they're finished sobbing. Yeah. And that's sometimes enough. I mean, it's not medicine, but oxytocin helps. That's a great hormone.
All right. Since we are less than 2 minutes before closing, what is the message you'd like to leave our audience with?
I think medical science is evolving. We are learning, but we have to be open to learning. We have to be able to think critically. We need time to be able to step back, look at the big picture. We can't if we are constantly rushed. If we take textbooks as, the Bible, and I think that's the mistake many people do. We have been taught to be good students, and we by heart a bunch of things, memorize a bunch of things. We just think that this is, but they do not understand that these books were written at a time when we didn't understand many of the things we do now. And if we don't keep ourselves open, question, we would never improvise, learn to do better. Sometimes why I'm on Twitter is I'm among an interdisciplinary team. When I'm as an endocrinologist, I go to a meeting, all I hear is sort of my siloed boxes. And I want to hear patient perspectives. I want to hear the psychiatrist. I want to hear the cardiologist. I want to hear the neurologist. I want to hear, the dermatologist. I want to hear everybody's perspective so that I can form my more well-rounded perspective. That's how I would like to think of it.
Thank you so much, Dr. We have Shashikant here as well, who would like to talk to you for a few minutes.
Less than a minute, Dr. Sona, thank you for agreeing to come in this session and share your wisdom. We are all your fans in Twitter X. So much wisdom you are sharing, and it is diverse. It is not stuck to only one. You are covering it. It appears to be a solid holistic one. And we will want your participation in future conferences. We will give you bigger
Sure.
time to really speak. And we are so happy. And I wanted to thank you on behalf of Metabolic Health Conference, as well as on behalf of D-Life and Anup Singh. So I'll see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shashi. I think you're an amazing coordinator. I think it's your nature which makes it very easy for people to feel comfortable around you. And I think that's something very special about you. So it's been a joy working with you guys.
And we gave you your favorite host, Poshini.
Agreed.
So I invite the next guest, Dr. Don from Philippines. I welcome Dr. Don as well as the host, Yogesh.
Yeah, thank you, Shashi. And a very warm welcome to our viewers and our distinguished guest, Dr. Don Acopra from Philippines. Dr. Don is a MD neurologist and founder of Low Carb Health Doctor, LCHD, a clinic and research center located in northern Mindanao, Philippines. Dr. Don is a practicing neurologist for more than 20 years, but in the recent past, he expanded his role by becoming a healer when he began publicly advocating the low carb or LCHF diets and intermittent fasting lifestyle for the reversal of metabolic disorders. He envisions a world where people understand the importance of nutrient-dense foods, thus they attaining balanced mental and physical well-being, and where the true benefits of the low-carb diet is an accepted norm based on real scientific data and evidence-based medicines. So we are looking forward to a lot of learning from you, Dr. Don, for over the next 30 minutes. So we can jump into the session, right? I mean, directly. So first and foremost, just wanted to understand for myself and our viewers, what was the key trigger for you to go low carb?
I am approaching low carbohydrate nutrition, Yogesh. First of all, hi to you, hi to all, hi to Shashi and Anup. I hosted them in a previous podcast before.
Yes.
Also to our. Okay. So going back to your question, you can hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm approaching low carbohydrate nutrition from both a personal and a clinical standpoint. Well, when I say personal, it's from my own experience. I've been a neurologist for more than 20 years here in the Philippines already, and I'm sure my fellow doctors would be able to relate with what I am going to share here, as well as what I've been sharing with many others.
Yeah,
for the past 2-3 years already. So I developed metabolic syndrome. I'm sure for the past 3 days, metabolic syndrome has been discussed a lot already.
Yeah.
Though the awareness of the general public, as well as not just the general public, but many doctors world over is not really that extensive with regards to metabolic syndrome and its root causes.
Yeah.
But so going back to my own personal experience, when I entered my late 20s and my early 30s, I started, gaining weight, and it's mostly the abdominal obesity kind of.
Yeah.
You see, my tummy is getting bigger and bigger. But all throughout those times, I thought I was really wondering what in the world is causing it, because at that time I was adhering to a more or less vegetarian kind of diet, which I would more particularly describe as a polo vegetarian diet, because I eat fish and chicken meat because it's white meat. And then I eat eggs, but I avoid the yolk, the cholesterol, fear-mongering.
I know, yeah.
So that's my diet. But then I also eat a lot of, all kinds of vegetables, including the starchy ones.
Yep.
And the grains, like, there in India and here in the Philippines, we love rice.
Absolutely, yeah.
So that's my kind of diet. And all through those years, I think for the next 15, 20 years, I was gradually gaining weight. If you look at my picture there in my
Oh, yes.
landing page, my website, it was really kind of big before, at least 20 pounds bigger than what I am right now. So there came a point in time wherein I also developed elevated blood pressure, hypertension. My BP was really 140, 100, over 110, 90 to 110, oftentimes.
Yeah.
And then initially, I was just disregarding it. I think it was due to stress, because I'm a doctor. I have to go see patients, even at midnight, stroke patients, a neurologist. And then, aside from that, when I was doing my laboratory tests, I also noted that my triglycerides was really almost always way up high, averaging between 180 to less than 200. That's quite high,
Yes.
So I was thinking, my uric acid also was elevated. So I was thinking, what in the world is wrong with me? I'm sticking to this healthy diet because my main reason why I was doing that diet is my own father had 2 myocardial infarctions, which is in lay person's parlance, is heart attack. So he died from during his second myocardial infarction, which was that really left a deep impact on me. I was a neurology resident. I said I wouldn't like to follow his experience because I was thinking he had a heart attack because of having fatty diet, So eventually, I was thinking, what should I be doing? And if I have to go through my medical education, I was supposed to be starting medications already for prevention and all that. But since I was doing my best to live a healthy lifestyle, including my diet, I was very adamant in starting medications. Because in the first place, I was doing my best to have a healthy lifestyle because I wanted to avoid medications. And then there came a time that I was persistently hypertensive. So I asked around. I have many doctor friends, specialists in cardiology, specialists in diabetes, endocrinology, the university, which are already big names. On right now, like president of a hospital. Like, and then they told me I have to start medication. So it's the same thing. What was told to me, that's also what they were telling me, and including friends abroad. So there came a point in time that I really had to start 4 medications really for hypertension, for cholesterol, statins, for uric acid, and what was the other medication? I started 3 or 4 medications. But then I was half-heartedly taking them, and then because of that drive to really understand what in the world is wrong with me, I made a deep dive back into literature. And these days internet is widely available. You can go through journals, and surprise of all surprises, I saw lots of studies there that weren't taught to us in medical school, weren't presented in platforms both here locally in Philippines and international conferences, including studies by, like, for example, Richard Feynman, your guest yesterday or the other day, Dr. Eric Westman. So many studies, including trials, that really documented that the low carbohydrate diet is the most superior diet in terms of reversing metabolic syndrome, and promoting metabolic health. So it's like a disconnect for me. I had cognitive dissonance, what we call it in neurology. It's like you have evidence, but then it goes against your belief.
That's interesting.
It's cognitive dissonance for me. But then if I was interested in healing myself, so what I did is I told myself, I'll give this a try. Okay, I'll give this just 1 week. Okay, just 1 week.
Okay, wonderful.
If it's balloony, then I wouldn't find any improvement in myself. And then when there came a point in time wherein, like they say today, I was doing low fat, and then following day I strictly went low carb, like ketogenic level. I wanted to make myself my own guinea pig, So for for the next 1 week, I was very anxious. It's like,
Yeah.
what in the world am I doing? I might be having heart attack anytime.
Oh,
You know.
okay.
Surprisingly, after 1 week, you know what? My blood pressure normalized from 140 to over 90 to 100. It became persistently 100 to 110 over 60 to 70 and all that.
Amazing.
Then then I lost in 1 week time. I lost about 5 to 6 pounds of my weight.
Yeah.
And then I was not hungry because I was following the low carbohydrate
Yes.
dietary healthy fats regime.
Right.
And I was saying, oh my goodness, this is really amazing. And then I continued that for the next month, so and so. About 2 to 3 months later, I reversed all the metabolic syndrome abnormalities that I had. That's how amazing my own experience is. And to cut the long story short, thereafter I began advocating for the same with my own set of patients, which are mostly stroke patients. And if you know, based on discussions from your previous speakers, stroke is a late complication of metabolic and health.
Right. Yeah.
Most of the patients that I am seeing in my own personal practice are stroke patients. So I have one of my biggest eureka moment is my goodness, if not most, if not all of them had stroke because of metabolic syndrome. And if only I was able to do something in terms of improving their diet for the past 15 to 20 years, I could only think how many of my patients who are probably still alive now, and who did not succumb to severe stroke. So
how long you been on this low carb or ketogenic kind of lifestyle?
So let's say I'm pretty recent to this compared to many others. Even have patients before who have already been doing the so-called diet. I've been doing this for the past 2.5 to 3 years, more or less, in a disciplined way, because I continuously have proven to myself that this is, as Ken Berry would say, this is the proper human diet. And being a physician, I am constantly on the lookout for evidence, and I do my best to apply that evidence in my own personal scenario.
And that
very amazing.
And that was the key trigger for you to basically start focusing on ketogenic or low carb as a key intervention in your clinical practice as well. I mean, from, let's say, being a neurologist for so long, like 20 odd years, and then also starting this as a therapy in your clinical practice, is something which is really kind of unheard of. I mean, like we were discussing, there are very few neurologists in the world who are possibly combining these two therapies as such. So you want to basically reflect on that. What are the benefits that you're seeing while you are, let's say, embraced low carb or ketogenic diets as one of the therapies in your clinical practice?
I beg your pardon, Yogesh.
My question was, what kind of benefits that you're seeing in your clinical practice as a neurologist, and when you combine, let's say, low carb or ketogenic diets with your patients in their healing as such? So what are the kind of benefits that you are getting to see in them, and in diseases typically to do with neurological disorders?
Yes, I mentioned earlier, stroke. Stroke is the bread and butter for us neurologists. So there are two kinds of stroke. That would be the ischemic stroke, or what we call cerebral infarction. So the blood vessel in the brain was obstructed by atherosclerosis. And the second common type of stroke would be the hemorrhagic stroke, or the hemorrhage in the brain because of the ruptured blood vessel. And the most common cause of that would be hypertension, prolonged chronic hypertension that has been there for so many years already. If you look at these two mechanisms, atherosclerosis and hypertension, so you could easily relate that to metabolic syndrome. And knowing what I now know, metabolic syndrome, the primary driver would be insulin resistance. And then insulin resistance is due to chronically elevated insulin levels, or what is called hyperinsulinemia. And this is brought about by chronic intake of carbohydrate dense foods, especially the refined carbohydrate foods, which is common worldwide, not just here in the Philippines, and there in India as well, and even in Western countries. So for all my stroke patients, especially now those who have survived stroke, when I have placed them on low carbohydrate diet, there is a very, very powerful reversal of the manifestations of metabolic syndrome, especially hypertension, and elevated triglycerides, and being overweight and obese, which is a big risk factor also for not just stroke but also heart attack. In fact, the entire atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease spectrum. So because of that, there would be a whole lot less tendency for my patient to have a second repeated stroke, and that works wonders. And not just stroke. Recently, I talked to Dr. Angela Stanton, who came up with her Stanton migraine protocol. I was wondering how come many of my metabolic syndrome patients on strict low carbohydrate diet, come those with migraines are also experiencing very, very, let's say, dramatic improvement in terms of the frequency. And then I was doing my research and I came across Dr. Angela Stanton. I hosted her in one podcast. Amazingly, the elevated carbohydrate levels, hyperglycemia, is more, let's say, very, very important, what do you call this, trigger for migraine headache attacks. And not just that, there are so many other things like brain insulin resistance, which eventually leads to dementia, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. There are many studies, ongoing studies about those, which is really, mind-boggling.
This is really mind-boggling when it comes to diseases which are supposed to be so chronic, so advanced, so complex, and can be healed with a dietary intervention, which is amazing. So can you, just taking this thread forward, Dr. Don, can you unpack the two aspects that we discussed about? One is, what is wrong in today's food? Is it only the refined foods, or is it something which is regarded as healthy, like let's say grains or fruits? Are those also causing or triggering some of these issues? So that's the first part of my question. The second is, if not these, and we have been referring to, let's say, low carb and ketogenic food. So what usually that would consist of, let's say, in your country or maybe anywhere else, right? So two parts to it. What is not happening in a correct way? What is to be corrected in terms of food or nutrition? And then what are the things which we probably would need to be consuming more to become healthy?
That's a very, very good question you ask, Yogesh, because in my own experience, I repeatedly do some experiments on myself, and I also get to do that. I get my advantage is I have lots of metabolic syndrome patients because I'm a neurologist, and I get to observe them firsthand, the response of my interventions, especially the low carbohydrate intervention. And my main observation is that even minor diminution in the levels of carbohydrate intake, like let's say I have patients who just I'd say level 1, they just remove the sweet sugar-based drinks like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, juices, iced tea, milk tea, and all that. I can already clinically observe a dramatic improvement in their metabolic syndrome. So the more severe the manifestations of the metabolic syndrome, and the lower the carbohydrate intake they applied in their own lifestyle, the more dramatic the improvements I get among my own set of patients. So much that those who are sticking to the very low level of carbohydrate, like the ketogenic diet and the very low carbohydrate ketogenic diet, even the carnivore diet, which is I'd say almost zero carbohydrate.
Yes.
I'd say almost zero because there's still glycogen in some organ meat. So the lower the carbohydrate, the more dramatic the improvement in metabolic syndrome reversal.
Yeah. And any guidance that you provide to your patients, like when you say low, is it like any guidance, like maybe 50 grams, 30 grams, anything on those lines?
When I apply metabolic syndrome, I say reversal because the 5 criteria for metabolic syndrome, hypertension, abdominal obesity, which is measured by bigger waist circumference,
right?
Blood glucose elevation, elevated triglyceride, and low HDL levels. I can dramatically reverse them with very low carbohydrate diet. So the lower the carbohydrate level, the faster, like when you say ketogenic, less than 30 to 50 grams of carbohydrates per day. So that means as much as possible, no more rice, avoid the fructose-rich fruits. Just if they want to eat fruit, perhaps they can, eat avocado. And, stuff like that.
Right.
So
is it one thing that comes to maybe our viewers' mind? Is it safe and sustainable? I mean, safe, probably you already mentioned that when you are increasing fat and protein, most of the parameters that you mentioned, right? I mean, are getting into those are becoming range bound. So on that front, I think it definitely is safe. Is it sustainable and affordable? I mean, that is what I think many times, I think all of us do come across that kind of a question. What's your take on that? I mean, is it sustainable, low carb, ketogenic diets?
Yeah, definitely, Yogesh. Both sustainable and affordable. Because every now and then in my platform, I post a low carbohydrate ketogenic level. It's like, for example, I make my own low carbohydrate ice cream.
Oh, wonderful.
Then people say, it's quite difficult to maintain that lifestyle. No, I'm just trying to illustrate that I can give myself some treats because I make my own low carbohydrate ice cream and I eat it, I get to enjoy it, but it doesn't mean that the lifestyle would be non-sustainable and non-affordable because, there are so many low carbohydrate foods out there that are, really very affordable. Like, the greens, vegetable greens, and then here in the Philippines, chicken is cheaper than fish and meat, and other red meat. So it's really sustainable, both sustainable and affordable.
Yeah. And your YouTube channel is very vibrant with all those recipes. Though I think some of the foods are very much, I think, Philippine specific, but I enjoyed watching, including the ice cream that you referred, right? I mean, so that's amazing. So there is one more aspect apart from the neurological, diseases that we discussed. Philippines is also having a lot of prevalence of cardiovascular diseases and cancer. So what's your take on that, and whether, let's say, these kinds of lifestyles, like, let's say, low carb and ketogenic, can that help, or is it helping over there in terms of, let's say, CVDs and cancers in Philippines?
Yeah, definitely, Yogesh, because I was looking at the most recent statistics. Like last year, 2022, the number one cause of death here in the Philippines is still myocardial heart diseases, which is, heart attack, myocardial infarction, which still aligns with the global top one cause of death based on WHO statistics. And then second, not too distant second, third would be stroke or cerebrovascular diseases and cancer, as you say. So hyperglycemia and metabolic syndrome is really plays a very significant role in the development of these diseases. So if we reverse the root cause of metabolic syndrome, then we foresee that these diseases, these non-communicable diseases, would also eventually, decrease and diminish through the years.
Yeah. So one interesting aspect would like to understand while we are discussing with, let's say, esteemed doctors like you. what is the approach that you take? Let's say a patient comes into your clinic, how essentially that person is being, let's say, validated whether he or she is eligible for low carb or ketogenic diets? Any particular approach that you follow, or let's say most of the patients you definitely administer low carb or ketogenic as one of the therapies?
That's another perfect question you ask, because in my own practice, when I first see a patient that I eventually get to diagnose with the metabolic syndrome, I look at the laboratories, and then my initial screening tool would be I look for any irreversible conditions.
Yeah.
Because if there are already irreversible complications, I think my time and effort, because it takes time to explain to the patient that they have to improve their diet, and all that. So it takes at the very least an hour for me to see a patient if it is
Wonderful.
a metabolic syndrome patient.
Yeah.
So my first screening tool is there, severe kidney disease, like chronic kidney disease?
Yes.
Is this patient already, like, let's say, bedridden because of a severe stroke? Because in my opinion, and in my own personal practice, I limit my low carbohydrate intervention on those patients, really, because it's like the quality of life. My impact is much less already. But for the greatest majority who still don't have those complications, I ask this number one question: how many years more in your life drama would you like to live in this planet? Because I want my patients to be self-empowered. Because if they are not motivated and they are not the ones who really would like to keep themselves healthy, I don't see much role, significant role in me being their doctor. So once they are, I find that they're really motivated. Like, let's say some patients, I want to live up to 100, and then I see that they're really diabetic, hypertensive, all the metabolic syndrome manifestations. And then I ask them, are you willing to really improve yourself, improve your body, and then decrease your medications eventually? And if I get their cooperation, I intervene, and based on my experience, I also give them a complete list of foods to avoid and to choose, because they are the low carbohydrate type of foods. And out of that intervention, I see significant success rate. I'd say for those who really follow the low carbohydrate lifestyle, I'd say 100% success rate in my own experience. It's amazing.
Amazingly encouraging to know that. And I think what you're doing, Dr. Don, is miles ahead, right? I mean, in terms of a clinical practice, I mean, you're essentially investing your 1 hour for every patient, and then just making that person understand why we should be doing that, right? I mean, that's really very, I would say, unusual to hear from, let's say, the kind of practices that we see. But that's amazing. I just wanted to have probably a last couple of questions, a quick time check. So one is about Indians, right? I mean, in Philippines or otherwise, I mean, for India, any particular message that you would like to have for, let's say, improving our metabolic health?
First message I usually give to everyone is your health is your own personal responsibility. It's not your doctor's. It's not, it works a lot for me, because I tell my patients, I am not here to be responsible for your health. It's you yourself who's responsible for your health. And that applies not just to Indians, but to everybody, the whole world over. So when I see that they are responsible for their own health, I get dramatic results in their own experience. And then another thing, you in India and us here in the Philippines, we have a lot of common denominators. Like, let's say we love rice, like there in India, I think biryani, and you have roti, all those foods that are really rich in carbohydrates. I think it's just a matter of understanding that these are, how I explain it to my patients, avoid poison. Sugar and refined carbohydrates is poison to your body. Yeah, it's poison. So if it tastes, fantastic, would you still like to, swallow that poisonous, fantastic food? No, I don't consider it food poison. So my patients get to understand that better, and then it makes it gives them bigger, and more effective in really impressing it upon them that you have to avoid this.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Don. And I'll just hand it over to Shashi and Anup for final words.
Just few seconds left. Dr. Don, thank you very much.
Thanks,
And
Shashi,
all
for
this,
inviting me.
all this message coming from a neurologist is big. And I think in India, people listen to doctors, and that too, you're a super specialist, a neurologist. It has a lot of value. Thank you. And special thanks for the video which you have made for announcing this Metabolic Health Conference of India. Thank you very much. Anup.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Don. And we hope to see you again
You,
and again in all the conferences that we would be organizing down the line. And as Shashi said, thank you very much for promoting us even before we went live. Thank you.
I just like to say this is my last words. We are in this together, so we have to work hand in hand because we are doing this from the grassroots, and we are not industry sponsored. We are sponsoring ourselves to do this. So
Thank you.
Power on.
Namaste from India.
Namaste.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we can get the next guest, Dr. Carlos from Mexico, and he's a day behind. It's 11 o'clock at night on Saturday, and we are in Sunday. So I invite Dr. Carlos, and Yogesh will be the host. Welcome, Dr. Carlos.
Thank you, Shashi.
Hello. Thank you very much.
Hello, Dr. Carlos. Yeah.
Hello. How are you? Nice to be here.
Same here. Very good evening. I know it's already really late for you in Mexico, but thanks a lot for joining for this particular event. I would just like to give a quick introduction about Dr. Carlos Zumarraga. He's from Mexico, and he's a medical doctor and founder of at Clínica Keto, a clinic and research center located in Mérida, Yucatan, Mexico. They offer a comprehensive clinical care approach for patients suffering from metabolic diseases derived from the excessive consumption of carbohydrates, which they call as the carbohydrate toxicity syndrome. The model of care integrates medicine, keto nutrition, and addiction therapy for allowing the individual patient to reach serenity and long-term remission of complex chronic diseases like IBS, intestinal permeability, obesity, fatty liver diseases, PCOS or infertility, and type 2 diabetes. And we are looking forward to learning a lot from you, Dr. Carlos, over the next 30 minutes. So let's jump onto this session, right? I mean, and we would really be happy to know your story, your own story about you embracing a low carb or ketogenic lifestyle. So please tell us about yourself. Maybe your journey in the US, what you basically learned over there, and then what exactly triggered you getting into ketogenic or low carb kind of a journey, lifestyle journey.
Yes, thank you very much. So yes, I started this work some years ago. The basic premise is that I did a little bit of research in obesity, and at the beginning I started doing research in metabolic syndrome and obesity, and I started to do the low carbohydrate diet. And when I saw that I have good results with these diseases, I started to extend the research to other areas. And I started studying the low carbohydrate therapy and the ketogenic low carbohydrate therapy. And I tried to educate myself, and I visited the Duke Keto Medicine Clinic in North Carolina in USA. And I learned from the Keto Medicine Clinic there in Duke. And I'm also been studying with Professor Tim Noakes from South Africa with Nutrition Network.
Great. Yeah.
And so we've been doing the academic work and also the clinical work in order to bring the therapy to the patients here in Mexico.
Amazing. Yeah. So, and how long you have been, let's say, on this ketogenic or let's say low carb kind of a lifestyle?
Yeah, we started in 2016 to see the first patients, and we have been doing the therapy and the research since then.
Okay.
And so till today, my clinic is specifically focused in providing the keto medicine therapy for metabolic disease here in Mexico.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Almost 7 to 8 years into this is quite rewarding kind of an experience, and we would definitely like to know more about your patients and their success stories and things like that. So, but before that, I think how let's say as a clinical practitioner, how low carb happened? I mean, what was that moment when you thought about like getting into this and basically starting a keto clinic in Mexico? I mean, what exactly the kind of processes that you went through? Any particular incidences or events that you came across, and that's what made you more, let's say, going deeper into this and embracing this as a career in ketogenic diets? I mean, as we discussed, I mean, you're combining number of different therapies, and ketogenic is one of those. Addiction therapy is another, right? So what exactly is I mean, the trigger factor over here?
Yeah, I was doing in the past research in diabetes, and the focus on diabetes is that is a problem with the pancreas. Even the traditional therapy, they don't consider too much the insulin resistance aspect and the hyperinsulinemia aspect of type 2 diabetes.
Yeah.
And usually the medical establishment think that the type 2 diabetes is a problem with pancreatic failure. So the pancreas is not able to produce insulin in order to fix type 2 diabetes. But in reality, the problem is the periphery and the liver, the insulin resistance. So in this model, I was applying biologics in order to stimulate the pancreas to produce more insulin. Kind of, like the standard of care today, that when the patient is not getting better with medications, with oral medications, they try to apply exogenous insulin. But my idea was to focus on the regeneration of the pancreas. So when I study more in depth the type 2 diabetes, I thought that maybe the best way to treat the disease was to stop, giving carbohydrates to the patient, because the problem is not that the patient is having a problem with the pancreas, but the patient is having too much insulin and insulin resistance. So in a way, the most important thing for this problem, this specific problem with diabetes, is that you don't want to manage the problem. You don't want to manage the carbohydrate load that you give to the patient. What you want to do is you want to avoid the problem. You want to heal the patient. And in order to do that, what you have to do is to stop giving the carbohydrates. And this concept is very important, because you have to think what are the consequences of stopping giving carbohydrates to the patients. Because if the solution for a type 2 diabetic is to stop eating carbohydrates, and you do it, what will be the consequences of doing this? And the important thing is that the carbohydrate is a non-essential nutrient. So we can stop giving carbohydrates to the patients that are they don't tolerate the carbohydrate loads. And we can keep the system healthy with the other nutrients that are essential, like protein, fat, and vitamins, minerals, and so the essential nutrients are there in a ketogenic diet. So when we think like this and we evolve our thinking, we understand in a deeper level the type 2 diabetes, then you can find a solution for this problem. And this problem is really a big problem in the world. The great majority of adults in Mexico suffer from obesity, metabolic syndrome, diabetes, all the diseases derived from insulin resistance, like neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's disease. So in a way, when you understand these concepts, you can help the patients to heal and to improve the quality of life and the health of the society and the health of the families and the health of the individual. So it's very, in a way, it's very inspiring to be doing this work.
True. And very, very nicely put, Dr. Carlos, that we are not supposed to be managing the disease. We have to be healing the disease. We need to be working towards making sure that we are either in remission or we have reversed that particular condition. Tell us more about the approach that you use, let's say, for treating your patients at your clinic. Any particular, let's say, method or let's say combination of methods that you use, any validations that you do while a person or a patient comes to your clinic? What's the process looks like?
Yeah, so the process is like a medical interview. So the first thing that we do is we review the medical history of the patient. We review the laboratories, the imaging they may have. We review medications that are very important, supplements, if the patients are taking supplements, if the patient have allergies. So we do all the clinical history that is relevant to the clinical case. We establish a diagnosis. We also, it's very important to know what type of patient are you managing when you first encounter the patient. If you are treating a patient that is having hyperinsulinemia, type 2 diabetes, that has pancreatic reserve, or you're having a patient that is having an autoimmune condition that maybe you're having a LADA that is, or a type 1 diabetic that is having a destruction of the beta cells of the pancreas, and you're having a decrease in the population of cells, and this will create a lack of insulin. And this concept is very important to understand in the clinic, because it has implications for the safety of the therapy for the patient. So this is more or less the first visit that we do. And at the same time, we check the patient in the weight, the height, we measure the waist circumference, we do a physical examination, and then we start teaching the therapeutic carbohydrate restriction. And we have a model of that is from is like an academic model that is in research, very similar to the one that I learned at Duke University. That is a program based on 20 grams of total carbohydrates a day to start the therapy. And we teach this that is based on real food. We don't use a lot of oils or supplements or products or keto products or nothing like that. We have to be able to standardize the therapy to make sure that the patient understands the concept of having a baseline for the carbohydrate intake. So from there you have a reference where you will work. And this is important that you do it with real food. So we focus on meat, basically, on like pork and lamb and beef and chicken and seafood and eggs. So we start with this protein with fat as the center of the therapy. And then we add a little bit of leafy greens, a little bit of vegetables that is measured in a way that is no more than 20 grams of carbohydrates. And we also give a little bit of complements like a little bit of olives and avocados and a little bit of mayonnaise, a little bit of lard that is used for cooking. And you know, in this way we do the standardization of the diet, and then we fix the medications for the patients in order to start the therapy from day one. And then we follow with the patients, because the patients will start healing and improving and removing the visceral fat and decreasing the insulin and improving the insulin sensitivity. And this will need more medication de-prescription or de-prescribing. And so this is what we follow. We make sure that the patient is not in any medication that is dangerous for or for creating hypoglycemia.
Yeah.
And we make sure to follow for blood pressure as well. We teach the patients how to monitor the blood pressure at home, and we give some. I give some margins of reference for the blood pressure. So if the pressure starts coming down because the patient is having the improvement in the water retention and the vasculature, because we can have improvement in vasodilation, and when we increase the vasodilation, we decrease the volume, we decrease the blood pressure. So this is something that is good for the patient that has high blood pressure, and we can start decreasing also the medications for these patients.
Sure.
And this is very satisfying to be able to heal the patient and to be able to return the patient to autonomy and to be autonomous and to be self-reliant and to recover the independence that makes the patient feel
a lot healthier and
independent. Yes. So
wonderful, wonderful. And then this was so intense last few minutes, Dr. Carlos. I think can trigger probably another whole session of our discussion. So no, but I definitely would like to touch upon a few things, and this is really very helpful for our viewers. So one thing the takeaway from your practice is like 20 grams of carbohydrate restriction is something you mentioned, because carbohydrate toxicity is something that you definitely look at. So that's one thing. You also mentioned about patient care in terms of educating them and then basically making them understand why we are doing it. So that's another very unique aspect that I'm seeing, which is actually leading to a success. And the last thing you mentioned about, if not carbohydrates, what is to be consumed is a lot of fat. So fat is at the center of this particular treatment. Now, the question that comes to you, not my mind, but viewers' mind, is how your blood markers, I mean, you touched upon that, but can you walk us through, like, I mean, after, let's say, switching to high-fat kind of diets, low-carb or ketogenic diets, how the reflection is on the blood markers, right? I mean, for most of these patients. And anything that you would like to talk about that?
Yes. Yeah. Of course, yes. So usually the patients come and we do a baseline level of laboratories. We check blood chemistries, we check blood cell counts, we check the urine of the patients, the urine analysis.
Yeah.
So what we see usually is that we have patients that have metabolic disease. So usually we have patients that either they have diabetes, full-blown diabetes, or they will have, for example, metabolic syndrome or obesity, metabolic syndrome, and then diabetes. So it's like a spectrum of disease. What we see is that they come with high blood sugar. They come with waist circumference that is large. We see patients with high blood pressure. We see patients with hypertriglyceridemia, that is, the triglycerides are elevated, and we see patients with low HDL. So this is the first time that I check for the labs is the way that I focus on diagnosing the metabolic health, how metabolically healthy the patient is. But usually we have patients that are more sick, like, for example, we can see the patients that have these metabolic syndrome markers, and they also have, for example, liver enzymes that are elevated, like ALT, AST, and GGT, and these are markers of hepatitis, non-alcoholic hepatitis or NASH. And usually these patients also have in the imaging, they have in the ultrasound or in a scan, you can see that the patients have fatty liver disease. So you have the fatty liver disease in the imaging, you have the liver enzymes elevated, you have NASH, you have the metabolic syndrome. Sometimes the patients have everything. So you can also see, for example, in the urine that the patients have glucose, so they have glucosuria, and this is one of the problems with dehydration, and one of the triad to having the triad in the clinic for the diabetics is that they are thirsty, they are hungry, and they are urinating all the time because they are having this osmotic aspect of the glucose in the urine because they have surpassed the tolerance of the kidney, and then the kidney start sending the glucose to the urine, and this causes is a protection in a way, but in another way is a problem. Sometimes we see that patients that are taking, for example, Hardians, that they have glucosuria that is massive, like 1,000 units or 1,000 molecules. Sometimes these patients have a lot of problems with urine. They have urine infections that are chronic, that are repetitive, and we remove the fluoxins from the therapy of the patients, and we follow with the laboratories, and in 2-3 weeks all of these markers will improve dramatically. We also follow markers of inflammation like C-reactive protein. We follow, for example, in special patients, we follow testosterone, for example, for patients with polycystic ovarian syndrome. We also check for vitamin D levels. That is very common in Mexico, that we have low levels of vitamin D. So we check also, what other labs do we check? So the urine, something special. Sometimes we do, we also follow for sure, we follow insulin, fasting insulin, and we check hemoglobin A1C to see how bad the patient is in long term, in 90 days. And then sometimes we have to check C-peptide, that is can be elevated in some patients, that can be decreased in other patients. And this marker is very important for our research in our clinic, as well as the fasting insulin and all the others as well, because it's like this is a disease, that is a syndrome that is created in a spectrum of expression, clinical expression of disease, but in reality you are having the excessive consumption of carbohydrates above the personal carbohydrate threshold, and then you are generating the disease that can be fixed and can be reversed with a low carbohydrate diet, ketogenic diet.
Amazing. So it is basically you're treating the entire system, and not just, let's say, one particular parameter. You're trying to fix that. So that's an amazing, well-rounded approach. Now, the next aspect that comes to my mind is what are the how many times the patients basically comes back to the clinic because he or she is not able to sustain, right? So how's the sustainability factor comes into play here? Do you want to reflect on that?
Yes. The sustainability of the ketogenic diet is it's variable. But in a way, I can tell that maybe we have like 60% of the patients that can maintain the therapy long term. But the most important thing for sustainability is that the patient has a motive. So it has a reason to do the program. And is convinced to do the program. So the patients that are convinced, that have a reason for doing the ketogenic diet, they will stay in the program. But we have to help the patients to remain in the program, because sustainability is associated, is related with cravings and the addiction aspect of the carbohydrate. So we have to fix all the pathways that are related to reaching serenity, or food serenity, or sobriety. And this is a biological and a psychological problem. So it's not only something that is a behavioral problem, but it's a biological problem as well. So we have to fix the glucose variability. That's one of the first things that we have to do, to fix the glucose variability, because when the glucose is variable and you have peaks and dips of glucose, the patient is in a stress state. So it's difficult to maintain a program if you're having volatility in glucose. So the ketogenic diet will stabilize the variability of glucose, and this will help the brain to get access to energy in the forms of ketones, but also to not have the variability of glucose. So these are two important aspects of the therapy: stability of glucose, and also the access to energy, to the ketogenic, to the ketones from the brain. The brain really like to it's eager to use ketones to work. It's as well as the heart. So when you give the opportunity to the brain to switch to the ketogenic diet, the brain gets better in many ways. So this is the first step. The second level, it's also in the brain, that is in the limbic system. So this is important that in our program, we focus on real food, and we try to avoid everything that is addictive or is processed food, like keto products and all of this industry that is around the ketogenic diet, that is really not really ketogenic, because in order to be in a ketogenic state, you have to be below your personal carb threshold. So you cannot promise that this product will be ketogenic for this patient, because this patient can have a very low threshold. So in a way, the products are really not objective in a way. They are not fulfilling the promise. And also, these products keep the dopamine system hyperactive. And the patients start, they continue to have cravings, and having cravings is one of the problems to sustainability. So if when we give a well-formulated real food ketogenic diet, we avoid all of this processed food, and we get the patient into a new set point for dopamine, where we don't have the peaks of dopamine and the crashes of dopamine, and we help with the cravings. This also helps to the sustainability. And the third aspect is that once the patient is well it's in a good state in the biology, with the glucose and the ketones and the dopamine, then you have to work with the patient with the motives, and you have to work with the patient with intention, and the patient start having a higher level of cognition, because they work from the cortex, that is the higher level of ability or capability of the human, and then you can direct the program. But this is very fragile. It's a system that is very fragile. So you have to keep the patient at least 1 year in a program like this in order to create a new habit, and to heal the brain, and to establish a new lifestyle that is therapeutic and is beneficial for putting the metabolic disease of the patient in remission.
That's a very very valid point about maybe taking this particular process for at least, let's say, an year, so that that basically becomes an habit. It becomes a cognitively accepted kind of a behavior. So wonderful points. We have 3 minutes, 2 minutes left into this conversation. Just one or two quick questions. One is on the IBS and the other one is on the cancer patients. I think both you have been treating. Do you want to suggest anything how, let's say, low carb or ketogenic diet can help in IBS or cancer?
Sure. So in IBS, the problem is that usually the IBS is considered a psychosomatic disease, so that is triggered by, for example, stress. Usually the patients are bloated, they have colic, they have pain, they have distension of the abdomen because they have a lot of gas. So in reality, what we see with the ketogenic diet is that when we decrease the amount of carbohydrates, and the fermentation in the gut decreases, and then the gas decreases, and the inflammation decreases. Usually with a ketogenic diet, as a 20-gram ketogenic diet, this will work almost always for the IBS, and also for the the gastrointestinal tract, from the gastritis to the colitis to the gastroesophageal reflux disease. All of these diseases get better with the ketogenic diet.
So Dr. Carlos, sorry. I would like to pause for maybe a second, because we are approaching the top of the hour. Sorry
Yes.
about that. I wish we would have continued for longer, but
Yes.
I'm sure that we will definitely be having another session with you. There is lot to learn from your experience that you're having in treating patients, right? I mean, in Mexico. So Shashi, would you like to have, let's say, the final few words? Can Shashi be here? Can we bring him in the main room spotlight? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Yogesh. Dr. Carlos, I wanted to thank you personally for appearing in this historic event of India. And Dr. Carlos is my colleague from Nutrition Network, and I'm so happy to have him represent Mexico in this low carb from across the globe. Thank you for sharing. You have a lot to share, and we will have a little more extended program, maybe in D-Life podcast, and we'll be so happy to have little more knowledge from you. Thank you, Carlos. And
I appreciate.
Thank you, Dr. Carlos, and thanks for your time late in the evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you, Sashi. Thank you, Yogesh. I appreciate this opportunity, and I'm very happy to be here and to participate, and it's an honor to be here. So we'll keep in touch, and
Yeah.
you know, we have a lot to discuss in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Namaste from India.
Thank you. Thanks, Shashi.
So I welcome our next guest from Malaysia, Dr. Nurzeti, who is also my colleague from Nutrition Network, and Pramila, the host.
Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to the first Low Carb Nutrition Conference. I am Pramila Mundra, a low carb nutritionist from Bangalore, and it's a pleasure to host Dr. Nurzeti from Malaysia today. Dr. Zeti, welcome to the first Low Carb Conference. It's a great pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. I'm honored to be invited.
Yeah, so before we go ahead, I would like to introduce you briefly for our viewers here. Dr. Colonel Nurzeti Ahmed is a family medicine physician with a Malaysian Armed Forces Health Services. She is a fellow and member of the Board of Examiners for the Academy of Family Medicine in Malaysia. She's been very passionate in the field of preventive and lifestyle medicine. She's been using low-carb approaches on her clients in her practice very actively since 2018. And recently, she was accredited as the Metabolic Health Practitioner by the Society of Metabolic Health Practitioners. Welcome again, Doctor. And we would like to start the session by hearing, how did you actually know about low carb approach and what actually made you pursue it seriously?
Okay, it started in 2018. At that time, I just turned 40 years old. So as a military personnel, we have to go our routine medical checkup every year. So I went for my medical checkup. At that time, I was 40 years old, and I realized that I was in a very bad shape. I mean, I'm overweight. I didn't get to lose all of my pregnancy weight that I gained the years before. So I thought that's a wake-up call, and I need to do something about it. So as usual, we do the mainstream, like what we've been taught, which is eat less and move more. So I've been trying really hard, exercising and doing calorie restriction, and I'm so miserable and hungry all the time.
Yeah.
So I remember I was so hungry that there are days that in my clinic that I have to ask my patient the same question again and again. Like I ask them, how can I help you today? And after that, I ask them again, how can I help you today? Because I was so hungry that I can't even function well. So I realized that there must be something wrong with the advice. You know, I'm a doctor. I mean, I know that I'm motivated. I know my sciences. I read all the clinical practice guideline. And if I can't do it, I mean, how would I expect my patient to do it? And I felt like I'm a hypocrite asking people to do things that I myself can't do. So I started to, I thought to myself that I should try other things. Let's try other things, things that not in my medical textbook. So actually, I started to use fasting before low carb. before low carbohydrate. I started to do fasting first because I'm a Muslim, so I'm used to fasting. So I thought that this is easy. I mean, and I run a very busy clinic. So when you're busy with your patient, you don't really realize the time flies by.
Yeah.
So you can just fast like no problem. And as I was fasting, I'm trying to find like what is the best nutrition to support my fasting so that I can fast longer and so that I won't feel hungry. I mean, like I won't feel tired when I'm fasting. So that is the time when I started to bump into low carbohydrate diet and keto diet, real food diet, or all those other diets that help to support me to become healthier and fast better. So, and as at first I just use all the free resources, like all the lectures from YouTube, and I buy books. I started with Jason Fung book and Ben Bigman, and then I got better. I think I lost 11 kilogram in 3 months, and it's effortless. It's not, I don't feel hungry. I don't feel tired. It's so effortless. And one day, what get me is like, there's one day, and as you get healthier, your face will change, your body will change.
Right.
And one patient came to see me one day. I mean, he came to see me for follow-up. It's his 6 monthly follow-up. And then I was standing in front of him, and he asked me, I have an appointment with Dr. Zeti. Then I said, I'm Dr. Zeti, don't you remember me, sir? And he said, you look so different, doctor. Oh, you look different. What do you mean I look different? Yeah, I almost didn't recognize you. You look so different. I mean, like in a good way.
Right.
Then I was thinking, yeah, this thing is very powerful. I mean, it's not about just losing weight. It really changed you. It make you healthier. He said that you look younger. I almost didn't notice you. So then I was thinking, maybe I should give this a try to my patient. I mean, like, even if they can't lose weight, if that makes them feel healthier, more energy, more energetic, or maybe make them look younger. I mean, like, who don't want that, right? Everyone wants to be.
Yeah.
I mean, like everyone want to look younger and want to look slimmer and want to have lots of energy. So I start to do this to my patient, and then I start to experiment with my patient, and they love it. And they keep asking me like, why didn't you tell us sooner? Why didn't you tell this approach sooner, doctor? Why now? I said, I just learned about it myself. So I got better and better, but as soon as I start to use it on my patient, I start to become a bit I feel inadequate because now I'm using it on my patient. I mean, some of them are not well. So I'm not sure like how aggressive I should go. Is it safe for me to stop their medication when they got better? So at that point, I thought I need to have more training. I mean, like a formal training. So I start to look around for formal training. So I bumped into Nutrition Network, and they offered so many, as you all know here, they offered so many useful online courses, and I become obsessed with their courses. I mean, I keep buying and buying and buying their courses and try to do as much as possible because all their courses actually answer a lot of my uncertainties. The one that, the things that you've been doing anyway with your patient, but sometimes you wonder, why is it this way? They offer the explanation, the scientific basis, so it makes you feel safe as a doctor. And then 2 years later, I found out about a Society of Metabolic Health Practitioner. So I decided to go for their accreditation. So that's about it. That's how I got into this.
Wonderful. Very inspiring and lovely story, doctor. We are also curious to know whether other doctors in the community, do you find them practicing low carb or anybody advising that?
Yes, I have my circle of friends who are also like into this. I know maybe personally around 20 of them. over here in
That's a
Malaysia.
huge number. Yeah.
Yeah, but I personally think there's more. It's slowly penetrating our medical community, but maybe some are still skeptical. I mean, they don't want to like say it openly that I'm doing low carb, you know. So they are doing it, but they don't like label it as I'm doing low carb. Yeah.
But why? If they are seeing the benefits, is there any reason for the hesitancy?
Because it's not the mainstream. So maybe some people are afraid that because it's not a mainstream, people think that you're weird or you're doing something that is
different.
Yes, different and maybe not supported by evidence. Maybe they feel that way. Yeah, because that's what I feel when I first started. Only when I found the community and I went into training, I feel confident to explain what I'm doing. You see,
right.
Some they just doing it, but they are not comfortable enough to explain it. So that's why I think they don't declare it as open. Yeah.
Yeah. So what about the dietary guidelines in your country? How do you find it? Like, are they optimal for the health requirements of your country, or what do you think would you want it to change?
Okay, just like other mainstream dietary guideline worldwide, therapeutic carbohydrate restriction is not clearly spelled in our CPG. In our clinical practice guide, it's not clearly, but they did say that you have to reduce, carbohydrate for the diabetes, but it is not clearly spelled. And for Malaysia, I noticed that our clinical practice guideline for diabetes, they mention reducing carb is important, but by using partial or total diet replacement, which means by using liquid diet or meal replacement. So that is like they don't really say that you do low carb with a natural food. They said low carb is possible with partial or total diet replacement, which I think even there's evidence to support this. I mean, I don't see it working in my practice because meal replacements, number one, is very expensive. And it's not satisfying for us. I mean, can you imagine like taking liquids? I mean, where we don't chew, right? You just drink. So it's not satisfying for my patient.
And it's not sustainable for long.
Yeah, it's not sustainable. And it's also culturally it's not accepted. I mean, you cannot expect like someone else is eating and you are drinking next to it. Basically that's the thing that they need to change. They need to say that low carb is possible even with a whole food diet. Whole food and a real food diet. Not just by meal replacement.
True. So do you have a community working towards it, or some a sort of a organization who would like to push it through or address it aggressively to make this change happen?
Yeah, we have, but because our number is small, so we are still, finding our way. Yeah, hopefully with, more collaboration with people from the global, like what we are doing now is really good, because now they get to see that, everyone is doing it. All around the world is doing it. We're not the odd ones that is doing it.
Right. And the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, and the results speak for themselves. The results speak for themselves. I myself nowadays, I feel like when me and my friend who are practicing it, they said that whenever we go somewhere, people are looking at what we eat.
Okay. They're curious.
They're curious. They're curious.
Yeah. So there is a change happening, but it's gradual.
Yes.
And what are the couple of myths, the common myths you would say existing in your country related to healthy foods?
I guess it's the same throughout the world. Like grains is important. You need grains, you need fiber. Oats is very important for your health. Like practically everyone with a cholesterol problem are forcing themselves to eat oats. But when if like most of my patients who are using continuous glucose monitor, the glucose monitoring, they found that oats is very bad for your sugar. I mean, like, I don't know how oats get to become the the heart-healthy breakfast. It's not healthy at all.
Very true.
And also we have, in Malaysia, we have this thinking that bread is better than rice. When it's actually the same, both are carb, but somehow they feel that bread is better than rice. And in my opinion, I would rather if my patient eat rice rather than bread. Because when they eat rice, I mean, no Malaysian would eat rice on its own. You don't eat plain rice, you know?
Yeah, you combine it with...
we eat rice with side dishes, right? We eat with curry, we eat with vegetables, we eat protein, chicken. We don't eat rice on its own.
Right.
And when my patient eat rice, I can ask them to keep on pushing their proteins and their vegetables. Keep on pushing their protein, and it's very easy to reduce their rice. But when they eat bread, or when they eat noodles, or when they eat pasta, the protein is too little. It's just like few pieces here and there. So it's very hard to reduce because you'll be hungry, right? You cannot be eating like a quarter pasta.
True.
So they're going to be very hungry. So in my patient, I encourage them to eat rice and side dish. I know rice is still sugar, but I feel that somehow for Asian, it's easier to do their low carb with rice on board. Because we can, you know, like for example, like in India, you eat banana leaf, right? Banana leaf. You know, banana leaf, you have rice and so many side dish, right?
Side dishes,
Yeah. Can you imagine in Malaysia, we have like that. We also have like that kind of concept for Chinese food. We also have like that kind of concept for Malay food, because the three main race in Malaysia is Malay, Chinese, and Indian. So we have like that banana leaf concept for each and every race. So our choice of side dish is immense. We have so many side dish. I can eat curry with some Chinese side dish. And also we have a lot of influence from, you know, Korean. Now people are into Korean. Like Korean also have a lot of side dish. Japanese and also the Arab food, they also have a lot of side dishes. So when they eat rice and all these side dishes, they never get bored because there's so many of them. And they can eat, you know, it's hard to eat like just chicken curry and lots of chicken. It's hard. But if you can eat like a bit of chicken curry and a bit of vegetables, okra, and a bit of fish, fried fish, it's easy for you to increase your protein. And when your protein is increased, it's very hard for you to overeat your rice.
Very
so
true.
So they feel satiated. I always tell my patient, you eat your side dish until you're full, until you feel satisfied. Only then you touch your rice. Because you cannot go. I mean, you cannot go beyond.
Overeat.
You cannot overeat.
Yeah.
And they feel satisfied because they don't feel deprived, because they still get to eat their carb.
Yeah, it's the strategy to get the proteins in first.
Yes, get in the proteins first. And we also hear about this thing called the, you know, recently there's this study that shows that the food sequencing really helps.
Yes.
Food sequencing, where you eat a protein and vegetable first, and then only you eat your carb last. And then you can see that not only that it increases your satiety, it helps you to not overeat. You can also see that the blood sugar
spike.
Yeah, it's very stable, because my patient who's been using this, because I have a lot of patients who's been using a continuous glucose monitor. I can really see that when they are doing like that, their glucose stability, their glucose excursion is very, it's much improved. So it's a win-win situation, and they can eat good food. And they feel happy.
Yeah, that's the basis of sustainability, because you need to be happy with what you're eating daily.
Yes, there's no resistance whatsoever.
Wonderful.
I mean, like, and it also, as a doctor, it's so much easier to ask your patient to eat more. I mean, I keep asking my patient, eat more protein, eat more chicken, eat more meat, eat more eggs.
Rather than to say, totally opposite to the mainstream advice.
Yeah, rather than don't eat this, don't eat pasta, don't eat rice, don't eat. You know, it's easier to tell people
The positive,
what to do rather than
what not to do.
And cannot do that. Yeah, it's much easier. Even with children, right? It's much easier
Agree.
to tell them what to do rather than don't. So it helps with our rapport with our patient.
Totally agree. It's more motivating and positive way forward.
Yes.
So, doctor, what is the metabolic status you right now find in your country? And do you find any similarities when you compare Malaysia and India, the metabolic status currently, what's going on?
I think, I mean, if you ask me about my country, like our last National Health Morbidity Survey is in 2019. We have one expecting in 2023, but the result is not yet coming. So it should come out anytime soon because the next one is in 2023. But the data that I have is from 2019. Okay. And 1 in 5 Malaysian is actually diabetic. 1 in 5, can you imagine? And that is about 4 million. 1 in 5 Malaysian is diabetic, and 3 in 10 is hypertensive. 3 in 10 has hypertensive, and I think the most the scariest of them all is 1 in 2, which is half of Malaysian, is either overweight or obese.
Yeah, so it's like an epidemic.
Yeah. And it's also not surprising. Half of Malaysian have central obesity. 1 in 2 has central obesity, which is waist circumference more than 90 centimeter for male and 80 centimeter for ladies. So that is very, very worrying. To the point that now my patient actually told me that when they lost weight, their friends and families are concerned, saying that they are too thin. Like, you're too thin, you're sick. Don't do this diet. It's not good for you. You're too thin. Because they are not. Whereas if you chart their body mass index, they are right smack in the middle. I mean, they are very normal. But because you see so many fat people now that if you are normal, you are thin.
Totally. You're being sick or being unhealthy is like a new normal now.
Yeah, the new normal. So if you have a normal BMI, you are considered malnourished or thin. If you have a normal BMI. Because many of us in Malaysia, we are either overweight or obese. So that's the sad truth. So I have a lot of patients who's very concerned because like the family members are not happy that they are losing weight. They said that they are getting sick. I myself, people has been asking me whether I have cancer.
Oh.
Do you have cancer? Or do you have what's happening to you? Are you getting? Do you have some form of illness? You know, a lot of my friends, and they are doctors.
Yes, I think it's a very common phenomenon in India also. When they see you getting healthier and healthier or toned and leaner, they start discouraging you from the diet which you're doing.
Yes.
Probably because they themselves are not able to do it. That is also one of the reasons.
Because it looks weird. It's very weird to lose weight after 40 years old, you know, like nearing menopause and you're losing weight. That's very weird. Like, people don't see that.
True.
Yeah.
Very right. Very rightly put. Because people don't see that and they accept it that is the natural way of progression.
Yes, that is the natural way. Yes.
Yeah. And they don't know the alternatives or the solutions which is available with just a food or lifestyle change.
Yeah. I have to tell them that, no, my body mass index is normal. I'm normal. I was fat before.
Yes.
I was fat before. I was overweight before. Now I'm normal. Nothing wrong with me. Inshallah.
True. Totally agree.
Yeah.
So, doctor, do you have any interesting case specifically which you would like to share or any observation in your low carb practice approach?
Yeah, I was like what I mentioned just now, the thing that I find when I first started to do low carb, when I first learned about low carb in 5 years ago, I didn't really I myself quite skeptical that we can do this in Malaysia. Because as I said, we are the rice nation, right? We are the rice nation. I mean, like, how can I ask my patient to stop eating rice? I mean, like, that's absurd. Okay. So, but the funny thing now, that's why I feel that when my patient convert to real food, which is rice and the side dishes, it is much easier. What they need to stop is all the processed food. All the food from the flour, the paratas, the chapati, the bread, the biscuits, the pasta, those are the culprit. Because those food won't allow them to eat enough nutrition, won't allow them to eat protein and vegetables. And also, all the flour-based food will also impede with, we have what they call anti-nutrient.
Yes.
So so it impedes with the absorption, and it makes them full.
Correct.
It makes them full. Like if you eat noodles, you'll be full. You don't have any more space for protein if you eat noodles. So my it's funny. I thought rice gonna be a problem, but actually, in my case, rice is the savior. Because when I convert them to eat rice, this is what I noticed. My patient who is like more into rice and side dishes, they are better than the one who like to eat flour-based food, noodles, all the all the
packaged processed
packaged food,
or...
packaged processed food, those are the people that is very hard to progress, because they are hungry. Because when they are not getting enough nutrition,
the body is craving all the time.
Yes, the balance of the ghrelin and the leptin is not right, isn't it? So they cannot conquer their hunger. They cannot conquer their hunger. And in my patient who eat real food, once they can conquer their hunger, so I will keep asking them to eat more and more and more. Keep what I call nourishing their body. I say, don't care about the diet first. Just try to eat enough protein and vegetables. Just try to eat enough nutrition. Okay. As soon as their hunger is they can regulate their appetite better, I will give them the option of fasting.
Wonderful.
So when they do fasting, so they can get more threshold for the carbohydrate. I mean, they can eat more carbohydrate, isn't it? Because they won't be eating the whole day. So they just have one meal. So relatively, they are not eating much. So they can eat like a bit more.
Yes.
So that kind of like balancing up. And because fasting is very well acceptable in my country, because we have a majority of Malaysian are Muslim, even though we are multiracial, even the days before fasting, before intermittent fasting, I mean, I have my non-Muslim friend fasting with us. So it's something that is not new. So it's very culturally acceptable. It's very easy to ask people to fast in Malaysia.
Really nice to hear you, Doctor. I think we've got a couple of good insights on your approach, and it's actually so good to know that it's working well and it's progressing towards a better, healthy lifestyle. I would like to now invite Shashikant Iyengar on the screen, please.
Dr. Nurzeti, thank you very much for accepting this invite. And truly, you coming here has made this event global. So we wanted this global perspective, as many flags we wanted to fly in our banners. And your personal story, your personal success, plus you applying in patients something out of the world. And we wish that we will have many doctors like you across the globe, so that we fight this rising metabolic syndrome. You are also my colleague from Nutrition Network. You are the certified medical practitioner, and I am the certified coach. Plus, both of us are MHP. So I'm the first one in India, and probably you're the first one in Malaysia also.
Yeah, I'm the first in Malaysia.
So happy to have my colleagues from various organizations coming in and speaking for common cause. So from the bottom of my heart, I really thank you for this sharing your wisdom.
Thank you for inviting me. Yeah.
So
thank you, Dr. Nurzeti.
And namaste from India. Thank you.
Yeah. Namaste.
So
I would like to
for the next session, I invite Dr. Iftikhar Qazi from the border from Pakistan and Sandesh, the host.
Hello, friends. Very excited to be here with all of you. My name is Sandesh. I am a passionate nutritionist, member of the D-Life community. Today is a great day. We've had some great conversations from folks representing, the doctors representing many flags of their countries. And I'm very interested here to progress the day with talking to Dr. Qazi. Friends, as I was reading up the internet regarding the current metabolic health issues in the rest of Asian countries, I surfaced on this paper in the Annals of Medicine and Surgery, dated 2022. It said the increasing rate of diabetes in Pakistan, a silent killer, 26% of adults in Pak are full-blown diabetics. This is just the full-blown diabetics percentage. While on the other side, in social media, we hear comments like all meat-eating countries have higher prevalence of diabetes and metabolic syndrome. Why? Is that true? Is meat responsible for diabetes? We have the honor and privilege of having someone with us who's been in the ground in Pakistan, in remotest towns and villages, in NGOs, small hospitals with very minimal facilities and equipments. Welcome, Dr. Qazi, to India's first Metabolic Conference.
Thank you very much, and I am highly obliged and thankful for inviting me.
Dr. Qazi, please tell us more about yourself, the circumstances you grew up in, and what drove you towards getting into medical training.
I was always passionate about becoming a physician, so I enrolled in the physician training program in Pakistan in internal medicine. So we have our own College of Physicians and Surgeons, which is the degree awarding institute in Pakistan. It is very similar to that of Bangladesh. And we have a structured training program. I trained as a physician. After doing that, I worked for a few years in my country, and then I went to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And that place, as happens with many expatriates, my weight started to go up and up. It was already up. And then it kind of became unmanageable. It came at a point of time when it became unmanageable. I was in excess of 125 kilos. And I was having a pre-diabetes, pre-hypertension. I started to develop symptoms of obstructive sleep apnea. And at that point of time, there was a time of Ramadan. I was searching for fasting information. Then I stumbled upon the low carb and keto lifestyle. And then when I studied more and more, it made more and more sense to invest in such a thing. So within a year or 14 months, I managed to lose 1/3 of my body weight. I went from 125 kilos up to 83 or 82 kilos within 14 months. So that was enough eye-opening, or N is equal to 1 experiment for me, which just catapulted me to study more and more and more about the subject and to learn. And as you are aware that all information is shared by social media, by things like Twitter, Facebook, and things like that. So if you will search for official low-carb publications coming from Pakistan, there are very few papers. The latest one was about gestational diabetes mellitus, which was published in 2020 by Ikra Shokat in International Journal of Biosciences, in which she was telling that the females who are eating less chapatis, they are less likely to develop gestational diabetes mellitus. And those who are eating more flatbreads or rotis, they are liable to develop more chances of getting gestational diabetes mellitus. But if you will contrast this with Facebook, then you will find multiple groups originating from Pakistan having thousands of participants, and literally hundreds of them are sharing their ongoing success stories about weight loss and weight maintenance on low carb and various versions of keto. So all the development that is taking place through the social media. the official publications are very slow and reluctant to accept such things. Still now, this is the situation in Pakistan. So as you touched upon the incidence of diabetes in Pakistan, I was also searching about this, and I was searching the IDF, International Diabetes Federation website. So that is putting Pakistan on number 1 with 30.3% prevalence. So if you will contrast this with United States or India, the 2023 prediction on IDF website is around 10%, both for India and for United States. So I don't know why Pakistan is so high that the number of diabetics in Pakistan are 3 times more compared to those in India or to the United States. And after Pakistan, then there are a few small island nations where people have genetic defects which predispose people for developing diabetes mellitus. And then in the higher 20s, the Middle Eastern countries are coming, the Bahrain, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Egypt. So these prevalence-wise, these countries are on number 2. Probably the reason is that weather is too much hot, and the cold drinks and the sweet drinks advertisement is too much. And the most important thing in that area is that you can buy a can of Pepsi or Coke at a lesser price than that of water. So water is more expensive sometimes compared to soft drinks. So you can well imagine that people would throw away the money at soft drinks because nobody wants to purchase water at a higher rate than that of soft drinks. So it is for this reason that, but Pakistan, probably nutritional deficiencies in the mothers and the small babies, they also play a great role. Vitamin deficiencies such as vitamin A and vitamin D, they are very common in pregnant females. And it is also associated with the prevalence of increased diabetes. I was also looking at per capita sugar consumption in Pakistan. So as far as that is concerned, the data I got was from in 1965, average per capita sugar consumption was 4 kilograms. And the latest data for 2023 is 21 kilogram per head. So that is in excess of 60 grams intake of sugar per day. The WHO maximal recommendation is 25 grams per day. So the relevant data from India is the average per capita Indian sugar consumption is 29 kilos, which is 50% more than that of the Pakistanis. But for India, the data is, India is a very big country, so 40% of sugar consumption is coming from 3 states, that is UP, Maharashtra, and Karnataka, probably due to the regional foods and the festivities associated with that. So I think that in South Asian people, the main problem is the livers cannot handle fructose load. The more fructose that is delivered to the livers, that results in people who are thin from outside and fat from inside. Means their liver is full of fat and outside they don't develop any findings of metabolic syndrome. So if for the lay person or the casual person, metabolic syndrome is when you develop obesity and hypertension and your blood sugar and triglycerides start to go up. Your waist circumference goes up, and then everybody tells you that you look fat, but it is not essential in India and Pakistan or China for that matter. Person will be very thin and lean. He has ideal waist and the blood pressure is all right, but liver is extensively diseased because the liver cannot handle the extra load of fructose that is delivered to it again and again and again. So probably this is the main reason that this fatty liver disease, what is also known as metabolic associated steatotic liver disease nowadays, they call it MASLD. So that is much more common and that is a precursor of leading towards diabetes. But specifically, no RCT or big data is available which can tell us that why we are so much different from Caucasians, why South Asians, they have much more inherent insulin resistance and they have much less lean muscle mass compared to the Caucasians or the English people.
Thank you, doctor. I think, numbers are hard facts. I don't think anybody can deny that. So thanks so much for sharing and giving a comparator, from different countries, in Asia. I think that's the unique perspective you bring in. Doctor, a little curious to know what's the typical diet or the meal plate in Pakistan? What's on the plate, and if you can describe a little bit.
The majority of the plate, or the 3/4 of the plate, consists of wheat or various versions of wheat. According to a study published just a year ago, 72% of calories of average household in Pakistan are coming from wheat. Usually it is the flatbread or roti, or in some part of the country it comes by the version of naan, which is just cooked in a tandoor. So it is essentially the same thing. The wheat, the Pakistani plate is very simple. 3/4 is consisting of wheat, and 1/4 is consisting of sometimes vegetables, sometimes lentils, and sometimes some version of protein, such as chicken or beef or mutton. But actually, due to the economic downturn, the high prices of commodities, and the recent flood which came in Pakistan 2 years ago, practically 1/3 of our country was submerged in water. Due to that, even the agricultural output was severely affected. So at this point of time, due to the inflation, I am afraid that even more percentage of the calories will be coming from wheat, probably around somewhere 80 to 85%. That leaves very little space for things like protein or fats. But fats also, whenever people are pushed financially, they go for easier options. So easier options are some combination of wheat or potatoes and oil and lots of sugar and salt. So traditionally also our food pattern and food platter is similar to the Indian states, majority of Indian states. But I am afraid that even now the wheat is even a more prominent place. So the carbohydrate intake is probably 3/4 of the total caloric intake.
Thank you, doctor. I think that's very, very enlightening. I just wanted to, pivot a little bit to when I opened the conversation around meat, and is meat the cause for, diabetes? What's your, you've been, working in really, in the entrenched parts of Pakistan. And I wanted to understand a little bit more around, as you're coaching your patients, how are you talking to them about meat? I know there's a lot of fear. So what are your views about meat and diabetes?
Meat is the best thing you can take if you are a diabetic or are suffering from obesity. Any version of protein will do. I would advise anybody to experiment, get a CGM monitor, continuous glucose monitor, and eat as much meat or eggs as much as possible. It will not spike your sugar at all. So these are the most highly satiating foods. You will feel fuller very quickly. And as Dr. Sean Baker was telling yesterday, nobody can eat more than half kilo meat at a single point of time. It is very unlikely, highly unlikely, that anybody can eat more than 2 pounds of meat in one sitting. I advise my patients to revolve their diet around the meat and eggs as much as possible and add other things while they go along. I usually start by telling them that first you have to stop sugar completely. So that is a deal breaker. So if cannot stop sugar or jaggery, in that case, it will be useless to go further. So in step 1, I try to stop the sugar. After a week or so, I call the patients again and check their data, their blood sugar reports. If this is satisfactory, then I advise them to stop potatoes and rice also.
Okay.
So if I will say to them to stop roti, that will be a deal breaker for majority of patients. They cannot tolerate it. So wheat and fruit is something which is a no-no for a first conversation for the patients with which I am working with. Usually they would stop sugar. Once they will stop rice and potatoes, then gradually I can tell them to cut back on wheat or eat more psyllium husk or various combinations of coconut flour, depending on the availability in local area. The main problem is that patients agree with cutting some groups gradually. I don't go very low carb in the very beginning. But due to financial reasons, getting adequate and good quantity of meat is very difficult. Usually people eat chicken once a week or so, and other meats on some occasions, like if they are invited to a marriage ceremony or there is a Eid time or Ramadan. Usually people, they don't afford to eat meat every single day. And a common person. Obviously, 10-15% of people can afford to go full carnivore in Pakistan. It will be possible for them financially. For majority, availability and cost will prohibit them from doing so. Another problem that I frequently face is what kind of oil. So even in Pakistan, we have various combinations of virtually trans fat-free hydrogenated oils. This stuff is banned in majority countries of US, United States and Europe, but in Pakistan, it is still marketed as virtually trans fat-free. So VTF Banaspati or VTF Banaspati, that is marketed as having less than 2% of trans fats. But of course, the data, I don't know. I'm not a nutritionalist or the researcher in that area, so I cannot say that it works. It is actually trans fat free or not. But I try to get my patients off that very quickly. And extra virgin olive oil or butter or ghee, that is a luxury that majority of my patients, anyways, they cannot afford. So I try to switch them on refined oil, canola oil, because that is the most affording one, and its fatty acid composition is closest to being that of the olive oil. It has lots of monounsaturated fatty acids. So I try to start by that area, and stopping that Banaspati is the first task that I give to my patients as well.
Thank you, Doctor. Very enlightening. And I think you have special coaching skills considering the environment that you're operating in, which probably many of us wouldn't, come across. So thank you so much for sharing. I'd like to, understand a little bit more on that, coaching and, the challenges in the low carb adoption. So if you can think of one case that you worked on where you had to navigate your patient through the low carb adoption, considering the environment again you operated.
The issue is that once you cut the carbs, then from what macronutrient you are supposed to replace them. So the only way of replacing carbs is by getting the protein dose optimal and then increasing the fats. So increasing the fats also, such patients have heard a lot of bad things about fats. The first question they ask is, why you are asking me to take more fat when all other doctors are telling me to go low fat? So there are two ways. Either you can go low carb or low fat. So once I had such a patient which was cooperating with me, but he was not financially that well off that he could afford buying protein. Then I advised him to get his hands on chicken feet and make a bone broth out of that for a few weeks. So because chicken feet, that they are usually thrown away by the vendors, or usually the people who are making animal feed, they take those away. So first he was reluctant and he was telling me that your brain is just not right. You are telling me to take things which are not allowed religiously. But then I told him that there is no conjunction in Islam which stops you from taking chicken feet, or at least a part of that. Then I showed him videos by which various countries and low carbers were making multiple dishes out of those. But I told him, I don't want you to take that, just make a bone broth. And by minced meat and chicken feet, he achieved his diabetic control and his hemoglobin A1C went down. So sometimes, because this affording patient coaching is very easy, but somebody who is not affording enough, then life is very difficult for such patient.
Wow, I think I personally learned something new. I think that's the innovation you bring in. When there are constraints in our environment, I think the best comes out of everyone. So amazing, Doctor. Thank you so much, for that story. Doctor, I'll move to the last couple of questions here. Just coming back a little to your personal side here. What next? What have you been thinking, as your role as a doctor, adopting low carb. What are you thinking next 2 years, 3 years, 5 years for Pakistan?
I think many nutritional coaches will emerge, and the physicians will also learn and attend the nutrition network courses. I also plan to do the same. But unfortunately, the fees is too high for many of us to become certified. And I think that N is equal to 1 experiments on Facebook will force our community to gravitate more and more. And finally, publishing will come. It will follow eventually. So I hope so. And also one more thing, I think that the chefs in our part of the world, Indian chefs, I have all the regards and respect. They are much more advanced than ours, but how to reduce the carb amount in routine dishes such as halwa puri or some breakfast items in Mumbai or local regional settings. Say, for example, you are going for upma or sambar or things like that our chefs also need to take active part in making the same dishes but reducing the carb count. So the culinary community in our part of the world also needs to make carb content less for the same. For example, sweets. If you are eating laddus or gulab jamuns, then how to reduce the carb count in that from 50 gram down towards 5 gram. So the Europe and US side is quickly gravitating and changing. The chefs are adapting for general population. Plus, many keto products are available off the shelf in the Western countries, and that is very difficult to do in a resource-constrained setting or even in a big cities, such as the countries like ours. So I think that is the future. I would try to take part in that future as much as possible.
Great. I think you're hitting many different angles and parameters here. The ability to cook low carb keto and the skill is slightly different, but can catch up quite quickly. So that's a great angle or a story that you brought about. I also wanted to ask you around children, and I'm sure in your practice you come across a lot of children. Just talk to us a little bit around the current, what you're seeing in Pakistan with regards to children. And I am of a firm belief that, we often blame the genes. It definitely has some roles, but I know as parents, what we practice obviously goes to our children. So I just wanted to understand what you're seeing and how you're coaching parents, towards that.
In children and teenagers, the main problem is the food delivery sites in big cities in Pakistan. And I'm sure the same is the situation in India. And most often than not, the teenagers are the more problematic ones. And the small children, either they get the food in the house or they start to have sweets from the very beginning. And as a result, either they are nutritionally deficient or they are overweight. So it is one of the two. In very few cases, I see patients who are small children and they are having the optimal amount of nutrition that they need. Although it is not an active area of my practice, as I mainly deal with adult patients, but seeing my community and my local big cities, usually teenagers are losing the ability to cook. Because of the food delivery sites, it is very easier for them to get donuts and pizzas and all that things. In big cities, it is a big rage. I don't know how it will improve, but probably in the schooling age, it should be mandatory for kids to learn basic cooking and basic nutritional classes. Even while we are training to be a doctor, there is very little emphasis on nutritional training or the food quantity and quality and things like that. So these things need to change, and they need to change very quickly. If we need to reduce the impact on the society as a general.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing, that insight. Again, your ability to think is, par excellence, doctor. So thank you so much, for sharing that. I would like to leave a couple minutes for you to share any message to the Asian community, in general, and Pakistan, India, Nepal, all the, the subcontinent countries, around any messages that you have. I think you closely have watched the Asian community through your practice.
So I would just like to give a single message, and that message will revolve around that don't look at the diabetes numbers and think that you will not get affected. As you age, the incidence of metabolic syndrome, cardiac issues, and diabetes goes up and up and up. So if less than 10% of 20-year-olds are having diabetes, then once you cross 60 years old, your ability to handle carbohydrates goes down and down and down. So as you age gracefully, even if you don't have any illness, kindly reduce or eliminate your sugar intake. That will be number one, even if you are a normal person, 40 plus. And the second step is, depending on your life situation and your food choices, reduce little amount of carbohydrates. If you are going 75%, go to 45%, 55%, as your lifestyle advises you. But sugar is the main culprit. I also think that in our people, sugar is the main culprit and meat is not the main culprit. Meat in its, if you are going to McDonald's and ordering a large Coke and fries and the burger, the meat in the burger is not the one which is responsible for your illness. It is the fries and it is the Coke and the bread. The three other things which you think that they are benign and they are of no significance. Another thing that I would like to advise our people is that one is the source of sugar which is in front of us in the form of the tea or in the form of cold drinks. But the other sugar is the hidden sugar. Say, for example, if you are having 3 tablespoons of ketchup, that has more sugar than a glazed donut. Similarly, the barbecue sauce is consisting of 50% plus only composition is that of sugar. So try to stay away from hidden sugar as much as possible. And that will be enough for the majority of people. So take home messages to...
Thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you very much.
I think you hit a lot on the key notes. Thank you so much, Dr. Kazi. In knowing you, I understood a lot of new coaching skills in the circumstances you operate in. I commend you for the work you do. We have Shashi here, who also wanted to be with us and you for a few comments from his side. Go ahead, Shashi.
So, Dr. Iftikhar, thank you very much. And we have been following each other in Twitter X, and we know the kind of work. But then we know the story, your personal story today, I think, when we saw that picture of before and after. And the best part is, like, you are working not in the main city, you're in the interiors, which matters much more. And the kind of solutions which you are given to a patient are really, I think it is out of the world. And I think there's something to learn for all of us. And rightly, as Sandesh, we have been discussing, that we see the incidence of diabetes, prevalence of diabetes seems to be very high in meat-eating countries, including India, where meat-eating states seem to be high. But the question always remains is, how do we eat meat? So it is prepared in a lot of refined omega-6 seed oils. And we tend to have a lot of rotis with that, or rice with that. A lot of carbohydrates, especially refined carbohydrates. Most of the rotis must be made from maida or refined flour, and add sugars in form of having some sugar-sweetened beverages, as well as all those, as you had mentioned, all those sauces, ketchups or something. These are all something which is terrible. Plus, our low personal fat threshold. So we cannot hold on much fat, and our liver gets full and inflamed. And that's why we have a lot of central obesity, which is seen. And your unique way of solution of a poor person who cannot afford rich food, go and have bone broth made with chicken feet. I think it is very, very unique, which all of us can learn from, I think, each other. And I so thank you for coming and sharing your knowledge. Your knowledge is very important.
I'm a big fan of yours, sir. I'm a big fan of yours. Follow you on Twitter and
Thank
your
you.
Recipes also.
Thank you.
So
And
thank you very much for having me, sir.
And you will have full access to D-Life in recipe section. Once we finish this event, Anup Singh will give you full free access to D-Life.
Thanks a lot for that.
So you'll
Thanks a lot for that.
And Dr. Iftikhar, personally, since you told that the cost seems to be issue when it comes to Nutrition Network course, so I'll speak to them and see that if we can get a good discount for doctors like you who wants to, because they want doctors like you to get educated on low carb nutrition, get certified, so that, because if one doctor applies low carb, then there are chances that there are thousands of patients can be healed with low carb nutrition. So I thank you very much for appearing in this platform, Dr. Iftikhar.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, doctor.
So we can get the next guest in, Dr. Bharat from Bangalore, and the host Mandar.
Hello, hi, Dr. Bharat. Welcome to India's first and largest Metabolic Health Conference and Low Carb Nutrition Conference. So great to have you here. You have a very unique background, so thanks for joining us, and we are going to discuss, on those angles. So, for the benefit of our viewers, let me introduce you very briefly. Hi everyone. Dr. Bharat Kumar is a sports medicine and nutrition specialist. He was the team doctor for Indian women's elite boxing team, right? So he's really worked on the international stage with our elite sports persons. He has very closely worked with Sports Authority of India, Sports Authority of Karnataka as a consultant. He has been a sports person himself. And now as a doctor, he runs Zyathlon Sports Medicine Clinic and Medifit Clinic. He's a certified LCHF treatment specialist. And again, as being a sports person, he is passionate about sports nutrition, helps athlete as well as non-athletes with improved performance, better recovery, improving metabolic health. And one thing I really noticed on his profile was he's very passionate about treating, reversing, and preventing chronic conditions. So as a doctor, he says, I would rather use nutrition and exercise before having to use pills, right? So really resonated with that, doctor. So welcome to the conference. Thanks for joining. And we would like to get started. So the first question I want to ask is, sort of your briefly your journey of a sportsman, and then how did you become aware of this power of nutrition and the low carb approach for your own health?
Okay, so first I found out the low carb approach by following Professor Tim Knox. Okay, so this was way back in 2015. And the journey all began with my own health. I mean, I was diagnosed an asthmatic, and then I had severe, terrible hives, and then extremely poor gut health, and then history of weight gain, and a lot of issues for which I used to pop in antibiotics like they were in peanuts. Okay, but then, although I am a modern medicine doctor, I mean, none of the modern medicines actually cured me. So I had to dig in deeper to find out why this is not working. But then later on, when I dug deeper, I found out only symptoms are being masked by the modern medicine. So the cure or the real root cause is something else. Then I happened to follow Professor Tim Knox, and then the first book I read about nutrition was What Your Doctor Does Not Know About Nutritional Medicine That May Be Killing You by Dr. Ray Strand. Mm-hmm. So that provided a huge shift from the way I started thinking, wherein he was a physician who never used the supplements for 30 years in his practice. But then when he started using supplements, he was able to even reverse things like fibromyalgia, which is one of the most difficult conditions to treat. Mm-hmm. So then I began focusing on my own nutrition. I started to read about nutrition. I've read like about 150 books on nutrition. And then I reversed my all problems. Today I'm completely medicine free, and then I feel better, I sleep better. So then I thought, okay, so let me just change the world, and then let me explain what the benefits I have reaped for myself to change the world. That's my introduction into low carb lifestyle.
Amazing. Thanks. So, and when you started sort of, working with athletes more and more, you had, of course, been a sports person yourself, and then now working with athletes. would you sort of elaborate on the typical idea in their mind about nutrition, because they must be sort of, for their performance, they must be worried about or thinking about at least balanced nutrition, etc. So what was their usual impression, and then we will go to how you now change that for them.
Well, even during my post-graduation, what I have been taught is carb loading, okay, is mandatory for especially endurance athletes. But it is so untrue. The real problem here is that because of the abuse of the carbohydrates, the entire fat burning factory in our body is shut. Now, the fat burning factory needs a lot of mitochondria. I mean, we need more density of mitochondria, which is non-existent because we've been using glucose as the primary source of fuel. And that is something that needs to be changed. Now, endurance athletes, as contrasting to what they may think, they primarily use fat for fuel. But then still they think about hitting the wall at the 30 to 32nd kilometer because their glycogen gets exhausted and they did not replenish fuel and all that. There are people who have fasted for 72 hours and then they have run marathons, full marathons, okay, with, I would say, 80 to 90% of the time than when they used to consume carbohydrates, which means you don't need a single molecule of glucose to fuel your run. Where is the energy coming from? The energy is coming from fats, right? Fat is an unlimited source of fuel. So today, the balanced diet, the phrase itself is a myth, right? So balanced diet is like consuming a balanced diet for a person who has an unbalanced metabolism is like placing a weight on an unbalanced surface. It will still slip, right? So we need something known as a balancing diet. Like let's say a person has high cortisol, high insulin, and low testosterone. So they are already unbalanced. Metabolism is unbalanced. So we need something that balances it. But the modern medicine and the modern nutrition thinks of food as just macros and micros, and then it equates everything to numbers. That is the major pitfall of modern nutrition. That is something that we need to change. In fact, Ayurveda actually gives us the three dosha system wherein if one dosha goes up and then one comes down, okay, so we need to give food, okay, which actually balances it, and then samatolana is what we call it, right? So that approach is what is actually necessary.
Wow, loved your phrasing, right? So not balance, but balancing food,
yes,
to help their health issues. So loved your approach. So I think it's important to bust that myth and helping people switch to a fat burning mode, and I think that's what you're doing. So when you typically work with these athletes, do you have a sort of a particular way of going about how you will arrange their plate or their nutrition? So how does it look like, for example?
Even before we go to the plate, we need to fix their lifestyle first and the mindset first. Okay, so the first thing that we need to start off is ask them to start fasting. When they are able to achieve 16 to 18 hours of fasting, that is when actually the body has a shift from the carbohydrate to the fat metabolism. And then the more frequently that happens, it is easier for us to put them on low carb.
Okay.
Right? So you get started with the factory first. I mean, when the machines are not working, why even get the workforce? Isn't it? Fasting is the first thing that we ask them to do. And once the fasting is in place for about 3 weeks, where the fat adaptation has already started, that's when you actually start lowering their carbs. Okay, so first is fasting, then is the low carb, then is increase your exercise. Okay, it is not the other way around. It has to be done in a strategic way. This is a strategy that we use, right? And this is how it should be done. This is what works without any kind of side effects, and then most efficiently, and it balances the hormones and it balances the gut health, of course.
Great. So there is one more question which sort of comes up, right, when we talk of nutrition for athletes. That, I mean, people typically will have this impression that, hey, they are burning so many calories through the day, they can probably eat whatever they want, right? How would you explain that?
Well, simply put, you can never outrun a bad diet. So see, if the hormones are balanced, even if you eat in excess on one particular day, the body has a beautiful brown fat which actually ups your metabolism and then it burns it off. Okay, let's say you eat less. Okay, so the body takes it from the stores. It's a beautiful mechanism. Okay, which we are not actually tapping into, right? So don't look at food as calories. Okay, look at food as nutrients. We are in an era where we are consuming an energy-rich, nutrient-deficient diet. Look at what gives you maximum nutrients with minimal energy, because you already have the fat inside of you which provides you energy. So kickstart the fat burning factory, okay, and provide maximum nutrition. Like let's say you need 100 grams of protein. See how you can fit in that 100 grams of protein with minimal energy.
Amazing. So I also have another phrasing to ask you, right? So you clearly see a lot of fit people around you, right? Because you work with athletes. So, they are able to run well, they can lift weights and play their sport quite well. But looks like you still need to help them on the metabolic health side. So it's like, their increased fitness is not really helping them on the internal health. That's I think I would love for you to elaborate that, because a lot of people may think that, hey, if I'm working on my fitness, internal health, it will sort of take care of itself.
Exactly. So people who are physically fit, they think medically fit, right? Being physically fit and medically fit are completely two different things. Now, people resort to exercise as a fat burning tool. Okay, they think, okay, exercising treats everything. But unless your nutrition is on track, like they say, your abs are made in the kitchen, right? So unless your food is on track, okay, you are never on track. I mean, I've seen runners, okay, whose HbA1cs are 5.9, 6.2. Okay, they have high amount of triglycerides because they're loading on the carbs. Okay, and then they come up with the high HSCRPs, which are like increasing their cardiovascular risk. Okay, so that's because of, again, unbalanced metabolism. Okay, so the fat is like extremely less. They have fat deficient, vitamin deficiency, fat soluble vitamin deficiency. Okay, so you will have to strike a balance, increase the fats up and then lower the carbs down, moderate your protein just as much as it is necessary. And then that's when your metabolism comes to normalcy. Optimize your health, then work on your fitness. Only then you can peak your performance. It is in the same flow.
Nice. I think the importance of internal health, metabolic health, as we technically call it, has to be given and worked upon. So another thing is, right, when you worked with these teams, including our nation's Indian team, women's boxing team that you worked with, or even the regional team that you worked with. So was there, acceptance of what you were telling them, or was there a little bit of a pushback? How did you go about that?
Okay, so that is okay. I would like to reserve the answer for that, but then yeah, so there was a huge gap, of course. So there is a lot of unacceptance. Okay, because of the conventional kind of nutrition that is being prescribed in terms of calories and energy in versus energy out. Okay, so there is not a lot of acceptance. So it takes a lot of time for us to make them understand what actually is correct. And I mean, I've seen boxers losing weight to fit into their weight category, but in fact, when we do the body composition assessment, they've lost muscle and gained fat. So that is the most terrible thing that anybody can do. I mean, it actually hampers your performance. I mean, you're losing the best part, which is the lean body. So that gives you the answer.
Yes. So it must have taken some handholding, calmly explaining the science behind it, as I'm sure you probably did, to get that acceptance slowly from them.
A lot. So most doctors don't talk about nutrition. Okay, so it is there's a separate branch of sports nutrition. Okay, so they come in with their own ideology. While we try to talk, okay, they say, okay, it is not your cup of tea. You are not specialized in that, and then all those hurdles have been there. Yes, it takes a lot of time. It took a lot of time for us to fix it.
Right. So when you were explaining, that approach of getting somebody to start fasting, so in a way, what you're saying is slowly they have to become metabolically flexible, because they have to go from burning sugar and then to go to fat. So if they're still on a conventional sort of, high carb kind of a diet, what's your observation? Do they sort of find it difficult to switch into that mode, and how do you handle that if it is so?
Okay, see, if they are on a high carb and a low protein diet, it makes it more difficult.
Okay.
rather than if their proteins are okay and then if the carbs are high.
I see.
So because the insulin spikes are high and then there's a lot of spike. Okay, so what we do at the beginning is at least decrease the number of meals. Okay, so most people look at the 3 hours, 4 hours, okay, 6 meal concept. We put them back onto the conventional 3 meal concept first. Okay, space out the meals and space out the meals so that we have a 12-hour of eating window. Okay, then we start slowly tapering down to 10 hours. And then we ask them to like skip either the breakfast or the dinner. Okay, so that we close it down to 8 hours or 6 hours. And then, of course, salt water is used a lot to manage their electrolytes, which prevents them from having the keto flus and all those headaches and all those.
Perfect, perfect. And I'm guessing when you were describing those athletes who, perform very well, even fasted. So I'm guessing for them also you tell them to have ample electrolytes.
Yes, yes. I mean, electrolyte imbalance is the single most common thing that happens when we cut down the carbohydrates, which includes the grains and also the vegetable component. So fixing that is the only way we can prevent any kind of side effects.
Perfect, perfect. So that's an important point to note for all of us. Another one I wanted to ask you was, since you work with athletes and you also have been playing, there is this notion that hey, I want to build muscle, so I will need carbs. Not just that I can tolerate carbs, but I will need carbs. And how will I build new muscle on this low carb approach? What's been your observation, and how do you explain that part?
Well, the number of carbs that you need to build muscle is 0. So there are people who are surviving on a completely carnivore diet. Okay. So they are very lean, very muscular, very healthy. Okay. So the body has the process of gluconeogenesis. I mean, it produces carbohydrates from fats and then, of course, the amino acids, and then it can produce whatever glucose it wants. And then ketones are better source of fuel for the muscle than the glucose in itself. So when you have the fuel, okay, when you have the amino acid to build up the proteins, okay, build up the muscle, okay, what else do you need? There is no need for anybody to consume even 1 gram of carbs, at least not the refined source of carbs to build muscle. Now the post workout is like really hype. Pre-workouts are really hype. All they contain is like refined sugar and synthetic preservatives. Okay, that is only hampering their gut health, which in turn is hampering their recovery, and then it is only bringing the performance down. So supplements are not really working the way it should be working.
So in addition to that, I want to sort of ask you, extending that same point, there may be several in our audience, who are going to a gym, exercising, and they must be hearing, hey, you should take, this protein powder or that. So would you sort of elaborate a little on, supplements like whey or any other things that you see? And I'm specifically also asking because I know you have experience of working in this, anti-doping kind of monitoring and activities, which is very interesting background. So maybe you can even please connect to that experience. Of course, not everybody may be exposed to those types of substances, but sort of how do you look at this overall area and how is it shaping up?
Okay, so the safest source of protein is red meat. Okay, so you have everything in that in the optimal proportions. Okay, and then you don't need anything else if you are a meat eater. Let's say you are a vegetarian. Okay, so definitely you need the dairy component. Okay, but because the dairying farming involves a lot of growth promoters and then hormones these days, so we will have to restrict dairy if they are allergic to it or it is increasing your inflammatory markers. So in that case, we will have to use whey protein as a source of protein. The reason why I'm saying protein is the best is because of the composition of the amino acids comes in the optimal proportion that stimulate the plant proteins are on the rise, right? Plant proteins only contribute to the energy component and not the muscle building component. Whoever is taking plant protein, okay, they really need to stop.
Wow.
Plant proteins are not proteins. They are no different from the glucose powder that you actually take in. They are straight away diverted towards energy synthesis and not towards muscle building at all, because they don't have the BCAA in the necessary component, in the necessary ratio.
Understood. Understood. Amazing. So I think you touched on the amino acid profile, right? So for those of us in the audience who may not know, could we elaborate that a little more so that they understand how to evaluate protein sources?
Right. So now there are the amino acids which are essential and non-essential. Non-essential are already made by the body, but the essential ones are near. They need to be supplemented in the diet, right? But then whatever essential we take, also they have to be in a particular ratio. Okay. So I honestly don't remember the numbers, but they have to be in a particular ratio. Now BCAA to the rest of the amino acid, there is a score. If that score is fulfilled, then that is a protein that is meant for protein synthesis inside the body. So higher is your BCAA. Okay, so then the higher is the stimulation of the muscle protein synthesis.
Perfect, perfect. So I think this is going to be critical for those who are not just looking at metabolic health, but also wanting to build more muscle and who are going to the gym, and they may be hearing all kinds of advice there, because that gets showered on us today.
Covers an entire spectrum. In fact, I mean, see, it's from health, okay, preventive health, prophylaxis, okay, to being therapeutic, right? It covers the entire spectrum from health to fitness to performance. Okay, so for everything you can use the same principle, and it works for everybody.
Perfect.
Just the ratios change. Just simply the ratios change.
Right, right. And connecting with that, right? My favorite question is, people think that, hey, if I eat protein, because you're telling me to eat low carb, and I'm going to eat more of the fat and the protein, right? So the typical, once they hear high protein, they immediately think of kidney damage. Somehow we have gotten that into our heads.
Okay, so before we even arrive at the kidney damage, let me give you a simple scenario. Now, let's look at a balanced diet, a 2000 calorie diet. Now, according to the balanced diet principle, 50% of it is carbs, 20% protein, 30% fats, right? Dropping the carbohydrates, period. We are not increasing protein, we are not increasing the fats. So when you drop the carbs from 50 to 25%, you are shaving off 500 calories there. The 2000 becomes 1500 and it stays. You can sustain very well on 1500 on a low carb diet, because it is tapping into your body fat stores. So when you look at the ratios, again, the ratio of protein rises from 20 to 30%, and then fat rises from probably 30 to 40 or 45%. So that is a relative increase and not an absolute increase. The protein is not increasing, fat is not increasing. Just because you cut down the carbs, it's a relative increase. So that's the first point. Second point is that as long as your kidneys are normal, the protein will not damage your kidneys. But if your kidneys are already damaged, the ability of the protein handling ability of the kidneys are hampered. That is when you need to moderate. So if your kidneys are fine, don't worry about it. Okay, you can go all guns with your proteins, but the right kind of proteins.
Perfect, perfect. There is one question which is coming in. Let's say a person is on, this low carb or even a keto diet, and they are into running. So they are saying that they are taking salt and salt water every day. So what sort of benefits that you have seen, around performance as well as muscle cramps, all of that? And do you recommend a particular dosage or type of that salt?
Right. So now when we say salt, when we say electrolytes in particular, most people you may imagine a white salt, isn't it? See, the white salt or the refined salt is pure sodium chloride. Now, that is not the salt that we need to be having.
Okay.
Now, we need to be having the sea salt, which contains much more than sodium, chloride, potassium, magnesium, silicon, boron, cadmium, all those things. So that is the real salt. So you use that salt see now, coming to the dosage part of it, the human body has a salinity of 0.9%. So when we say 0.9%, okay, so we add about 9 grams of salt to 1 liter of water. So that is isotonic. So that is all you need. Or probably you can add 1 gram extra because you're actually losing the salt, and then you maintain that. So hydration does not mean having only water. It means replenishing your water plus your electrolytes. So coming back to the cramps component, cramps are due to electrolyte deficiency is an old theory and definitely not correct. Now, cramps are due to magnesium deficiency and also vitamin D deficiency. So if you need to fix your cramps, fix your magnesium, fix your vitamin D. Only then you will be relieved of cramps. Because pure salt water will not work. So the type of salt, go back to the rock salt and then the Himalayan pink salt. So that is the best kind of salt.
Perfect, perfect. That is so helpful. Thanks. So we have about 5 minutes to go. So I wanted to sort of ask, through Zyathlon and Medifit, you are helping athletes, non-athletes, all of them, and you must be seeing a wide variety of population around you, who needs this help. Which are like sort of 2 to 3 main changes that you would suggest, to our audience where they can get started. Maybe you can even divide it as, one on exercise front and one on nutrition front, since you have this unique sports nutrition background. But I'll sort of have you elaborate on that, please.
Okay, so I would say everybody should fast at least 1 day in a week. Okay, when we say fast, okay, so it is not like we have like 10 coffees and fast. Okay, it is like plain water with the 10 grams of pink salt is what you sip throughout the day. Okay, achieve at least about 16 to 18 hours once in a week. That is more than enough. So that is the first point. Second point is have a fixed eating window of at least 10 hours. And if you're an athlete who rises earlier in the day, okay, so not more than 12 hours. So skip your pre-workouts. It is absolutely useless. Okay, post-workout shake is still fine. That is, if your breakfast is quite long away. Let's say you train from 5 to 6, you for 6 to 6:30 post-workout shake makes sense if you're actually having breakfast at 9 o'clock, right? You can't have an empty stomach. So that is the other thing. So then, of course, once your body has started adapting to the fat, the cravings automatically come down. Okay, so then start having a variety of vegetables, because I'm not saying fiber here. I'm not promoting fiber. The fruits and vegetables have a lot of microbes that are necessary for us. We live with cohabitat with 40,000 species of microbes that are necessary for us. And then they build our metabolism. A huge part of our metabolism is by the microbes. So take a probiotic and then do not say, I am consuming curd, I don't need a probiotic. No, that is wrong. Because today we are pasteurizing milk. Okay, the milk proteins are degraded, the enzymes are killed, the bacteria is killed. So whatever dairy we are consuming is not the great, not the raw variety of it. So please take your probiotics. So that is on the nutrition front. Exercise front, don't abuse endurance exercise. Okay, start building muscle, and muscle is what maintains your bones, okay, and your metabolism. So a huge part of your metabolism comes from your musculoskeletal system. And only do endurance exercise as per your goal, but everybody needs to lift weights.
Perfect, perfect. I think that's amazing. So, and just one quick question which came from our audience, so maybe just a one-liner answer. In one sitting, how much whey, if they're using whey powder, what's the dosage that you would recommend?
See, we don't normally absorb anything more than 45 grams of proteins in a session. But then the thing is, see, now nobody is actually 100% compliant, right? So the anabolic window is open for 48 hours. Okay, so you can consume more protein in your breakfast or your lunch and then may not be able to consume it in the dinner. Okay, so that is still okay. Right, so there is nothing like, okay, you consume 51 grams, okay, so I'm going into kidney failure. No, that is not how it works. It is still okay to consume more. Okay, the consuming more only suppresses your appetite and then makes you feel fuller, and then so that you can skip your meal, and that is how it works.
Perfect. Wow. So very enlightening points. Thank you so much. We are almost to the end. Let me request Shashi to join, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Mandar. Hi, Shashi.
Dr. Bharat, thank you very much for coming in this occasion and speaking on a very, very important topic of sports nutrition and low carb. And frankly, I never knew about you. It's only thanks to one of our DLF members, Avinash, who told that you have to be included. And we immediately told, yes, for sports nutrition, we will call Dr. Bharat. I'm so happy that you came here and shared your knowledge. But 30 minutes is not enough. We are not doing justice to a topic. And we are going to have a little more extended version of this talk, maybe in DLF podcast. Thank you very much to spare
Thank you for
half
the
an hour for
invite.
the session.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mandar.
Thanks.
So I invite my next guest, Dr. Nolavi from Ethiopia, my friend and colleague from Nutrition Network, and host Priyanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Shashi, for the kind introduction. Hello, all. Welcome to the Metabolic Health Conference 2023. I'm Priyanka Matanhelia, a PhD, and a nutrition and lifestyle coach associated with DLife.in. DLife is a community of low-carb nutrition experts who provide nutrition guidance to reverse metabolic health diseases. Today, I have a very, very special guest with me, Dr. Nolavi Hailu. He's a medical doctor and a leader in public health based in Ethiopia. He's a metabolic health practitioner who has been treating and coaching patients and clients to improve their metabolic health through therapeutic dietary approaches. He has received his degree of Doctor of Medicine from Haramaya University, Ethiopia. He also has a postgrad diploma in public health from University of South Africa. Welcome, Dr. Nolavi, to the Metabolic Health Conference. I'm really delighted to talk to you about, your practice and Ethiopian food culture, which, is very, very important in the metabolic health journey. So, Dr. Nolavi, how did you learn about low-carb, high-fat diet?
Thank you, Priyanka. Such a pleasure and an honor to be here. So it was actually quite an accident. I went to a friend's father's funeral, and at the funeral, there was this person who was very weak and he was not willing to eat what we were eating. So I asked him, and he was like, "No, I'm doing this diet to build muscle." "You're the doctor, tell me about it," he said. And I couldn't say anything. So I had to go and read in the next few weeks, and that's how I discovered it initially.
Okay, that's very interesting. So you also had your own personal journey with low carb. Could you just share with us your own experience with low carb?
Well, to put it simply, it has been transformative, really. Ever since I was a child growing up in Addis Ababa, as you can see here in this picture, I have been overweight, sometimes obese. As you can see in this picture, this is me drinking a soda and some sweetened beverages. And growing up, my weight just kept on increasing. So it was quite a struggle. This is me in high school. Everybody is outside playing football, playing basketball, but I'm in class playing video games on tablets because I just can't go out because I'm too heavy. And then even after medical school, as a grown up, I'm still overweight and the weight just kept on going. Naturally, with my medical knowledge, I tried every advice. I tried eating less, exercising more, fasting for prolonged periods. So many things I've tried, gyms, sports, but nothing really worked until I tried the low carb approach. And as you can see in the next picture, in just 3 months, I was able to lose around 22 kilos, close to 22 kilos. And it has just been transformative for my personal life, my mental health, my family life, and now it's just growing.
Wow, that's a real dramatic success. So, what did your friends and family had to say about your journey and your success with low carb diet? It must not have been easy, listening to their reactions while you were doing the diet.
Yeah, it actually has been hard initially. Initially, my doctor friends were convinced I was going to kill myself with eating so much fat. My family were like, my mother especially, she was afraid I was going to be energy deprived. There were so many concerns, even from educated people and those not in the medical field. So many conflicts, but I was convinced that it would work. That's why I tried it. The other many challenges are regarding social life because you're eating in a different way from everybody else. It kind of isolates you. And in Ethiopia, we have a very communal culture. We eat together. We use food even as a socializing concept. So it was actually really difficult initially. But everyone's opinion changed after the first 3 months. Everyone was like, "What did you do?" Because everybody that has known me since childhood, high school friends, campus friends, doctor friends, other circles, everybody was surprised because it was just a huge change in a short amount of time, and it has sustained. So that was quite interesting.
Wow. And so after seeing your success, did anyone from your friends or family approached you for changing their own lives?
Yeah, people that know me in all circles approach me. Initially, it's family, close family, and extended family who struggle with weight issues, among other things. Were very curious. Also, friends, even the doctor friends that were initially against me were like, "Tell me what you did. How do I do this?" And other circles are interested in more of the scientific basis. People in academics are interested in that. So many interests, so many interests.
Yeah, I guess you also had a success with your parents'
Yes,
story.
that's actually one of the main things I'm proud of because my mother has been diabetic for a very, very long time, more than 20 years. So she had been on multiple medications, around 6 medications, believe it or not. It was quite a toll on her. So after a year or so after seeing my transformation, I managed to convince her to try this. So now she's only taking one medication. Her weight is very well controlled. Has her diabetes is in a very different state, and I'm very happy about that.
Right.
Another is my father. My father used to be very overweight, and he had many chronic issues. He had lipid problems, which is cholesterol problems. He had history of heart disease. He had gout. Uh, so many diseases that he was almost above 10 medications, believe it or not. It's quite a scene. Every time he goes to the doctor, he has this big bag of medications he carries home with him. And it was really taking a toll on him. So even he had transformative changes, and he's very fitter now. He's healthier. He goes and works out every day, and it's like watching them every day is an inspiration for me. Actually, it's been quite a journey.
Wow, that must be quite like relaxing for you. It must
Oh,
have given you a lot of peace of mind to be
yeah.
able to help your parents. Right.
Yes,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, so could you just, share with us what is leading to these causes? What are the leading causes of, metabolic health diseases in Ethiopia? Why is it that these diseases are on the rise?
So the main thing is the modern lifestyle has changed a lot of things. People are more sedentary these days. And what has mainly changed in the past 40 to 50 years is the dietary landscape. What we eat, what I ate growing up versus what people ate, my father ate growing up is completely different. The oils have changed. There's so much sugar in the diet, and there's a lot of industrially processed stuff going around. There are sweetened beverages all over the place. All these things add up, and with the added risk factor of our genetics, it just manifests in this metabolic syndrome pandemic.
Okay. So what was the traditional Ethiopian food culture and how it has changed? If you could give us some perspective on that.
So to give you quite a landscape and a broad overview, Ethiopia is a very, very old nation. It's actually, we call it, it's been referred to as the cradle of humankind because many hominid species skeletons were found here. It's an old civilization with multiple dynasties that keep changing over time, and now it's a growing powerhouse in East Africa. It's an economic powerhouse, and it's also the diplomatic capital of Africa because the African Union is based here. And recently, we're also a member of BRICS. So to tell you a little bit about what Ethiopians eat, on the next slide, you can see our main staple is injera. The injera is like, I don't know, you can go even in Eritrea and most of the Horn. Injera is a very staple diet. It's a flat bread. It's very sour. It's actually lower in carbohydrates, relatively, and it's made from teff.
Okay.
So teff is grown in Ethiopia, and that's how it's made. And mostly almost 90% of the food in Ethiopia is eaten using this low carb bread, which is called injera. So on the next slide, you can see how people use the injera to eat whatever it is they're eating, be it stews made from green leafy vegetables or other veggies. We use injera even for vegan as well as meat eating seasons.
Okay.
And on the next slide, you can see how a different kind of food is eaten with injera. You can see it's a communal thing. So this is people eating from the same plate, and we even have this concept of gursha where you feed another person next to you, and it's more cultural, not just food. It's not one component. It has so many sides to it. We eat together. We converse together through food.
Okay.
Other examples of Ethiopian food you can see this is a very vegetarian diet, which is called bayyanet. Essentially, it means a little bit of everything. So this is an assortment of different stews made from pulses and vegetables. And you can see it's served on injera. So the way you eat it is you take a slice of the injera, you roll it, and then you take a morsel. That's how you eat it. On the next, you can see this is more of a meat-based diet. This is called mahabarawi. Essentially, it's a version of bayyanat, but a little bit of everything, but meat. So you have grills, fried meat, eggs, and stews made from eggs. And you can see it's also served with injera. The rolled gray thing you see is the injera. So you unroll that and eat with that. And that's another example. And this is, by the way, raw meat is a big thing in Ethiopia. People eat raw meat here. You can go to the local butchery or any uh, restaurant chains. There are people that serve you raw meat. You can have it fried, but people prefer it raw. It's an old war tradition. So people would take the slice of meat and use condiments. Some people use injera to eat the raw meat, and it's quite a trend. As you can see, the fat and the meat is together with the protein. So when I discovered the low carb way of eating, I also came to realize that in Ethiopia, this form of eating is not really new. People eat high fat and they really like it, especially in the southern regions. It's very prevalent. This dish is called chororsa. It's an Oromo traditional food, and at the base there's a flat if based like injera, and on it you put cottage cheese, you add yogurt, and you add a lot of butter, which is spiced, and you can just slice it up and share with friends. As you can see, it has a large amount of fat. And on the next, you can see this is Gurage traditional food, which is very famous around holiday seasons. This is called kitfo. It's essentially spiced minced beef, and a lot of butter is added to it. Actually, even in this picture, there's so little butter. They add even more and pour it with a jug. And on the side, you can see it's collard greens, which is very sliced up, and butter is added to it. And there's on the side cheese, and there's a mix of the greens and the cheese on the side. And you just eat that together with uh, sometimes with injera, sometimes with kocho, which is another form of flatbread. Go on. This is another traditional dish. It's called chumbo. You can see it's at a family event. You can see the person pouring a lot of butter on the yogurt, and under it there is a teff bread and people just share this together. Just wanted to show you, to give you a highlight of the type of optional high-fat foods in Ethiopia. And the another main thing is coffee, as arguably the birthplace of coffee in Kaffa. We love our coffee, it's a tradition, and people add a lot of butter to the coffee. That's
Okay.
a little bit of salt and butter. But these days, and especially when I grew up, people add sugar. Just everywhere you go, people add sugar to the coffee, and that's how the landscape has changed. Moving on, you can see how I can explain to you how the modern landscape is different, especially in the cities. People use more and more seed oils to cook because it's readily available and it's assumed to be healthy. And people eat a lot of processed food. Like on the streets, you can see a lot of fried food, lots of French fries, and like this baked butters and sweetened things. You can go to a fast food restaurant and have burgers with all kinds of things in them. Soft drinks are all over the place, all kinds of flavors, all colors, and people just use that more and more. And in the past 30 years, it's just been a rise of non-communicable diseases all over Ethiopia. The amount of overweight people is just rising. Also, obesity is rising, diabetes is on the rise too. Uh, and just that's not acceptable for me actually, because it's kind of scary the way it's going. The health systems will be quite challenging to handle because we don't really produce most of our medications and it's mostly imported from abroad. That's quite a challenge.
Yeah, so basically it's just the modernization of food culture, and people have totally broken away from the traditional food patterns and adopted these modern dietary habits, which is actually affecting their health in the long run, and people are not realizing it. I think in India also we have the similar issue, which is impacting our health levels here. So I just wanted to ask you, as these diseases are rising, where do people go for information or help, the mainstream, hospitals or doctors, how they are tackling these, diseases?
Well, as a national health policy, the focus is on prevention instead of treatment. But if you see the actual facts on the ground, people actually go to hospitals or clinics when they're really sick. So when a diabetic collapses or a person has a history of heart attack, they just go and seek treatment, which is very counterproductive. And also when people are going to regular visits, they are given the traditional advice, which is exercise more, eat less, avoid fat, things like that. So it's not really the public health messaging, and even the personal advice is not very effective. And you can see it on the ground because of more disease appearing.
Right. So basically, people still don't know about the low carb diet.
No, not enough at least. People in my circle know, which is why I'm actively working to spread the message and gathering my practices momentum. But in the mainstream, it's not really widely known or accepted.
Okay, so there is still resistance to it also. Have you
Yes.
come across any incidents where you had, told your patient to follow low carb diet and there was resistance? If you could share some stories.
Yeah, because there were some stories. For example, I had a diabetic case where I told my patient, which was a client at the time, to eat more fat and avoid the carbs. And immediately when she went to her clinician, uh, there was some resistance because it was like, where will you get your energy if you don't eat carbs? But I know that it's a carb that's spiking her glucose and causing all these problems. She avoids it, she'll be way better. So the clinician and I had a phone argument even, and I was not able to convince her. But the patient just followed my advice, and months later, opinions were changed. So there's this dogmatic, I have to say, dogmatic belief that there's only one way to do things, and it's a medication way. That is not really the case. For some people, there are better approaches with lifestyle and dietary modifications.
Mm-hmm. So one is fat, and what are the others? Like, how do you manage the carb issue? Because I believe the carb is also a problem in Ethiopia, right? High carb food, which people are adopting now.
One major issue is cost, and another is availability, because high carb foods are very easy to obtain. They're found all over the place. If I go out and go to a shop, it's full of bread and biscuits, so I can just buy that. Versus if I want to decrease the carbs, I have to make injera at home, or I have to avoid it altogether and focus on the green leafy vegetables. And just the main thing is the awareness. So once you create the awareness in the client or the patient, they can actually think and be mindful about what they consume. And another big challenge is the social life. Even personally, I had difficulties because let's say I've been doing this for a month, then I'd be called to a birthday or a wedding or a funeral, and I would have to go there and socialize. But when I do, the only thing I can eat is very high in carbs, or just I wouldn't find anything I could eat properly. So there's a lot of compromises to be made there. And that's what actually I have to say, especially in Ethiopia, it's our social life. That's a big challenge.
And I think in India too, we have this community pressure, which, really affects our dietary patterns, the religious festivals, etc. How about the protein issue? Is there any resistance to that, or Ethiopians are easy, they are okay with high protein?
Oh, Ethiopians have no problem with high protein or meat. People love meat here, but the problem is the seasonal fasting tradition. Most Ethiopians, especially the Orthodox Christian population, fasts around 2/3 of the year, or above 250 days is for fasting. And during the fasting, you do not consume any animal or meat products. So that's actually a big challenge. And another thing is outside of the fasting season, availability. Despite having a huge livestock population, we don't really consume that much meat here. It's very low consumption. I think around 25 per capita, very low, especially in proportion to the amount of cattle here. So people rely more on plant-based nutrition most of the year. That's a problem.
So that is an issue in Ethiopia as well, the same that we have in India about fasting and the moral and the religious ethics associated with food. So how do you deal with that? What do you do about that when educating your patients?
Well, it's very personalized actually, because what I would advise an Orthodox Christian is not what I'd advise a Muslim or another person. So the thing is, I tailor it to their specific religion and beliefs and their lifestyle. So if it's actually the Christian population, I'm good with the fasting, but after they fast, the way they break it matters. And also, it's in a weekly cycle, it's the Wednesdays and the Fridays that are fasting, which is actually ideal. I want them to fast those days, and on the non-fasting days, they can consume the meat, which is actually good. And in the Muslim population, actually, it's very ideal because of the Ramadan season. It's very good to do intermittent fasting, and during the night times, they can have one or two meals, which is very high in protein and the right amount of fat.
So fasting is something that you use a lot in your practice when you are designing the diet. What are some of the main things that you use while designing the diet for your dietary changes for your patients in Ethiopia?
One of the main things is it's actually it aligns with their ideals, because even back in the days, I remember people are advised to avoid fat at all costs and to not eat better at all. And then you'd find people at the restaurants or at family events adding a large amount, and you'd go like, "But that's bad for you." And you'd go like, "Oh, I don't care." So it's like there's already this mindset that this is good for me, but the doctor says so. I will not listen to him. I'll just take the meds and eat this anyways. So actually, my advice is not that hard. There's already this mentality and culture that this is good food. Actually, there's the old wisdom here, and there are a lot of sayings about the food. So that's not the challenge. The challenge is when practicing it, the feedback and the pushback that comes from professional sides, especially professional physicians, nutritionists, because there is this still persistent idea of the demonization of fat that's really bad for you. It causes diseases, it causes heart problems, and I find more challenge from doctors and nutritionists than I do from my clients.
Okay, that's interesting to know. I think that is a war which all of us are fighting everywhere, in the world when it comes to using low carb approach for dietary, for reversing metabolic diseases. So, as a public health professional, Dr. Nolavi, what is your perspective on this culture of high carb, low fat diet? How can it be changed?
Well, from the public health point of view, messaging has to be radically changed. The messaging right now it focuses more on exercise, and exercise is very good and all, but it shouldn't be the main focus. People have to become aware that eating so much sugar, eating just this amount of carbohydrates, and using unhealthy oils is very bad for your health. And especially as the years go by, you'll have very chronic, hard to treat diseases, and it's quite really quite the burden for everyone, family and nation as well. So the messaging has to focus on decreasing the amount of carbs, especially the refined unhealthy forms like sugar, pure sugar. And then it has to be focused on advising people to adhere to all traditions like fasting and moving more. Like it doesn't have to be really going to the gym and exercising every day. It doesn't have to be like that. Just walk. If you have somewhere to go and if you're driving, just take a walk. It's better that way. So something that can be sustained. If you work in an office and you're on the fifth floor, take two stairs without the lift. Things like that, small things that can have benefits in the long term. That's what I would focus on.
Okay, so so this culture of sugar, which you talked about, because sugar is very, very difficult because it's there in almost all forms of our diet these days. So how do you think the public health, initiatives can help with that? Like, spread messaging. What kind of messages do you see that they can help with? Because in India also we are struggling with that.
I think sugar is quite a difficult thing because of it's not just because of its existence, but because of the addictive behavior. Some people I've actually come across are aware that it's very bad for their health, but they go like, I can't help it. I need this. It regulates my mood. When I feel low, I need it. So things like that. And it's not just added in everything. We also actively add it to the things we consume. People would have tea and they add more and more. People would have coffee and they'd add it on there too. And I've even come across people that spray it on food. So you can imagine the level of addiction and the way it rewires your brain is quite difficult to deter. But again, messaging and education is very important. So I feel like if the public health messaging changes and the way it has been portrayed, if it is magnified in such a way that this is really damaging you, this is really causing most of the diseases, this is really driving your weight gain, I think it will hit home and it will drive the momentum the other way, which is motivating more people to avoid it.
Okay.
So
Thank you, Dr. Nolavi. That was very, very insightful. I think we can see there are so many linkages with Indian culture and Ethiopian culture, and we are fighting a similar battle here also. And you have explained very well that, we have to fight this battle at all levels, at individual level, social level, cultural level, and as well as health policy level. I would like to invite Shashikant Iyengar if he for him to talk to you. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Shashi, if you can just I can't hear Shashi is.
I think he's muted.
Yeah, you're muted. Yeah, Shashi, you're on mute. Yeah.
Yeah. So the mute function is with the admin. I cannot unmute myself. So
Oh, okay.
Dr. Nola, we thank you very much for coming to India virtually and sharing your knowledge. Your participation has made this truly a global event. Low carb
Thank you.
across the globe
Thank you.
was our theme, and we are so happy to find you. You are my colleague from Nutrition Network, and I've
Absolutely, yeah.
seen that you are also an MHP. So I think you are also the first MHP from
Yeah,
India. So
yeah,
just
yeah,
like
yeah.
I'm the first one from India. So we are glad that we see that the MHP concept is spreading across, so that each one
Yeah.
of us can truly apply low carb nutrition in the local population to overcome the battle.
Yeah.
And I think your country faces the same issue as that of India.
Yes, absolutely. We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
we have a lot of work to do, and we will keep collaborating with each other. And
absolutely. Yeah.
I once again want to thank you for coming in this event and participating. Thank you very much, Dr. Nolavi. Namaste from India.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Namaste.
Nola. It
I'm
was
Sagnad.
very insightful. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Priyanka.
you. Have a
Thank you.
great day.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Doctor. So I invite our next guest, Dr. Shraddhe, from Shraddhe Katiyar from, we know him from Twitter X, solid doctor, and our lead host, Ira Sahai, for the event. Thank you.
Hi, welcome to another session of India's first Metabolic Health Conference, Low Carb Across the Globe. And I have with me today a doctor from India, from Delhi, Dr. Shraddhe Katiyar. I would want him to give his own introduction so that we can understand him better, the audiences can understand him better. Dr. Shraddhe, welcome, and please introduce yourself.
Hello, Era. Thanks for having me. I myself, Dr. Shraddhe. I did my MBBS from GSV Medical College. I passed in 2012, and after that, I did a house job in Delhi. And after that, I went for masters in medicine. And for last 3 or 4 years, I am practicing low carb type of lifestyle, and I am prescribing my patient as well because uh, I did my 2 to 3 years. I can say like 30 months. I did a job in government hospital, and that job was a permanent job. But I was seeing that the patient was not recovering well on those medications. So in February 2020, I resigned my that job and I started my own clinic here in Delhi NCR.
To the first question, Dr. Katiyar, maybe
Yeah.
you detail on how you came into the world of low carb, being a mainstream doctor yourself. What is that one incident, or what circumstances changed your stance?
Yeah. Exactly on 8th July 2030, my father expired because of the complications of diabetes. And I have no idea what happened with him because we all are following the proper guidelines. And those days I am doing MBBS, just past MBBS. I was in my internship, and his sugar was around 140 to 160 always on medications, but still he is not working well or behaving well, or he always complained that he is not feeling energy or these kind of things, and he is gaining weight, and after that he was losing some muscle tissue as well. So on 8th July 2013 he expired, and that gave me a shock. And after 2 years, when I entered in masters, uh, after clearing my masters, I joined government job in Delhi hospital, and I went for some blood test, routine blood test, and my HbA1c came around 6.1, right? And according to the guidelines, I was doing perfectly, but my weight went up like 6-7 kg in last 2 years, and in 16 and 17, and H1AC in 2015 and 16 when I checked, it was 6.1, At that time, I thought that something bad is going inside body, but I was doing correctly all the things. So I started exploring internet, and I heard about Dr. Jason Funk.
Okay.
So later after a year, I bought his book called Diabetic Code or Obesity Code. So yeah, so after that, I read that books, and the knowledge I went through those books that was totally contradictory what I learned in my MBBS or in MD. So some suggestion. I start giving some suggestion to my patient in the OPD, and that hospital was a government hospital, right? So in that busy OPD, I prescribing my patient cut the roti, cut the rice, and later days, after you can say 30 or 40 days, they coming to me that saying that our sugar is going down, right? So I have started cutting down his or her insulins or medicines, but some people there didn't like that, right? And that hospital was having like bulk of insulin injections in their storeroom. And the HOD said, please prescribe medicine and start prescribing insulin as well as almost every patient. But I declined that request and keep prescribing the low carb diet. And I said to the patient, keep it private between you and me, right? In Feb 2020, 3.5 years back, I was sitting in my flat in Noida, and a lady came to me, and she came with the complaint of diarrhea, right? And she was obese, and she was very dehydrated at that time, and she came with her son and a servant. So her weight at that time was 98. And for last 1 month, she was taking treatment for diarrheal episode. When I saw her prescription, she was taking around 44 units of insulin and 10 to 12 tablets for hypertension or antidepressant pill or default pills for diabetes management, right? So one pill out of those anti-diabetic pills was causing her loose motion, I can say. Then I told her, you should stop this medicine. Then she replied, how can I stop? How can I, doctor, I stop this medicine? Because diabetes is progressive disease. So I gave her a 1 hour counseling. And after a month, the lockdown came in March 2020. And she was at that time 60 years old, just retired from her job, right? So for next 4 to 5 months, she was, we can say everybody was locked inside their rooms, or we can say house. So she started taking my suggestions online, or we can say on WhatsApp, right? So in first month, she lost around 2.5 kg of weight, right? And after 15 days from her first visit, I stopped all her insulin injections, right? So she was afraid of stopping insulin injection, but when I stopped the insulin injection, the sugar uh, came normal always or every time, right? So after lockdown, in June 2020, like after 4 months, she again visited me, and she lost around 20 kg of weight. And at that time, in I think it was 5th June or 6th June, I prescribed only metformin 850 mg, and I stopped all her medications and all her anti-depressive medications as well. And she was feeling very light, right? So at that time, she was around 78 kgs in June of month. And 15 days back, she sent me her photograph or her weighing scale, and currently her weight is 58 kg. Right. So by seeing her result, some patients coming to me, and I resigned at that time. So I have much time to entertain those private patients, and slowly, from I started from the diabetes, right? So a lot of her relatives came to me with the problem of PCOD, right? And when she lost around 30 kg, right, she sent me around 32 patients just for weight loss, right? So I started to cure diabetes, right? Right now, I am having most of the patient of weight loss and PCOD,
Okay.
right?
So,
And
so
yeah.
are you now practicing conventional medicine as well, along with the alternative?
Yeah. This is the good thing with me. This is the good thing me. If needed, I can prescribe some medicine if needed. Yeah, I try to not to prescribe much medicine. Yeah.
So, in your practice, as you said, diabetes and obese patients, you see mostly. What are the other conditions that who come to you most often?
There are many type of patients. This is a very good question, actually. The number one, the bulk of patients are coming for weight loss, then diabetes, then PCOD, then some skin issues as well, right? Some hair fall, and some even for depression issues or anxiety issues. And these days, after when I joined the Twitter, X 1.5 years back, the the bulk of patients from the Twitter are coming for muscle gaining as well.
Okay.
Right. So a lot of boys or 30s in our 40s are calling me for gaining of some muscles or strength, like or for hair quality or for skin quality as well. So for last 3-4 years, yeah.
For the benefit of our viewers, can you spell out your Twitter ID? Because I'm sure more would want to reach out to you.
Twitter ID. My Twitter ID is my same name, Dr. Shraddha Katia.
Okay. And I guess you're following there, if I'm not
Sorry.
wrong.
Yeah. We are follow each other.
Yeah.
We are follow each other. Yeah.
So continue. You were saying something.
Yeah. So for last 3, 4, 5 years, I learned a lot of things from my patients as well. And the main thing I learned was that these all lifestyle problems are cousins, like they are sisters to each other. And for last 3 to 4 years, I again restarted learning biochemistry and physiology, right? And from those books, I am still learning from new things in year 2023 as well, right? So I am giving you example. The total blood sugar in our body running through if our sugar level is 100 milligram per deciliter, that in the any doctor clinic, when a doctor discuss about diabetes, they never discuss about the unit of the sugar level. They discuss about only numbers and prescribe the medicine, right? And if I say that the distance of Mumbai from Delhi NCR is 1300, right? So anybody can interpret that 1300 miles or 1300 kilometers or 1300 meters, right? So if you are not analyzing the number, how are you treating the patient, right? So if your sugar level is 100 milligram per deciliter, the total sugar running in your blood is 100 milligram. The total blood volume in a man, we can say in adult man, 5 gram, right? In adult female, 4 gram, right? If we push sugar like 5 gram extra, so if we push 5 to 10 gram, the glucometer will read 200 milligram per deciliter, right? So this high amount of sugar make blood viscous, or like we can say thick, right? And this thick blood have severe complications inside of our body, right? So brain via pancreas tries to push it down around 100, right? So this extra 100 milligram, right, sugar will convert it into fat. Why fat? Because fat is stored most of the energy. Like in a computer, if you have large amount of files, first you have to convert it into zip file, right? If you eat 100 calories in 24 hours extra, then the 100 calories will be stored in the form of fat because fat stored most of the calories, because, or it will take less space inside the body, right? So if body stored the fat extra, those fat cells will produce some inflammatory markers, right? And that extra fat inside your heart or inside your liver or inside your pancreas or inside your thyroid or inside your ovaries will create inflammation according to the organs, right? In some individuals, if this fat is accumulated just below the skin, the side effect will come minimal, right? Of, if I can say the inflammation of after storing fat, the ovaries will give the complication like PCOD, right? Infertility, right? If that fat is stored inside our heart, you know what going to happen, right? If that fat inside the liver, everybody knows what going to happen. If that fat inside the pancreas, everybody knows what going to happen. And today's world, as we are going through a very stressful life, like, and whenever the body feels stress, it starts storing the energy, and the energy is fat because fat stores the most of energy. So if your food is not okay, inflammatory, if you are taking extra calories, if your work is giving you tension or stress, right? Our body feels some war kind of situation. Or, and in any war, what a country will do if war is coming? They will storing arsenals. They will start storing the ration, the food, right? So if you give the signal to the body that war is coming, right? The body starts storing the fat, right? And majority of the war is going on around our gut. The body stored fat around where the war is going to happen, like our gut, right? This is why our body, the most of our WBC cells, or we can say soldiers, deposited in the intestine gut. 70 to 80% of our immune system is deposited inside our gut. That's why our body stored fat around midsection only, right? So for this conversation, we can say large tummy, PCOD, obesity, fatty liver. If pancreas is fatty, then it will not proper function, right? So these diseases, obesity will come with like knee damage, joints damage, right? And the inflammatory markers that are going to produce by these fatty cells may damage your joints as well. Not just weight, these
Commonest, protocol that you like to use on your metabolically unhealthy patients, and what is the response to these unusual protocols? Because as I assume,
actually
not knowing about it too much. So tell us
low
about.
carb is a very relative term, right? If a lady is 60 years old came to me, hardly strict vegetarian, right? And for last 2 to 3 generations, her whole family is strict vegetarian. So if she came to me and I have to prescribe low carb, the diet plan will be different, right? If a 30-year-old man came to me and if he is having large tummy or fatty liver, then the low carb means something else for him, right? So the low carb is very relative phenomena, right? Until that, there are 9 to 10 doctors in my family, and lot of doctors from my college as well, and no one ever opposed me what I am doing. Yeah, yeah. And there are 2 cardiologists, one at Metro Hospital, Noida, and one at Dehradun Kailas Hospital. And their wives are taking treatment from me for PCOD and for weight loss.
No, but what is the general perception of common people? These are the medical practitioners that you're talking about. The general people who
Yeah,
come, patients, are they convinced about these protocols? For example, if you try and put them on carnivore, or if you try
yeah,
and say that you should not be eating rice or roti or
yeah,
reduce
yeah, yeah,
stuff like that, because we've been biased in the way we eat. The Indian meal is typically a high carb meal, and people rarely know
yeah,
how to without
yeah,
roti.
yeah, yeah,
So, what
yeah.
is the acceptance of these people when you tell them about these protocols?
Actually, when a patient comes to you and you said to him or her, stop eating grains, right? Or stop eating fruits, right? Either they will slap you or they will left you, right? So I start my conversation teaching them the basic physiology and basic biochemistry and basic evolution and basic history, right? I never said that you don't have to take fruits, right? So I give them a proper history of fruits, the proper chemistry of fructose inside our body, right? And let them decide what they want, right? And you will not believe 9 out of 10 patients follow my suggestions because the patient behave like a child, right? So if you want that your child follow your kind of regime, right? So first you have to do, right? So I am doing what I am prescribing for last 9 years. From after me, my family is doing all that stuff. After my family, my all relatives are doing my stuff, and people around us are seeing my family, my relatives. They are thriving well, right? I want to tell you a very funny story. In my previous hospital, I met my wife, right? She was very junior to me, and she was from Haryana, and I am from UP. And she was some other caste like Punjabi, and I am Rajput. So her family is not okay with me, right? But her mother, this incident was happening in 2017. In 2020, she said that her mother is bedridden and type 2 diabetic, right? And her mother was only 48 years old, and she was taking antidepressant pills and anti-anxiety pills and anti-diabetic pills as well. She was 84 kg. She introduced me to her mom that I am his friend's friend, right? And in next 6 7 months, she follow all my guidelines, and her mother lost around 21 kgs 6 7 months, right? And when she visited her psychiatrist at Rohtak PGI, her psychiatrist exact word was, I am stopping all your psychiatry pills because you don't eat, right? So after a month, my wife told this incident to all her family, and her family is joint family, right? So this, I can say, the change, yeah. Then her family told her to call him up here, right?
Low carb
So
helped your love story
yeah,
get kind of
yeah, as well, yeah, yeah.
low
So
carb is.
I always start with baby steps. If a patient is coming to me, I will never say stop the grains, stop the fruits. Yeah.
Dr. Shraddha, tell me, why is there a general fear of meat and saturated fats in India? And like we have been a country who have been eating meat. There are mentions in our ancient text as well about meat to be used as medicine and to be used for treating various conditions. Why are we scared now as a nation of meat and saturated fats?
Actually, it's going on for last 5,000 years, right? So meat was actually the diet of king's family. Why the diet of king's family? Because the supply was not the supply of meat was not enough to feed all the population, right? So I can say through religion or some myths, the king's family or the elite family started propagate this myth that the meat is anti-religion, right? If you read history, all king's family are meat based, and every our god born in king's family only. No god born in a normal family, right? Right. So in our practice also, when a TB patient came to us, we medicos prescribe them anti-tubercular pills with the prescription. We write that you should take protein heavy meals. To that, and the name was the TB. In Hindi in Urdu we call it tapedic, right? And in Hindi, you know the name of tapedic or TB? I am telling you, the Hindi name of tuberculosis is Raj Chama. Right? Why Raj Chama? Because Raj means king, elite. So Chama means उनको नहीं होती थी वो problem. Right? So tapedic is or tuberculosis is Raj Chama because they are eating high meat meals. Right? So to feed the king's family, right? If you eat proper food, you have a very sharp mind, you have some strength, and then only you can rule. Right? If we go more deep down, the fire inventor, the wheel inventor, the electricity inventor, the mobile phone inventor, the sportsman or woman, or Olympic gold medals, or bronze medals, or silver medalists, or even Nobel Prize winners, check their diet. Right? So if anyone taking like 30 to 50, 35 years of this kind of meat rich meal, and after that for some money they start talking like vegetarian or veganism, right? So from there these myths are coming, and for governments also, for modern governments also, it's not possible to feed this kind of food for 8 billion of people, right? For in our country, like 1.4 billion people, how can government can feed like meat every day or eggs every day or fish every day? So the shortcut is propagate the myths because that angur khatte.
Yeah, on the first day of the session, I was having a session with Dr. Ken Berry, and he said the same thing. And I think it's common history. I've read about it. That grain and cheap source of carbohydrates were mainly for the slaves, while the meat and the saturated fat were for the elite. So this makes sense. If you are to have a fit body and a fit mind, and to be able to rule, I think you should be having, or they would be having, the best foods possible. So where does this virtue, virtue signaling of grains come from, and how true is that compared to the the meat culture that we had historically? How do grains came in and became so big that we ultimately became a grainitarian nation, as Shashi says? 80% of our plate.
If we can say in short history, so in 50s and 60s, like 70 years back, there was a phenomena like a green revolution. And the green revolution was nothing, just the wheat changes the very gene pool of the wheat, right? So that increases the production of wheat 7 to 8 times, right? So we are eating grains from the very initial days, and we started agriculture around 10,000 years back, right? So we are not carnivore. We are not fruit only diet. We are not following just grains. We are eating all kinds of things, right? So in 100 years, we did we make some changes in the genes of the grain, right? And last 50 to 60 years, this flowering of the grains like flower. So what happened by these two processes? The digestive time of the grains short down to 30 to 40 minutes, or we can say like 50 minutes. And on those previous grains, like 100 years back or 150 years back, right, the digestive time was very high, like more than 2 hours or 2 3 hours. And we were eating like 2 or 2.5 meals a day as well, right? So most of the grains and most of the fruits were not available like 100 years back. And the sugar came just 40 years back, right? So before that, in my family in Kanpur, I remember whenever a very good relative came to our home, only when we prepare tea with sugar. And the rest of the time, we prepare tea with jaggery, right? When very special guest came, the roti prepared with wheat flour only, right? For normal days, we were eating like maize or millets roti, right? So we as a human have a very short-term memory, right? So if we ask our grandfathers or grandmothers, they will tell us, and 30 40 years back, uh, every home is having now television, right? And on television, on those ads, the people came with white coats, and they are not doctors, and they are suggesting you to change your oil, right? So all the knowledge which are coming from our ancestors, it cut short by media and these people, right? Why our humans are so different from animals? Because we trickle down our knowledge to our next generation, right? Animal can't do this thing, right? What TV and media did in 40 years, they cut short this transfer of knowledge from our previous generation to our generation, right? So in my clinic, I am giving the knowledge, the knowledge our ancestors were following only.
That brings me, yeah, that brings me to the. I have so many things to ask, so maybe we'll keep the answers short. What do you have to say to people who advocate 6 to 8 meals a day? Because I see that very commonly on social media. I see that everywhere. There's a general belief of people. I don't know what's virtuous about eating 8 small meals a day. How would you review that?
If you eat 4 to 5 grams of carb or anything else, or you eat half kg of carb, the insulin will release, right? Insulin will release and it will sustain at 1 to 2 hours in your blood, a particular level, right? If you eat 6 to 7 times, right? So if you multiply 2 or 2.5, the insulin level will sustain above around 15 to 16 hours a day, right? What insulin do? Insulin is not a bad thing. When we were in jungle around 10,000 years back, right? Uh, in 2 3 days, or we can say in 7 days, or we can say 2 3 times a day, we were having meals, right? And if I can say, if we kill a goat, right, and our family is around 3 people, right, and in 2 days we have eaten all whole full goat, right? So per person we can say 3 to 4 kg of meat we have eaten in 2 days. So 3 and 4 kg of meat, around 10 to 15,000 of calories, right? And in future we don't know if food is coming or not. So at that time, what insulin did, insulin store this extra calorie and convert it into fat, right? And stored it for the future. But in today's world, right, we have a continuous supply of food, but insulin is still there. And when insulin is high, it will prevent the burning of fat. And it's common sense why prevent the burning of fat. Insulin high means there is enough supply of food. Then why to burn the fat, right? So you have putting your body under stress for lot of stresses. Like, so I am giving an example. If any middle class family, they will save money, right? In LIC or in saving account or FD, right? So there is a data of government that there is more than 90% of the FD money, fixed deposit money, belongs to the middle class. So from that data, can we say that middle class is very rich? No, we can't, right? So if your body feels that there is not incoming of energy, it will start storing the fat or fixed deposit. Yeah. So if you give proper fat, right, proper meals 2 to 3 times a day, body will burn your stored fat. Why? Because if you take just 2 to 3 meals, the insulin level will go down and body will feel there is no need to store energy because insulin level is goes down.
So the problem in today's times is what you're meaning to say is overeating, and this concept of 6 to 8 to 10 meals, small meals through the day is
If I remove refrigerator, right? If I remove online portals of buying food, nobody can sustain 6 to 7 meals a day. Nobody, right? And before 30 to 40 years, nobody was follow this routine 6 to 7 meals of day. And then compare the obesity rate 40 years back and now, right? Everybody gaining knowledge from social media, dietitian, doctors, 6, 7 meals. Then why we are getting obese, right?
That brings me to the next question, Dr. Shraddha. The common belief or myth maybe that the Indian thali is a very well balanced thali. In that context, how did we become the diabetes capital of the world?
If we see the thali, right, the 50 to 60% the chunks will come from grains, and majority two grains. I can say like wheat and grains, right? So 50-60% is are grains, right? And the third thing will be the dal, right? And whenever my patient came to me, I asked them what are your protein sources, right? They say dal, we eat dal, right? So I ask what amount of dal you are eating. So they say 1 katori, and what 1 katori means. Then they say my wife in the morning took 1 cup of raw dal and cook in the pressure cooker, and we 5 people eat. So 1 cup of raw dal is around 100 grams, right? And 100 gram dal is 16% of, I can say 16 gram of protein. So 16 gram of protein, they divided in 5 family members.
Yeah.
So 3 to 4 grams of protein is coming from dal, right? And in wheat and rice, I can say 6 to 8% of low quality protein, right? So, and the other thing will be like one vegetable, and that vegetable 90% time that vegetable will contain potato, right? Potato again, the glycemic index of cooked potato is around 96 to 98, right? Just like Glucon-D, 100, right? So the whole sugar, sucrose, glycemic index is 70, and the boiled potato or cooked potato have glycemic index 98. Right. So how can we say this is a perfect meal? In class 6, 7th, or 10th, we were listening a word balanced diet.
Balanced.
Right. Santulit ahar. Right. So whenever a patient came to me, this type of patient, who said that Indian thali
हिंदी
is
में भी
perfect.
बोलिए. I think डॉक्टर कटियार आप हिंदी में भी बोलिए ताकि ज्यादा लोग समझे. ये बैलेंस कॉन्सेप्ट, ये अजूबा कहाँ से आया? एंड शुड वी बी ईटिंग अ बैलेंस डाइट और शुड वी बी ईटिंग अ अनबैलेंस्ड डाइट? बोलिए इस पर।
ये ये तो मैंने खुद से डेवलप किया है कि पेशेंट को समझाना कैसे, और ये एक्चुअली में वर्क भी करता है और ये साइंटिफिकली सही भी है। तो मैं उससे कहता हूँ कि बैलेंस डाइट का मतलब क्या है, मुझे डेफिनेशन बताओ। तो वो कहते हैं हमने सुना है बट डेफिनेशन नहीं मालूम हमें, है ना। तो मैं कहता हूँ कॉमन सेंस लगाते हैं हम अपना बैठ के आज। तो बैलेंस डाइट का 3 मैक्रोज होते हैं, सबको पता है ना। प्रोटीन, फैट एंड कार्ब, है ना। तो किसी बुकिश नॉलेज पर नहीं जाते, हम सिंपल इसी यहीं पे सॉल्व कर लेते हैं। मैं पेशेंट से बात करता हूँ, यही सॉल्व कर लेते हैं। तो कह रहे ओके, तो अगर कोई लेडी है तो मैं कहता हूँ आपकी कैलोरी रिक्वायरमेंट कितनी, क्योंकि मेरे पास जो लेडीज आती है वो थोड़ी सर्च करके पढ़ के आती है काफी, है ना। तो वो कहती है मुझे 1400 1500 कैलोरी की रिक्वायरमेंट है। तो मैं कहता हूँ, मैंने कहा तीनों से कैलोरी मिलेगी फैट एंड, कहती है हाँ तीनों से कैलोरी मिलेगी। तो मैंने क्या कहा कि सिंपल आप डिवाइड कर लो। संतुलित का बैलेंस का मतलब होता है 33%, 33%, 33%, है ना। अभी इतनी हाइपर वेजिटेरियन डाइट है, इसको अभी इस पे चेंज करो पहले स्टेप में। तो कहते कैसे चेंज करें, तो 500 कैलोरी कार्ब से लो, 500 प्रोटीन से लो और 500 फैट से लो। फिर मैं उनको फार्मूला देता हूँ कैसे लेना है। तो अगर 500 कैलोरी कार्ब से लेना है तो 125 ग्राम कार्ब हो गया। अभी मैंने उनको कुछ नहीं बताया, कीटो लो कार्ब कुछ नहीं बताया, है ना। फिर मैं उनको बताता हूँ अगर 500 फैट से लेनी है तो डिवाइड बाई 9, है ना। तो 55 ग्राम के करीब। सेम विथ प्रोटीन, 500 डिवाइडेड बाई 4, है ना। तो 125 ग्राम प्रोटीन भी हो गया, राइट। बैलेंस 33%, 33%, 30। When they started the 125 gram of protein, like from from the next 2 to 3 days, they start feeling satiety. So ultimately, their carb intake will go down slowly, 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 slowly. If you anyone can, if any adult woman, if he take like 120 gram of protein, right? So next day she will not take 120 gram of carbohydrate.
तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि इंडियन थाली जो है ये बैलेंस डाइट है कि अनबैलेंस डाइट है, और क्या डायबिटीज और डायबिटीज कैपिटल बनने में इसका कितना बड़ा हाथ है?
जो इंडियन थाली है, इंडियन जो इसको बैलेंस कहते हैं, उसमें बेनिफिट है, ये या शॉर्टकट है ये 1.4 बिलियन पीपल को फीड करने का। और गवर्नमेंट ना अपने रिसोर्सेज यूज करना चाहती है, ना दिमाग लगाना चाहती है ना। और प्रॉब्लम अगर हम हाई प्रोटीन पे जाते हैं तो हमें आंखों से दिखता है कि उसमें वायलेंस है। नहीं, वायलेंस दिखता है एग्स में, पोल्ट्री में, मीट, रेड मीट में वायलेंस दिखता है क्योंकि हमें ब्लड दिखता है वहां पे, है ना। ये प्रॉब्लम होती है जो हमें एजुकेशन ना दी जाए प्रॉपर। मैं खुद भी, मेरे फादर लॉयर थे, मैं वैसे फार्मर फैमिली से हूँ। तो मैंने देखा है कि एग्रीकल्चर कैसे होता है ना। तो हमारे यहाँ एक पिल आती थी सल्फास की पिल, तो वो हम अपने जो गेहूं या व्हीट स्टोर होता था हमारे घर में, उसमें हम रख देते थे। और अगर चूहे खाने आते थे उसको तो मारे जाते थे वो, है ना। तो डेली बेसिस पे 3 to 4 रैट्स हमारे घर से निकलते थे, जो चूहे दवाइयाँ खाने आते थे, है ना। किसानों में, अब अगर आपको एग्रीकल्चर करना है, राइट, तो आपको पहले इसके लिए फील्ड चाहिए, खेत चाहिए। खेत चाहिए तो आपको जंगल काटने पड़ेंगे। तो जंगल में हैबिटेट किसका था? एनिमल्स का। ये वायलेंस नहीं है ना। तो कभी मैं पेशेंट से कहते नहीं हूँ कि मीट खाना शुरू कर दो, अंडे खाना, क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि इनका डिफेंसिव मैकेनिज्म है कि ऐसे ही बोलेंगे, ये एंटी रिलीजन है ना। तो अगर हम रिलीजियस गॉड्स की तरफ भी जाए, उनकी हिस्ट्री के बारे में पढ़ें, इवन गौतम बुद्धा, he was eating meat for 16 years, initial 16 years.
Yeah, in fact, it's
That's why
written
he,
that Gautam Buddha died by eating contaminated food.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Or even current era, all the poets, all the novelists, all the scientists, you can go through their history. And there was an interesting case came to me last year. दो ब्रदर आए मेरे पास, and they are from Uttarakhand, right? They are from अल्मोड़ा, उत्तराखंड। एंड जो एल्डर ब्रदर थे वो रहते थे दिल्ली में लास्ट 20 ईयर से, और जो छोटे भाई थे वो अल्मोड़ा ही में रहते थे अभी भी, है ना। तो जो बड़े भाई थे उनकी शादी किसी से हुई, तो उन्होंने क्या किया कि उनकी फैमिली में एग्स भी बंद कर दिए लास्ट 20 ईयर से दिल्ली में। तो वो जब सभी लोग मेरे पास आए तो उन्होंने यही एक्सक्यूज दिया कि ये एंटी एनवायरनमेंट है मीट, और एंटी रिलीजन है, और इसमें पोल्यूशन बहुत होता है और वायलेंस है इसमें। तो जो उनके छोटे ब्रदर थे वो अल्मोड़ा में रहते थे और 4 5 डेज एक रेड मीट लेते थे, गोट मीट, है ना। उनको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। 36 ईयर्स ओल्ड, जो दिल्ली में थे 38 ईयर ओल्ड, राइट। जो 38 ईयर ओल्ड थे उनको सब मेटाबॉलिक सिंड्रोम में एवरी प्रॉब्लम एज ही वाज हैविंग, राइट। So he was vegetarian for 20 years, not taking even eggs. He was taking only safola, this kind of vegetable oil. And I gave them an example. The younger brother is eating mutton for 4 to 5 days a week. And it is there in the culture in Uttarakhand, right? All the Pahadi people eat meat 4 to 5 days a week, right? So whenever you visit a hilly area, you will see their goats are eating the grass, right? And they caught those goat and slaughter the goat, right? एंड जो उनके छोटे भाई थे वो आधा किलो, हाफ के जी मटन खाते थे दोपहर में, और सुबह 4 eggs, और शाम को थोड़ा सा सैलेड, और फिर उनको भूख नहीं लगती थी, कोई क्रेविंग नहीं होती थी। जो उनके बड़े ब्रदर थे दिल्ली में, उनको सुबह कॉर्नफ्लेक्स चाहिए, राइट, विद मिल्क, विद स्किम्ड मिल्क। उसके बाद एक फ्रूट सैलेड चाहिए विद सॉल्ट, राइट। उसके बाद फिर एक वेजिटेबल सैलेड चाहिए, है ना। फिर उसके बाद लंच करना है, रोटी सब्जी दाल एंड ऑल दिस। फिर उसके बाद ओट्स लेते थे वो, राइट। अब इमेजिन करो, जो उनके छोटे ब्रदर है जो मटन खाते हैं उनको क्रेविंग्स नहीं होगी शाम को, उनके लिए कुछ भी एग्रीकल्चर की क्या जरूरत है। एक गोड्स है जो उस हिली एरिया में घूम रही है, ग्रास खा रही है जो नेचुरली ग्रोन हुई है वहां पे, है ना। कोई भी मैन्योर का यूज नहीं किया गया, कोई भी जंगल नहीं काटे गए, राइट। कोई भी डीजल का यूज नहीं किया गया, कोई भी ट्रैक्टर यूज नहीं किया गया, राइट। अब जो बड़े ब्रदर दिल्ली में रह रहे हैं, इनको शुगर लेना है, इनको व्हीट खाना है, इनको कॉर्नफ्लेक्स खाना है जो यूएस से आ रहा है ना, इम्पोर्टेड आ रहा है। अब वेस्ट यूपी का सारा जो जंगल था उसको कट करके वहां पे शुगर केन की क्रॉप लगाई, है ना। जंगल सारे खत्म किए वेस्ट यूपी के। फिर उसके बाद अंडरग्राउंड वाटर यूज किया फॉर इरिगेशन, राइट। इसीलिए वेस्ट यूपी का जो पानी है, जो अंडरग्राउंड लेवल है, काफी नीचे चला गया। अब उसमें खादें हमें डालनी होंगी, मैन्योर्स डालने होंगे, पेस्टिसाइड डालने होंगे, क्योंकि शुगर केन यहाँ की नेचुरल क्रॉप तो है नहीं यूपी की, है ना। उसको सेव करना है। अब शुगर का मैं एक एग्जांपल दिया, ऐसे वेट भी है, ऐसे मेज भी है ना, ऐसे बहुत सारे स्पाइसेस भी हैं, इनका ट्रांसपोर्ट। फिर चिप्स भी खाना है आपको। अगर मैं किसी से ही पूछता हूँ, अगर आप 300 to 400 ग्राम चिकन या मटन खा लो आप लंच में, आपकी क्रेविंग नहीं होती शाम को, है ना। तो स्नैकिंग और जो उसके रैपर आते हैं प्लास्टिक्स के, चिप्स के, और ये कौन कंज्यूम करता है? जिसने भी अगर हाफ के जी या 400 रेड मीट खाया होगा या एक सुबह खाए होंगे, वो ये चिप्स के पैकेट ये सब नहीं कंज्यूम करता है। तो कौन पोल्यूशन कर रहा है, कौन वायलेंस कर रहा है ना। हमें आंखें खोलने की जरूरत है। गवर्नमेंट एजुकेट नहीं करेगी, हमें खुद से इनिशिएटिव लेना पड़ेगा। गवर्नमेंट के लिए, गवर्नमेंट का विजन होता है 5 ईयर 10 ईयर्स का, उसको एक अगला इलेक्शन या उसके बाद वाला इलेक्शन जीतना है। और ये इन्होंने कहीं से नहीं सीखा है, ये इन्होंने 5,000 सालों से सीखा है कि ऐसे करना है। अगर एलिट को एलिट रहना है तो जो नॉलेज है वो स्प्रेड नहीं करना है, वरना एलिट नहीं रहेगा फिर वो।
डॉक्टर कटियार, जल्दी जल्दी थोड़े बहुत क्रिटिकल क्वेश्चंस मैं आपसे पूछती हूँ, बिकॉज वी हैव ओनली आई थिंक 13 मिनट्स लेफ्ट।
13 मिनट या
13 मिनट्स लेफ्ट। फ्रूट्स के बारे में आपका क्या ओपिनियन है? पीपल से फ्रूट्स आर वेरी गुड, इज इट फॉर एवरीबडी? और कैसे खाना चाहिए, कितना खाना चाहिए, खाना भी चाहिए कि नहीं खाना चाहिए?
लोग जब भी पेशेंट आता है मेरे पास, मैं कभी नहीं कहता हूँ फ्रूट नहीं, बंद कर दो, कम कर दो, है ना। तो मैं पहले फ्रूट, ग्लूकोज क्या है, फ्रक्टोज क्या है। अब फ्रक्टोज को नेचर ने क्यों चुना है, ग्लूकोज क्यों नहीं चुना? क्योंकि थोड़ा स्वीट ज्यादा होता है। तो उससे क्या होता है, फ्रक्टोज को कम अमाउंट में ट्री को प्रोड्यूस करना पड़ता है। स्वीट ज्यादा है तो वो एडिक्टिव भी ज्यादा है ना। तो अब फ्रूट का जो सीजन है, किसी भी आप एरिया में चले जाओ प्लेनेट के, वो आता है पीक समर या स्प्रिंग सीजन में, राइट। पीक समर में क्यों आता है? पीक समर में इसलिए आता है क्योंकि सीड, उस फ्रूट के अंदर सीड भी होता है। पीक समर के बाद मानसून आता है। जब आप फ्रूट खाओगे वो सीड क्या करेगा, जर्मिनेट करेगा। तो टाइमिंग क्या है उसकी, फ्रूट की? पीक समर, है ना। अगर हम और हिस्ट्री में जाए तो जैसे अभी हमें ड्रैगन फ्रूट का पता है कि अभी आया है, जस्ट थाई गुआवा अभी आया है, राइट। बहुत सारे प्लम्स अभी आए हैं, 10 ईयर्स बैक नहीं थे, इवन 20 ईयर्स बैक तो कीवी भी नहीं था, इतनी सारी स्पीसीज नहीं थे, है ना। नॉर्थ इंडिया में अगर ट्रांसपोर्ट नहीं हो, गुड्स ट्रेन ना हो, ट्रक्स ना हो, जो कि 100 ईयर्स बैक नहीं थे, तो हम साउथ इंडिया के फ्रूट्स कैसे खा सकते हैं? अगर कोई साउथ इंडिया में है तो नॉर्थ इंडिया के कैसे फ्रूट खा सकता है? अगर हम नॉर्थ इंडिया में है तो हम चाइनीज लीची कैसे खा सकते हैं, है ना। तो नेचर हमसे चाहती है कि उस एरिया में जब पीक समर हो तब हम फ्रक्टोज का कंज्यूम करें। फ्रक्टोज के बाई प्रोडक्ट क्या होते हैं? फैट, यूरिक एसिड एंड एनर्जी, आई कैन से, राइट। अब मानसून का सीजन आया, जंगल में आपने खूब फ्रूट्स खाए थे गर्मी में, अब मानसून आया तो वो जर्मिनेट करेंगे। उसके बाद ऑटम आएगा, विंटर आएगा, फूड की स्कार्सिटी हो जाएगी, फूड अवेलेबल नहीं होगा ज्यादा। बट जिस भी एनिमल ने खूब सारा कंज्यूम किए होंगे फ्रक्टोज, उसके पास फैट का स्टोरेज होगा। अब वो फैट स्टोरेज उस विंटर में काम आएगा, है ना।
कहने का मतलब ये कि
फ्रक्टोज,
स्केर्सिटी डाइट पे जब आप हो, स्केर्सिटी एनवायरनमेंट में जब आप हो,
या
तो फ्रूट्स आपके लिए बेनिफिशियल हो सकते हैं। बट आप अभी एक्सेस खा रहे हो, उसके ऊपर आप फ्रूट्स ले रहे हो, तो वो कंडीशंस को ट्रिगर कर सकती है, सिंपली पुट।
अब क्योंकि या फ्रक्टोज एक फॉरेन बॉडी है हमारी बॉडी के लिए, उसको केवल लिवर ही हैंडल करेगा। तो लिवर जब हम इतने लार्ज अमाउंट में खाते हैं तो उसको किस में कन्वर्ट करने का ऑप्शन बचता है उसके पास? फैट में कन्वर्ट करेगा, या यूरिक एसिड में कन्वर्ट करेगा, या ग्लूकोज में ही कन्वर्ट कर देगा, राइट। तो ये फैट स्टोरेज हमारे काम आता है जो विंटर्स में खाना नहीं होता है। बट ना इसकी विंटर्स आती है, ना ऐसा कोई टाइम आता है जब खाने की स्कैरसिटी हो, है ना। अब अब ये समर में, एक तो जब हम जंगलों में थे तो सनलाइट का एक्सपोजर बहुत अच्छा था, तो विटामिन डी का लेवल ऑटोमेटिक हमारा हाई रहता था। तो वो विटामिन डी जो हाई मिलता था मई जून के मंथ्स में, क्योंकि हम कपड़े भी नहीं शायद पहनते थे और सन एक्सपोज करते थे होल स्किन, तो हाई विटामिन डी लेवल हमें प्रोटेक्ट करता था हाई यूरिक एसिड के लेवल से, राइट। यूरिक एसिड कोई खराब चीज नहीं है, यूरिक एसिड अगर आप जीरो कर दें तो आप सर्वाइव नहीं कर सकते कुछ मंथ, है ना। तो एक 3 to 5 या 6 का लेवल मेंटेन करना होता है। इसीलिए नेचर ने हमें यूरिक एसिड के दो सोर्स दिए हैं, एक प्यूरिन्स जो कि प्रोटीन से आते हैं, डीएनए आरएनए जब मेटाबोलाइज होता है, और दूसरा फ्रक्टोज से, क्योंकि कोई चीज जरूरी होती है तो नेचर उसके 2-3 सोर्सेस रखती है, राइट। अब हम एक्सपोज नहीं कर रहे, बाहर जाते भी नहीं है, फ्रूट्स खाने हैं, फ्रूट कंफर्ट एक फूड है, क्योंकि वो हमारा सेरोटोनिन और डोपामिन इस तरह से ट्रिगर करता है चीजों को।
सिर्फ 10 मिनट बचे हैं डॉक्टर कटियार। ये बताइए कि अगर कोई प्योर वेजिटेरियन डाइट पे है, तो डेफिशिएंसीज होने के क्या चांसेस हैं, होती है कि नहीं होती, कितनी होती है? व्हाट इज द पॉसिबिलिटी, बिकॉज पीपल नॉट वांट टू एडमिट that if you're on a pure vegetarian diet, you can be deficient. Please educate in 2 lines. I have 3-4 more questions, so we'll need to hurry up. 9 minutes बाकी।
लाइक आई ऑलरेडी सेड दैट हम 10,000 सालों से खेती कर रहे हैं, और खेती हम उसी जमीन में कर रहे हैं। हमारे स्कूल के बच्चों को दिखाना चाहिए कि खेती कैसे हो रही है। खेती में किसान क्या डालता है? यूरिया एंड डीएपी, और इसके अलावा कुछ नहीं डालता है। यूरिया डीएपी क्या है? यूरिया इज जस्ट नाइट्रोजन, डीएपी इज डाइअमोनियम फास्फेट, जस्ट फास्फोरस एंड नाइट्रोजन। अब जो भी क्रॉप है हमारी एग्रीकल्चर की, वो 5 to 6 इंच गहरी तक ही जाती है मिट्टी में या सॉइल में। तो जो भी टॉप सॉइल होगी 5 to 6 इंच या मैक्सिमम 1 फुट की, वहां से न्यूट्रिएंट लेगी वो। अब हम उसमें रिप्लेनिश तो कर नहीं रहे, है ना, यही दो खादें डाल रहे हैं। अब 10,000 सालों से उसी जगह आप खेती करे जा रहे हो, और 1.4 बिलियन लोगों को हमें फीड भी करना है। तो इसीलिए आपने देखा होगा कि पिछले 20-25 सालों से जो हमारी कहते हैं डार्क लीफी वेजिटेबल्स, बट जब भी आप मार्केट जाओगे आपको डार्क लीफी वेजिटेबल्स नहीं मिलेंगे। 20 साल पहले मिलते थे, 20 ईयर्स बैक आपको मिलते थे। अब डार्क लीफी वेजिटेबल्स क्यों नहीं मिलते? क्योंकि हमारी मिट्टी में मैग्नीशियम नहीं है। तो जो मैग्नीशियम नहीं है मिट्टी में, तो हमारी क्रॉप्स में नहीं है मैग्नीशियम।
तो कॉमन
दूसरा
क्या क्या होती हैं जो वेजिटेरियन डाइट पे हैं, प्योरली वेजिटेरियन डाइट पे जो लोग हैं, उनमें क्या क्या डेफिशिएंसीज कॉमनली मिलती हैं आपको?
सबसे पहले तो जो जितने भी फैट सॉल्युबल विटामिन हैं उनके मिलते हैं, विटामिन डी, ई, ए, के, एंड सेकेंड इज मिनरल्स। मिनरल्स इन पे चार्ज होता है, जैसे जिंक पे +2 का चार्ज होता है, मैग्नीशियम पे +2 का चार्ज होता है, पोटेशियम पे 1 पे, है ना। तो इस टाइप के, या आयरन पे +2 या +3 का, तो इस तरह के आयन से पॉजिटिव चार्ज होते हैं। और हमारे ग्रेन्स या वेजिटेबल्स में कुछ ऐसे टेनिन्स या लैक्टिन्स होते हैं, वो निगेटिव चार्ज होते हैं। तो इनका जो एब्जॉर्प्शन है ना, ये हैम्पर, एक तो न्यूट्रिएंट कम भी है, और जब आप इनके साथ लेते हो लैक्टिन के साथ और इनके साथ टेनिन के साथ, तो ये एब्जॉर्ब भी नहीं होने देते हमारी गट में, राइट। तो ये प्रॉब्लम है। और हमारा जो स्टमक का पीएच है वो 1 to 3 मेंटेन या 1 to 2 मेंटेन रहना चाहिए। अब आप शुरू से ही वेजिटेरियन हो तो बॉडी धीरे धीरे एसिड का प्रोडक्शन कम कर देती है। एसिड का प्रोडक्शन कम हो जाता है तो फिर इनका एब्जॉर्प्शन धीरे धीरे कम हो जाता है। इसीलिए ये प्रॉब्लम और भी पेशेंट्स में आती है। जो हम प्रोटीन की तरफ जाते हैं, किसी वेजिटेरियन पेशेंट में प्रोटीन बढ़ाते हैं डेयरी के प्रोटीन या और किसी के थ्रू या एग के थ्रू, तो उनको इनिशियली प्रॉब्लम होती है क्योंकि बॉडी यूज टू नहीं है, क्योंकि उतना एसिड ही नहीं बनना, उतना डाइजेशन ही नहीं है। तो इसीलिए स्टेप स्लोली पहले जो स्टेप लेने पड़ते हैं, बेबी स्टेप लेके फिर शुरू करना पड़ता है प्रोटीन।
ये कॉमन बिलीफ जो है डॉक्टर कटियार कि एग्स आर बैड फॉर द हार्ट, स्पेशली एग योक्स, एंड मीट इज बैड, सैचुरेटेड फैट बैड, इन रिलेशन टू डायबिटीज, इन रिलेशन टू हार्ट कंडीशंस, इसको जरा ब्रीफ में जल्दी बता दीजिए।
देखिए, जो भी अगर आपका कोलेस्ट्रॉल का लेवल आता है ना, टोटल कोलेस्ट्रॉल एक तो अनहेल्दी नहीं होता है, कोई भी लेवल हो, और वो भी जो भी उसका लेवल आता है उसमें 70 to 80% आपके लिवर ने खुद ही बनाया होता है। जो हमारे लिपिड प्रोफाइल में जो प्रॉब्लमेटिक चीजें आती हैं वो बाया कार्बोहाइड्रेट कन्वर्ट करके आती है। उसको कन्वर्ट कौन करता है? उसको लीवर कन्वर्ट करता है ना। अब ये मिथ कहाँ से आते हैं कि येलो पार्ट फेंक देना चाहिए? मैं एक छोटी सी स्टोरी बताता हूँ शॉर्ट में। 2 साल पहले एक पेशेंट आई, उनको कुछ किडनी प्रॉब्लम थी। मैंने उनको एक नेफ्रोलॉजिस्ट के पास सेंड किया, पूसा रोड पे, है ना। तो वो जब पेशेंट वापस मेरे पास दोबारा आई तो उन्होंने कहा कि जो पूसा रोड के जो नेफ्रोलॉजिस्ट हैं उन्होंने मुझसे बोला है कि आप एक वाइट खाना है, एक येलो नहीं खाना है आपको, है ना। तो उनके प्रिस्क्रिप्शन पेपर में उनकी मेल आईडी थी, तो मैंने उनको अपना इंट्रो देके मेल किया कि क्यों नहीं खाना है इनको योग। तो उनका मेल अभी भी मेरे पास पड़ा हुआ है। उन्होंने कहा सी कैन टेक योग्स, देयर इज नथिंग हार्म, राइट। सो फिर उन्होंने क्यों बोला कि नहीं खाना है योग? ज्यादातर डॉक्टर्स को नॉलेज होता है कि ये प्रॉब्लम नहीं करेगा, बट उनके पास टाइम कम होता है, 2 मिनट 5 मिनट मैक्सिमम, है ना। तो पेशेंट से वो सजेशन देते हैं जो पेशेंट सुनना चाहता है, क्योंकि डॉक्टर को पता होगा कि ये सोशल मीडिया के थ्रू, डाइटिशियन के थ्रू इसको पता होगा कि येलो पार्ट नहीं खाना है। क्योंकि अगर डॉक्टर कहेगा कि येलो खाना है पार्ट, तो डॉक्टर को एक्सप्लेन करना पड़ेगा। तो डॉक्टर अपना टाइम कभी कभी कम करने के लिए ना ये करते हैं कि बता देते हैं कि हाँ नहीं खाना।
हाँ, रूटीनली सबको बताया जाता है कि एग योक स्किप कर दी।
हाँ,
एक
तो ना वो नी जर के सजेशन है बस, और कुछ नहीं।
बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग एक एक वर्ड में आंसर करते हैं, बिकॉज बहुत कुछ पूछना था आपसे बट टाइम खत्म हो। जितना जल्दी हो सके इसको बताइए, कितने एग्स एक नॉर्मल हेल्दी आदमी को कितने एग्स खाने?
नो लिमिट, नो लिमिट।
एवरी डे नो लिमिट।
जितने डाइजेस्ट कर सकते हो, जितने डाइजेस्ट करते हो, नो लिमिट।
नो लिमिट, कोई नुकसान नहीं है उससे?
नहीं, कोई नुकसान।
सैचुरेटेड हेल्दी है कि अनहेल्दी है? घी, बटर, मटन का टैलो, बीफ टैलो जो लोग खाते हैं, तो
जितना फैट अनसैचुरेटेड होगा वो अनस्टेबल होगा। अनस्टेबल का मतलब, जो लोग केमिस्ट्री जानते हो, सिंगल बॉन्ड, डबल बॉन्ड, ट्रिपल बॉन्ड। सिंगल ट्रिपल बॉन्ड ज्यादा स्ट्रांग होता है, उसको हम सैचुरेटेड कहते हैं। अगर डबल बॉन्ड होगा तो वो अनस्टेबल होगा। अगर वो टूटेगा तो वहां पे ऑक्सीजन आके जुड़ेगा, जिसको अगर आप नॉर्मल वेजिटेबल ऑयल बाहर रख दे तो रेंसिड हो जाते हैं बहुत जल्दी। तो क्यों रेंसिड होते हैं? कि एटमॉस्फेयर से ऑक्सीजन को वो एब्जॉर्ब या रिएक्शन कर लेते हैं। बट अगर आप सैचुरेटेड फैट खाओगे, है ना, तो वो स्टेबल है, कुकिंग में भी स्टेबल रहेंगे।
मतलब घी,
ऑक्सीजन अगर
बटर,
बाहर
टैलो इसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए और रिफाइंड का इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए।
ये मुझे लगता है कि इसमें इतना दिमाग लगाने की क्या जरूरत है। मैंने सूरदास की कृष्ण लीला पढ़ी है ना।
मैसेजिंग
मैंने
है ना।
सूरदास की कृष्ण हाँ, मैंने सूरदास की कृष्ण लीला पढ़ी है, और भगवान श्री कृष्ण सिर्फ बटर, मक्खन, घी यही सब खाते थे। वो बैठ कैसे हो सकता है?
मस्टर्ड ऑयल के बारे में आपका क्या व्यू है? मस्टर्ड ऑयल बहुत यूज होता है
सर,
नॉर्थ ईस्ट में।
I like the taste of mustard oil, and some vegetables, some especially some North Indian vegetables जो है ना मस्टर्ड ऑयल में अच्छी बनती है। तो अगर आप टेस्ट के लेना चाहते हो कभी कभी तो ठीक है, बट बेटर ऑयल आर घी, बटर एंड कोकोनट ऑयल।
तो मतलब जो रोज मस्टर्ड ऑयल में खाना बना के खा रहे हैं, 2-3 सब्जी, 4 सब्जी, या जो भी खाना बन रहा है मस्टर्ड ऑयल में बन रहा है, उसका शॉर्ट में बताइए इफेक्ट क्या हो सकता है? खराब, अच्छा, क्या?
शॉर्ट में कोई इफेक्ट नहीं आने वाला। ये इफेक्ट आएंगे लॉन्ग टर्म में। लॉन्ग टर्म में आपको सारी प्रॉब्लम आएंगे।
रोज खा रहे हैं और काफी समय से, सालों से खा रहे हैं, तो इसका एडवर्स इफेक्ट पड़ेगा, न कि पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट पड़ेगा?
या बिल्कुल एडवर्स इफेक्ट पड़ेगा, बिल्कुल। आई रिकमेंड मस्टर्ड ऑयल ओनली फॉर टेस्ट ओनली।
मीट कितना खाना चाहिए डॉक्टर कटियार? क्या उसका हार्ट के कंडीशन से या डायबिटिक कंडीशन से कोई रिलेशन है, या खतरनाक है हमारे लिए?
भगवान ने हमको हस में सैटिस्फैक्टरी सेंटर दिया है, हंगर सेंटर दिया है। उन दोनों सेंटर को डिसाइड करने दो कि हमें कितना खाना है। और वो कब डिसाइड कर पाएंगे? जब आप ये करप्ट खाने नहीं खाओगे, जब आप रियल फूड खाओगे, तो हमारे सैटिस्फैक्टरी सेंटर को पता चल जाएगा वाया लेप्टिन कि कितना खाना है। हमारी जो स्केल है, किचन स्केल, वो नहीं बता सकती हमें कितना खाना है।
वीट जो लोग छोड़ना चाहते हैं, लो कार्ब पे आना चाहते हैं, उनको नेक्स्ट वो रहता है कि ज्वार बाजरा खा ले क्या? तो ज्वार बाजरा,
मैं ज्वार बाजरा, हाँ, ज्वार बाजरा इफेक्ट इसमें कोई ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट नहीं है। मैं ज्वार एंड बाजरा को एज ए डेकॉय यूज करता हूँ, राइट। तो एक ट्रांजिशन फेज में मैं ज्वार एंड बाजरा को यूज करता हूँ। अगर आप पहले से चपाती को दोगे नहीं खाना है तो वो पेशेंट परेशान हो जाएगा बहुत ज्यादा। तो इन ट्रांजिशन फेज वी कैन ऐड लाइक मिलेट्स दिस।
ठीक है। Thank you so much, Dr. Katiyar. I think Shashi is
Thank
here,
you.
so
Yeah.
we'll have the last word from Shashi.
Yeah.
Very interesting session with you.
Yeah, Dr. Shraddhe, thank
Hello, sir.
you very
Hello, sir.
much. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
coming in this session and Ira, well hosted.
Thank you.
इसका खास बात यह है कि सर कि आपने अच्छे हिंदी में बात की, क्योंकि हमारा YouTube चैनल में बहुत डिमांड है कि ब्रिंग अ हिंदी स्पीकिंग डॉक्टर, क्योंकि क्या है हमारा पॉपुलेशन अभी दे वांट टू नो दिस कांसेप्ट इन हिंदी and sir, we want your exclusive session with D Life. It is going to be only fully in Hindi.
I was just going to say we should do a podcast with him. It's going to be so interesting.
So it is going to be exclusively Hindi only, sir. So thank you very much for
we can
joining
do
this.
it regularly. Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, we can do it regularly. Yeah.
So thank you, doctor, for appearing in this session. And we can invite the next guest.
Thank you.
Dr. Vishwanath and
sure.
and the host Prasanna.
Hello. Hello and welcome to another exciting episode of India's first and largest Metabolic Health Conference, where we explore various health topics that not only impact our lives, but can transform them for the better. I'm your host, Prasanna. I'm a certified low-carb nutritionist and health coach. Today, we have a special guest, Dr. Vishwanath. Dr. Vishwanath.
Yeah.
Dr. Vishwanath, a general physician, is a specialist in treating lifestyle diseases and medical conditions from the root cause with a holistic approach to wellness. Dr. Vishwanath has been successful in bringing back happiness into the lives of people through low-carb lifestyle intervention and therapeutic fasting. Welcome to the conference, Doctor, and thank you so much for being here. We are looking forward to this conversation. So, to ask you with a question. So, to start with, can you help our audience understand what lifestyle diseases are and why they have become so common in recent years?
So, the common lifestyle diseases are like diabetes, hypertension, cardiovascular diseases, even osteoarthritis. Even nowadays, even autoimmune disease also is becoming a product of the lifestyle diseases. So diabetes itself can lead to many other diseases. So diabetes we called as the mother of all diseases.
Okay. This is quite interesting that we have, because a lot of our audience think that diabetes is a disease. And it's an interesting phrasing that we have that actually it is a lifestyle disease. So, interestingly, you have adopted a low-carb way of eating as a solution to solving the lifestyle diseases such as type 2 diabetes. Can you please throw some light on how you came about that, a little bit of history about how it came to?
So basically, I got interested in low carb nutrition because after reading a book by Jason Fung about the intermittent fasting. So I have one of my friend in the US. He's a radiation oncologist. He is doing this intermittent fasting from almost 15-20 years. So during my school days, after that, I want to study a little more on that, and I was little influenced by Jason Fung books and read about fasting. From there, I got an idea about low carb nutrition. The fallacy is in our MBBS, MD courses, there is not even a single subject which teaches about nutrition. You leave about low carb nutrition. Then when I started come to know about low carb nutrition, since I started my MD practice in 2008. So first 2-3 years, I was just treating diabetic patient like other doctors, like giving medications, just telling them you do walking and take this medication, you'll be okay. And sugars are okay. Then I realized that actually we are not treating diabetes. We are only treating the symptoms of diabetes. Like for example, somebody get a typhoid fever, the ideal treatment should be giving an antibody to treat the typhoid bacteria and the paracetamol to reduce the fever. But we are reducing only the blood sugars. They're not reducing the root cause. Then out of my interest, I started studying more and more on low carb nutrition and started implementing on my own patients.
Okay.
So, and I even my family members, some of the diabetics and all. So I got a very fantastic results. After starting a low carb diet, many of my patients, their dose is reduced by 50%.
Okay.
People who are on insulin, it has almost, they stopped the insulin. And I'll give a clear example. One of my classmate whose wife is a dentist, and he has shown to the well-known endocrinologist in Bangalore because she became a diabetic after a gestational diabetes. So at the age of 30 years, she was taking 2 insulins and 3 OHs.
Wow.
And she is basically Andhra style diet, like eating more of a rice.
You mean insulin injections, is it?
Yeah, insulin injections.
Okay.
When he consulted me for advice on this low carb diet, because he came to know I had done a small book called as Decoding Diabetes. And I started giving some social media messages regarding this. So he came to know about it and contacted me. I strictly advised her on low carb nutrition and diet modification to optimize protein as per the body weight and eat a lot of healthy fats. With this simple thing, within 2 months, she started getting hypo. So cut down her insulin and cut down her OHA. Now, within 8 months, she came to only metformin. Out of 3 OHAs and insulin, she came to only metformin. With that, her HbA1c was reduced from 11.5 to 6.5.
Wow.
So this I've seen in many patients. Then after late, I we have from dietitians in Apollo. So I made my own center called Sattva Preventive Health Center. In that, we have a specified low carb dietitian, and I have my diabetic remission programs. So especially what results I've seen is people who are recently diagnosed diabetes, especially less than 3 to 4 or 5 years, young people, they respond faster to low carb diet than the old people. Like somebody is diabetic more than 15-16 years, already in their 50-60s age, for them, the dose can be reduced definitely, but complete reversal is little difficult. And another factor is they don't have that motivation also. The 55-60 years following a different kind of a diet and stick on to it, or they're not motivated. They're kind of addicted to their own cultural habits. But especially young people less than 50 years who recently diagnosed diabetes less than 5 years, they respond fantastically to low carb diet.
Okay. And so we have been, thanks for sharing the success stories. And you have given an excellent success story. It's, I think it will be very useful for people to relate to. And can you please let us know what are the key principles, the basic fundamentals of low carb lifestyle? And how does it differ from other dietary approaches?
So I'll give a practical examples. So you'll take an Indian breakfast. Idli, dosa, upma, poha, paratha. So these are the common Indian breakfast across India. So North India, they prefer more of a parathas. And South India, they will more of idli, dosa kind of stuff.
And it will contain potatoes.
Yeah, potatoes. See, if you take any of these Indian breakfast, You think about a protein requirement. And normally, a 70 kg person need at least 70 grams of protein, active person.
Okay.
So that means to say a person need at least 20-25 grams of protein in every meal. But none of this Indian breakfast contain even 5 grams of protein.
Oh, not even 5 grams, is it?
Where it is? Suppose if you have somebody's having idli, to 3-4, if they have, normally they have some 3-4 idlis and with some chutney and sagu. The dal they use, maximum they contain 5 grams. And in the lunch also, again they come to chapati, to roti, rice or chapati or sabji. And even with the non-vegetarians, they used to eat non-veg like once or twice a week. Only in that particular meal they get adequate proteins. And there's what about other two meals like breakfast and lunch? So whole as this, we are living in a high carb world. And people are eating almost 80% of the food as a carbohydrates.
Okay.
And as per the ICMR study, 85% of the vegetarians in India consume only 30 gram protein per day. That means to say it is less than 50% of their body requirement. So in this very simple way, what the people are eating first is shift from refined to a raw carbohydrates, some complex carbohydrates. And what they're eating 85%, reduce to 40% at least. If not, cannot be 10 or less than 10%, reduce to 40% is first step. Step number one, reduce your carbohydrate from 85% to 40%. In remaining 60%, add 30% as a protein and 30% as a healthy fats. Even this itself will give fantastic results in terms of reduction of the weight, control of the diabetes, and overall energy and other things. And if the patient is successful in this, you can still reduce the percentage of the carbohydrates and then go to the next stage called keto. At least very few people are continue with the keto, but majority can continue with the low carb diet because it's a natural way of eating. The one thing I have to stress here is low carb, it's not something a new diet. Because our bodies are designed to eat 3 macronutrients in equilibrium. That's why God has given 3 macronutrients, carbohydrates, protein, and fat. Only if we eat them in equal proportion, we will be healthy. See, no nature, no culture has, nobody's told to eat 80% carbohydrate by neglecting protein and fat. People are scared of fat and people don't know what is really the protein. That's why they're eating carbohydrates. And of course, the carbohydrates are more tasty. And you can also make many recipes with the protein and fat if they have a proper knowledge about how to make the lifestyle changes.
Fantastic. So, in this, I saw that you are also advocating fasting. So, how is fasting overall as an overall treatment for lifestyle disease?
See, the nowadays all this obesity, diabetes, or even many cancers, for all these things, fundamental issue is high insulin levels. Why people have hyperinsulinemia and insulin resistance is the first fundamental is one is high carb diet. Second causes could be a stress, a lifestyle, a pollution, and connecting away from the nature, like lack of grounding. All these things in mass give rise to insulin resistance. How low carb diet works? Suppose if I eat a 4 idlis in the breakfast, my sugar spikes, pancreas will secrete insulin to control the sugars. Okay, that's done. Now my body has enough insulin, it has done. Again in the lunch, I had chapati, rice and vegetables. Again sugar spikes, insulin spikes, pancreas is secreting insulin to control my sugars. Same thing in the dinner. Most of the Indians eat roti, rice and other things. In this way, the pancreas keep on secreting insulin, become hyperinsulinemia. Okay, suppose instead of 4 idlis, what I did I stopped. I ate only 3 omelets, protein and a fat. And my sugar spike is less. My insulin requirement is also less.
Okay, understood.
And if you have some non-veg in the lunch with a lot of vegetables, again my sugar spike is less. Pancreas did not take the secret insulin. Automatically, the insulin sensitivity improves.
Okay.
And insulin secretion come down and insulin sensitivity improves. And suppose if you do fasting for 16 to 18 hours, There is no food at all. Obviously, no food, no insulin from the pancreas. It is still a fantastic way to improve high insulin and insulin sensitivity.
Okay. So basically what you're saying is fasting becomes a little bit more easier when you are on a lower carbohydrate and good proteins and fats.
See, in my practical experience of last 8 years, people who follow low carb diet must do intermittent fasting, but the synergy is really good. If they follow both together, the results are fantastic for a pre-diabetic, even a diabetic people who have less than 7.5 HbA1c. Practical examples in my practice, what I do, any new person comes with a HbA1c of 7.5 up to 7.58. I don't start them on medications. And I'll assess the first thing we have to notice is whether the person is motivated or not. If the person is motivated, he have that attitude to follow the diet principles and this one, I put him on strictly on low carb diet and intermittent fasting. And most of them will come with a normal HbA1c after 3 to 6 months.
Wow.
So this has been many people. I will give an example of a medical student who come to me 6 months ago. She was just 28 years, overweight, 73 kgs. Her fasting sugar was 300. And after food sugar was 450. And her HbA1c was 11.5. And she also has a PCOD issues. It was shocking. So she came to me and I told that, see, first anybody, since you have high HbA1c, you start on some small dose of OHAs. Along with that, you start low carb diet. So one thing, one misconception is when people are already on some major diabetic medication like sulfonylureas and other things, you should not start them on a fasting. Because in Indian system, the following them was very, very difficult. The first thing is people who are already on medication first start the low carb diet strictly. So, and this girl, she's a medical intern. I started on low carb diet and exercise protocols. And within 1 month, she started getting hypoglycemia to my tablets. So then I reduced the tablet dose to 50%. Then within next 1 month, even for the 50% dosage, she started getting hypoglycemia. Then I said, you stop everything and follow only low carb diet. This happened 2.5 months after the dietary intervention. The sugars, fasting sugar from 300, it has came to 115 within 3 months. Now within 6 months, her HbA1c has dropped from 11 to 6.8. And next 3 months, it is 5.8. Now she's with a 5.5 to 5.8 HbA1c in the last 1 year.
Wow.
And now the present weight is 60 kgs. She has lost 12 kgs. And without any medication, she's following this.
Fantastic. So it's really satisfying to hear the amount of suffering that is being solved for people.
Yes, really.
So thanks for sharing this, doctor. And one more thing is there any misconceptions about low carb? See, I'll tell you an example because when we talk about this, there are many who come and say that for youngsters, they should eat a lot of carbohydrates. Youngsters means less than 18 in the growing stage. They should eat well. That is when they will get better. That is usually India. That is what people say, right? That is seen that across. So for them, low carb and all is not so great. That is the conception. I'm hearing these conversations. So could you please throw some light on this particular?
Yeah, this is happening in the kids, like children's. You give them whatever they want, whether it's a chocolates, sweets, rice, whatever they want, give. And in today, the most unfortunate thing is for many kids in India, Maggie is one of their breakfasts. We are got to such stage. And once somebody is pregnant, the conception is pregnant, you eat anything. And you put on weight. That means many girls think that pregnancy is an opportunity to binge eating.
You have to eat for 2 persons. That is the common.
Yeah. No, pregnancy, this other ways, many girls are very cautious about their weight. But in the pregnancy, they think that anyhow we have to gain the weight. Let us eat all the cravings. Though the craving, starting from the craving from the ice creams, chocolates to all these rice items and all, they started eating, put on weight. So this is a totally misconception. See, one is when we start about naming it as a low carb diet, People always think that, okay, this person is treating me, giving some diet. And a lot of misconception about keto also. He's giving some diet. So other way of telling is, I convince these people like this is not something a diet. This is a natural way of eating. I will give an example. God has given 3 macronutrients. First, eat them in equilibrium. Then only your metabolism is okay. Second thing, you Google yourself and tell me what is the protein requirement as per your body weight. Even the Google says 0.8 to 1 gram for an active person. And if you're really good with the gym and other thing, you need more than that. Suppose you're 70 kg, what you need 70 grams of protein. And the growing kids definitely need at least 1 gram per kg body weight protein. Okay, you're not doing that. And your body need healthy fats. So eat these healthy fats also in proportion. When we tell them that what we are teaching you, like not something like a low carb or a keto, it's a natural way of eating. So many people get convinced that, oh, this person is not treating me another diet and all. And because once you start stressing more on like you follow low carb diet, you follow keto like this, then they get it, they have some doubts. Oh, some other dietist started telling, and many people are telling, I have consulted many dietitians. Sorry, I got some kind of yeah.
No problem. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is the way we have to convince them. And when we started realize them that you are eating 80% carbohydrate is unnatural, not eating protein is unnatural, then they're thinking that what they're eating is a junk food. And what we're really telling is a natural way of eating. This knowledge actually should spread across so that low carb is a natural way of eating. It's not something, it's a dietary pattern because you're not following the nature's principles. Nature only has given 3 macronutrients, eat them at least in equilibrium.
Thanks. It means so much coming from a doctor. And actually, I was about to ask you that low carb, there is a stigma or mentality when we say that eat low carb, as you rightly said, right? So when we say diet, people have association from restriction, compulsion, and I think that is what you also touched upon. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, yes, correct.
So it is people have a conception about it is a fad diet. It's some new thing. What is your take on that? New thing. It is not sustainable.
See, that's what this definitely when we started because majority people are not following low carb diet. Only few people are following low carb diet. So the society, we are a minority now. To convince a majority, it takes some time. And this as the diabetes is increasing, only the people get convinced first with the results. So when we started applying this, when they started seeing the sugars, they themselves get convinced. So yesterday, one of my patients messaged me, today had only 4 eggs for the breakfast. My after food sugar is only 140. Otherwise, it used to be about 200. That simple one measurement has given him immense confidence in the low carb diet and also about me. So it takes some time. And we as a low carb community, like instead of promoting it as a diet, we must promote low carb diet. It's a natural way of eating. This is the physiological way the body needs the nutrition.
Fantastic.
So it's not it's not some other diet. Like people follow the liquid diet, the fruit only diet, something. This is something not a diet at all. This is a natural way of eating. The body is designed for that.
Thank you. Thanks. It's so much of a relief to hear that it has to be promoted or it has to be stated as it is, as a natural way of eating.
Yes.
And in your opinion, what does the future hold for the low carb interventions? And
see, the low carb diet, actually, in my opinion, I'm even thinking of putting a PL in the court. Like, why the government is not serious about dietary guidelines? And today, there's medical scam is there. There's people are promoting statins for the cholesterol, and even the American Diabetic Association get funds from the Coke and Pepsi. So obviously the medical research 50% is compromised. In this way, when we promote low carb diet and a fasting for a natural way, there's a lot of opposition because the mainstream medicine doesn't accept it. And second thing is, there is no subject on nutrition, whether you do MD, MBBS or DM. And majority of the allopathic practitioners who are not studied the nutrition may not accept all these things. But this is the future. This is the future. At least I'm eating high carb diet 80% in life. If not only the diabetes you meet, you're also getting 13 cancers, which is high insulin can lead to 13 cancers. And today we know that 13 cancers, there is infertility issues, so much major grievous situations are going on. And when this awareness started improving across the society, then automatically people should adopting it.
Okay. And one you have addressed and you have stated this, but for the listeners who are in many hundreds, they want a key takeaway, 3 items. What can I do right now just to reduce my suffering of all these lifestyle diseases? Can you please throw some?
My first thing is reduce your carbohydrate intake, and in that carbohydrate also completely cut down the refined carbohydrates and make it not more than 30% of your total meal intake. Remaining 60% eat a optimum protein as per your body weight. I recommend 1 gram per kg body weight. That's proper. And don't consider a dal as a good amount of protein. You consider a paneer, egg, and non-veg as a good amount of good proteins. Because if you take a green gram, even though it contains 28% of protein, it also contains significant amount of carbs. The carb load is increases. Optimum protein, and don't get scared of fat. Fat is healthy. There are 2 kinds of fats I always tell my patients. One is the God-made fats and one is man-made fats. See, all the refined oils are man-made fats. Whichever good healthy fat, it solidifies after normal temperature, whether it's a cold-pressed coconut oil, whether it's a ghee. Eat healthy fats. Reduce your carbs, optimize your protein, eat healthy fats. And fourth, fast in a natural way. We have passed through 8 lakh years and 50,000 generations. In this 99% of the generation time, people have no access to light, no access to food after 6 o'clock. Once the dark is there. Only in this generation, people are eating at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock. So natural way of eating, finish your dinner by 6:30, 7 o'clock. Have a late breakfast. That itself is intermittent fasting. This intermittent fasting, our ancestors were doing naturally. Today, it is a separate education. Did not do this intermittent fasting. You finish your dinner by 6:30, have a late breakfast by 11 o'clock. So this is second principle. First is low carb. Second is intermittent fasting. Third is connect with the nature, like grounding. Millions of years, human people have lived 75% outside, 30% inside. So earth grounding is one of the main ways we can connect to the earth and our chronic inflammation get reduced. Today, what people are doing, they use even slipper inside house also. Exposed to sunlight at least 30 minutes a day. Have a grounding 30 minutes a day. Connect to nature. Just relax yourself, reduce your stress. Like we are living in a polluted environment with high stress. So de-stress yourself, have a good sleep, follow low carb diet, follow intermittent fasting, connect to the nature. This is the key messages from my side.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you so much. And I would like to invite Mr. Shashikant Iyengar. Before that, I would like to thank you, Dr. Vishwanath, for sharing your valuable insights in this session, and for the enormous amount of work, the good work that you are doing in alleviating people out of suffering and completely reversing lifestyle diseases. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
On to Mr. Shashikant.
Yeah, I had to be unmuted. Sorry. Dr. Vishwanath, thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. We are so happy. And you have said a lot of critical things in this. The way you reduce carbohydrate in your patients stepwise, I think these are something which we can remember. And also what you told about once someone gets pregnant, then they think it is time to binge.
Yeah.
anything and everything. Very, very critical. Another very critical point you told is the Maggi noodles, which become the standard breakfast.
Yes.
I think these are all very, very critical, and I want to thank you personally for appearing. There's one question I'll ask because one of your fans have asked: is it possible that pancreas regeneration can happen?
See, the pancreas regeneration, it has two things. Somebody having a type 1 diabetes.
No, not
That
type 1,
means
type 2, let us say.
type 2 diabetes, like people having a chronic pancreatitis because of that. And somebody is overweight. Because of the lifestyle, the pancreas has become dysfunctional. It is definitely partially possible if you adopt a good lifestyle.
Okay.
So not only the diet, but partially possible. But I have seen some people with a chronic pancreatitis, after following all these things, their dose has been reduced.
Okay.
But it all depends from person to person.
Fine. Thank you, doctor. Thanks, and thanks, Prasanna, for hosting the session very well. Now I invite for the next session our host Harsh Mota. Very, very unique session. He has flown to Nairobi, Kenya, to directly live interview of Dr. Daniel Katambo. This is going to be a single screen session instead of 2 or 3. So I invite Dr. Katambo to the screen. We are so happy. It's going to be a very brilliant session now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shashi. Thank you so much for having us. I have here a very special human being. He's the epitome of resilience and perseverance. He has a fierce passion for tackling type 2 diabetes. Dr. Daniel, welcome to Metabolic Health Conference. It's a real pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me, and thanks for flying in from India to have this session. I'm told it's a kindness.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's the only session on screen, one screen.
Yes.
So just as a brief introduction, Dr. Daniel Katambo is a highly skilled physician specializing in prevention and management of non-communicable diseases with a particular focus on reversal of type 2 diabetes and weight loss. So Daniel, let's just jump into it. What brought you to type 2 diabetes, and what is the driving force behind putting all these efforts into putting and helping people with remission?
Wow, this is usually a question that I get from many guys who have interviewed me before. And my passion for type 2 diabetes reversal and remission came way like maybe 7 years ago when I was working in Bermuda. I met another wonderful human being called, I always have to mention him, Dr. David Kavan. He had just written a book on reversing type 2 diabetes. Having worked in Bermuda, which is a small island to the east of New York, you can imagine how many people were living with obesity and type 2 diabetes. And therefore, being a physician, again, it was just about medications, go and do this, monitor your sugars and this. Then all of a sudden, I see a book that is written on reversing type 2 diabetes. And then Dr. David Kavan, to cut the whole story short, comes into our clinic and we start this. And it was amazing when the same person who I was writing insulin huge doses, writing medications, now I'm prescribing this medication and they're feeling much better. Yeah. They're energetic, they're sleeping better, they're losing weight, they're focusing more. That was my motivation. And up to today, I've never looked back.
That's amazing. I mean, to see the passion just glow on your face for doing that's amazing. There's not that many people around the world that are from the mainstream that are focusing so much on remission or reversal. There is a lot more of just prescribing medication and maintaining diabetes for most people.
Most definitely.
Excuse me, Harsh, can you put off one mic because I can hear echo? So maybe you can use one mic so that both of you can speak from the same.
Sure.
Put off the other mic. Put off the other mic. You use doctor's mic, put your mic.
Yeah. So, Dr. Daniel, what is your vision in terms of treating people with type 2 diabetes And what do you hope to change about the perception of the disease in broad healthcare system? And the reason I ask this is because India, as a nation, has over 100 million diabetics that are reported, as we just spoke, and over 136 million pre-diabetic. And these are all, again, reported numbers, probably a lot more in rural areas.
So my vision remains to be, I remember when I was working in Bermuda and I started seeing how patients were feeling much better, feeling more energetic. I remember during that practice, I said to my mentor then, Dr. David Kavan, I think I need to take this message to Africa. That was Kenya. And at that time, I knew the numbers are rolling out to be the prevalence of diabetes is really increasing at a higher rate. Right now, it's about 3.6%, the prevalence rate of diabetes. So my mission was, first of all, to provide an alternative to patients, making sure that every other healthcare profession gives equal opportunity to these patients so that it doesn't just become a prescription-driven sort of treatment.
Right.
Let that patient get an equal opportunity as to why they need to change their lifestyle even before we change into drugs. And that has remained my vision because the numbers are growing. Many people believe that when you have diabetes, that is the end.
Right.
And I believe that is not the end. We can actually put this into remission. So in the broader healthcare system, you know very well, living in a low-income country, how much is it to manage a complication from diabetes? An injection for diabetes retinopathy is about 80,000. An injection, amputation, what is the cost of somebody losing a leg?
Right.
What is the cost of dialysis? So you can imagine if we could prevent or put diabetes into remission. Now you're not using medication, and now you're not getting as many complications as before. And therefore, the cost of management of type 2 diabetes will really significantly go down.
Absolutely. I completely agree with you, and I'm bored because most of the people do not even know that they have an alternative to this idea that type 2 diabetes is a lifelong affair. So in your experience, what have been the biggest challenges, either one or two challenges, that you're facing right now as you're trying to expand your mindset and the practice that you have in terms of spreading this knowledge?
I think the biggest challenge I feel like being in Kenya, when this message comes out and somebody has a passion to drive it, to be honest, you feel a little bit lonely. So I'm really happy when I see such conferences and I see people talking about it, people who believe in the same idea driving it. The other challenge is the beliefs, the myths that people have had for a very long time. Like, eating meat is not healthy. You need to eat one or two. You need to eat 3 to 4 meals or 5 meals in a day. And so breaking through the myths is not usually an easy affair because you have to sit longer with your patient as opposed to when I'm just coming and writing a prescription. So the reach as an individual is actually limited. I don't want to call this the last one. I don't want to call it it's usually a challenge as opposed to a problem. But most of us, like healthcare professionals, were trained in a curriculum that believed that low fat is the way to go. And therefore, changing this even among the healthcare workers can be a bit of a challenge, and it will take time. But anyway, we can navigate them. I think with such conferences, we are able to put out the message, and the more we become resilient in these messages, the better, and the far-reaching the message it will be.
Absolutely.
Yes.
One thing you mentioned about your curriculum and training, right?
Yeah.
How much time did you spend as part of your medical training learning about nutrition?
Oh, wow. Maybe half an hour at most or less. I remember very well when the topic for diabetes was introduced was the first thing that you need to do is lifestyle change. However, the next thing that you need to do is metformin, and we went into drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs after that. So we don't really, our curriculums, we need to propose a way of changing them. We need to really make sure that we need the perspective of remission and reversal, which is maybe 10 to 15 years old right now. And with that, now we can have more and more healthcare professionals coming out knowing about reversal and type 2 diabetes.
That's fair. I mean, that's completely, I agree. Yeah. Speaking with a lot of other medical doctors, there doesn't seem to be a focus on nutrition.
Yes.
Medical field just as an industry has focused a lot more on treatment.
Yes.
And the advent of chronic diseases is not, you don't treat it the same way.
Yes.
Right. So, I mean, when you think about the challenges from a nutrition perspective, it's not as easy either, because you are one of the very few doctors focusing on lifestyle and nutrition. Yes. And there is so much misinformation out there. You talked about the different myths.
Yes.
People look at a headline, read an article, and they're jumping to conclusions.
Yeah. The main media, as you're saying, somebody publishes a paper and then they say, I saw it on certain TV. I read it in a certain newspaper. But when you look at the authenticity of the research, mostly they tend to be more observational studies. When you now try to undo that, it will cost you a lot. You find like publishing papers, writing articles, in as much as you can get free articles out there, as long as it doesn't seem to generate, some amount of cash here and there, then you have a challenge to put through. But I think the more we are really living in a world of, I would say, social media, where we can use different channels. Like right now, we are just broadcasting this in YouTube, where people can access this information and let it be free. And with time, maybe in the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years, we see much better now. Articles now say diabetes is reversible, diabetes can be put into remission, you can lose weight, and focus on more therapeutic ways of managing weight and diabetes.
No, absolutely. And right before the conversation here, you talked about genetics. There's another myth out there that people believe that once someone in the family has it, as it relates to type 2 diabetes, that it's genetic, that if you have it, you will have it for the rest of your life. Can you help us break down that a little bit?
Well, there is a lot of literature written down that type 2 diabetes is a genetic, has a genetic, predisposition. But when I look further, I tend to think, in as much as that might be true, I think what might be underlying more is our lifestyles. We might blame, I was giving you an example where we have probably let's take an hypothetical situation where maybe my dad was diabetic and my mom was also diabetic, and maybe my uncles and my sisters were diabetic. But you see, the lifestyle that they lived was, in a Kenyan way to say it was more
Hello. I think there is some internet issue. We'll just wait for them to resume.
Yeah, we can continue.
Yes. So I was giving an hypothetical situation whereby you have a family. You come from a family that has diabetes. But when you look behind, what they were doing, they were really active. Our ancestors were really active. They would go fetch firewood. They would go long days without eating. They would go long days without getting a meal to eat. But fast forward, the generation that has come in, now we are driving to work. We are using elevators to go to the offices. We have basically become very inactive, but we are still consuming the same foods that our ancestors used to consume. In fact, in larger quantities. You get. So when now I developed diabetes, I will say it is in the genetic. So I think for that person who is living in such an environment, if they changed the way of eating, if they change their lifestyle, maybe adopting a low carb way of eating, then we see this generation now not getting diabetes. So I think lifestyle plays a major role in terms of diabetes progression, and especially type 2 diabetes progression.
No, thanks for the clarity. I think, as you mentioned, what's in the genetics is our way of living. And if we can understand that and adapt to the current environment, I think we can do a lot of justice to ourselves.
Definitely.
You touched upon low carb. Let's dive into that. What is it about the food, especially low carb, or when you think about diabetes as a disease? Where is the issue in terms of diet specifically?
Well, it's an interesting thing, because the way you want to look at it is what really causes diabetes, right? And it's just what we talk about carbohydrates, the consumption of carbohydrates or sugar. Sugar is the one that drives diabetes, where you develop overweight and then you become obese, and then eventually you develop diabetes. But what is the underlying thing is the sugar level, consistent, pumping yourself with more and more sugar levels. That drives your insulin up, and if you get insulin resistance, and that is what now leads to type 2 diabetes. Now, therefore, if we know the cause, if we know what is driving this problem, it is the sugar. And now we have to look at the three components of our foods: the fats, the proteins, and the carbohydrates. What is really converted to sugar? It is the carbohydrates. So the consumption of high levels of carbohydrates may lead to, or is what leads to, diabetes. Therefore, if now we say high carbohydrate levels, so therefore if we say low carbohydrate level, will actually lead to less insulin resistance, and hence resolution of the same symptoms or diabetes remission. So when we now talk about low levels of carbohydrates, we are actually now looking at reducing the amount of sugar that you are consuming. I don't know whether you want me to go into the deeper levels of...
No, go ahead.
If we now look at how we consume carbohydrates, we can group them into grammage. So if you consume anything less than 30 to 50 grams, as long as you're less than 30, that is what we call sort of like a ketogenic diet, which also needs monitoring so that you get into ketosis. Anything between 50 and 130 is now what we refer to as low carbohydrate diet. Anything between 130 and 220, somewhere there, is moderate carbohydrate diet. And anything more than 230 to 50, that is a high carbohydrate diet. So that's how scientifically we break them. But for me, and for those guys listening so that they understand, any reduction in the amount of carbohydrates you consume will result significantly in your sugar levels coming down. So I don't really put these numbers in front of people, because you can imagine we are coming from an era of counting calories. Oh, go to the gym, burn how many calories, and then you will be fine. And then now here we come with the low carb, and then we say start burning carbohydrates. So for me, it's just giving you the information and making sure that you really understand why we need to reduce the amount of carbohydrates that you're consuming.
Absolutely. No, that's a wonderful explanation, and I think there are a lot of people who are still of the mindset that carbohydrate is required to fuel energy.
I know.
And we were discussing this about even people running. They want to take in carbs to fuel their runs. What do you have to say to those people?
I mean, I don't blame them. I don't even blame even the healthcare profession, because that's what we were told. I remember in my campus life, that's exactly what you were told. So it will take, again, this is a challenge. It will take some time before we change the curriculums and the teaching changes. We know many patients come to me and they tell me, but carbohydrates are the energy-giving foods. That is what we were told. That is what we were taught. And even me, it was a shocker in 2016 when I started now advising patients on lifestyle change and reading more details into the nutrition bit. And I realized actually 1 gram of healthy fat is 9 calories. So if I eat 1 gram of healthy fat, gives me 9 calories in terms of energy. And then I eat 1 gram of bread or something like a carbohydrate, it gives me 4 calories. On top of it, it is giving me sugar.
Yeah.
So when I eat 1 gram of fat, I get the energy that I need, but I don't get the sugar.
Yeah.
So that difference, it will take time for us to undo. But for sure, we need to change that mindset in terms of how much carbohydrates you can consume. It is low carbohydrates, healthy fat, healthy proteins.
I mean, that's amazing. That's amazing because, no, you're very right, because the idea is to eat dense foods.
Yes.
That are not just calorie dense, but nutrition dense.
Yes.
And that are also not leading to these insulin and glucose spikes at the end of the day.
Yeah.
The myths around just these foods as well, right? I mean, we know that fats are demonized in the media. Fats are demonized as it relates to heart disease, cholesterol, etc., etc.
Yes.
And on the protein side, they're demonized because apparently we are consuming so much that we are damaging our kidneys. What can you help just break it down?
I know. Again, it again boils down to what you are taught. We are taught saturated fat is bad, and proteins can finish your kidneys, or protein is associated with cholesterol. Again, it is just boiling down to what you are taught. And I don't blame anyone. I keep saying this. I don't blame anyone for that information. But now with new clinical trials, we now know, in fact, saturated fats are good for your health. They're actually protective. But how many people know about those studies? How many people know about such like clinical trials? There are very few, including healthcare professionals. How many people, like you said, meat? I see patients who say we only are allowed to eat 3 pieces of meat. And or they are told to remove the chicken skin and peel it out, or they are told to eat 1 egg in a week. It's a whole myth that is surrounding everything around, and I think it's just based on what was developed, the food pyramid, the food plate, the WHO plate that has been there, and it will take some time before all this just turns around and we give the right information.
Yeah.
And that's why these forums are really good, and I love them.
Yeah. No, I mean, there is so many myths out there, and people are holding on to it. I mean, for example, you touched upon egg, right?
Yes.
We've been hammered in since probably 1950s.
Yes.
That the cholesterol in the egg causes the higher cholesterol in the body. How do we even tackle that? Because it's such at a like brain level that it's been hammered in.
I know. It's been like that, and I think if I look back on where that myth came from, I dated back maybe a certain large media in the US published a paper and said those people who had eaten eggs for 18 years were found to have cholesterol that was high, and that now led to people believing that eggs are bad. Clinical trials are actually showing that dietary cholesterol might have to minimum to no effect on cholesterol. So that means then eating your eggs might not be affecting your cholesterol, and we need to actually rethink our messaging. Yeah. So I think in terms of myths, we have a lot of them. In fact, Dr. David Kavan just released a book saying demystifying the myths on type 2 diabetes and reversing type 2 diabetes naturally. And it will take a while.
Yeah.
The media, the newspapers, the podcast, Google anything to do with diabetes and the right diet. Low fat, Jackson fast. So it's somebody has to do it. Somebody has to start from somewhere, and these forums are really good.
Yeah. Going off of that, we know that the mainstream push is for drugs like Ozempic.
Yes.
it's a huge market. It's a booming market. And what's happening is it's not just for diabetes, but weight loss as well.
Yes.
Now they're advertising it on the weight loss side and people are okay to accept it even despite the fact that there is side effects.
Yes.
And we do not even know the long-term side effects. So how are we trying to tackle these things when mainstream is just pushing pills and you as a doctor, you want to address the root cause of type 2 diabetes?
Well, I think we talked about this before the whole interview, and I told you how it is going to be extremely difficult. You need resilience, you need passion, you need a vision for you to penetrate such messaging. Because remember, when you're taking a drug like Ozempic, what are you doing? I'm giving you a product so that you lose weight. And in as much as that it will have the effect, I'm getting a reward.
Yeah.
All right. I will get, it is $1 billion industry.
Yeah.
Now, when you come to me, I'm advising you to change your lifestyle. What am I getting in return?
Yeah.
Absolutely zero. And therefore, you can imagine I'm competing with somebody who is generating billions as opposed to somebody who is generating zero into the market.
Yeah.
And therefore, we will be hit hard. But we just need to be resilient. We need to work hard and have the vision and make sure that Goliath in the Bible was killed by who? David, a very small person. And I think we are going to get there.
That's a very beautiful way of saying it.
Yes.
What about your own practice? You've set up a clinic here, and we talked about the struggles you had because of COVID.
Yes.
How are you sort of advising your patients specifically, because this whole idea of nutrition is very personalized. When someone comes in, they're coming in with their unique set of circumstances and challenges. And what do you say to them?
I think for me, I having known this whole idea of people coming in with different perspective, different myths, I take time to give exactly the cause and why they are where they are. When you explain this information, you give this information to patients, let me tell you, they make the right choices. Tell them, today your sugar was 6, or you woke up with sugars of 6 or 7. What did you consume in the morning? I consumed probably a starch or an arrowroot or a sweet potato or whatever they consumed. Now, when they come to your clinic at around 11, their sugar is 11. You ask them, what really sparked your sugars from 6 to 11?
Yeah.
And then they're like, oh, maybe it is this. I tell them it's exactly the meal that you consumed. And remember, you consumed that meal and you still took medications and your sugar is still high. So for me, it is just driving to you and giving you the logical sense as to why your sugar is high. And when I now tell you, do you know if tomorrow you repeat the same meal and then not the same meal, you consume less carbohydrates, you remove or completely, you can even try without the carbohydrate completely and eat maybe some eggs, eat some vegetables, eat avocados, and then check your sugars before and 2 hours after. And the magic happens. That's when now they realize, oh, this thing really works. So I think the messaging is very important. How you frame and take this information to someone. Don't just demystify what they believe. No, just take them slowly. Give them the perspective. Let them try it. And then they will come and say, all along, I didn't know. I didn't know that consuming this was actually raising my sugar. So let them realize it to give it back to you that actually they're doing much better with low carbohydrate diets.
Wow, yeah. And I think it's going to take a village.
Yes.
Not just battling who we have to battle, but also we are actually battling people's minds.
Yes.
At the end of the day, people keep saying that my grandfather used to eat this way, my grandmother used to eat this way. And you mentioned that obviously you're not putting in the amount of effort that they did.
Yes.
But how do you break it down culturally to say that if this is their staple food, how do you tell them that the staple food is quote unquote killing you?
Yeah, so again, it just goes back to the same messaging because remember that staple foods, let's use rice. People from coastal region believe that rice, morning rice, in lunchtime rice in the evening. The thing is, just let them come. Now, let's say you are from coastal region. Okay, what did you consume in the morning? Rice. What did you consume in the afternoon? Rice. In the evening, rice. So this is what I want you to do. This rice could be raising your sugars. And in fact, that is why I came up with the book, the pictorial book. And that is helping patients realize this, because what is happening is when somebody comes and then they see that this cultural food that I've thought is the best is actually the one that is raising my sugar. And then they now know that they have an alternative, that what they were told that meat or healthy fats and healthy meat and vegetables that actually can control their sugar. They go like, wow.
Dr. Daniel, I mean, this was an amazing conversation. Thank you so much. You've talked about a lot of things, and I think people have a lot of things to think about as well, in terms of their cultural beliefs, in terms of them not trusting the mainstream just at face value, and really making decisions in a more deeper level.
Yes.
So I really appreciate your time, you coming here and having the opportunity to do this in person.
You're welcome.
Sashi,
thank you so much.
Back to you.
First of all, I want to thank Dr. Daniel Katambo for agreeing to come to India virtually and speaking. Truly, you have made this low carb across the globe. You have such a fantastic experience and knowledge. This half an hour does not justify at all. We are going to have one full session with Day Life in podcast. You can have 1 hour, 2 or 3, whatever you want. And you will be again hosted by Harsh again. So I want to thank you. Thank you very much, Harsh. You have made this session very interesting by personally flying down to Nairobi, Kenya and hosting its very, very unique session. And we are so thankful. And it is Namaste from India. And I'll see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for organizing such a wonderful conference.
Thank you. Thank you. So I invite the next guest, Dr. Alex Petrushevsky from Australia, from Sydney, Low Carb. And he's going to speak on a very interesting session that is low carb and hypothyroidism. And it's going to be interviewed by Dr. Jasmeet Kaur. Thank you. And you can start the session.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me on. And it sounds like it's been a great conference so far.
Yeah. So welcome to the first Metabolic Health Conference, Dr. Alex. So I would also like to thank you for accepting the invite on behalf of our team and the organizers. And before we start with the hypothyroidism, let me just first introduce you to our viewers. So viewers, Dr. Alex is graduated from the University of Tasmania in 2008. He has later worked in the various teaching hospitals, and to his credit, he has added the number of articles published in the International Journal during his work experience at Sydney Cancer Services. So, and his postgraduate qualifications includes a fellowship from the College of General Practitioners, and he has also earned a diploma in child health from Sydney University. So to further add to this, he took nutrition training from Nutrition Network. He is a foundation member of Society of Metabolic Health Practitioner, and he's also a member of Low Carb Down Under. And he has presented several times in the low carb conferences. And now being very passionate about the low carb nutrition, he is practicing low carb nutrition, both as a GP and also within the Sydney low carb specialist. He has seen the immense benefits of low carb nutrition that he's always keen to share his learnings with others. And today he is here with us to give his insights on hypothyroidism. So welcome again, Dr. Alex.
Thank you very much for the introduction.
Yeah. So Dr. Alex, before we get into our topic, I would just like you to tell us in brief what took your interest in the low carb nutrition as a GP. And
sure, yes.
Also could you also tell, was there some turning point came to your life that you came up with this low carb, Sydney low carb clinic, and now you have made this available for many, many people?
Sure, yeah. So I started off my career in a bit of a different trajectory. So as you mentioned, I started off working in cancer services. So I spent several years working as an oncologist. And so in that field, you're really looking at the other end of the spectrum where you're seeing people who are already very sick and already in very dire circumstances. So I never really got to see a lot of the preventative health. And after a few years of that, I got a bit jaded and burnt out with that. So along with my wife, Dr. Deepa Mahananda, who also spoke at the conference a few days ago, we both went into the world of preventative care or primary practice or general practice. And so when we started there, you immediately are seeing a very different kind of patient or a very different kind of medicine. And so all of a sudden, rather than dealing with acute medicine, we were both just inundated with all this chronic disease that we'd never really seen in the hospital or never really managed properly anyway. So we were just seeing all this hypertension, this diabetes, obesity, all of these things, and none of these patients were getting better. We were following the guidelines and putting them on one medication, then another medication, and then the third medication to manage the side effect of the first medication. And so we really felt like we needed to do something different. So Deepa and I sat back and said, all right, well, we need to go back to the evidence and find a way to fix this because we're not actually fixing these people. And that's where we came across low carbohydrate medicine and ketogenic diets, and primarily through, I guess, the lens of obesity and type 2 diabetes. But, once we started reading more about ketogenic physiology, the use cases expanded quite rapidly. And so we started treating our patients. We started with the worst of the worst, the severe obesity or severe type 2 diabetes, and immediately got good results. And this was back in, I think, 2016, so some time ago now. So once we started, getting that success, then that really spurred us on, and it's quite inspiring when you're reversing diabetes and fixing all of these chronic conditions. And so that grew in our practice, and it got to the point where in our general practice, our days were blowing out because the consults typically are long. When you're seeing patients for low carbohydrate medicine, they don't fit into the typical 10 or 15 minute consultation that general practice in Australia usually has. So that's when we decided we needed to have a separate clinic to really basically put some time aside so that we can do the long consults as we needed to do. And that's really where Sydney Low Carb Specialist was born. So we've got a specialist clinic here in Sydney that's got doctors, which has ourselves, a dietitian, health coach, and an exercise physiologist. So I've really tried to make it as a collaborative and holistic approach as possible, really. And so in that sort of vein, we're able to treat patients for a variety of different conditions now. So it seems to be the use cases for ketogenic diets and low carb is just getting bigger and bigger. So now we're seeing all sorts of different things, mental health, cancer, we see now preventative health, neurodegenerative diseases, and thyroid problems. So the thyroid disease was not one of the first things on our radar when we first started looking into low carbohydrate medicine. But because we see so many patients with thyroid disease, and because metabolic disease and thyroid disease go hand in hand quite often, then that has really prompted this look into how to manage thyroid disease properly.
Fantastic. You people are really doing fantastic work, So a lot to learn from you people, not only about thyroid, but, so Dr. Alex, let's just start with the definition of hypothyroidism. What actually hypothyroidism is?
Yeah, so hypothyroidism is in essence an underactive thyroid. And so to understand what that means, it's probably worthwhile looking into what the thyroid actually does. So your thyroid gland is a small butterfly-shaped gland that sits in the front of your neck. And its main function is to produce something called thyroid hormone. And this thyroid hormone has many, many functions. So it governs your basal metabolic rate. It regulates cellular metabolism. It has a role in determining the number of mitochondria in your cells and how active they are. It has a role with temperature regulation and protein synthesis. It has a very important role with growth and development from fetal life up to adulthood. And it also has a role when it comes to lipid breakdown and neurotransmitter functions. So many, many different actions within the body, many organs affected. So when the thyroid is not working well, you can actually also get a whole host of different symptoms. So when the body's not making enough thyroid hormones, so in other words, when you've got hypothyroidism or an underactive thyroid, many of the symptoms you get are related to this decrease in metabolic rate. So people are tired, they get low heart rate, they can have brain fog or decreased concentration, they can feel cold all the time. They can gain weight despite having a poor appetite. A lot of people with hypothyroidism will also describe hair loss, cold, dry skin, cold peripheries, especially cold hands. muscle weakness, constipation. So all of these symptoms are really related to decreased metabolic rate. You can get some other symptoms that are not quite related to metabolic rate. So that includes depression, decreased libido, heavy periods or absent periods in women. And the last thing you can get if you've got hypothyroidism, you can get a goiter, which is basically an enlargement of the thyroid gland, which is rarer these days, but has been described and can happen sometimes, although it's thankfully it's getting rarer. So these are all the sort of problems you can get with hypothyroidism or an underactive thyroid. Now, worldwide, there's 3 main causes of hypothyroidism. So one is congenital, which we thankfully don't see that often. So that is typically a more severe case with babies that are failing to thrive. Iodine deficiency is the most common cause worldwide, and thankfully in Australia it's not that common nowadays because we've got a lot of iodine fortification of grains and salt and whatnot. But the eastern seaboard Australia is fairly iodine deficient, and my understanding is India is quite iodine deficient when it comes to the soils. So there are certain parts of the world where it's not a problem, but large portions of the world, the soil is not as replete with iodine as you would like. And unfortunately, modern farming practices probably make it worse. Yeah. So that's why people will often see that their salt has been fortified or certain grains and other foodstuffs are fortified with iodine, because otherwise we might not get enough in. And the other major cause of hypothyroidism is Hashimoto's disease, which is an autoimmune disease where the body's immune system essentially attacks the thyroid gland. And as a result, it doesn't make as much thyroid hormone as it otherwise would. So they're the main causes. In terms of how we diagnose it, we usually diagnose hypothyroidism based on a couple of blood tests that you can get done with your doctor. So the first one is called TSH, and the second 2 are called T4 and T3. So how it works is TSH that stands for thyroid stimulating hormone, and it's a hormone your pituitary gland and your brain produces. And its job is basically to push your thyroid gland to pump out T4. Now, T4 is in a fairly weak or inactive version of thyroid hormone, but that's what your thyroid predominantly pumps out. And its job is to go out into the tissues and get converted to T3. Now, T3 is really the active thyroid hormones. That's what we really want. And it's the one that's producing most of the effects that I described before. So if you want to have a full picture of what's going on with your thyroid, you need all 3 of those tests. You need TSH, T4, T3, but commonly in the medical world, TSH is the only test that's done. And the rationale behind that is this idea that if the TSH is normal, then the T4 and T3 should be normal, so we shouldn't bother testing for it. But that's not always the case, and we might delve into that a bit later on. So when you've got hypothyroidism, your TSH should be high. And that's really because the pituitary gland's not happy with how much thyroid hormone is around, so it's trying to push the thyroid gland to make more. And if the thyroid gland can't make more, then what you would typically see is that the T4 and usually the T3 are lower than expected. And so that's consistent with a diagnosis of hypothyroidism.
So Dr. Alex, this hypothyroidism testing is it ends at these thyroid hormone testing, like T4, TSH, and T3, or we need to look into something else, because as you mentioned before as well, like we were talking before the session, like this diabetes, which is insulin resistance, and the hypothyroidism, they both go hand in hand. So do you suspect that there is some connection between these two? Like we also need to look into the metabolic panel as well. If someone is having hypothyroidism symptoms, but they have TSH, T4, T3, everything is normal, but they still have a hypothyroidism symptoms. So what else we can see?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really good question. So a lot of the times in medicine, people are treated not as people, but as numbers. So you just basically get told, oh, look, if the numbers are normal, you're normal, or it's in your head, or whatever it might be. One important thing that people don't realize is T3 is very intricately related to how your insulin is functioning in your body. So in essence, if you are insulin resistant, you are thyroid resistant. So the cell needs more T3 to get the job done. In fact, there's evidence that in hypothyroidism, the amount of insulin receptors on fat cells is actually increased quite dramatically. However, the amount of insulin-induced glucose utilization by the cell actually goes down by as much as 60%. So T3 levels correlate somewhat with insulin levels. And so anything that reduces insulin levels in the blood is generally going to reduce T3 levels in the blood as well, because your body doesn't need as much of it. Now, the other thing is to get T3 into the cell, we don't just need the T3, we need appropriate insulin signaling. We also need zinc, we need vitamin A. And that's probably a good segue to talk about the nutrients we need for a healthy thyroid. So for your thyroid gland to pump out T4, it needs a few important building blocks of substrates. Probably the most important one is iodine. So we already touched on that. But there are some other nutrients that are really critical as well. One of them is iron, one of them is zinc, one of them is selenium. Certain B vitamins and vitamin D are also relevant. On the flip side, there are some factors that can actually inhibit your thyroid's ability to pump out T4. So that includes stress, infection, certain toxins, pesticides, autoimmune diseases, and actually fluoride. So a lot of people have fluoride in the water now, but it's another not well-known fact, but fluoride is actually antagonistic to iodine because they're both halogen compounds. So fluoride actually displaces iodine in the body. So that's...
So it means like we should also look into the inflammatory markers, like to really diagnose the hypothyroidism. So is it?
Yeah, they're going to have a role. Yes. So so to get T4 to convert T4 to T3, we also need a few factors. So selenium and zinc, again, relevant. But yes, absolutely. The inflammation actually stops you from converting T4 to T3 as well. So, I mean, inflammation has so many effects on the body, but inhibiting your body's ability to convert T4 to T3 is one of the many issues with chronic inflammation. So again, it's no surprise that in people who are chronically inflamed, hypothyroidism or the symptoms of hypothyroidism can come up again and again and again.
Okay. Now, coming back to selenium, like you're talking about selenium, that it helps with the conversion. And, nowadays, people I know, whoever who's having the symptoms of hypothyroidism or they are diagnosed with hypothyroidism, everybody is taking the thyroid formulas and they contain all the micronutrients that you mentioned, and selenium is there. You think that one should really take all those micronutrients without even knowing that they are really deficient in those micronutrients? And even for the long term people are taking, are there any complications to attach to that?
Yeah, potentially, yeah. So selenium comes in two forms. One is the organic form that we're going to get from food typically, and there is a synthetic form. The synthetic form, it is possible to build it up in the blood and it can cause problems. Thankfully, it's rare. But the important take home is the organic form of selenium you've got much more leeway with. So it's actually harder to run into problems with overload if you're getting it from food. So generally our philosophy in the clinic is always supplements are supplemental. That we use them if we need to, but if we don't need to, then we'd always prefer to just get it from food because it's far and away the better way to get it, and it's always going to be cheaper, or almost always going to be cheaper as well. There is some evidence that selenium and zinc supplementation does improve the symptoms of hypothyroidism. So even within the conventional medicine space, a lot of endocrinologists will now use that, but I think in some regards it's missing the point, which is that a lot of the hypothyroidism we see is actually due to malnutrition, and because people are not getting enough of these nutrients in. So it's a common criticism that we get leveled towards low carb diets, that you shouldn't be on a low carb diet because it's going to be harmful to your thyroid, and that's a pretty unfounded statement, but it's typically an act of desperation from people who are trying to convince people to not go on a low carb diet. So usually they try cholesterol first, or saturated fat is going to kill you, or if you don't get enough fiber, that's going to kill you.
Yeah.
But once all those avenues have been exhausted, one of the last things they might say is, "Oh, it's bad for your thyroid as well,"
Yeah.
And there's just no evidence for that. So, I mean, we talked about those nutrients before, the ones that are critical. If we just go through them one by one and look at which foods have these nutrients, then it can be quite obvious as to where you're going to get them. So,
yeah, my
if we
next
start
question is, I just wanted how one can, really in the natural way, we can compensate with the deficiencies that we have, like of all these micronutrients. And does low carb really help with this?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of the foods, or to get these nutrients, you don't have to be low carb. But if we look at the foods that are most nutrient dense, they tend to be low carb foods. So if we look at zinc, the best source of zinc is oysters by a long, long, long way. But a lot of people can't get that, or they don't eat them. They don't like the taste of them. The other rich sources of zinc are going to be other meat products, so red meat, chicken, seafood, pork. We can get it from vegetarian sources, so almonds, pumpkin seeds, dark chocolate, cheese, they are good sources of zinc. Okay. The other thing to note with zinc is the anti-nutrients that are found in grains and legumes and certain nuts, they actually stop you absorbing zinc. So often on a low-carb diet, we are getting people off the grains. So that actually helps you absorb zinc in the first place. If we look at selenium, the best source of selenium by a long way is Brazil nuts. So whether you're vegetarian or not, Brazil nuts are a great option. In fact, you only need one or two of them to get, your full quota of selenium for the day. So you mentioned selenium supplements, it's so much cheaper and easier to just get it from food. Yeah. Seafood's a great source of selenium. Eggs are a great source. Spinach is pretty good as well, and the other green leafy vegetables. So again, whether you're vegetarian or not, you have options to get selenium. Iron is a little bit tricky. So iron comes in two forms. So a lot of people will be aware that it comes in heme iron, which is basically found in meats. And it's very well absorbed that way. And it also comes in the non-heme iron form. So that's what we're going to need to get if we're vegetarian. And so things like spinach or other green leafy vegetables tend to be pretty good with non-heme iron. A lot of fortified foods will have iron fortified in it. So that might need to be an option for certain people as well. And otherwise, dark chocolate, peanut butter, soybeans, spinach, artichokes, they're all okay sources of non-heme iron. The fourth nutrient that we pay attention to when it comes to thyroid health is vitamin A. And similar to iron, it comes in two forms, the animal form, which is retinol, and you get that from eggs, dairy, liver, other meats, so lots of different options. And then the plant form of vitamin A. So you typically get that in the orange foods. So carrot, sweet potato, pumpkin, mango, that sort of thing. You'll get some in spinach and capsicum and whatnot as well. So you've got lots of options there as well. And the final thing is iodine. So we mentioned that before. So iodine comes from things in the sea. So seafood, fish, shellfish, seaweed is another great source of iodine. So again, whether you're vegetarian or not, that's a good way to get it. And also iodized salt, which is another easy way to make sure you're getting some in your diet. So they're sort of the big 5 nutrients I look at when it comes to thyroid health. And you can see on a low carb diet, many options. In fact, with several of those nutrients, it's likely that it's going to be optimal that you're low carb because the grains really stop you absorbing things like zinc and iron. So if we can get more of these nutrients in, then your thyroid is going to have a much easier time of it.
But what about the amino acids? Certain
amino acids.
Yeah,
so we don't want to be protein deficient. That causes many, many problems. So there are certain amino acids that are particularly helpful for the thyroid. But that being said, generally speaking, we don't isolate those out in our clinical practice because you need all the amino acids anyway. Yeah. So typically if we're getting them from whole proteins, then we're not going to run into problems.
Like specifically for the vegetarians, it's difficult, don't you think?
It can be. It can be. So again, if you're vegetarian, you ideally want to be eating whole proteins. That way, you're getting all the relevant amino acids. So for vegetarians who can eat dairy or eggs, great. That's a fantastic source. If not, then soy products can be helpful because they are complete protein as well, or whey protein isolate for people who can tolerate that. So there's different options, but yeah, generally speaking, if we're not getting it from whole proteins, then it can be easy to get unbalanced levels of the different amino acids where you might be getting more of one, but not as much of another.
And vitamin D, like if it's a Hashimoto case, like is it autoimmune?
Yep. So vitamin D is certainly important. And there's many different ways to get that, I guess. So sunshine will help, or sun exposure helps. Vitamin D rich foods tend to be sort of fatty foods given its fat soluble vitamins. So Seafood is a good source. Eggs are a decent source as well. You get some in dairy. So absolutely, vitamin D can be helpful, and a lot of people are vitamin D deficient, which can be a major issue. And that's not just Hashimoto's; it's other autoimmune diseases as well. You can run into problems with vitamin D.
So Dr. Alex, we talked about TSH, T4, and T3. So T4 and T3, which are floating in the blood, and they are available to utilize by the cells. But what about reverse T3, where it is actually produced inside the body, and is it really important to measure?
Yeah, so it can be. So reverse T3 is a bit of a controversial topic. So a lot of standard medical practitioners don't put any value in it. But the physiology is well described. So when your body makes T4, its eventual destiny is mostly to get converted to T3. And as we mentioned before, that's the active thyroid hormones. It's speeding up the metabolism and doing all that work. A different way the T4 can be converted is into something called reverse T3, which, as the name implies, is basically the mirror image of T3. Whereas T3 is speeding up the metabolism, helping the body burn energy, reverse T3 is basically pumping the brakes, slowing everything down. It's like a hibernation hormone. So it's got a job in the body, and if without it, we'd run into major problems with too much T3. But in some people, if they don't convert that T4 to T3, then the only way that T4 can go is to get converted into reverse T3. And so for some people, that can be a major problem, because you can look at their blood test and their TSH looks normal, their T3 looks normal, their T4 looks perfect, but they've still got all the classical symptoms of hypothyroidism. And if you look at their reverse T3, sometimes it's sky high. And so even though the T3 looks normal, they are functionally hypothyroid, because the reverse T3 is basically blocking the activity of T3 completely. These patients can be very tricky to treat, because the causes of high reverse T3 are very numerous. So autoimmune disease is one thing we look for in patients with high reverse T3. Biotoxin-related illness, or SIRS, or mold-related disease, we typically see very high reverse T3 in those patients. Stress, sleep deprivation, all that sort of hypothalamus, adrenal axis dysfunction can also cause major issues with high reverse T3, as can other autoimmune problems, which can cause issues in the gut. So really, with high reverse T3, if that's a problem, you really need to address the underlying cause. Until you can get down to why it's high, you can't fix it. It's very difficult to treat. But you will see patients like that. So we've seen patients in our clinic who are on 900 micrograms of thyroxine a day, which has just been sort of going up and up and up and up with their usual doctor. And obviously, more T4 is not the answer for these patients, because all that's happening is they're having this T4 in a supplement form, and it's just getting converted to reverse T3, and it's just making the issue worse. So we will see it sometimes.
Okay. So, but what about, this reverse T3, which is produced inside the cell? What actually is there are various factors which are driving the conversion of T4 to the reverse T3. But when we see in the lab, normal lab range, it's a broad range. So when should somebody really actually get concerned about the numbers they have of the reverse T3? And reverse T3, like as a single variable, does it really depict something, or we have to see it in relevance with some other thyroid hormone?
Yeah, so in isolation, it's not that useful, but you could argue that most blood tests are not that useful in isolation. So it always has to be put into context. So usually when we look at the blood test, we want to see a few ratios as a rough standard of thumb. So as a rule of thumb, the ratio between T4 to T3 should be about 3 to 1. So for every 3 T4s, we should have 1 T3 or thereabouts. And the ratio between T3 and reverse T3 should be about 1 to 100. So for every 1 point of T3, we'd like to see about 100 reverse T3.
Oh.
Yeah, so that doesn't hold for everyone, but that's just a rule of thumb to sort of show where someone's at. And there's some studies showing that those optimal ratios tend to correlate well with not having hypothyroid symptoms.
So do you really prescribe the T3 as a medication in such patients who have really a high value of reverse T3?
Yeah, sometimes we do. Sometimes we do. So just for all the people watching, there's really three main ways we can supplement thyroid hormone for people who've got hypothyroidism. One is called thyroxine, or T4, and that's by far the most common way to do it these days. That's always our preference, is that people can take the T4 and ideally their body will convert it to T3 as needed. And that just makes it so much easier because T4 has a long half-life, so it's easy to give. You can actually get desiccated thyroid, in other words, ground up pig thyroid. And that's what used to be done before thyroxine was formulated. And the advantage of that is it has some T3 in it. It's a kind of a mix of T4 and T3. So for some patients, that will be helpful. If they're not converting their T4 to T3 appropriately, then desiccated thyroid can sometimes be helpful. And the last way to give it, as you mentioned, is synthetic T3. So you can actually get synthetic T3. We generally don't want to use that if we can avoid it because synthetic T3 has a very short half-life. So dosing it can be quite complex. And also it's a bit less forgiving when it comes to hyperthyroidism. So if you give too much T3, it can cause some major problems in the body. It can cause cardiac issues with arrhythmias or palpitations. It can also churn through your bone. So it can cause osteoporosis. So it's not something we want to give, but in some patients, that's the only thing that's going to make them feel better. Now, the problem with T3 is when to dose it. So naturally in the body, given it's a hormone it's really around energy production and basal metabolic rate, you would think giving it during the day would be the most logical time. But actually, your T3 peaks overnight when you're asleep. So if you're actually going to do T3 supplementation properly, you'd want to take it at 2 or 3 a.m. Now, that's obviously not practical for most people. So we typically dose it once or twice a day in the mornings. And so it's not perfect to do it that way, but it's better than nothing for some patients. And in those patients who need T3, I think we should still be looking for underlying causes of why they're not converting T3 or why their reverse T3 is so high.
So you can just put a band-aid for some time and later on, meanwhile, we can look at the root cause. Is it?
Yeah, it's a pretty good band-aid. So some people who've been just given T4, T4, once they get T3 within a day, they feel better. And obviously then all they want is more T3 and you have to tell them, no, you can't keep taking more of this. But certainly for some patients, it makes a huge difference.
So Dr. Alex, you mentioned we need the insulin signaling both for the production of thyroid hormone and for the uptake by the cells or for the conversion as well. So, but does it mean that very low carb is not good for the hypothyroidism cases? Because we see the drastic drop in the insulin levels in many people,
Yep. So not at all. So as I mentioned before, to be insulin resistant is to be thyroid resistant. So if we're going to put someone on a low carb or a ketogenic diet, they typically end up being much more insulin sensitive. And so what happens is you actually need less T3 to get the job done. And so there's actually been some documented studies looking at this. And so this is where some of the fear around low carb diets come from. So there were some studies done in children with epilepsy who were on very strict ketogenic diets. And they found that in these kids, their TSH levels actually went up in the first month and came down. But in the long term, T3 levels were lower. And so the concern was, these kids are hypothyroid. But if you actually ask the kids, do they have any of these symptoms of hypothyroidism? They didn't have any, so they felt fine. And there's actually some evidence in adults now. It's a paper published last year showing that in adults who are put on ketogenic diets, there was actually a higher T4 concentration. There was no difference in TSH concentration. So in other words, the pituitary gland was happy with the current situation, but there was a significant lowering of absolute T3. So what that means is the pituitary gland was happy. The thyroid itself was pumping out T4 as it's supposed to. The patients felt well, but what was happening is the body was needing less T3. And so you were needing less T3 to get the same job done. So just because the T3 is lower on someone in a ketogenic diet doesn't mean they've got a problem. So if they feel good, and this is where it comes back to context, if they feel fine, then there's no problem. If they do have symptoms of hypothyroidism, then that might be something that needs to be looked into. Although, again, a lot of things get blamed on hypothyroidism. So not everyone who's tired has hypothyroidism. It's It's a little bit more complex than that. But all up, I would urge everyone to not worry about low carb diets harming the thyroid. There's no evidence that that's the case at all.
Yeah, the similar effect, the people talk about the calorie restriction, because on low carb ketogenic diet, people unintentionally, they start to reduce the number of meals. They get into the intermittent fasting, and even they do the longer fast. So do you think that the people who are at risk of developing hypothyroidism or having pre-existing hypothyroidism condition, they should really avoid these like longer fast?
Not necessarily. So I think the people that run into problems with longer fasts are people who've got high reverse T3. So what happens is when you fast, your T3 levels will go down a little bit, but that makes sense again because you are very insulin sensitive when you're fasting. But what will normally happen is your reverse T3 will go up. Now, in a normal person or someone who feels well, that's not going to be a problem. It's doing its job, which is to slow the body's metabolism down. You're going into hibernation. But if someone's starting a fast and their reverse T3 is already sky high and they've already been suffering with that for months before, if they go into a fast, then they will likely feel more tired and feel more cold and feel more sluggish. So they're really the patients we need to watch out for. And I forgot to mention before, one of the other groups of people we see with high reverse T3 is people who are just chronic dieters, who are yo-yo dieting and starving themselves. So they will actually provoke a high reverse T3. So I think for the average person, fasting is not a problem for the thyroid, but low-calorie diets can be, because low-calorie diets can push you into a state of malnutrition. So if you go onto
if somebody is like very much fat adapted, then?
No, then it's normally not a problem. It's normally not a problem. Some people will notice they feel cold when they fast, but when they reintroduce feeding, their temperature regulation comes back and their energy levels come back. So we don't normally see too much issue with people fasting when it comes to thyroid health, as long as when they are eating, they're meeting all their nutritional needs.
And like some times what happens is like people, they are overweight, they have hypothyroidism, and when they switch to the low carbohydrate diet, they do see good results. They start to lose weight. But at some moment, what happens is like, their TSH levels start to rise. And then even their cholesterol level rises. And do you think that at that moment, we should make some variations in the macros or specifically the carbohydrates?
Potentially. I think in someone like that, if their TSH is rising, then need to make sure they're not malnourished. So they're not iodine deficient, or they're not zinc deficient or iron deficient. That's most likely what's going on. So I think I'd be really looking into their micronutrient intake and making sure they're getting enough of everything there. So that'd be my first thought on that. And the other thing is, are they in too much of a calorie deficit? So if they're in too much of a calorie deficit, T3 will go down. And so it can be useful, but in some ways, to keep your thyroid happy, it's probably actually better to eat a little bit more and then move a little bit more or do more exercise, rather than running a bigger calorie deficit by just not having calorie intake. Because when you eat more and move more, you've got more opportunity to get all these micronutrients in. So it just makes it easier.
And another thing is like, as you are into this preventative health, and have you ever seen like somebody get off their thyroid medication with a lifestyle change?
Yes, we have. Yep. I can't say it happens with every patient. But in much the same way, like type 2 diabetes, if someone's been type 2 diabetic for only a month, it's much easier to reverse their type 2 diabetes. But if they've been a type 2 diabetic for 35 years, it's a little bit harder. It's the same thing with Hashimoto's. So for patients who've had, 20 years of autoimmune attack against their thyroid where people have mismanaged it, then it's very likely there's not much healthy thyroid left, or not enough to meet the body's needs. However, when we're talking about this before the session, we often will test thyroid antibodies, so TPO and thyroglobulin antibodies, on people who don't have a history of hypothyroidism. And in about 10 or 15% of people, you will see this latent autoimmune activity. So our attitude is that kind of person, they're going to develop Hashimoto's potentially at some stage if things don't change. So that's that's another motivator for them, is we can say, look, if you make sure your nutrients are okay, if you're avoiding the common autoimmune triggers, then maybe you're not going to end up being someone who's got a damaged thyroid in the long term.
But does all the Hashimoto's, they have hypothyroidism?
Not all of them do. So if you look at the general population, about 15% of patients have positive antibodies, thyroid antibodies. They're not all going to progress to overt hypothyroidism, but a significant portion of them will. So when you look at what causes hypothyroidism, if we look at twin studies, about 70% of the burden of Hashimoto's is probably genetic, and the other 30% is environmental. And obviously, being an autoimmune disease, interplay between them all is also possible. When you look at other diseases that commonly occur in patients who've already got Hashimoto's, celiac disease is common, type 1 diabetes is common, vitiligo, which is a skin condition, is common, and certain types of atrophic gastritis and pernicious anemia are common. All of these diseases sit on something called the thyrogastric cluster, which is basically a sort of autoimmune sensitivity profile that seems to be genetically transferred in susceptible individuals. And it would seem that gluten is a recurring theme as a dietary trigger amongst people on the thyrogastric cluster. So to me, it's poorly studied, but to me, anyone who's either got positive thyroid antibodies or already has another disease that's on this thyrogastric cluster, I think being gluten-free is a very sensible thing to think about.
And what about, like we are talking about food and exercise, but another thing is like, our mindset. Do you think that is also equally important? Because in today's lifestyle, we are seeing like people, they are in chronically worrying state, like they have overactive sympathetic state all the time. So that somehow could be the cause of hypothyroidism, do you think?
Certainly that's going to drive the high reverse T3. So absolutely, that's something that's going to shift that balance in a negative way. Chronic stress also does impact your ability to produce T4. So it does have a few negative effects on the thyroid axis in general. So I agree that, chronic stress is not good for the thyroid. Thyroid doesn't like stress. As do a lot of your other organs don't like it either. So I think that's an important part of things. So it's not just diet. We've got to look at exercise. We've got to look at sleep. Sleep is a big one. And we have to look at mindset, because that sort of, that emotional health and mindset is going to have a big effect on your cortisol levels and your adrenal axis, which does play a big role when it comes to weight management, energy production in the body. So absolutely not to be ignored.
So do you think that everybody like who's having a hypothyroidism condition, we must first look into their gut first? Like the gut health is important, because some people talk like the hypothyroidism is the cause of gut health. And some people say like they have a poor gut health, that's why they have a hypothyroidism, what's actually, where it actually starts, like?
Very tricky, because it goes both ways. So you're right, but it's something like Hashimoto's disease. Being an autoimmune disease, it's very likely it originates in the gut. That's where we have a huge amount of our immune system. So if the gut health is poor, we're going to be more likely to get autoimmune diseases. So that's where things like leaky gut come into it. We want to avoid grains for that reason. However, being hypothyroid also exerts a negative effect on your gut microbiome. So it's a bit of a chicken or the egg situation. It goes both ways. So gut repair, one way or another, is an important part of healing if you have a thyroid condition. Absolutely.
So how do you manage in your clinic, like your low carb clinic? I have seen that you people are following a holistic approach. So what other than like food you really take care of in your patients? Like being a health coach, everybody of us must take care of those things.
So the food is our priority first and foremost, but we want patients to be exercising, for instance, and we ideally want patients to be doing resistance exercise. So that's really a focus for us. Most people don't do enough resistance exercise. In fact, over exercising with cardio can be counterproductive as well. And that's something a lot of people naturally gravitate towards, especially our female patients. as you mentioned already, stress and mindset is huge because it also helps people change. So, getting their mindset right helps them to change their diet, which can be difficult for some patients. And, I guess they're the sort of main areas we would look at for patients. Yeah, it is a holistic approach though. So we don't want to just look at diet.
Yeah. So for our viewers, I just want you to tell, what are the do's and don'ts when they switch to the low carbohydrate diet if they already have pre-existing hypothyroidism condition. Like it could be like food, exercise, or whatever you want.
Yep. I think in terms of do's, do make sure you're getting all the nutrients you need. In fact, it's ideal to be almost getting a surplus of all of the things I mentioned. So iodine, iron, zinc, selenium, vitamin D, vitamin A. So you got to have a strategy of how you're going to get all of that. Especially if you are vegetarian or vegan, it's going to be a little bit more tricky. But even if you're not, you do need to get them from somewhere. Do make sure you're getting adequate protein because protein deficiency is a problem for everyone, really. It can cause so many different problems. And do make sure you're being holistic. So you're getting some movement, ideally some resistance training, and making sure your sleep and stress levels are controlled. In terms of don'ts, I think don't jump straight into doing long fasts if you're not fat adapted. If you've got a thyroid condition, that's likely to be counterproductive and you're likely to not feel great doing it. Don't force a calorie deficit. So don't restrict calories when you're hungry. If you're hungry, you should be eating ideally. And don't be suckered in by lots of supplements that are out there.
Yeah, that's important. So we have questions from our viewers. The one question is can you explain the connection between long-term soy and soy products consumption in disturbing your thyroid profile?
So generally speaking, we're not huge fans of soy products because they can cause lots of different issues, not least of all with estrogen balance. But some of the compounds in soy products can have a negative effect on iodine metabolism and therefore can have a negative effect on thyroid function. So generally speaking, we would prefer our patients to not have soy products because they're typically used in place of much more nutritious things like dairy. However, for some patients, especially if they're vegetarian or vegan, or if there are just no other good protein options, then you can use it strategically.
Okay. So another question, Dr. Alex, but somebody's asking about the temperature. But okay, the question is actually somebody is on levothyroxine, or how do they know they are on a higher dose, which is really required by the body? What are the few symptoms that they should really look into? If it's on a higher dose or if they are on lower dose? Some specific.
Yeah. So we look at their blood test first of all, look what the TSH is, look what their T4 is. If their TSH is going down and if their T4 is on the higher end of normal, then they're usually signs that maybe they don't need as much and they can wind it back. In terms of how they're feeling, that's also a sign. So it's ideally done the opposite way. When you start a medication, you monitor closely how they're feeling. And if they're feeling better, you're at the right dose. But if someone's concerned they might be on too much, there's a chance they could be getting hyperthyroid symptoms. So symptoms of an overactive thyroid. So usually jitteriness, tremor, anxiety or anxiousness, difficulty with sleep, sweating, excessive sweating. They are some signs of potentially too much thyroid hormone. And thankfully, it's easy to sort of assess whether that's the case, is you just drop the thyroxine dose back a little bit and then retest in 4 to 6 weeks and see whether you're better or not.
But what are your thoughts on basal body temperature? People nowadays are measuring their basal body temperature the first thing in the morning. Do you think that that's
I must say it's not something I do for patients. Some patients with hypothyroidism will report their basal temperature is lower. But from a practical sense, I think you just ask them, do they feel cold? Usually when their basal temperature is low, they feel cold, or you feel their hands and they are cold.
If they're sweating a lot, does it mean they are on a higher dose?
So if they're sweating, that's usually a sign of hyperthyroidism. So people who are hypothyroid usually are dry. Their skin is dry, their hair is dry. So if there's excessive sweating, it could be a sign of over replacement. That being said, there's other causes of excessive sweating. not least of them menopause. That's a very common symptom
Yeah.
of menopause as well, or autoimmune disease.
Oh, okay. So now I think I should invite Anup Singh and Shashikant Iyengar. They can join us and they can, give you a vote of thanks, or they would like to have some few words with you, because
Sure.
we don't have more questions now from our viewers. So Shashikant Iyengar and Anup Singh, could you please come?
Actually, Shashikant sir is in a breakout room, ma'am.
Okay. So Anup Singh, you can join then us. Okay. So in the meantime, we can take few more questions from our viewers. So somebody is asking, like there are some studies, they shows like a very high protein diet, like carnivore types of diet, that one should really look into, like when they have a hypothyroidism condition.
Right, as in a negative effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that study. Happy to have a look at it, but to me, there's no evidence that I could think of from the studies that I've seen that would suggest that a carnivore diet's going to be negative when it comes to thyroid health. I wonder whether they're observing a low T3 and they're ascribing that to be a negative effect. But I would, having seen several patients with Hashimoto's improve on a carnivore diet, I think you need to be mindful of how they feel. So if their T3 is a little bit lower, but they feel okay, or if they feel fantastic, then to me, that's not a problem. That is a sign of profound insulin sensitivity, which is not surprising on a carnivore diet.
Okay, so carnivore, one can opt for the carnivore if they have a hypothyroidism.
Yep. Yeah. And to that end, that carnivore is, you could argue, is a type of AIP diet, or autoimmune protocol diet. And the AIP diet is really designed for autoimmune diseases like Hashimoto's. And in essence, on an AIP diet, you're basically avoiding grains and seed oils and sugars, which we, should all do really, but also avoiding things like eggs and dairy and nightshade vegetables and legumes, which are all potential autoimmune triggers. So it's a way of really trying to avoid the most likely immune triggering foods as like an elimination type diet. And when you look at that, when we look at carnivore is like the ultimate AIP. You're avoiding everything except meat.
Yeah.
So for some patients, that seems to be the answer, because for whatever reason, they're profoundly sensitive to certain plant toxins or compounds in plants, and they just can't tolerate them.
Because in AIP, a lot of fruits are also allowed. And if somebody is really type 2 diabetic as well, it's really difficult with the AIP type of diets.
Correct. Yeah. So an AIP diet's not really designed for diabetes, although you can make it low carb quite easily. But yeah, you're right. There's overlapping priorities in these dietary protocols.
So Shashikant Iyengar, he's here with us. So Shashi, could you please continue with your?
Yeah, I see. We still have solid 10 minutes. And Jasmeet has been given this session because she is highly intelligent, and we know that she will ask the razor sharp correct question for you. But I'll take up some of the questions which has been given by some of the participants,
Sure.
either in the front end or in the YouTube. So can you explain the connection between long-term soy and soy product consumption in disturbing
that
thyroid?
we have taken already.
You are taken. You are just taken.
We have taken this
Fine.
question.
Does excessive sweating has any correlation with
already,
hypothyroidism? Okay. I think you have taken all these questions?
Yeah.
Achha, do we have any questions from YouTube or front end? And I think it's the right time to address this. I think people can just check and give us some questions.
Let me see on YouTube. Maybe definitely there will be something.
I think they also ask whether a little diversion here is, since doctor is also cancer specialist, so specializes in cancer. I'll say in a different way. Does this seed oils have a solid connection to this?
To cancer?
Yeah.
I think it's pretty tricky to tease out seed oil intake and cancer, because all the nutritional epidemiology data is just junk. However, seed oils, they do provoke a lot of arachidonic acid, so they shift a lot of process in the body to be a pro-inflammatory state. And from basic principles, pro-inflammatory state is cancer causing. Okay. So I would not be surprised if they are carcinogenic. It's going to be very hard to definitively prove one way or another. And studying carcinogenesis is hard because it takes place over 20, 30, 40 years. But we already have many, many reasons to not be eating seed oils, not least of all, which they seem to provoke insulin resistance, which is a well-established risk factor for cancer. So, yeah, whichever angle you look at it, seed oils are bad.
That means it is. I think it's a combination of everything. It's a combination of high glucose level, high insulin level, coupled with this seed oils, coupled with
how coconut oil is helpful in this hypothyroidism condition? There is a question on YouTube, like people are asking because.
I haven't seen any data specifically for coconut oil, but coconut oil should be safe to use in hypothyroidism. So it's mainly saturated fat. It's a heat stable fat. So I've got no problems with people using coconut products. In fact, coconut products are very useful in AIP for people with Hashimoto's because you can't have dairy. So a lot of the times people miss dairy, but you can use coconut milk, you can use coconut cream, coconut yogurt, all these coconut products. So for some patients on AIP, it's a real godsend to be able to use those products.
So what about, did we discuss hyperthyroidism? There is one question.
Actually, no, the one question, Shashi, a few days back, it came on our forum itself, somebody posted from our group itself. So what they were saying, like, they have very low value of TSH, like 0.5, something like that. But, and everybody just looking at the TSH level, they say like, it's hyperthyroidism. But they don't even look at like, how much T4 medications they are taking. And sometimes, people, they go for the blood test and they just take like half an hour or 1 hour before the blood work. And some people, they skip the medication the day they are going for the blood work. So is there any difference like they have to take care of?
Yeah, so T4 has a long half-life. So, in theory, it shouldn't affect the blood test whether you take the medication or not. That being said, in the clinic, we do see the difference. So normally I tell people just when you're fasting, you don't have anything. And that way it's just easier to standardize it. But if their TSH is that low, then they probably do have too much T4. Or there's a problem with the pituitary gland, or they've got a nodule that's producing its own thyroxine. It's always a possibility as well.
And another thing is, this pituitary gland, it actually, it sees the conversion which is going inside the pituitary, isn't it? Because sometimes like people, they have inflammation and in pituitary, they have a higher level of T3, but in the peripheral cells, they don't have that high value of T3, but their TSH is very low. They have hypothyroidism, but TSH is very low.
Hyperthyroidism.
So the thing is like, the pituitary. So in pituitary, we have only a single deiodinase enzyme, which is D2, that converts the T4 to the active form of T3. But in the peripheral cells, we have all the other enzymes, D1, D2, and D3. And, the people, they really get confused when they have very low value of TSH, but they have all the symptoms of hypothyroidism because they have a lot of inflammation. So this is the case that came to our D-Life forum. All the symptoms were of hypothyroidism, but the TSH was very low. It could be inflammation or what?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, you'd probably want to make sure that all the other pituitary hormones are normal, so it's not a sort of pan-hyperpituitaryism situation. But yeah, you're right. It could be that, and you probably look on that sort of person. You probably see a high reverse T3, so that sort of sensing is not working properly as well.
So basically, but in India, this reverse T3 is not very cost effective, It's nobody really, only few people can really afford. So we don't.
So you would assume it's high. So we often do that as well because it's a cost issue in Australia as well. So sometimes you just assume it's high and then work on root cause regardless.
So Jasmeet, did we speak upon frank hyperthyroidism, the time it is detected with all the symptoms? So the question is, can it be put under remission with any
hyperthyroidism?
Frank hyperthyroidism without whatever Jasmeet told. Frank hyperthyroidism.
Yeah, so So frank hyperthyroidism is actually it's rarer, and thankfully it's a lot easier to treat generally. So standard medical procedures usually are quite effective with that. So it's two main causes. One is you've got a toxic goiter, so you've got a goiter that's producing too much T4 autonomously, and so either having a nodule cut out or having radioiodine treatment, or a medication to help dampen the thyroid function. They're all effective options. The other cause of frank hyperthyroidism is something called Graves' disease, which is an autoimmune disease. We don't see a lot of that, again, because these patients typically are well served by the standard medical field. But Graves' disease is also one of those diseases that sits in that thyrogastric cluster. So it's an autoimmune disease. It's probably, at least in part, driven by gluten. So again, if people can identify that they've got this thyrogastric cluster based on other diseases or based on their family history, if they go off gluten and certain other grains and other sort of foods we typically tell people to avoid anyway, then they might actually end up without these symptoms in the first place. I can't say I've treated frank Graves' disease or frank hyperthyroidism with diet, because these patients just get treated before they get to me. And often they're quite sick, so they're often hospitalized with cardiac issues or whatnot.
I think,
Shashi, I got one more question on my WhatsApp. People are asking about the salt, because nowadays we are seeing, like in India, people are switching from the iodine Tata salt, which is fortified with the iodine, to the Himalayan pink salt. And do you think that we should not we should switch from one to the another, like from time to time?
Yeah, so we get asked this question a lot in our clinic in Australia as well. So Himalayan salt has got some other trace minerals. It's got a bit of magnesium, bit of potassium, and it tastes different, and it's pink, which some people like, but it doesn't, being a rock salt, it doesn't have iodine. So I think you have to think about what are your priorities and what do you need to get. And especially for a lot of people who are not eating a lot of seafood, for instance, iodine is going to be harder to get from other things. So to me, a little bit of magnesium or potassium, we can get that from other things. You get potassium from just eating some vegetables, whereas the iodine is a little bit more unique, and especially in India, you can't rely on getting it from your vegetables because the soil is quite deficient. So, and a lot of people in India don't eat a lot of seafood. So I would prefer people eat iodized salt, or at the very least have that as part of their salt. So maybe that you mix and match some Himalayan in. But I get a little bit nervous with people having just rock salt if they're not eating seafood, because I think the risk of iodine deficiency is not negligible.
Quite high, fine. So we are coming to the end of the session. Dr. Alex, personally, I wanted to thank you for accepting this invitation, coming to India virtually in this inaugural historic massive conference. And your topic, I believe, is the most interesting. And there are a lot of questions which are still unaddressed. Probably we will have a different session with you to address all these questions, because the questions on hypothyroidism is just unending. People will ask tons of questions, and we were anticipating that. So thank you very much. On behalf of D-Life and Metabolic Health Conference, I want to thank you again for coming and sharing your knowledge.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. It was a really nice session. So hopefully your attendees got something out of it.
Yeah. So namaste from India. Thank you.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Jasmeet.
It was really nice hosting you, Dr. Alex. Thank you so much.
No worries. All the best, guys.
Thank you. So for the next session, we have Dr. Somalram Venkatesh, a cardiologist practicing in Bengaluru, India. Going to be very, very interesting, a cardiologist's perspective of low carb as well as intermittent fasting. Please take in Pramila Mundra also. So she is the co-host for the session. Dr. Venkatesh, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. It's a pleasure to be in this conference. It's a very historic conference, as you rightly said, an important one. Thanks for making me a part of it.
Thank you, sir. And it is we will always have to have you in this session, because we found you to be an ardent supporter of low carb and intermittent fasting specifically. And having a cardiologist support on this front is something very, very unique. And I'll just briefly to talk about Dr. Venkatesh, but he is going to talk more about himself. So whatever I have, I'll talk. So Dr. Somalram Venkatesh is an interventional cardiologist. He's the chief cardiologist at Aster RV Hospital in Bengaluru. He describes himself as a cardiologist by day and a blogger and bibliophile by night. He's a supporter of low carb and intermittent fasting. So I invite Dr. Venkatesh, and please talk more about yourself, something which we don't know, which may not be much in social media.
Thanks, Shashi and Pramila. I am a Bangalorean, a Kannadiga, a medical doctor. I got my internal medicine and cardiology training at the prestigious PGI Chandigarh. After that, I've been practicing as an interventional cardiologist in the last 25 years, mainly in Bangalore. But one of my other passions is also preventive cardiology. I've always looked at cardiology as being not enough staffed, enough equipped to treat patients, but rather that if we could prevent diseases, that would be the best thing for the nation. So that is my missive, in the sense that one of my important goals in life is to talk about preventive cardiology.
Thank you. Thank you. And one thing I want to mention before Pramila asks the first question is, thank you very much, because you're appearing this right from the hospital after attending an emergency case. We are so thankful for you to spare this half an hour for us. Yeah, Pramila.
Welcome again, Doctor, to the first ever Low Carb Conference in India. And we are, as Shashi said, honored you to be here with us. So I would like to start by asking you, what is your view on the overall metabolic health status in India and as you see in your daily practice?
Well, over 3 decades of practice, I would say that metabolic health of India has worsened. The prevalence of lifestyle diseases has increased. There are more lifestyle diseases. But more importantly, what's worrying is there is a shift in the demographic. Younger people are now suffering more.
Yeah.
Women who used to be protected from cardiovascular diseases are more affected. And what is most worrying is our children. The kids are, they suffer from obesity and many other metabolic problems right from a very younger age. So I think this shift of demographic is even more worrying than anything else. So this definitely proves to us that the metabolic health of the country overall is on the downhill course.
So in the patients who land up to you, they are all heart attack patient, or is it they come with some other disorder? And when they come, what are the other associated disorders you see? For example, if a patient walks in with high blood pressure, what are the other things which you see? Patient comes in with heart attack, what are the other things you see?
See, unlike in some other countries where interventional cardiologists will do only interventions, clinical cardiologists will only do clinical practice. In India, the specialists don a lot more hats than what they are supposed to. So even though I am an interventional cardiologist, I do see patients in the clinic. And when we see patients, we have patients with heart attacks, heart failure, which is now a burgeoning problem in India. And also there are patients who have got blockages in the heart, which are not heart attacks. So ischemic heart disease is what we call. But then there are also other things like, patients with lipid abnormalities, hypertension, diabetes, patients with obesity. We are now increasingly recognizing, maybe it's earlier we were not recognizing, but we are increasingly recognizing a condition called as obstructive sleep apnea, patients with sleep disorders, breathing disorders. And also, of course, post-COVID, we see a lot of stress and anxiety. I think in addition to seeing heart patients, cardiologists see a lot of these associated comorbidities. These comorbidities not only are associated, but also contribute to the complications and worsening of the heart diseases themselves. So it's a kind of practice where you just not only just see a focused heart attack or heart disease patient, but we also look at the problems with which the patients are associated with.
So before Pramila asks, just as an extension of my question, do you also assess the other factors, like does the patient have fatty liver or something? Because that again seems to be very, very strongly correlated with cardiovascular disorder.
No doubt about it. In fact, in a majority of patients who come with this so-called health check, usually an ultrasound of the abdomen is a part of it. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is highly prevalent. fatty liver is practically omniscient. Everybody seems to have fatty liver. And you and I know, and I think it's common knowledge now, that fatty liver is a part and parcel of insulin resistance and hyperinsulinemia. It's a metabolic disorder, and I think it predisposes to not just diabetes, obesity, and also cardiovascular abnormalities. So I think it's one of the things which we very commonly see in most of our patients. It's kind of not even kind of mentioned when we see the reports. We don't even like uric acid. We see hyperuricemia. It's a part of metabolic syndrome. We see NAFLD, but we don't even mention that because as a cardiologist, it's none of my concern. So that happens. We see a lot of these actually.
Yeah, Pramila.
Yeah. Doctor, I would also like to add, if you could explain some of the effects of high blood sugar levels on arteries and the overall heart health, because I feel many of the people are unaware of the effects of high blood sugar on overall heart health.
Well, diabetes is one of the risk factors for coronary artery disease. In addition, what we know is diabetics have more severe ischemic heart disease. That is, the blockages tend to come earlier in a diabetic. It has been studied, quite widely, and it has been seen that patients with diabetes tend to have blockages in the arteries almost a decade before. And when they have black blockages, these blockages tend to be more extensive than in non-diabetic patients. Also, when diabetic patients have complications of heart disease, like if they have a heart attack or if they have multiple blocks and the heart becomes weak, their response to treatment is more difficult than that of non-diabetic patients. The treatment, when we try to take them up for angioplasty or bypass surgery, and the response thereof are also poor. So overall, diabetics tend to fare poorly compared to non-diabetics when it comes to heart diseases per se.
And I think in the present circumstances, what we see that now cardiologist also treats diabetes extensively. So this is coming from my earlier pharma-based experience, where with the availability of new drugs, it has become very easy for you. And I think as a cardiologist, you see almost every patient with diabetes. Yeah. So I think it very strongly correlates with this. So now, Doc, please tell us how you came into this low carb supporting. Do you have a personal journey on low carb and intermittent fasting both? How is it that you got interested? Because you are listed in foodmed.net also in Marika Spro's website as a cardiologist from India who supports low carb. You've been there for quite a long time. So what got you into this?
Well, I was to begin with skeptic, but then when I say begin, it is in early 2000s, quite early actually. A friend of mine who was a roommate and migrated to USA, is a very successful radiologist there now. He developed diabetes as soon as he went to the US, and he discovered this low carb dieting. And he mailed me and said, Shastri, tell me about this low carb. And I did a little bit of study at the time. It's very early 2000s, 2001, 2002. I wrote back to him saying that you're talking nonsense. There's nothing like this. You're going to have a lot of proteins. You're going to damage your kidneys, and fats are going to cause heart diseases for you. So all of this I said. But then one is that I followed his journey. He remained, in remission for a long period of time. And also in the early 2000s, mainstream medical journals publishing about very low carbohydrate diet, less than 20 grams carbohydrates. And it showed that these studies showed that low carb diets are safe, but also are effective. So that's one of the early times when I kind of followed low carb. But it did take me a long time because mainstream nutrition, mainstream cardiology, the guidelines still talk about low fat. It talked about it. And for me to break away from that took a lot of time. Intermittent fasting was very easy because I was not personally able to handle 3 meals a day. My waist used to swell up as soon as I start eating 3 meals. So I went back and realized that in our Indian culture, we have always been a 2 meal a day people, whether you are a postmaster or a priest or a you would eat a meal at 9 o'clock and then go back to work and come back at 7 o'clock and have a second meal, and you wouldn't eat anything in between. So this is our culture was. I think this whole trope of breakfast being the most important meal was Britishers, and I suppose the restaurant industry was responsible for that. So once I realized that, I started skipping my breakfast, and now I stopped eating lunch. I finish my work and go home at 4:30. I have my first meal of the day. Caffeine gets me through. So it was a kind of a personal experiment for me to remain in shape and to remain in, I hope, what is I think is a good metabolic health. Intermittent fasting is very useful.
I think it's wonderful, and my personal experience also shows that there are many doctors who are very happy with 2 meal concept, because you are so busy throughout the day. You don't know when you will be called where.
Yes, absolutely.
It so fits into all the doctors, and many doctors forget whether they support low carb or intermittent fasting. I generally found that many doctors sustain on 2 meals. It's quite revealing. Yeah, Pramila.
Doctor, we would also like to know what kind of patients do you recommend for low carb fasting? Or is it like, do you mostly advocate them for low carb?
Well, I used to be very, very enthusiastic in the beginning. I'll tell you why I am not so much now. But the obvious patients who you refer to, you ask to follow low carb diet, is the young patient who's overweight and has diabetes. So I think that is where the easiest game is going to be. So these are the obvious patients because they have clear goals. They have to control weight. They want to get off medications for diabetes. So I think these are very important. So these are the patients in whom I readily advocate a low carb diet. I have found that older patients who are not overweight, or those who don't have issues taking diabetic medicines and unfortunately are happy with the fasting postprandial blood sugar and HbA1c under control, those big files with everything being under control, they are very happy. They are not likely to be worthwhile your time, because you spend a lot of time trying to advocate low carb diet. How do you do it and all that, and then it doesn't translate, because I think they leave your OPD and they forget about it. There is one other set of patients in whom I found advocating low carb diet very interesting. These are these young people who go to these health checks and they come with a high HSCRP or a high coronary artery calcium score or a cholesterol issue or something which is triggered off from that health check, that they have to take care of their health. So when they come to me, that is when I find an opportunity and say that, you know what, it's not the fat that is causing you a problem. It's the carbohydrates in your diet. And then I talk about insulin resistance, hyperinsulinemia, triglycerides, etc. And I try to educate them. So 3 obvious kind of patients: overweight people who are looking to lose weight, diabetics who want to control sugars without, and the patients who are trying to be in this preventive cardiology, that is primary health, primary prevention. Unfortunately, for patients who have had heart attacks and all that, I do talk about cut down on processed food, cut down on refined carbs, but I found that investing a lot of time on that doesn't seem to give so much of returns actually.
And I think that remains a fundamental issue, that unless there is something where they see a benefit, they will not go. If all the lab report looks good, they will not. They are not likely to. They don't want to get off medication or something. Okay, if they're obese, they're young, okay. And I think, and that is the right segment also. These young patients are the right one, because they have a lot of productive years ahead of them. I think they are going to benefit.
That's right. Yeah.
So what are some of the positives you are seeing in low carb? Do you recall some good cases, something which you have seen?
Oh, yeah. I have seen a lot of them. As a cardiologist, I would have loved to tell you that, one of my patients went on low carb and his heart attack got prevented.
Wow.
I don't have that kind of stories. What is very obvious is that, weight loss, better sugar control, more energy. I think these three are the most important thing. Patients, uh, OSA, that is sleep apnea, patients getting off CPAP, diabetic patients either reducing their medications or being completely off medications, blood pressure getting controlled with low carb diet, weight loss, which people were, trying with so many other methods, especially a lot of exercise, gymming, didn't work, came back to dieting, low carb, it worked. So I think these few things, let me recount this: weight loss, sleep apnea, blood pressure control, better sugar control, more energy are so many patients of mine, because I do take time and spend time with people to talk about this cycle of eating, insulin secretion, hyperinsulinemia, insulin resistance, and how it leads to metabolic ill health, inflammation, and long-term defects. So I take time, and these are the areas where I have been rewarded. I have so many stories to share. Not directly, cardiac protection, because I think these are long-term issues.
Yeah.
If people are on, low carb diet over a period of time, I'm convinced that there will be lesser number of heart attacks, lesser heart failure, less arrhythmias, and so many other things. But only thing is, I think this is long-term data which we lack at this point of time.
And you are perfectly right. See, we cannot say that anything will prevent heart attack or something. But then, since your patient are associated with so many conditions, so low carb really has given benefits, as you say. And sleep apnea seems to be just increasing, probably because of the blood sugar issue, diabetes issue, the obesity, or it's also involved. It's also, let us say, associated with a nasal obesity also. So somewhere it is always there.
We may be picking up more. See, I
Yeah.
think whenever we see an increased prevalence of any disease, we should also understand that, number one, the actual frequency of the disease in the community is increasing, but also we have better diagnostic tools. We are more suspicious of it, so we may be it may have been there. But at the same time, I think in the last 3, 4, 5 decades, there is no doubt that lifestyle diseases, obesity, hypertension, diabetes, cholesterol related problems, strokes, heart attacks, are definitely increasing. I don't think it's just an anomaly of better measurements. There is really an increase in these diseases as well.
I think it really matches with the influx of modern processed food, the kind of
Absolutely.
refined food which you are taking. It's huge. We cannot just deny that. Pramila.
Yeah. Doctor, we see a lot of heart attack cases in a younger generation now and more frequent. So what are your views on that?
Lifestyle is just getting worse. I mean, there is more smoking in the community. There is a lot more alcohol intake, sedentariness. My children are picked up right in front of my gate in a bus, and the bus goes right into the basement of the school. When you are a child, probably you would walk up to the bus stop at least.
Right.
And there are times my grandfather used to cycle to his college. So I think poor diet, more processed food, an enormous increase in refined carbs, fruit intake has become so high. And I think from the 80s onwards, seed oils, the chemical extraction of oils, I think there is a whole lot of things which that milieu has been created. We don't even look at things like environmental pollution and all that, but I think there is enough in an individual's lifestyle that has gone really bad, really gone downhill over last 3, 4 decades. So obviously, in 2 generations back, heart attacks which were happening at 75 years became 55 years. Now they are becoming 45 years. And the way our kids are going, I'm sure heart attacks will not be uncommon in 25-year-olds in the next decade or so. This is what is happening. I think lifestyle, lifestyle, lifestyle.
Very, very, very significant. And since you have touched upon the seed oils, what do you feel about our traditional cooking medium in ancient time, ghee, butter, or coconut oil?
Well, I feel, in the 80s, the government of India kind of subsidized the import of palm oil, the Indonesian and Malaysian palm oils. We all came to know about it only when the COVID hit and there was a shortage of palm oil. And suddenly we found that cooking medium is under short supply, the prices going up. Before that, I think we had this, we call it as Ghana, cold press oils, South India, the sesame oil, the peanut oils, sarson ka tel. These were our traditional cooking oils. I think when you cold press, the nutritive value of these oils are preserved. And I think when during chemical extraction and the refining process and the blending process, when we talk about, let's say, seed oils today, not all of them pure seed oils. If you talk about sunflower oil, I think a substantial part of that oil is blended with palm oil, which is important. So I guess these, because there must be inflammatory agents in them, there is a skewed omega-3 to omega-6 fatty acid proportion in them. I think these oils, what we use today, are definitely pro-inflammatory. And also there is a huge reuse in the industry, reuse of oils in the industry. I guess going back to cold pressed oils, going back to ghee and butter as cooking medium will probably mitigate this, because the rise of lifestyle diseases not only parallels the affluence of our country, the economic affluence of our country, increased availability of foods, increased availability of processed food in the aisles of the supermarkets, but also the vegetable seed oils, blended seed oils in there. So the lifestyle diseases have paralleled these. So I guess these all have to come back to their original levels to improve community health.
Now, Will, since there is 6 minutes left, what are your concerns you see with low carb in your practice?
Okay. So the most important concern I have about low carb is sustainability. I think, when we talk about low carb or any diet, for instance, when we say that, you to a patient or a person, you stop doing this and start doing that, it's very difficult. There are some people who are goal oriented. I want to lose 10 kilos. You go on to some GM diet, a paleo diet, or a keto diet. They do that. And once they achieve that 10 kilo loss, they go back to their original diet. So this kind of a change, a substantial change and shift in their diet is not very sustainable over a long period of time. I think that's one very important concern which I have. We see a lot of patients who understand the concept of low carb, go on to it, but they come back to their normal diet and they get back to their health problems. The other thing which I see is that vegetarianism is prevalent in India and it has to be an accepted cultural norms. I find it very difficult when my nutritionist tells my patient who has a cultural belief that you stop being a vegetarian, start eating meat or start eating eggs. So I think those are going to be a challenge. I think as a community, the nutritionists have to come together and find ways in which we can support cultural beliefs of our patients, make subtle changes in the diet over gradual periods of time. So I think these are important. But on a larger scale, the bigger problems are these. Today, I find on social media or when I'm talking to the mainstream dietitians in hospitals, I find that medical professionals, healthcare providers, and nutritionists are at loggerheads. There seems to be some kind of a competition that we know better. I think we have to come together here. There are a lot more stakeholders than you and I. Patients are the fundamental issue. There is a huge metabolic health problem in the country. I think we have to address it together. So who all have to come together? The patients have to be willing to be educated. We both have to come together to understand what the problem is, and we have to educate. Remember, at this point of time, things like, for example, when somebody does a low carb, high fat diet, the LDL cholesterol goes up. We still don't have an answer. I know that there are a lot of nutritionists who believe that this LDL cholesterol that increases because of high fat diet is healthy, but there is no evidence to say that. We have one solid, research that says high LDL leads to heart attacks. Reducing the LDL with medicines brings down the heart attack. So there is no conflict here. You could have a low carb, high fat diet person who has high LDL, and the person can take cholesterol reducing medicines to reduce the LDL. There is no problem. It is not that doctors are conspiring to prescribe these medication. Patients have no time. If I want to talk to a patient about diet for half an hour, they don't have the patience to listen to me or follow. So therefore, I think we all have to come together and understand what is the problem here and address this. And then together, you and I have to go to the policymakers, and we have to say that, look, the metabolic health of the country is going downhill. We are going to have a lot more chronic diseases in this country. The economics of the country are going to go down because of our healthcare. Therefore, you have to make healthcare changes, policy changes, like, for example, sugar tax. You have to stop subsidizing sugar industry. You have to make sure that proteins and fats are cheaper than what they are. So all of these have to be done. We have to build a lobby. I think the biggest challenge for the country is not that I, as a low carb proponent, have 5 patients whom I affect and their health improves and they become better. It's not that. I think we have to look at it as a group, and I think we have to impact the health of the country. We have to form a lobby. I think this is the biggest challenge in front of the low carb community, and this transcends what field we are in, whether we are doctors or nutritionists. It has to go beyond that, and we have to make sure that we influence public, we educate public, and we educate the healthcare policymakers.
I think what you said is very, very critical, very, very critical. It's very nice. And probably what you are looking forward is the preventative. I mean, not what currently we are doing is when patient comes to you, we are correcting it. But you are probably hinting or directly telling that we are doing preventative in terms of getting it from policy. I think it's a very right step, right step. And somewhere I think these programs, the conferences which are organizing is one such step in showing that there has to be a preventative approach in addition to palliative. That is what we are taking care. Anyway, we are coming to end of the session, and one of your colleagues from your own town is actively waiting there to come into the screen. So what is your final message to India?
We are, as cardiologists, if we live long enough, we are going to make a lot of money at your expense. That is the country's expense. The metabolic health of this country is really going down. The lifestyle, of course, there are habits we are talking about, smoking and alcohol, that is there. But in addition, processed food, the aisles of supermarkets are full of processed foods. I think this is just going up. The eating habits are bad. We have to make some effort to make sure that this is mitigated. I think the country's future is at stake. Younger and younger people are being, dying or being disabled. I think we have to prevent that. I think it's time for the country, not just the patients, the healthcare providers like you and I, but also the policymakers to wake up and say that I think enough is enough. We have to take care of our health, and low carb, intermittent fasting, our original way of eating 50 years ago is what that needs to come back. I think that is what is my message.
Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much for your insight. Thank you, Pramila, for co-hosting this. And I invite our next guest, Dr. Ambarna Gowda, to be hosted by Poshini.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. We just finished the wonderful session, and today we have with us Dr. Ambarna Gowda here. Welcome, Dr. Ambarna Gowda, to the Metabolic Health Conference.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Roshni. Thanks for giving the opportunity and be here.
Dr. Ambarna has in fact taken time out of his family travel and logged into this session while on the road, while traveling. To our viewers, I'd like to give a small a brief background about Dr. Ambarna. He completed his bachelor's from MC Gulbarga. He's done his post-graduation from B.R. Ambedkar College in Bengaluru. He holds a fellowship in diabetes from MV Diabetes Research Center, Chennai, and a PG diploma in diabetes from Cardiff, UK. Dr. Ambarna is a firm believer in holistic diabetic care and is very well versed in aspects of diabetes management. He is an expert who most people reach out to, and he can be he works at Sparsh Hospital in Bengaluru. Dr. Ambarna, it's really a pleasure for me to host you in this session. We have been interacting on various cases and in the past. So please tell us a little more about yourself.
Well, not back from a family trip, so professional. So is routine income and once
I think we have some network issues since he's on the move. We'll be back shortly with Dr. Ambarna.
Yeah, I'm audible?
Yes, Dr. Ambarna, you can go ahead. Please tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, once a month I come down to my native to see a diabetic patient. So every Sunday, so after seeing the patient, I'm way back to Bangalore now. So this is how the thing are like engaging myself in various aspects of places where you get different kinds of patients, everything. So more of a keen interest as I went on practicing everything more. I am keen into preventive medicine, wherein creating awareness, to know about the disease, educating them, and they should also get involved, to understand what they have. It's not just taking medicine and get back to life. So things are going on. That's what doing some research into diabetes in various aspects, the new molecules which come across, and so far so good. It's been going on.
What led you to start exploring low carb diets?
See, that's what, as I told you, lately post COVID, everything, we have been seeing patients, because I work in 3 different segments, everything. Most of them are started on medicine already. Whether it is HbA1c 6.5, 6 or 7, 7.5, not considering the family history, age, anything. And what is happening is, when their HbA1c returns to 5.5 and probably no proper guidance, protocol follow-up, they stop these medications. The patient is confused whether I'm diabetic or not. So these aspects we are seeing. So what I thought of is, there's already a protocol, everything is there, but in place, why not bring in few things in our daily practice, which is in concurrent with the current practices, wherein, If there is no family list of risk factors, HbA1c is not too high, anything, start them off on the carbohydrate diet, everything, push them for 6 months and see whether they're able to cope up and, get adjusted to a new lifestyle wherein, they control their sugars without any proper medications and sustaining it for quite some time. That is the one thing. And lately, being the Silicon City, there are many startups, they are coming up with 3 months program, 6 months program. All these patients go there, attend and come back. Doctor, I am not able to sustain these healthy lifestyles, what they are telling me, or the diet aspects. And I have patients who came back to me and said, at least once a day pill, I am okay, but I can't follow these strict diets.
Right.
They are spending roughly about 90,000 for 3 months. Imagine, and they even afford most of the time for a CGM patch also, where that's not necessary. It's not wise to use these things also. So considering all these things, are thought of self-educating, learning myself, and because what we've been taught in medical school is very different when we come into practice about that aspect. And very well as listening to him, there is always the cat fight in the wards itself between the dietitian and ourselves. What we say, the patient is on different diet in hospital. This I've been facing it also. Then I'll speak about it, coming few minutes about it, that also. So this all prompted me to, educate myself and go ahead and start this low carb diet. And so far, so good thing. And few of the case studies, patients are being happy. So let's see how it goes.
So, Dr. Ambana, if I mean, yes, you do advocate people to at least give it a try, and that's how you have worked with your patients. What are the potential risk factors or considerations that you actually discuss with your patients before they start or before they consider a low carb diet? I believe we've again lost Dr. Ambana. We'll be back shortly. Yes. Yes, Dr. Ambana. Did you hear my question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the concerns are only, only for them who are already known diabetic, and when we counsel them and they are keen on to go to low carb diet. So 3 aspects I look into, because most of the time who is also known diabetic, uncontrolled, most of the time they're in triple combination drug along with metformin, glimepiride and acarbose. So if I'm educating them that, you need to go toward low carb anything, one aspect I do is first thing is to take out that acarbose, because only thing that has been used for only for, carbohydrate per absorption per se, the mechanism itself, everything. The second aspect would be nowadays, most of them comorbid conditions, and even the second line of drug is started on SGLT2. So just making sure that, educate them and tell them that, they don't go into ketosis, everything. So second aspect is that. And Indian scenario, most of the patients I see already on around 2,000 to 2,500 grams of metformin. So when we put the low carb, everything, sometimes they may have nausea, bloating or diarrhea. We had patients, months together with diarrhea, but unexplained. When you reduce your metformin, and they're absolutely doing well. So such scenarios or the precautions I take about, educating the patients who are already on medications for diabetes. For starters, everything, not only hydration aspect, few things, and to monitor their sugars and be in touch with us regularly.
All right. You did cover up my next question as well, which was to ask on the Indian context. But maybe you can touch upon what are the myths that you see people have before going into low carb diet. There is a lot of stigma against it, especially in Bangalore. So, what are the myths that you most commonly encounter?
See, basically, the family doctor who is the one first thing is a bigger myth in the family, wherein he says he has told me the diet, or my YouTuber had told me that, or my aunt, my uncle who is a non-diabetic for long years, there I've been following this diet. I'm happy with that. I'm following doc. I don't want to make any changes for the diet. This is the first thing we come across every time. So they say they don't blame it on the diet. So they very they tell I've been walking, there's been no exercise, but my diet has been perfectly good. So they don't want to accept that. The second aspect of this question, which I want to answer, is now I come from a place where rice bowl of Karnataka, you know.
Yes.
So 3 times a day there is a consumption of rice, and they grow their process, quantity wise, and they export everywhere. And this is one thing is, apart from rice topping, you tell me anything about. So these are the few concerns, acceptance isn't there, and they dodge wisely and they blame it on the exercise. Anything when we blame on exercise, then they go for a diet. Probably I cheated for the last 2 weeks, so my sugars are high. It's a big dump, and
Can you also share with us, Dr. Ambanar, that this is a common trend that we see? You know, they go on a low carb diet, they perhaps fall off the wagon, you know, go on a high carb diet for a few days, festival or something like that, and then come back. What is something that they need to be careful about when they're, you know, going into this yo-yo sort of low carb, high carb? What is something that, you know, people with metabolic syndrome need to be aware of?
that is when there is no consistent ending, they have comorbid condition, and I think they will worsen. They'll have a electrolyte imbalance.
I think we have lost Dr. Ambanna. We'll be back shortly. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Ambanna, can you hear us now? You're on mute, Dr. Ambanna. Himanshu, I think Dr. Ambanna needs to be unmuted.
I have sent request, ma'am.
Dr. Ambanna, you're still on mute. And Dr. Ambanna, maybe to conserve the bandwidth, you could switch off your video if you're okay with that, so that the conversation can go on.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Doctor.
The aspect is that's what there is a gross variability of sugar, then they can land up in diabetic ketoacidosis also. So we are more worried about that. They are not consistent. They can trigger the complications by themselves, which they wouldn't be aware. And at the end, there'll be no regular follow-up, and they end up saying, or getting back to us saying that everything is all well. So these are the concerns. Physician's perspective, diabetologist perspective, that if there is, no consistency, then it would be better of them not to push them and, put on to the low carb diet.
Okay. And what are the guidelines that you would want somebody to be aware of before they could even consider a low carb diet?
So first, they need to educate themselves with our help, or, there is lots of material available about, and make up their mind, first thing, and consistent regular follow-up would be ideal. And over a period of time, if they're not consistent, the issues as we discussed will come up. So ideally, these are the few pointers I would tell them when initial discussion before induction, and if they are inducing it to go slow initially, and as they progress in the 2 weeks, 4 weeks process, they can really do well.
Dr. Ambana, in your clinical practice, where are the instances that you would want somebody to try the low carb diet as a primary approach?
Yeah, in fact, I've been pursuing and started it in my clinical practice in the last 4 to 6 months, wherein, uh, Hashimoto's thyroiditis, typically who are not on, along with PCOS, who are not on medications already, them, and gestational diabetes. This is one thing I'm looking at where, with bit of diet change, anything, we can stop them to going on to insulin in gestational also in the initial first and second trimester. So that thing I've been doing and been seeing a bit of response as well. And there are, in day-to-day practice, we give fitnesses for surgery, perioperative. There are also instances where the patients get delayed for admission for surgery because that only thing is sugars are high. In such scenarios also, making sure that educate them about low carb diet, and these are the few things apart from regular pre-diabetes, diabetes, and metabolic syndrome. Now, I see a lot of in health checks wherein they come with ticking all the boxes of metabolic syndrome, and right away we don't put on medications. I tell them that come back 3 months, 6 months, but you need to be consistent with your diet and exercise, and so that you don't go on medications forever. That is one thing. Few of the important few things I'm looking at them and being a fair bit of success in them.
Right. Can you share some of these success stories?
Yeah, a couple of them. One would be, I think, with Shashikant. These guys are elderly, middle-aged male, big hotelier. His sleeping times are erratic. He sleeps at 1 o'clock. These are things. He was around 120 units of insulin units per day. So over a period of time, counseled him, and none of the medications are working. He's going to severe insulin resistance, and he has been doctor hopping. These all things were happening. Then I said, counsel them, why don't you try this everything? Then I'll put across to you a certified metabolic coach, wherein I'll be in touch also, concurrently, so that he has no more conditions. So I spoke with Shashikantji and put him across that, and results are like that. I mean, he has reduced 40 units in his daily uh, uh, intake of insulin. And for the last 3 months, he just messaged us saying that 175 milligram is a random, which used to be 250, 280 always. So that way he's happy and he's doing fair bit of walking, exercise, everything. So not completely on low carb, but acceptable for his, waistline and for his palatable thing. He's following it. He's doing good. Then the second instance might be one patient we both seeing. Uh, she was very sugar cravey, and she actually did well. We reduced the medicines, everything, to other things, everything did her sugar, HbA1c came down, everything, but consistency was not there, and she fell off with this low carb diet plan. There was a young chap also where 18, 17 years old, consistently, and all the tests suggest of this metabolic syndrome at this young age. So with low carb, everything he did well, and there were few initial hesitancies for us, but when they seeing the result, I mean, they came up, they follow up everything, and they are very happy with that.
Perfect. I think we have lost Dr. Ambana again. We'll just wait for him to rejoin. Yes, Dr. Ambana,
Yeah.
unmute. Perfect.
Yeah. has to unmute. So every time I have to wait for the unmute. Please go ahead.
So, Dr. Ambanan, anybody who wishes to follow low carb diet requires doctor support. It's better that it's always done under the supervision. So, if we have doctors also viewing into this session, how do you think they can support their patients better? What is the practice that you have done to be able to support your patients better?
Well, that's a good question. So initially, how I went about it is like we ourselves has to give more time during counseling, 5 to 7 minutes extra, so that, you counsel them for this aspect. One thing is giving time to your patients. Other thing is educate yourself, that educating myself, learning, and relearning, apart from routine, what medical knowledge we have. The other aspect is, providing them information also, just by saying 5 to 7 minutes spending in the consultation room isn't ideal also. That aspect also has to be covered, and making sure that, one thing I am pushing them or counseling them is where even doctors themselves, can start not from word go, small bit of induction into a day-to-day testing. So when we do it and we tell that we are doing it, and the patients has more confidence in us, and the acceptance is
higher. I think we'll just have to wait for Dr. Ambarna to rejoin. Yeah, Dr. Ambarna is here. Are you able to hear us, doctor?
Waiting for the mute button from the host to come up. Sorry. So these things, and educating and creating awareness is only from doctor's end, which can be done well, so that it can be taken up for masses. So these are few pointers, I would be recommending your colleagues who would be interested to get this aspect into their practice.
I really like the points you mentioned, because we work as a team, and with the overwhelming numbers that we're seeing today, I think it's really important that we work as a team. Is there anything you'd like to tell the low carb community, coaches, and practitioners?
Well, it's been a learning aspect for me. I mean, definitely things are working out for my patients, everything. So one thing I would love to suggest, creating more of such programs wherein, first, maybe for the health professional community, where, more awareness is created so that they start speaking about it, and the word of mouth is the one which will help a lot. And definitely from doctor fraternity, they shouldn't be hesitant, because you can't give more time to our patients all the time. So taking collective from the registered metabolic coaches, low carb specialists, we should inculcate, accept in our practice. We shouldn't hesitate to put across patient to them, so that that.
I think we've lost Dr. Ambarna. He'll be joining shortly. Yeah, he's back.
So sorry, network is very bad. I'm
We're really thankful that you were able to take this time out during your travel itself, Dr. Ambarna.
Thanks. So these are the few things, more happier that to continue this trend and help my patients as well,
Yes.
More happier about it.
And what would you like to leave our audience with? What is some impact that you would give from your end, considering the fact that there's a lot of myths out there that and strong statements, especially we hear it in the local language in Kannada, which says that, low carb diets are dangerous and bad and not healthy and all of these. What is the statement you'd like to give or make against these claims?
I would like to say, there is a lot of misinformation doing round, So for that, we should come up and explain. If the patients are or doctor colleagues themselves, they have these questions, raising doubts, they should speak to us and we should start speaking to ourselves and first thing, educate. This is the thing, these are the benefits I have seen, case scenarios, everything, instead of speaking up, going up, putting up aspect about drug, everything, even a couple of case scenarios would maybe encourage and bring in more information is more. So one thing would be, go ahead, always get proper information before, accept anything from few videos or somebody who is not. Always be in touch with a registered coach, where you have doubt, concern. There is nothing wrong from each other. So I think that, should help. We should try to reach out more and learn and relearn. So that is one message I would like to.
I think we lost Dr. Ambarna again. Yeah, we have him back here.
Yeah, so sorry, lots of network issues. So at the end, that is one thing I would like to say. More such programs should be done, and we should spend more time with our patients, taking more time speaking or discussing only about these aspects rather than medications, which always we do. That is one message I would like.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ambarna. And because we have less than 1 minute, I'd like to invite Shashikant here, and he would like to talk to you as well.
Yeah, Dr. Ambarna, thank you very much that in spite of this is a very busy Sunday for you, you have gone out of town to service a different village where you usually go once a month, and still, in spite of all the difficulties, you could join this session. And we will have a very good session with you probably later on, uninterrupted, so that we all are able to listen to your views uninterrupted, I think. And still, I wish to thank you very much for this session. Poshni, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashiji, and it's been a wonderful thing, and thank all of your team. Thanks so much for getting on.
Thank you, doctor. Thanks, Poshni. Thanks, Poshni, for hosting it very well patiently. And for the next guest, I invite Dr. Meher Malik, orthopedician from Mumbai, and to be hosted by Anjali. Welcome, Dr. Meher.
Hello. Doctor, you've muted. I can't hear you. No. Yeah. Can you just try now?
Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah. So hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Dr. Malik. We're so happy to have you on India's first and the biggest metabolic health conference. But really, wonderful to have you here. And it's been a fantastic day so far. And we are so looking forward to what you have to share.
Yes.
Before we get there,
Thank you so much, Shashikant sir and Anup sir, for giving me the opportunity to share my orthopedic knowledge on India's first low carb conference.
So let me just give a quick introduction about you to our audience. Dr. Meher Malik is a consultant trauma and a joint replacement surgeon based in Navi Mumbai. He has completed his MBBS and MS orthopedics from Sion Hospital, Mumbai, and he's the Maharashtra state topper, gold medalist specifically. He's also undergone specialty training in knee and shoulder surgery from New York, USA. So So, Dr. Malik, very quickly, would like to understand how you got introduced to LCHF. What was your turning point to the low carb nutrition and the entire side of moving on to low carb therapy?
Yeah, so 3 years back, the COVID pandemic hit us. And at that time, I was working as a resident doctor in Sion Hospital, Mumbai, which was a tertiary care center where all COVID patients and seriously ill patients from COVID were transferred. When I was there in the ward, one thing I noticed that majority of the critically ill patients who were brought there had uncontrolled sugar. And most of them, around 70-80%, were not getting controlled and their immunity was very low. So that rung a bell in my mind that if there has to be some relation of high glucose, which causing a low immunity, making these patients more predisposed to COVID. So that day, I went to my room. The first thing I thought about it was if I have to be amongst them and serve the patients, I myself have to be fit. So I was weighing 96 kilos back then. My BMI was above 30. So the first thing I did that day was I uninstalled all food apps from my phone. Then I was staying on the 5th floor of my hostel back then. So I started climbing up the stairs and I did a few things. The first thing was that I did a calorie restricted diet. I started with an intermittent fasting of starting with 14 hours and good sleep of around 7 to 8 hours. So following these few steps over the next 6 to 7 months, I lost around 10 to 12 kgs. And then there came a plateau phase that my weight was fine and everything was fine. And then I looked up on YouTube YouTube and Google that what more can I do to change myself? Then I saw a few videos of Dr. Jason Fung, who has written the book called The Obesity Code. And after that, I got into low carb diet. I started moving. I increased my fasting to 16 to 17 hours. And now I do minimum of 16 hours fast every day. So now my weight is around 71 kilos. My BMI is 23.2. And I feel fresh. I feel good. My lethargy is gone. My knee and back pain is gone. So the same thing, being an orthopedic surgeon, when such patients come to me, my first thing is that I have to tell them about this, that if you do follow a certain protocol, half of the problems are solved. So that's how my journey started in this.
That's fabulous. I mean, it's not a joke reducing 20 kilos, in the conventional dietary approach, typically you lose that, but then a lot of people have come to me and I'm also hearing from others that they gain back. In fact, they gain more than what they actually lost, right?
Correct. Actually, what happened in COVID was two groups of people found. One who realized the importance of health and they got back to the weight and they are still sustaining it. And the other group of people, they just went haywire with everything. And now they think that the last 3 years they should have taken some steps to control their health.
Very true, very true. So, in your opinion, what or how is this obesity pandemic? In fact, we should be calling obesity as a pandemic, right? How is this obesity pandemic pushing or accelerating all of these arthritis or joint and bone related problems?
So let me just get down to the basics. Suppose 100 patients come to an orthopedic clinic. Majority, 50 to 60% of them will come with a low back problem or a knee problem, whereas the rest will come with heel pain, shoulder pain, or some kind of a fracture. Now, what is the common condition? Now, talking in this forum, everyone must have been aware of two conditions of orthopedics called as a frozen shoulder and a plantar fasciitis, which is very common. And a tennis elbow, you keep hearing every now and then, each and every, some person who has this problem. So what is common in all these conditions is that there is some inflammation in the joint, causing some problem in the movement of the joint, causing a stiff elbow or low back pain. Now, the cause of this pain is inflammatory mediators. In medical term, what we call as cytokines and interleukins. So what happens is when you sleep in the night, these inflammatory mediators, they start accumulating in the joint. That's why when you wake up, we must have noticed that when you wake up, our joints become stiff. Like subah utte hi jodo mein dard hota hai, or the first step when you put on the floor, it's painful. It is because overnight our body is relaxed. So the inflammatory media start getting accumulated in your joints and all the tissues around. And as you progress your day, when your blood flow increases around these joints, the chemical mediators get washed off and you feel much better. Now, if you have a high carbohydrate diet, there is a state of hyperinsulinemia. The inflammation is more and the pain is more. If you go into a low carb diet, there is hypoinsulinemia, or the insulin secretion is less. There is less inflammatory mediators and half the pain causing chemicals are gone. So it's simple. You decrease carbohydrates, the pain is gone.
Wow. So I just have one question to ask you, and based on the answer that you just gave. You, along with many other doctors, use the word inflammation. We have been seeing the word inflammation quite a bit. So if I have to tell the public in very simple terms, maybe 1 or 2 lines, how do you describe? So if you tell a layperson you're inflamed, I mean, what is the kind of picture that they can put in their head to show that inflammation is actually a serious problem? And it is the starting point for many such troubles. So if you would have to explain it in simple terms, what does inflammation actually mean?
See, in simple terms, what I tell you is like, suppose you get hit by some racket or something on the wall. There are 3 things which happen. Redness happens, swelling happens, and pain happens, which you can see on the outside. But the same thing happens on the inside. Now, suppose there are some organs or the joint which is inside, you can't see the redness which is inside. So the similar thing, what happens on the outside of the body, the similar thing happens on the inside. The redness, suppose I get hit by a stone on the head, a small swelling comes up. So that is called something called as an inflammatory mediator. A similar kind of a thing happens on the inside. Just because we don't have X-ray eyes, we can't see it. So it's the same thing. So that's why when you have a low back pain or something, you give a hot pack or hot electric belt, what we give. What it does, it increases the blood supply, it gets washed off, it is gone. So ultimately, any kind of inflammation, you have to just wash out the chemicals and you're fine.
That's really, really nice, because I think inflammation for many people, it's very hard to understand, while, we use it pretty much in our terminology these days. So is that connected to diet by any chance? Does diet influence the amount of inflammation?
Yes, because what we call as a metabolic syndrome, which has high blood pressure, high glucose, like diabetes mellitus, and high uric acid. So we call it as a syndrome X. So a triad of these 3, when there is all these 3 conditions in the body is in a hyperinflammation state. So this process leads to an increase in the inflammatory mediators called as cytokines. So that's why even in COVID, we saw that there is something called a cytokine storm, which causes sudden cardiac events or something. So the root cause of each and everything is a high inflammation, which is directly linked to a high carbohydrate diet.
So therefore, you're saying if your carbs are low, you will have low inflammation and you will have lesser joint pains?
Yes, because that's what we have been hearing in the talks in the last 2 days, that the cause is a hyperinsulinemia. No matter how you have 1 molecule of glucose or something, that much amount of insulin is secreted to digest it. Now what happens is we have gone over the threshold and we are in a hyperinsulinemic state. So in this state, the inflammation level increases. So all that, if you decrease the carbohydrate intake, eventually the insulin will get decreased and all the other conditions will get solved. Now, since I pertain to orthopedic patients and I treat them, we can see the direct change that once the inflammation goes on, rest everything gets solved. And I'm telling you, once the movement increases, the patient feels much better on the inside. He's 100% better. Like the medicine requirement, everything gets decreased. Like initially, when we had the habit of giving 2 weeks or 3 weeks tablets for some pain, with this, the tablet or that dose we can decrease to around 1 week or even less than that.
Okay, very interesting. So at this point, I'd just like to take one question that we have.
Yes.
So a lot of people who come up with herniated discs and a few other problems. So specifically, is herniated disc treatable without surgery? Can it be treatable non-surgically or with any other alternate interventions?
Okay, so when we talk of a herniated disc, we have to look at three symptoms. First symptom is what a common term we call as a sciatica. Like the pain from the back goes down around the back of the thigh, like a really prick sensation or a sharp shooting pain. So if the patient has a sciatica, we have to look at two more symptoms. Is he having a normal urine movement, a normal bowel movement, and whether he is able having good power in his legs. If he's having good power in his legs, if there is no problem in his bowel or bladder movement, then that kind of a disc can wait a surgical procedure and we can go to a non-surgical management with medicines, physiotherapy, a hot pack, or a few low dose steroids to reduce the inflammation. Not like it's like not 100% patients with low back pain and with discs need surgery. It's around 1 to 2%. But if you just go down the road and take MRIs of 100 people down there, all of us have some mind disc, which is there, which is very common. Just because we investigated it, we come to know that they have this.
All right.
And more movement. What I say is IT professionals or those who have a sedentary habit of sitting, like sitting is the worst for the back. The more you sit, the more thing happens to the back. So we have smart watches right now. So every 35 to 40 minutes, we can just keep alarm, just stand up, just stretch sideways, and then you can go ahead. Or like just when you go wake up from the sleep, you can just do a few cat camel kind of a yoga poses, a few asanas before starting the day, and you're fine. So good movement increases the flexibility. And what happens is the early onset of disc, like there are few gradings of disc, like it is slightly prolapsed, moderately prolapsed, or severe prolapse. Majority of this discs in grade 1 or grade 2, or what we call as a stage 1 or stage 2 prolapse, once the pressure is relieved, it can go back again. So it's not like कि एक बार disc बाहर आ गया वो अंदर नहीं जाएगा. It is like a flexible thing. So if you can just relieve the stretch with a few Surya Namaskars or yoga, you can get back to normalcy.
Amazing. Superb.
And other thing what I want to tell you is like if you have obesity, like a central truncal kind of an obesity, the center of mass shifts on the anterior side. So there is more pressure on the back. So that has a direct impact on the back.
So basically, you're saying the pot belly is actually pressurizing your back and giving you a whole lot of back and hip problems.
It's like a weighing beam. So the weight is more ahead. This has to become weak. It's the same thing.
So that way, so then in terms of curing the pot belly, a dietary intervention would be the most ideal one, right?
Yes, because what I noticed is when I tell the patients to lose weight. So this was one of my motivation to lose weight was कि 2 साल बाद जब मुझे patients को बोलना होगा कि I am a doctor, I have to tell them, so I myself have to be fit first. So when I tell them कि suppose a person of 100 kilos comes to me, it is impossible for him to walk on the treadmill for 10-20 minutes. What we can do it with some dietary changes, at least for the next 1.5 to 2 months, we can at least get him 6 kilos down. Because what happens is, mechanics and biophysics wise, the load of 1 kg on the knee is equivalent to 4 kg because the forces of the body acts. So if a person loses 5 kgs, 5 into 4, it is like 20 times the load on the knee decreases every step. So that time, all the other problems of osteoarthritis, back pain, everything can get controlled. So the first target has to be some dietary intervention, lifestyle modification changes, slowly moving so that we can get the weight into an exercisable limit and then he can start the other exercises.
Wow, this is pretty insightful because in most or in majority of the population who are on the obese side and who want to lose weight, you will notice that the first attempt that they do for losing weight is to go exercise. Start with the cardio, start with the treadmill, start with running, jogging, jumping. So you're saying these are not things that they should be doing first.
Yeah, because what happens is there are two things. One, we have to think about sustainability. Like whatever mode you select, you have to do minimum for a habit for 3 to 6 months. What happens is these patients already have a weaker knee, a weaker shoulder, and a weaker muscles. Now when the new year starts, the gyms are flooded with new subscriptions and everything. They go to the gym and in the second and third week, they'll come to us with back pain or knee pain. Because your body is the same on 31st of December, it's the same on 1st of January. But our intensity of workload increases. What I can advise to the people is like if they want to join the gym, they should have a dietary plan in 1.5 year, 1.5 month before they join the gym, so that at least our body has some less load to start with, and it can accommodate the stress once the gym starts. And the other thing is, once the patient starts losing a few weight with dietary changes, he is first of all very happy, and the added weight loss what he'll achieve with the gym, both of them work in harmony, so that it's a sustainable lifestyle for the next 6 months.
Right. Super. So, doctor, in your practice, when you recommend low carbohydrate and low insulin, foods and dietary practices, what kind of carbohydrates you think are more beneficial? Is there something specific that you recommend? That is one question I wanted to ask you. The other one is, how do you go about educating your patients on, how they should start making these changes and how they start making it sustainable?
Okay, so first thing I tell them is you start your habit of seeing the food labels of buying any product you buy. There are proper food labels. That is the first habit I tell them. And second habit is don't eat anything which is packed in the market. The first you bombard them with a lot of restrictions, they'll be very cautious. So start slowly. I tell them that the first priority is to stop all kinds of sugar. When I tell them, we all know that there are 3 national chai time, what we say. 8 o'clock in the morning, you have to have chai. In the office, you have it 11 o'clock. And I am sure 90 to 95% of the all Indian households have chai at 4 o'clock in the evening. So if you just stop that chai, that 1 tablespoon of sugar in a day, you follow that for the next 2-3 weeks, you have already saved 15-16 spoons of sugar in your diet. So start slow. First step, you decrease the number of table sugar. Second, you switch from wheat or rice to a jawar or any millet. And eventually we can take it down. Because if you tell them suddenly stop everything, they don't take it. So I tell them is you first start table sugar, you stop everything. You stop your table sugar, you switch from wheat to jawar. And over the next 1 month, slowly we'll put other restrictions. Like when you go off the jawar also, you have low carbohydrate dinner, you increase your have early dinner before 7:30 or 8 o'clock and have minimum 16 hours of fasting. So we can give them a plan of around 2 to 3 months. And what I have noticed is that immediately in the first 2 to 3 weeks, once the body changes start, half of the pains are gone. Like they feel the lethargy is gone, the freshness is like the freshness comes back, and the knee and the back pain reduces drastically. And once their movement increases because of decreased weight, it's like a vicious cycle. Your weight decreases, you feel like moving, and you're happy.
Absolutely.
So it's not like a sudden thing that you start from low carb tomorrow, you will have effects in 1 week. It will take minimum 2 to 3 weeks for the results in your joints to come, but it is greatly sustainable.
Great. And then that's a very nice cycle. You lose weight, you automatically feel like getting up and moving, and you automatically start becoming more active, right?
Correct. Yes.
That's great. Now, okay, I have a very interesting question to ask you about some of our practices that we follow. So, since you are also a surgeon, you would be treating people, and there would be people recovering in the hospitals. And when you have people coming to visit them, you obvious choice of gifts and get well soon are a lot of fruits, a lot of biscuits, a lot of maybe not chocolate, but at least biscuit, and then sweets made from home, laddus and all of that. Now, what is your opinion? How good, how bad, or how neutral are you around that practice?
Whatever is packed, you should not get them. I'm happy with patients getting coconut water because it has potassium, it's healthy. And all kinds of fruits are welcome. But fruit juices which are packed, that should be avoided. That's what if you want to meet a patient, if the patient is small, like if a pediatric patient or something, you can get all kinds of chocolate, it's fine for him. Like he'll be happy because we have to deal with pediatric patients in a different way than the adult patients. Because adult pediatric patients, they are not happy with being in the hospital or anything. So for them, we can allow a couple of chocolates or so, but for adults, coconut water is the best. Fruits, any kinds of fruits are fine. Apart from that, I don't like them getting anything because what they get is anything. Like I have seen patients ordering Zomato, relatives ordering Zomato. कि 2 दिन पहले surgery हुआ है, 2 दिन से कुछ खाया नहीं है, just order some Subway or something for him. I'm like, that's a big no-no.
Okay. Okay.
So fruits, we can just stick with fruits and coconut for that matter, coconut water.
And do you, I mean, in sense of fruits, is there any limitation that you put in? Because there is fructose, there's sugar, and then there's a lot of other things also in fruits. We have people saying it's too much of sugar again, which will hamper recovery. So what's your thought on that?
I think anything should not be in excess. Anything in moderation is fine. And what I personally feel is, if you are like, I like to break my fast. Like I have my dinner at 8 p.m. When I break my fast at 1 p.m., it's around like 17 hours of fast. I mix it with salad. Like I have a carrot or a tomato with some fruits. So if you mix some fiber with the fruit, I think that will give much better results, because then the insulin spike, which will happen with fruit, that doesn't happen because fructose, the fibers will delay the insulin spike. So first thing is nothing should be in excess. It should be in moderation. And second thing is you have anything with fiber, it does two things. It doesn't cause the insulin spike and it helps you having good ball the next day.
All right. Excellent. And in terms of proteins, you think that is useful in recovery, especially when you have these accidents and you have got surgeries and you've got bone settings, you've got bone fractures and all of these things, or even arthritis for that matter. How important is protein for all of these?
Yeah, that's a very good question, ma'am, because I wanted to stress on this thing, because those old patients you see, or many of our grandparents must have had a hip fracture or something. What we do is we do something called as the serum proteins. And majority of them, we see an albumin to globulin ratio. And the albumin comes down to less than 2.5, 3.5. They are more prone to fracture. So we have to first give them protein supplementation IV so that post-operation, they can sustain the rehabilitation procedures. So there are two things. A decreased protein makes you prone for fractures because the bones have become weak, what we call as osteoporosis. Second thing is in young adults and especially post-menopausal females, because once the menopause sets in, once estrogen progesterone levels fall, the calcium dependency comes from the bones. The bones start becoming weak immediately after menopause. So once you start protein supplementation from them, I believe that the protein supplementation, rather than having some powder or anything, it's better to have from your diet. It's very easy for me to tell some egg consuming patients you have 1 or 2 boiled eggs daily. What happens is all kinds of cartilage, they have a covering on them, which we call it as a meniscus or a cartilage. They are all made up of proteins. So it has a direct impact. You increase your protein intake, everything is fine.
So it's not just calcium anymore when it comes to bone health, right?
No,
because you have people popping calcium pills left, right, center, thinking they're helping their bones, when instead they're actually neglecting the bigger aspect of protein.
What happens is, I think that's a really, really good question, ma'am, because people think that calcium, when you take it, it gets directly absorbed. But they don't know is when the calcium goes into the gut, they need something called as a vitamin D to get them absorbed into the blood. So if you even have calcium tablets, half of this is just gone out from the gut. When you supplement it and add it with vitamin D, that acts in a much better role. And nowadays, after the COVID, since we were indoors for 2 years, the pollution what we have, each and every one has less vitamin D. So when we give vitamin D, we have to augment it with a calcium supplement so that they work in harmony and they then get absorbed into the body and increase the bone health.
Very interesting, Dr. Mihir. We have 5 minutes. So can you share any unique story or any interesting case from your side who has benefited from a low carbohydrate therapy that you recommend?
So when I was working in KEM hospital, last year there was a patient of 120 kgs. He had a rotator cuff injury, what we call as the muscles around it got torn. So he could not get anesthesia of fitness because the chemicals which were required for a 120 kilo person could not be given to him. So he was advised a bariatric surgery, that you undergo bariatric surgery first, you get fit, and then we can get you fitness for an anesthesia procedure. He came to me, I told him that you can consider this surgery, but he was ready to commit the next 6 or 7 months. And eventually, even though he did not come down below 100, but he went to 102. He lost around 18 to 19 kgs, but ultimately he got the fitness for one surgery, which was not bariatric and a shoulder surgery. But after that, once his movement increased, he was very happy that at least he can go to the gym, do upper body exercises. And the last time I spoke to him, he was around 96 or 95, but he's slow and steady winning the race. But I'm happy that at least in him, he could avoid the bariatric surgery in him. So in place of 2 surgeries, he was happy with one. And with just talking to him and making him aware that just eat smart. Like instead of having desserts first, you have dessert small portion after the meal. He was fine. So he's like, sir, आप मुझे कुछ बंद करने मत बोलो, कैसे खाना है ये बताओ. So even just few small things can change his entire perception. So I'm just happy that I saved his one operation and now he's doing fine. I'm fine. I believe that he'll at least reach 85 or 80 kilos in the next 1 year.
That's commendable. I think it's a huge thing for for someone to move from taking a bariatric surgery to adopting lifestyle changes and then completely saying no. That's amazing. That's an amazing.
Yeah, because what I told him is that you are just 32 years. So you're not like a 40, 50, 60 or 70-year-old guy. You still have a long way to go. And if you have the surgery at this age, it doesn't look good. So since he was young, I could motivate him much better. That's what I feel.
Wow, amazing. So, Doctor, one last question, and I'll put it as just a rapid fire. If you could summarize, the major points that you would like to share with our audience out there in terms of how to keep themselves fit and what are the lifestyle changes they should be making, can you just put that out, please?
So I believe in this triad of intermittent fasting. Minimum, you can start with 14 hours, but minimum of 16 to 8 hours fasting. Second thing is a low carbohydrate diet. You can start with a low carbohydrate to no carb dinner, and then you can switch to a low carb lunch. And third thing is increasing your water intake and movement. Water intake of more than 2 liters and steps of more than 7,500 steps. That's what my target is. So this 3 triad works wonders in all aspects.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Mihir, for your inputs. We have Sashi as well. So, Sashi, your last few words for Dr. Mihir for the questions.
I want to.
I'm sorry to cut you, sir. I just want to add one thing. Sure. In my Apple Watch, I have put notifications of Arun Kumar sir's tweets. So in the morning when I wake up, I get warnings. Yeah. So you have to take care of your health. So I can advise to all those who are listening, you can do that. You can put notifications in your phone of Arun Kumar sir's tweets so that daily you have motivation 24/7.
Arun Kumar is my guru and he makes very, very simple tweets. Yeah. Someone was suggesting you do this. I told Arun Kumar, don't do. You continue doing these small tweets, which is very, very interesting. Yeah. And coming back to this, Dr. Mihir, I wanted to thank you personally for coming in this session and sharing your knowledge on low carb and intermittent fasting. It is so fascinating to see an orthopedic surgeon talking on this. And one doctor convinced on this, you are going to heal many patients, thousands of patients probably in your lifetime, or lakhs of patients, I may say. It's a cascading effect, and we are so happy to have you in this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Anjali.
Thank you so much, Mihir.
Thank you, Anjali. Thank you for hosting. So we can get the next guest.
Dr.
Obro from Kolkata, and host will be, of course, Anjali. So, Dr. Obro, welcome.
Hello, Anjali.
Hello, Dr. Abra. Lovely seeing you here.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
One moment, please.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Abra, lovely having you here. Good evening, everybody. We have Dr. Abra Chandra Chaudhary as our next guest. He's a rheumatologist and he's from Calcutta. Extreme pleasure from our side to welcome you to India's first Metabolic Health Conference. Welcome, Dr. Abra, once again.
Yeah, good evening to everyone. And thanks to the entire DLive community for inviting me to this. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference.
Our pleasure. So, Dr. Abra, I think I've known you for a little while. I'll just also give the audience a little bit of introduction about you. Dr. Chowdhury is a rheumatologist. He's practicing in Kolkata, and he has done his DNB medicine from the prestigious institute, Christian Medical College, Vellore, which we from the south, I'm from Chennai, so we all know it as the CMC Vellore. CMC Vellore is very popular for its rheumatology department, and it gets many patients from the Northeast India and many neighboring countries as well. Dr. Chowdhury received a prestigious fellowship from Asia Pacific League of Associations for Rheumatology. He was one of the very few Indians who received this fellowship. And after he finished his studies, he came back to India and chose to practice in Bengal. And he's considered to be one of the best rheumatologists in Kolkata. Welcome again, Doctor. So my first question to you is, we would like to actually know how you got connected to low carb as a mainstream doctor. How is it that you identified low carb, practiced it, and started believing in it?
So my first exposure to the low carb community was in like 2014 and 15 while I was doing my rheumatology post-graduation super specialization at Lucknow. So there is a Facebook group called Ankylosing Spondylitis India. And many of I was member of the group as a doctor, and many of the patients followed what they call a low starch diet. And many people said that their medication requirement went down. Some of them could get even off medications while they were following this low starch diet. So low starch diet is almost similar to the low carb diet. So that was my first exposure. But after that, I did not go further much into that. And then next in 2021, I was gaining weight and my waist size was increasing. Like every now and then I had to change my trousers. So that was really, really awkward. So I started with a waist size of 34 and a weight of 68 kilo. So one of my friends, he's a low carb practitioner in Calcutta. So I was already quite a bit of low carb. So I fully went into no carbs and started intermittent fasting. So like 15 days of fasting, nothing much moved, 1 or 2 kilos. Then straight away I jumped to OMAD. So 23 hours of fasting. One day I had a difficulty and I was also doing quite high intensity exercises also that time. So I took a little bit of salt and everything normalized. So for the next 4 months, it was like OMAD with complete no carb, and I like fasted. We used to track fasting through the Zero app, and my maximum fasting record was 42 hours.
Wow.
So in 4 months, I came down from 68 to 56. My waist size came down from 34 to 28 size, and 28 size was the first time in my life that I brought a jeans for 28 size. So that was the first time, and that motivated me that all those clothes and all that I couldn't wear, that I couldn't even dream of wearing, I could wear them. And after that, next 2 years, I've been mostly into low carb. So with intermittent of carbs, like in some festivals or birthday celebrations or something like that, but mostly it has been based on a high protein diet and with fasting. I fast for almost 16 to 23 hours every day with intermittently, even nowadays also monthly I fast for 1 day, 35 to 37 hours. It's day before yesterday also, it was 37 hours of fasting to compensate for the pujas.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So I do cheat, but I compensate by fasting. And mostly it is almost 25, 26 days. It's low carb and high protein. So that's how I am into low carb. And after that, I have pushed my patients. Most of my patients knows that we need to lose weight. If we are coming to this doctor, the talking with my patients is mostly about diet rather than their disease.
That's very interesting because I mean, we did work on a couple of cases, and I remember the person who had referred to me was mentioning very firmly every single time I would talk, कि Dr. Abra ने बोला है fasting करना है. Dr. Abra told me to fast, and he's so impressed because you are setting the exact example that you're talking about. So brilliant, very nice to hear this, Dr. Abra. Now, moving on to a very important number that I want to share over here as well. So we've been talking about diabetes, which is like 103 million plus and so on for the Indian statistics. But I think another very staggering number is also on arthritis, specifically osteoarthritis, because I think in 2019, or that must have been the latest study, it mentioned there are close to 63 million Indians who have been diagnosed with osteoarthritis, right? So this is becoming a very critical condition now, and this is also stated as more women being affected than men.
Yeah.
So can you shed some light on why this number is so staggering, and it's going pretty high, pretty fast?
So basically, if we deal with the different types of arthritis, we see one is inflammatory arthritis like rheumatoid arthritis, ankylosing spondylitis, and another is a non-inflammatory arthritis, which you call as degenerative arthritis. So osteoarthritis belongs to the group of degenerative arthritis. So for inflammatory arthritis, we have good medications, but for osteoarthritis, as of now, there is no proven medications. So the only thing that can work in osteoarthritis is lifestyle change. Now, what is the problem that I'm finding in India is twofold. One is definitely obesity, and the other is sarcopenia. So Indians are grossly sarcopenic. So there are many people who if you see the weight, they are normal weight, but they are visibly obese. So we do not take this normal weight obesity into consideration. So if people are only after the weight, but they do not increase the muscle power. So combining this to the sarcopenia and the obesity, this osteoarthritis is coming, and because it has no medicines for it. So that is why it is coming up as a huge number. And women so some of the diseases are more prone in women. So like women have more adipose tissue. So maybe that may be one of the reasons that women suffer more osteoarthritis. And the way we women in India still do more of household work. So the way they sit, the way they practice sitting cross-leg positions of deflection, maybe some of the reasons that women are getting more affected with osteoarthritis.
So do you think this has got any connection with the kind of food and lifestyle that people are having these days?
See, if you take obesity, yes, definitely, because as people are more and more obese, so people are likely to get a mechanical overload on their knee joints. So that is why the lifestyle definitely plays a very important role.
Right. So in terms of you also mentioned something about inflammation, right?
Yeah.
So do you see any connection in between some of these high carbohydrate foods that we've all been talking about all through the day, like mostly sugar, ultra processed foods, or wheat consumption? Do they kind of have any connection with inflammation? Do these food products aggravate arthritis, or do they cause more pains? Do they inflame the joints all the more?
Yeah, obviously, there is a great deal of relation between so these products are related to insulin resistance and obesity. And if you see the biology of the adipose tissue, so in most of the rheumatologic diseases, these are mediated by something called as cytokines. These are something like hormones. So one of the important cytokines is TNF, or tumor necrosis factor, and there is another cytokine called interleukin-6. So the therapies are directed against these cytokines. So the source of these cytokines is adipose tissue. So adipose tissue produces TNF, adipose tissue produces interleukin-6, which mediates inflammation. So inflammation is multifold. So on one aspect, this can cause inflammation of the joints, and it can also cause inflammation of other body parts. So that is how the more processed food will cause more of insulin resistance, more of adipose tissue, more of obesity, and in turn will promote inflammation. So by reducing the amount of adipose tissue, we definitely can reduce the amount of inflammation that this foods can cause. And even like if you mention osteoarthritis, so osteoarthritis, although it is called as a degenerative disease, so people get a biomechanical benefit by reduction of the weight. But there are some of the studies have also shown that there it is not a purely non-inflammatory disease. There is some degree of inflammation, not as much as in the other inflammatory diseases, arthritis, but there are certain papers which have shown that a ketogenic diet has improved the inflammation in osteoarthritis. So the benefits of this diet even in osteoarthritis is multifold by weight reduction and also by reduction of the inflammation.
All right. That's nice. So, do I understand that, when I was reading up on rheumatology, arthritis, I got to understand there are 100 different types of arthritis.
Yeah.
That is a staggering number, whereas we lay people only know a few. And I think some of them are pretty severe as well. Something like rheumatoid arthritis is autoimmune, and then you have a couple of other severe cases like psoriatic arthritis or gout. So does a low carb approach help even in these kind of conditions?
Yeah, obviously. Like if you take, I'll just give a introduction into the autoimmune disease. So autoimmune disease, what people think that the arthritis affects only joints. So arthritis doesn't affect only joints. It can affect virtually any organ. So rheumatoid arthritis can start with joint. It can affect the lungs. It can affect the eyes. And there are other severe autoimmune diseases like the lupus or like Sjogren's syndrome or like scleroderma. So this can affect almost the whole body. And these kind of these diseases, autoimmune diseases, the young people like 15 to 40 is the age group for autoimmune diseases, unlike what people think that it is the elderly who gets affected. Even kids can get affected with autoimmune diseases. So that's about autoimmune diseases. And as I mentioned, that the mediator of autoimmune disease is cytokines, and low carb diet reduces the amount of cytokine production, which we are also doing by the medicines that we use. We have a very special group of medicines, monoclonal antibodies targeted against this tumor necrosis factor and interleukin-6. So people who does a low carb diet, their this cytokine level goes down, and many of my patients who are following low carb diet have observed that they could decrease the amount of medications they needed before they were doing this low carb approach. The number of medications definitely comes down. It's not that everyone can go off medications, but definitely the medication requirement definitely comes down. And apart from the medication, the benefit that they get is from the weight reduction. Because overloading the joints will always be a problem for them. Their disease can be in remission, but obesity will cause overload on the knees, for which medicines are not going to take care of that. So low carb diet definitely helps in that aspect.
Definitely interesting to know, because I think we've always associated osteoarthritis with obese people, and we've felt that rheumatoid arthritis is like a genetic condition, or it could be just has been there for years and nothing can be done about it. So I think your point really makes a lot of sense to, for even those who have rheumatoid arthritis, because I've worked with a couple of them and I've seen that their pain centers become really bad as time progresses, and during colder season it becomes too painful for them. And I think I worked with a couple of them, and they found, just like how you said, that they did feel that relief. So one other question is very curious to me is, I think you from Bengal and me from South, we share a little same cuisine in terms of rice being the favorite.
Yeah.
So how do you educate, how do you teach your patients to adopt, or what is it that you tell your patients to adopt, and what is their, pushback when you say you can't be eating so much of rice?
So like it's a bargain. So I start with get off all. So many people, there are many people in Bengal who it's 3 course of rice. The morning
Yeah.
starts with puff rice, and afternoon is afternoon and night is rice. So it's like a kind of bargain in a fish market. So it starts with you get all 3 meals of rice, and maybe we'll settle down at 1 meal at rice. So or maybe in the first visit, I counsel them that at least breakfast you stop eating rice and you take some protein eggs. And next visit, I counsel them, so maybe in dinner you can skip rice. So it's a bargain sort of thing, how much we can win. So people, when the thing is, when people start noticing the change, they're more willing to adopt to the new lifestyle, because people find it like they're much more energetic. And some of the cases of osteoarthritis, severe osteoarthritis, who are not willing for a knee replacement. So when they lose, and the medical community, what they have to offer is a knee replacement. So when they after say 2-3 months, when they feel that they're feeling very light, and although the knees are still the same, but they're still able to walk, they're much more energetic, they're much more willing to adopt this lifestyle, and we can push them a little more. So that's how it works.
Since you mentioned these knee replacement surgeries, which I think are becoming more common these days, it's rising actually. People are opting for a lot of replacement surgeries. Now, as a doctor, I'd like to know from your side, what are the side effects that someone needs to be aware of before just jumping into a surgical intervention before trying a lifestyle intervention?
Surgical intervention is definitely not an emergency intervention. A knee replacement surgery is not an emergency like a gallbladder or appendectomy. So it can always be planned. So the success of a knee replacement surgery doesn't depends on multiple factors. Number one is definitely obesity, and number two, most important, is the muscle strength. How much muscle strength you have before the surgery. So most Indians do not have adequate muscle strength. The amount of exercise that they do is far from adequate to increase the muscle strength. So there are some people who definitely need, especially when their knees gets bent. So in those cases, surgery definitely gives them a new life. People who become bedridden or like who become very depressed because a person who was totally independent suddenly over the years becomes totally dependent on their household members for every kind of help. So knee replacement surgery is definitely good. But then what I tell my patients, that prepare your body for the surgery for 6 months. And if you're not willing for a knee replacement surgery, yes, lifestyle change is the only way that can be done. But if you're willing for a knee replacement surgery, then go ahead with that. But prepare your body, take 6 months, do lifestyle change, and then go ahead with the surgery. You will get a new life with that. So that is how I counsel my patients.
I think even after a surgery, following a healthier lifestyle and eating healthier food is definitely a must, isn't it?
Absolutely. So a surgery doesn't mean that surgery takes away the pain and the way you walk. It does nothing to the muscles, and so even after surgery, you need to strengthen your muscles, and you need to lose weight. The very reason for which you underwent the knee replacement surgery. And not only knee replacement surgery, I have seen patients who have had bariatric surgeries and again who had gained weight because they didn't follow a lifestyle. Same thing happened following bariatric surgery. So a surgery doesn't mean a surgery definitely gives a good quality of life, and they get rid of the pain, but still they need to follow lifestyle measures.
So, doctor, in your different cases that you've handled so far, can you share any unique case that has, really changed with an intervention, a lifestyle intervention, specifically a low carb intervention, and what you follow, low carb plus IF?
So, like, I'd like to mention one or two cases. So, you have heard of psoriatic arthritis. So, psoriasis so different arthritis are related with metabolic problems, but among them, psoriatic arthritis has the largest amount of metabolic problems. So a patient who has even skin psoriasis, they can have a fatty liver, dyslipidemia. Their risk of cardiovascular disease is hugely increased as compared to the other types of arthritis. So I had one patient. So we use a medicine called methotrexate for different kinds of arthritis. So one of my patients, he was obese, he had fatty liver, and nobody could ever give him methotrexate, because every time methotrexate was given on the setting of a fatty liver, his SGOT, SGPT levels would go up. So I advised him to go for a low carb lifestyle, and he diligently followed. And after that, we introduced methotrexate. So it has been like 2 years. He has been on methotrexate, and he still is on low carb, and he does good amount of weight training. His SGPT liver enzymes has never gone up till that. He's still on methotrexate, and his medications have come down to a significant extent in the last 2-3 years, and he's doing absolutely fine. So that is one aspect. Then again, gout is another aspect that people have a lot of myths. So what the mainstream doctors suggest that you should be off all proteins. So I have had, so I work with a lot of patients in the Northeast from Darjeeling, Kalimpong, Karshiong, Sikkim side. So it's a myth among them that they consume a lot of pork and they consume a lot of red meat. So they have a myth that consuming a lot of red meat causes gout. Initially, I also used to believe those kind of things, but then I found out that they also consume a lot of carbs and they consume a lot of tubers. So the vegetables that they take consume a lot of potato, and they have like tapioca, and they have almost 3 courses of rice and noodles and all these things. If you go to any mountain, the standard meal is
Noodles,
noodles and
rice.
potato and all these things. So nobody has ever analyzed that whether it's the red meat, because nobody consumes only red meat, or they always consume with a good amount of rice. So some of my patients, and gout, severe gout can cause a chronic kidney disease. So some of my patients who already had established kidney disease, I have put them on low carb, and with increase, I've advised them to take red meat and eggs, and most of which their nephrologist had advised them not to take. But they are taking this without, they have had no gout flares, and they are doing pretty well. So some of them has been off medicines, and some of them we have been able to decrease the amount of attacks that they have. So these are some of the cases. And even in Angspond also, I have had patients. One of my patients is a trainee in D-Life community. So she had underwent this journey. Her disease is much better now. She has lost a significant amount of weight. And then she chose to be part of the nutrition community as well.
That's interesting. I think the answer to the previous question, where you clarified a lot of things on gout, makes so much of sense, because we've had so many people come up and question us, saying that meat, I've got gout problem, we've got high uric acid, so meat is the first thing that has to go, or any protein is the first thing that has to shove off. And I think your answer and your view really clarifies that. So I think...
And one thing I'd like to mention, that a lot of the patients actually do not have gout. They have what we call as asymptomatic hyperuricemia. So most of the patients who have metabolic syndrome, who are obese, have their raised uric acid levels. And in India, many of these patients who do not have gout are treated as gout just based on their raised uric acid levels. So maybe a patient with rheumatoid arthritis has raised uric acid levels, they are often labeled as gout. But that is often not the case. And people need not be on medicines for these people who do not have gout. And what I read from, like, if you go to Dr. Jason Fung's, the Diet Doctor website, today I was reading. So when you go on a low carb diet, transiently there may be increase in the uric acid levels. So for 6 weeks, the uric acid levels may go up, but there is no gout flare. So recently, again, one of my patients I have been following up with Dave. They also had the same thing. The uric acid levels, when before the low carb was around 8, following the low carb, it was 10, but they didn't have any further attacks. So after maybe 6 to 8 weeks, the uric acid level comes down, but they do not have any attack. So they are fully on protein-based diet. And I've in fact talked with one of the experts in uric acid from UK. What he said that they have put patients on low purine diet, and they have said that they have seen that it reduces uric acid by only 1 milligram. So even people on low purine diet. So it's overall lifestyle measures like weight loss and improving your exercises that improves your gout attacks, not only going on low protein diet.
Wow. Yeah, like I said, this clarifies so much for us in terms of uric acid and gout. It is always the question that, pushback that you get when you have high uric acid, completely cut off proteins, don't touch meat and all of that. So I think yours brings so much of clarity. So we just have a couple of more minutes left, Doctor. So if there's a message you would like to share with the mass and with our viewers out there viewing our video right now, what is it that you would like to really share across to them?
So like, as you said, like the incidence of arthritis is definitely increasing. And India suffers from mainly two problems, obesity and sarcopenia. So we need to work on both the fronts. We need to reduce the obesity by following a low carb approach and with intermittent fasting. And like we can bargain with the people as to how much strict they can follow. But sarcopenia is again another problem that is prevalent with Indians, and Indians are like more with yoga, and they are not open up to weight training as of yet. So weight training also needs to come up in a big way if the metabolic health has to improve.
Those are lovely points, Doctor. It was such a pleasure talking to you, and we're so happy you were able to make it to our event. I'll hand it over to Shashi. But before I give it over to Shashi, I should also tell Shashi that one of the patients of Doctor is currently enrolled into our program, and she's doing really well. So Doctor's always been referring to DLife videos for reference to his patients. So I think that's a huge vote of confidence that we have from his side. Over to you, Shashi.
Yeah, I think when we were there interacting in the lounge, so doctors informed me, and I wanted to first of all thank Dr. Abro for accepting this invite, coming and sharing his knowledge and wisdom on low carb. And when we were formulating this session, Anjali told me that she wanted you in this, and we immediately shortlisted you, and then we got back, and then she got back with the date and timing, and we are so happy that you could come. And specifically on this day and today, we had a lot of Indian doctors of varied specialties, endo, cardiologists, orthopedicians, surgeons coming in and telling about their experience. So thank you very much. And we look forward for more extended sessions with you so that we can have more knowledge on this.
Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali, for hosting last two sessions.
Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So for the next session, I invite Dr. Tanmoy Das as well as Shomik.
Hello.
Yes. Where is Shomik?
Shomik, I am not able
Shomik had joined here.
Yeah.
So admin, can you
I was
just
in the
check?
preview room.
So can you get him from preview room?
Personally, I think, is he in the preview room? Shomik is here.
Shomik, welcome.
Shomik
has to be unmuted. You will get a notification.
Yeah. Am I audible right now?
Yeah, Shomik.
Okay.
Welcome. Dr.
Thank you
Tanmoy,
so
welcome.
much. Thank you so
Happy
much.
to have both of you here. And I'll first introduce Shomik. So Shomik is the founder and CEO of Big Fat Logic Lifestyle. Is on a mission to combat health issues, focusing on metabolic disorder like diabetes, hypertension, PCOD, and much more. So BFLL, which is operating from Kolkata, offers a unique holistic approach for combining resistance training, nutrition optimization, and lifestyle counseling, scientifically supporting a healthier lifestyle. Welcome, Shomik. So we are going to co-host our beloved Dr. Tanmoy. We had a lot of sessions earlier also. We had private podcasts with him. And I'm so happy to have Dr. Tanmoy today. So Dr. Tanmoy Das is an MD. He's a senior consultant and head of department of anesthesiology, Apollo Multi-Speciality Hospitals, Kolkata, India. He's an ardent fan of low carbohydrate nutrition as well as intermittent fasting. But there are other facets also of him. So Dr. Tanmoy, please let us know a little bit more about you.
Good evening. First of all, thank you very much, Shashi, for inviting me to speak on this historic occasion. And you and me know each other for quite some time, but I'm absolutely delighted to be here and talk about myself. I am a very mainstream doctor. I have been practicing acute care medicine. I'm an anesthesiologist, by the way. I spend my entire day, even now, 14, 15 hours a day in the operating room. And what happened, I do have a story to tell, but I came into low carb at a time and in a way which I was all alone. I was struggling for knowledge. I knew that what was happening to me and to the patients around me. What I was noticing as an anesthesiologist in my operating room every day, that the number of metabolic diseases by the year, not even by the year, by the quarter of the years are going up. Like, patients coming in for knee joint replacement, initially we had only that as a problem. But then with passing time, each patient has more and more comorbidities. Today, every patient coming into the operating room has at least 5 or 6. It's very sad to see. It is like a population getting absolutely decimated. But then I was getting sick. Not by even following. I didn't have a bohemian lifestyle. I was very regulated, going by the guidelines, eat small meals throughout the day, exercise. I used to exercise. I was a member of the best gym in the city. But despite of that, despite of following whatever the medical profession offers at its best, I was putting on weight. So much so, I was, nearly about to score a century in cricket terms. But then one day while at work, I felt palpitations. I remember it was 26th of January, 2012. And so something is very wrong. So I just checked my pressure. It was sky high and didn't work that day anymore. But then I took a couple of days off, and those were the days I had to take a call. What am I going to do? Like initial checkup, pressure high, this high. I have been referred to all sort of specialists. And I knew what is going to happen if I walk down that path. If I medicine after medicine to maintain the same parameters, it's just like giving paracetamol for a fever, I say. But then what is the alternative? I didn't know. And I was all alone. 2012, and I hit the net. Like many other people who have talked in the forum, I did find an alternative way. I found Dr. Atkins. I found Michael Eads. I found Gary Taubes. But it was Gary Taubes, I think, extensive work which convinced me. I mean, it takes a lot to convince a mainstream doctor to change the way of treatment. And when I am involved, my life is involved. And I am putting my health at stake. But then once I was convinced, I went all the way. So, and it worked. Within 6 months, I lost 25, 30 kgs. From 98, I came down to 68. And the best part, the most important part was not the losing, but maintaining the weight loss. That is where I think most other forms of weight loss regimes fail. So here I was doing it was not very difficult for me to go to Ketogenic, coming from a Bengali community, the part of India from where I come from. Abro was speaking before me, Dr. Abro. We are, in Bengali, this is a very interesting thing I want to say. Like rest of the world, country says veg and then non-veg. Okay. Now we in Bengal say Amish and Niramish. The default is not veg. Amish means animal and Niramish means non-animal food. So not difficult because mach, mangsho, deem, fish, meat and eggs is a part of our cuisine. And the rest of it, I omitted just like that, dropped them like a potato. And the results started within a month. And after that, after I benefited, I kept on reading, kept on accumulating, kept on convincing myself all the more. So after that, my colleagues and friends are all doctors. They're all hardcore mainstream doctors. So whenever I wanted to talk to my cardiologist who was seeing me, he was not convinced about it. And don't do all those things. Endocrinologist, no. So I had to do it all by myself. It is only now that all the proper studies are available, but that time it was not. So, Shashi, how do I share? I have a small PowerPoint to go through this. And as you had requested me, there is a very interesting theory of why people get fat. The world is still looking for an answer as to why we get fat. And there have been many theories, many strategies of dealing with it. But my topic today, the protein leverage hypothesis, is something, a kind of a different take on the cause of obesity and maybe other metabolic diseases related to it. So we'll quickly go through the presentation and then come back to discussion. And you want to, how do I share? Should I share now?
There is a share screen in the bottom.
Right.
You have to open the PPT first. Have you opened the PPT first?
Yeah. Okay. PPT is open.
Okay. Fine. Yeah, it is coming.
Coming. Are you able to see?
Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So there you are. For the audience, I am an anesthesiologist. I work in the operating room from morning to night, even today, even of this day. I am the head of the department in Apollo Multispeciality Hospitals, Department of Anesthesia, and I've been here since 20 years now, nearly 20 years. And though I do not deal directly with patients of metabolic diseases, but I suffer the consequences, I say, of all the metabolic disease. Each patient is having a deranged metabolism, which I have to deal with, and it can be a nightmare, and they're getting sicker and sicker by the day. So while the surgeon can just operate, I have to take care of all these comorbidities in the entire perioperative period. So my job, I think, is very, very critical and stressful, no doubt. Well, here's my story. This is how I had become in 2009, nearly 90 plus kgs, and I was lacking energy. And this is after following everything medical science has to tell me. Something was not right. Something was not right. And then I told you my story, what I did. And this is how I am in my office.
Amazing. Amazing transformation.
Yeah. So not only doing it, but maintaining it, I would say, is what matters. Sustainability. I think we had a podcast on that. It is the sustainability which is important. And if I have to convince patients, if I have to convince doctors, I try my best to convince more and more doctors, because each doctor is an influencer, as Shashi says. Each doctor is a very big influencer, and that is what I have been trying to do over the years. I go after doctors, and you'll be happy to know that at the moment, more than 24 doctors, they follow me in the hospital. They have done it to themselves. Some of them are closeted. They won't admit it, but they do it. and each of them have got health benefits, and so it has started a trend. I have no conflict of interest to declare other than my YouTube channel, which is known as the Healthy Drive. And if you are interested, you can subscribe and go through it. I've been a bit irregular recently, but yeah, I hope to pick up. And I think this conference has inspired me, and a lot. So maybe I'll do that. Okay, so coming to this a little bit of deviation. I will discuss protein leverage hypothesis for the next few minutes, couple of minutes. So I'll start with the macronutrients that we eat. Fat, protein, carbohydrates, these are the macros, and there are micros. But I will focus only on the macros because I believe that if you take care of your macros well, the micros will take care of themselves. So basically, protein is the most important macronutrient that we eat. We must have all realized this by now. And if you do not get enough protein, then it is possible that you might be driven to overeat an excess amount of carbs and fat. So I'm going to tell you how and why. This is the proposition that if you do not get enough protein in your diet, you might be driven to eat more of carbs and fats. So I have borrowed slides liberally from the low carb world. Many of you will recognize them, but keep listening. Proteins are the building blocks of the body, whereas carbohydrate and fat, they are the fuel. Your body runs on two fuels. This is what most doctors still don't realize and don't tell patients, that body not only runs on carbohydrates, but it has a equally or even better fuel, which are the fats. So proteins are the building blocks. So what does it mean? It means that not only proteins need to build our muscles, but all the cells in the body need proteins for its structure and function. All our enzymes and hormones are made of proteins. But unlike the other two, proteins cannot be stored. And nature and our evolution has understood this and understood this crucial role of protein, and have taken measures to make sure that we get an adequate amount of protein that our body needs. So this is the theory or the hypothesis. A lot of research which the scientists have done, I'll tell you about them, have shown that all of us, whether it is an insect or a primate or any animal or human beings, we have a universal craving for protein that helps the animal to reach the target protein when we eat. And a very small change in the protein, that if it gets diluted, may result in a very big change in the excess amount of carbohydrates and fat being taken in as a compensation. So this evolutionarily built-in appetite can leverage excess of carbohydrates and fats, as I told you. So this dilution of dietary protein, which has occurred over the ages, is what is causing the problem. So this is the hypothesis, that there is inadequate dietary protein in the food that surrounds us today, which leads to a craving for the protein, and there is a tendency to consume non-protein energy, that is energy which is not from protein, and this leads to overeating and obesity, type 2 diabetes, and other diseases. So if you see the diagram on the right, it says that if your protein is less, your carbohydrates and fats tends to go up. So if you want to use the liver, you can just push up the protein or just dial down the carbohydrates and fat a little bit so that a protein percentage goes up. So this has been developed by David Robbenheimer and Stephen Simpson. These are Australian scientists, and I will tell you a little more about them later. But then what they have said, according to them, that this does not mean that you can go on eating protein, or that more the protein, the better it is. Protein is actually the most satiating of all foods. And there is a built-in evolutionary mechanism just to take in the right amount of protein if you listen to your body. So once the protein needs are satisfied, that appetite disappears. So it gets regulated. So we must look to evolution for all an answer always. So I always say that nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. This was an Ukrainian geneticist. And so what has happened during our evolution is during the time in the era prior to agriculture, that is in the Paleolithic time, we used to eat a lot of protein in our diet when we were hunter-gatherers. Nearly 50% of our energy would come from proteins. But then came the agricultural revolution. Then protein got diluted a little bit because we invented wheat, and then later on rice came along and the starch along with that. And then our proteins, we had to take in more energy, more amount of energy to get that amount of protein. Now, if we fast forward to the industrial revolution, and now today in the era of ultra processed food, our protein around us availability has got diluted like anything, and that is why we need by the time we satisfy get satisfaction from our food, we have taken in at the cost of a lot of sugar and flour and seed oil. So that is what is creating the obesity. You can see the body shape, how it has changed. So what is happening over here is obesity is something which is simultaneously pushed forward by the dilution of protein and minerals and pulled forward by the frequent co-ingestion of carbohydrate and fat. So this is what is happening today, and that it partly explains the obesity. So according to the doctors Robbenheimer and Simpson, it does not advocate any particular type of diet. They do not. It only attempts to throw light on the root causes of obesity and other metabolic diseases. So what I want to, this is the protein leverage hypothesis. And how is this relevant to us today? Us, I specifically mean our country and other countries like us. So this is the typical Indian thali. We have been discussing it throughout the conference. And this has been found to be, very high in carbohydrates, very high in cereals, and very low in protein. Well, this is not, and anyone can make that out. But if you look at the this British Journal of Nutrition publication, which was as back as 2012, they said that Indian diets derived almost 60% of their proteins from cereals. But although the disadvantaged population get around 1 gram per kg per day as a calculation, but actually it is not bioavailable. Something known as PDCAS, which means protein digestibility corrected amino acid. In simple words, the bioavailability is less. So even with this 1 gram per kg calculation, there is a real scare that they are not getting enough protein in the diet. And if you forward it to 2020, the news is not good, because they have even reduced the dietary recommendation from 0.1 to 0.8 per kg per day. So what we have to remember that this is bare minimum to keep your biological functions going, and 0.8 per kg per day is certainly not adequate. But the tragedy in our country is we get even less than that, I'll tell you. And this was a study which compares with Eat Lancet reference diet. Mind you, Eat Lancet guidelines are also not adequate protein. They also recommend 0.8. But even compared to the Eat Lancet, they found and recommended to the government, best part was they could recommend that Indian diets across all states, across all income groups are unhealthy. Why? Because they consume very less protein. They consume excess amount of cereals and not enough proteins, fruits and vegetables. Whether you are a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian in your country, we do not consume enough vegetables. So Indian policymakers need to look into this. That's the only thing was they could recommend. That's all. There was a survey called the Prodigy Survey. This Prodigy Survey showed that a whopping 85% of the Indians are protein deficient. Whether you are a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian, it doesn't matter. They are all protein deficient. As we were discussing today in another session, that it's a very dicey, it's a very dubious, not dubious, very nebulous concept, this vegetarianism and non-vegetarian. Somebody eating one piece of small chicken in a big plate of biryani, I mean, you hardly get the protein that you need. So we are not only a protein deficient nation, according to the Prodigy survey, we are also a protein unaware nation. There was a very interesting study done by a group which is known as the protein paradox study. I will not go into the details, just that there was a group called Right to Protein who surveyed 2,000 mothers according to the perception of protein, and they found that 95% of the mothers, they knew about protein, but they did not, they knew that protein was important, but they could not identify the proper protein foods. So only 3% could understand the prominent functions of protein. So that is why this they call that protein paucity, then protein psych. So because they had a lot of wrong, Indian mothers have a wrong conception about protein. They think that protein leads to weight gain, and also that they would prioritize the consumption of vitamins and carbohydrates rather than protein. So this kind of misconception exists. And there is something known as protein pinch. And they actually could not identify the correct amount of protein. They thought that incorrectly perceived to have a high protein content means fruits, rice, green leafy vegetables were thought to have high protein. Very few items were identified correctly, you can see over here. So you can all go through this protein pause paradox study and the Prodigy survey. So as I said, across the population, protein deficient is an epidemic, right? So if you want some data, these are the city-wise data which the survey found. Even the urban rich, it's not the money which matters, it's not the affordability. Even if you have the we say that protein is expensive. Yes, protein is expensive, but even if you have, you can afford, if you don't have the knowledge, the awareness, which food can give you high protein, you're going to be protein deficient, and that is what has happened. So this is a grim picture of our country. And if you look at protein consumption around the globe, India is perhaps one of the lowest protein eating countries in the whole world. So that is one problem, protein deficiency. Now there is another problem in our country which is known as obesity. Obesity has become an epidemic. I don't have to submit slides and papers. You just look around you in any shopping mall, any airport, any gathering. You see the more than half the people have either visibly obese or have thin obese people, as I'm going to tell you about that. So percentage of overweight Indians have been going up. Now, the saddest thing, as we have already talked, is the childhood obesity. Why are Indian children getting fatter? And imagine somebody having to go a bariatric surgery at the age of 14 years old. And this is something very, very drastic and totally unnecessary. So data from Science and Environment India shows that obesity costs India 2.8 crores in expenses. So not only it costs the country, I think I shared this with you, Shashi, some time back. It also affects the individual. Imagine a whole generation growing up fat and unfit to do the things in life which they want to do. So yes, and if you look at the data of 2023, the greatest impacting population is I think the children, and they are the ones who are going to, the next generation is going to be very, very obese. And not only that, the obesity, this type in India, there is something known as over fat, means the degree of harmful fat in the body is much more. Obesity in our country is not visible. It is kind of very common thing you will see. We have discussed this just quickly. This is known as the TOFI. This is TOFI can be measured very simply by the waist height ratio. Waist in inches by height in inches, it should be less than 0.5. If it is anything more than 0.5, you have belly fat. So this is a quick clinical way of doing it, and it's known as a poor man's DEXA scan. The example given is mine. So 0.48, how it should be. And studies have shown that if your waist to height ratio is less than 0.5, then you have better life quality of life, health quality of life. So contributing to this obesity is our over dependency on rice and wheat and our lifestyle changes. Another very alarming statistic is that already 70% of the population rely on ready to eat and ready to cook foods, and so we are not cooking enough. We all think that we have healthy food, but we are not actually having food which is healthy. Plus the rice is no longer the rice we have, the wheat is no longer the wheat which was there. So what we eat today, most of them are what you known as obesogenic. So as I was telling you, we are still looking for an answer as to why we get fat. The most common, even the WHO tells that because we get fat because we eat more and we exercise less. So the advice is given that you eat less and exercise more, and we all know it doesn't work. So there is fundamental disagreement. So that is why there is a desperate need to a proper answer to that question, and this is where this scientists gave a theory. Dr. Simpson and Dr. Robenheimer. Actually, they have been working on it long since the 80s and 90s. But do you know who stopped them? It is the mainstream researchers of human researchers. These scientists are entomologists. And the reason they gave was that we could not accept the fact that entomologists can come up with a theory which we haven't come up with. So it was amazing how this, and 10 years later, they have given an update. You can go through that. Why this protein leverage theory hypothesis is, they have done randomized trials and it works all the time, explains. And yes, these are some of their papers. So basically, we all live in a low protein environment. So if you start eating unbalanced diet, which is a low balanced diet, and your if you listen to your innate appetite, it can direct you to get a balanced diet. But if you do not, then you may land up in eating excess of food. So this is the leverage which I was talking about. So basically, there are two major issues in our country. One is protein deficiency and one is obesity. The question which I want to ask is, are they linked? Could the protein deficiency be driving the obesity epidemic? And can we use the protein leverage to dial down this excess energy consumption? So that is what, actually, if you look at it that way, our ancestors possess the ability to know intuitively how much to eat and when to stop eating. And this has been demonstrated in all kinds of species. They still have it. You look at your pet dog, he will stop eating when he is slightly sick. First thing he will do is stop eating. But when we become sick, we start eating all the more. So when did we lose this ability is the thing. Oh, this is the book which they have written. I have no conflicts of interest with them, but it's a gripping story of how protein leverage works and how we should learn from the age of healthy eating. I have a copy with me here. And so how do we implement the protein leverage diet? So there is no diet as such, but how do you implement it? You can apply the principles. Just keep this figure in mind and you track your food intake for a week. From there, you can kind of just dial down. You don't have to start eating a lot of protein all of a sudden. You can just keep in mind what are the excess of carbs and other fats, means unhealthy fats which you are eating, and dial them down so your protein percentage goes up. That itself will give you more satiety. And that itself can lead you to eat less. So, because food quality determines food quantity. If you are eating nutrient-dense foods, you will automatically kind of land up eating less. and as a result, not suffer from obesity. Well, that's it. I wanted to tell
I have a question. Can I ask Mr. Iyengar? Okay. Yeah, so I'm going ahead with the question. So basically, Dr. Dash, as you said, this bioavailability of the protein, that actually matters. So whenever we try to tell the people or like the clients, like regarding the protein intake, they always get this question in their mind that we are eating dal or we are eating this vegetable or something like that. Okay. And they try to explain that we are eating the protein. Okay. Now the fact comes of the bioavailability. As you said, like, would you please explain this matter of bioavailability? Like, all proteins are not the same. Like, all the proteins, like if I compare the proteins of pulses or lentils and the eggs, both of these two things are not same. So can you just please explain a little bit, elaborate about this fact?
Preliminary knowledge of proteins, there are first class proteins and then there are second class proteins. So proteins have to be bioavailable, have to be absorbed by the body and then do the function which it is needed to do. But the problem with dals and lentils are they come along with a lot of carbohydrates along with them. Carbohydrates are even the starchy or the ones which comes in grains. They are dense, but they are like sugar molecules joining hands. So once the dal is boiled, so it becomes simple sugar along with the protein. So you get the protein, but at what cost? As a nutrient-dense food like egg, I use eggs as coins to explain. Eggs will give you 6 solid grams of protein. So then I tell, if you want to get the same amount of protein in dal, you have to eat a big bowl of dal. So by the time you consume the dal, your tummy will be full, and yet you will not get the protein. So that's what is happening. And you consume a lot of carbohydrate in the thali, which makes you physically full, but you still don't get the protein, and the hunger remains.
So Raj, what we will do is, Shomik, we will ask all those questions which are myths actually, and this is a right opportunity because doctor has explained the protein leverage hypothesis very nicely. So what I want is we will ask all those myths to doctor. Starting, I want to ask the one question that protein loads the kidney. This is the common myth. Can you please elaborate on this? Raj, meanwhile, check your mobile.
Yeah. Actually, this is a myth. This has come from some animal experiments done very long back where rats were tested and with some amino acids. But studies and guidelines also do not support this. Let us make it into two parts. As long as your kidneys are healthy, protein is not an issue. You can eat any amount of protein, up to 3.2 grams per kg per day. The athlete group, the bodybuilders group, where protein is given to build bodies along with resistance training, it is not an issue. Now, the misconception is where you suspect that there is already having kidney disease. Once again, let me make it very clear. If you have normal healthy kidneys, protein does not damage the kidneys. No amount of protein damages it. You cannot store in the protein. The healthy protein will take away the amino acid, it will metabolize into purines and it will be washed away. Now, our concern, our fear is the myth going around that if in a damaged kidney, what will happen if I load that kidney with protein? So the evidence and the guidelines have also been conflicted. The famous, I think Dr. Jason Fung also quoted a study which was done in 1994, which was known as the DMRD study, MDRD study. So that also showed that if you make a very low protein diet, it does not prevent the deterioration of the kidney function on a low protein diet. And today, fast forward to 2020, if you look at the guidelines, that also does not prove. And in fact, just in the pre-dialysis stage, that could be the problem. But once you go on dialysis, once again, the protein requirements become very high because you have to compensate for the protein loss which occurs. So it is not true that protein, first of all, protein causes harm to the kidney. It is not true that a low protein diet will necessarily halt the progression of chronic kidney disease. Very important to remember that kidney disease is not caused by protein. Kidney disease, the most common one, that is diabetic kidney, because diabetes is the #1 problem for kidney disease, is caused by hyperinsulinemia. It is caused where the kidney is already damaged by some other process. We tend to look at only that part where it is already there. So that that is the issue. So we are blaming the wrong culprit once again. Kidney doesn't. One should try to correct that hyperinsulinemia. One should aim to correct the root cause of the disease instead of blaming the protein. So, and once again, in a chronic kidney disease state, you need the protein because as we are realizing more and more, muscle health is the most important part of health now. So unless and these people, they lose muscles very fast. They lose so you need protein. In fact, there's a very interesting thing which a perspective from American Society of Nephrology. It says all a low protein diet does is to shrink the patient down to the size of his kidneys. Even they are admitting it. So
what is the recommendation of proteins in CKD as per the Kidney Association?
Well, they have divided into 2, LPD and very low LPD diets, and 0.2 to 0.4. It has been conflicting. I had one more slide. If you want, I can share that. Different people have given different.
I think we can just share on a broader
one slide. Just one slide I can share. Different people have given different recommendation about protein. So, can you see this slide?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you go by year wise, 2000, 0.6 to 0.8, 0.3 to 0.5 low protein diet, and then the other guidelines more nearer to us, 0.8. See, these are not very different from the usual recommendations of RDA, 0.8. And what I would like to add is this is KDOQI, Kidney Disease Outcome Quality Index guidelines, 0.5 to 0.6. See, in our country especially, where we already have such a pathetic protein intake, these guidelines do not apply.
Dr. Tanmay, I want to make a point here that our average population intake of protein does not even match what they are giving for these patients.
Absolutely. So how do these guidelines match? And the problem is our mainstream doctors, we think the Western guidelines as, and we follow them blindly. But we need to tailor them, apply them here. See, there where already the population is having more than 1.2 to 1.6 grams per kg, then maybe you can think of this. But here where the population is having 0.3, 0.4, we are already on a low protein. I think we should give them more protein rather than think of,
Yeah.
So from this,
Raj, can you take up one more myth?
Yeah, I that is what I was about to do. So basically, Dr. Dash, can you just explain that how much protein intake should be for a normal person? Like, because as you said, like 0.3 gram, 0.4 gram per kg of body weight people are having. So what should be the ideal protein intake per day?
For a normal person, you mentioned that. Yeah.
For a normal sedentary person, what should be the protein intake?
For a normal sedentary person, I think it should be minimum 1 gram per kg per day, not 0.8.
So this 1 gram is of what protein?
Right.
first class protein.
That's the point, because like people think, like as I said, like I am having dal, lentils, all these things. So even sattu or something like that. So I'm getting enough amount of protein from that. So that is where the confusion and the misconception comes in forward.
I use eggs as coins. I said, okay, you weigh 70 kgs, so you need 70 grams of protein per day minimum.
Right.
So 7 eggs, the small medium size eggs, 6-7 eggs minimum you can take. But the problem is no one takes 7 eggs or 10 eggs per day.
Right.
So that is a unit of calculation, and any other first class protein like fish and meat, you can have like pack of card size will give you, that is 100 grams, that will give you 20 grams of protein. So I do share protein charts, and that is how I convince my patients to take more protein, calculation. Teach them how to calculate. But answering your question, Sashi, minimum 1 gram, I would say, and if you are a little active, 1.2 grams. And as you grow older, your protein needs go higher.
Right.
Much higher. We lose protein very fast once you cross.
So, Doc, we have just 18 minutes. I want to ask you as much myths as possible, and I want razor sharp answers so that we incorporate a lot of myths. Now, the next one is protein causes hyperuricemia and gout.
No. Your body already makes purines by degradation of proteins, and that is what goes out of the body. Protein does not add to that. Protein just adds to the building of your hormones, your enzymes, your muscles. The normal breakdown is always there. No, that is another myth.
And there's one more question coming in from the audience. Can you address the fact that body needs to be alkaline for health? Eating a lot of meat and protein makes body acidic. How to deal with it?
Yes, alkalinity is something which has not been studied as hardcore science. We do know about it, alkalinity, but no, I have not noticed that in my practice. I do have a small practice of low carb patients. I have not noticed that. I do not specially make my patient alkaline. So, and I don't think by eating a lot of protein, body becomes acidic.
I think there's a confusion on this, that human stomach is acidic to digest protein, and the pH of different parts of body are different.
You know the
blood
pH
pH is different. The stomach pH is different.
Do you know the stomach pH? Blood pH is 7.2, but our stomach pH is 1.2, which is as most acidic, like a carnivore animal. That is what we have evolved with, that so that we could digest and proteins and keep the germs out. So yes.
Yeah. So the next question comes is, whey proteins, are they bad or good?
Well, I would use them. Good question. Yeah, everyone is asking that question. First of all, whey protein is a animal protein. It comes from freeze drying of the whey, and it is used as a supplement. We should never forget that. It should never be a substitute, but it is a supplement. I use whey protein in my practice only when I find that person is not taking first class proteins, and at the end of the day, he's still protein deficient. While it is good, there are no long-term studies as to the effect of whey proteins. And the last point I want to make is that because it is pre-digested, the satiety is far less when you eat real protein. The satiety which comes from eating 3 eggs or 4 eggs fried in butter will not come from 2 scoops of whey powder.
Thank you.
I think because of the low fat content, is it right? Because the isolate whey of whey protein that comes only with the protein part.
There's no fat, but amino acids, proteins themselves are very satiating. But it doesn't come from I have not seen, it doesn't come from a whey protein powder. If you are very conscious, if you are doing training, you can have the extra amount, but that has to be kept in mind.
Hmm.
And I'm still waiting for very long-term studies on see, I always look to evolution for an answer. For millions of years, we didn't have whey protein,
Hmm.
but we still had six-pack bodies before the agricultural revolution. And we do so, and there are plenty of people who do not take whey protein and still have excellent muscles. How do they do that?
So maybe Shomik, you can give a short perspective of whey protein from your bodybuilding point of view. Very sharp.
See, not only from the bodybuilding point of view, as a Dr. Tanmadash said, like, it's required only if your protein intake is not getting fulfilled, or like you are not eating sufficiently the whole foods. So all the time that we recommend to our clients that have protein shake, have whey protein. If you are not getting enough time like to cook food or like carrying food, then you can just carry it because it's a supplement, right? Just it will fulfill the requirement of your overall protein intake. And if you're an athlete or like if you are working out hardly, then you must take whey protein because that would help you to increase your overall protein intake, because that time it goes up to like 1.5 to 2 gram per kg of body weight. For me, like sometimes I take, sometimes I not. When I feel, I just take, otherwise not, because I believe more on like more into whole foods. Like I eat 15 eggs a day. So for me, it's like whey protein is not required for, but for the people, like I cannot just recommend that because people don't eat like that way, right? So that time it's actually beneficial, but it's completely relative. It depends on person to person. That's my point of view.
Fine. There are two more questions in chat.
Yes.
Very interesting question. I'll take the first shorter one. Is it true that people with hypertension should not be given high protein diet?
No. Hypertension has nothing to do with protein. Hypertension is pure hyperinsulinemia. See, for a very long time, we didn't understand the cause of high blood pressure. So we called it essential hypertension. When the cause was found, maybe renal artery stenosis for some patients, we used to call it renovascular. But other than that, the entire medical mainstream science and literature and our textbooks have said, what is hypertension? Essential hypertension. But recently, studies are showing that hypertension is nothing but hyperinsulinemia. And one of the first things which happens when you go on a low carb diet is that your blood pressure comes down. In fact, patients have to be handheld because they might have side effects of hypotension if they don't realize what is going on. As the insulin level drops, so does the blood pressure. So
that means, Dr. Tanmay, you want to say that actually if a person goes on high protein diet, his blood pressure drops.
Yes, high protein diet and low carb.
So it is the reverse of what the person is asking. Actually,
Absolutely.
if they go on a higher protein diet, reduce the carbohydrate, their blood pressure will normalize, facilitating the lowering of medication.
Most people who go on a properly formulated ketogenic diet come off antihypertensive medications.
Right. There's a very interesting question. Does having low carb, high protein food, especially meat diet, result in higher sexual energy? Is it a trend across or individualistic? So what is your answer to this?
My answer is it results in normal sexual energy. Everything else was below normal. You are supposed to be active throughout your life. Our human bodies, they're fantastic machines. We all have a lifespan. We also have a health span, including sexual health span. And that all these three graphs should be equal throughout your life. Till the day you are alive, you should be,
very good. So
like
does protein cause heat? Too much protein or normal protein cause heat?
What exactly is meant by that heat?
That is a common thing in India. Heat ho jata hai. We cannot take eggs in summer because heat hota hai.
That heat is something. It is a perception, and maybe it means acidity in some people, or maybe it means you feel more energetic. Unlike rice, dal, a lot of carbohydrate meal, you feel everyone feels sloggy, drowsy after that because a lot of energy is going into digestion. But if you eat a high protein meal, I have seen that you feel more energetic and you feel less. So that I don't know, we call that heat.
I have something to add to
Yeah.
this fact. So basically, like we have discussed this before, when somebody is eating eggs along with rice or high carbohydrate, those things at the time of digestion, it creates a bloating sensation. Okay, so that time, that sensation, people may call that heat or like that burning sensation inside of the stomach. I think that.
Maybe.
And
Any other
personally,
question?
my experience also goes that I take 6 eggs in a standing, maybe 6 to 12 in a day. There is no heat and all. So it is probably something else. And whether it is summer, rain, or winter, I take. No, Doc, there's a very interesting question which has come in the chat. Shomik, you can also check in the chat of your Zoom. There's a question from Rajasthan. How are Kushti or wrestling Pahalwan? They use simple veg food supplemented with badam, ragda for protein. Even without meat paneer, they're able to have great strength and endurance. How?
Should I answer or like Dr. Dash?
Anyone can answer. Shomik, you can also answer because you're involved in this.
I'll just lead him on so that he can answer.
Okay. So it's a very interesting question. So let me answer
Yeah.
it.
So
first
it
of
is
all,
not
when
only the protein quality, but it is also the resistance training, which is another amazing thing. I think Shomik is an expert.
So basically what happens whenever we talk about wrestlers or like pahalwans, that time they are not just focusing on the overall metabolic health or like overall well-being. They are focusing on the high energy outburst. Okay, so that time the carbohydrates or any other sources that actually help. I agree, but the matter comes the normal people. We are not wrestlers, we are not pahalwans. Okay, so we don't need that much amount of carbohydrates or any other sources that we will be utilizing, right? So that is where the difference comes up. So the pahalwans wrestlers, they eat that kind of food, that huge amount of carbohydrates. So if you get to see, the amount of lean muscle mass is very very like moderate, but the amount of fat mass that they are carrying over the layer, that's huge, and that makes them huge, that makes them big, and that's why they are pahalwans. Okay, so for the normal people where there are no such activity, there is no point of having that much of carbohydrates or like that much amount of food, overall calorie intake a day, and because there will be no utilization because we are sitting and we are not working that much. So that same thing goes with any like powerlifting athlete or any weightlifting athlete. We get to see a lot of weightlifters eat a lot of rice, but they are carrying too much of fat. That's the point.
Our pahalwans not only have a lot of muscle, they also have a lot of abdominal fat, which is not.
Yeah, that's the point.
There is a question here: is plant protein powder superior or whey protein?
Spike took the amino acids, all the plant protein powders. If you get to see the lab test, because I know a person, actually the person who directly supplies the flavors to the whey protein manufacturing companies. So the fact is, if you just get to see, then the overall content of the protein is getting spiked by the amino acids. Okay, so the overall quality of the protein which is coming from the plant base, that's not at all bioavailable.
Fine, thanks. So there is a comment here. Someone has made a comment that vegetarians usually cancel meat after saying that you have become violent. Does meat eating become violent?
I don't think so. I'm not a violent person. I don't think there is no evidence that a kind of food can affect your attitude towards others. No, that is entirely a mental conditioning. I don't think you need nutritious food. Let us talk science here. We need nutrition, and we need densely nutrition food. The food around us is not densely nutrition by any standards. So we need to be aware. We need to have the knowledge to identify this food is nutritionally dense for me and will nourish me. And that is what is important, and that is what we are trying to make everyone aware.
The next question comes is protein causes constipation.
Yes, that is a question I face in quite a few of my patients. Let me tell you one interesting thing. You know what happens is when we eat, especially when we eat first class proteins like fish, meat, and eggs, it is 99% absorbed. Now there is no residue. The residue is only with the rice and the vegetables that we eat. So that is why, first of all, one has to give up the conditioning that when the bowels have to move every day or twice a day, that conditioning has to go. We have evolved for a lot of, once again, evolution. We did not have to get up 6 o'clock in the morning and every day go for, emptying the bowels. That is the conditioning. So once you get rid of that and just wait, initially it happens all the more. And some people whom I put on a very high protein diet, ketogenic diet, they do complain, but it usually settles down in more than 90% of the patients. And for some people, you can add a little bit of green leafy vegetables or sometimes a supplement like Softovac, but very rarely. It is a temporary thing, goes away with time, and one need not worry about it.
And thanks. We have around 3 minutes. Shomik, do you have any another myth busting question?
Not right now, because like all of these like questions Dr. Dash has already covered.
And I'm coming with one
Okay.
more question. People say that eating eggs will raise estrogen and high cholesterol.
No way. Don't worry about cholesterol. The entire audience.
Yeah, what about estrogen? Because people say that it is pumped with steroids.
No. It doesn't go
yeah, if they are eating normal available low quality eggs, we are not sure about the eggs they are eating. So that time I'm not sure about the estrogen fact, but yes, the overall farming process, yeah, that's bad.
Fine. Is high protein safe in IBS situation, irritable bowel syndrome?
Yeah. Yes, because protein is not inflammatory at all. So IBS is an autoimmune condition, and in all autoimmune condition that we have seen, get rid of the confounding factors first. Just stop eating anything coming out of a packet. That will settle the issue, and then proteins will heal. Bone broth heals like anything I have seen in IBS. I have used it in my patients. After that, proteins, whatever proteins you can eat.
Fine. So we have around 1.5 minutes. What is the good protein source for vegetarians? Very, very common question.
Sashi.
The people are asking it.
Okay. For vegetarians, I think our vegetarians in our country, we are lucky. We eat dairy products. So paneer, cottage cheese, paneer, and can be a source. And legumes and grain can also be a source, provided they are taken in the way traditionally, like soybean. Soybeans has all the essential amino acids, but not the soya chunks which are available in the market. If you want to have soybeans, soak them overnight, and then then maybe cook them, and that is how you should have the.
And I think that's how in the Orient they have it as fermented on miso, natto.
Ferment your food. And
so I think, Doc, the time is up, and Dr. Sunil Menon is now waiting to enter into the arena with Mr. Venkatesh. So Dr. Tanmay, thank you very much, so that we can burst a lot of myth, and especially your PPT on presentation on protein leverage hypothesis, plus the additional features which you have shown is really good. And I think this particular session, once we release it, it's going to become a very good reference point. And Shomik, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Your own perspective, because you're running a gym and on how that.
Not gym. It's a wellness studio. Very soon it will be.
Okay, it's a wellness studio. Fine. So thank you, and thank you both of you for coming for this historic event. And
let this be the beginning, not the ending.
Right. We will have more sessions, Doctor, with you and Tanmoy. Dr. Tanmoy and Shomik, we will have more sessions. So thank you very much. And I invite the next guest, Dr. Sunil Menon, who is going to speak on low carb in rural settings perspective, and our host, Venkatesh sir.
Hello, welcome to everyone. So today I'll be hosting Dr. Sunil Menon. welcome Dr. Sunil Menon on the low carb in a rural setting. Dr. Sunil Menon is a MD in respiratory medicine from University of Mumbai. He has completed certification courses in functional medicine and therapeutic food plans, a component of personalized nutrition. Presently, he is working as honorary consultant physician and head of lifestyle clinic at Sri Satya Sai General Hospital, Puttaparthi, Andhra Pradesh. He developed interest in low carb diets in 2017 and introduced this approach to the doctors and physicians working at the Sri Satya Sai General Hospital, and has conducted several meetings, workshops, and low carb conference at the hospital. So, along with support from the medical superintendent, has established a lifestyle and nutrition clinic with the assistance of 2 nutrition-trained dietitians, and is now head of the lifestyle clinic and manages various diseases of patients, including metabolic syndrome, diabetes, obesity, and PCOS. Now, I'd like to welcome Dr. Sunil Menon. Hello, doctor.
Hello, Venkatesh. Thank you for this lovely introduction. I'm extremely proud to be here to sort of contribute a little bit of findings I've had and the experiences I've had practicing low carb.
So my first question is basically, how did you come across low carb? See, basically you are a MD in respiratory medicine, and then you are there in UK as well as in Dubai.
Yeah.
So how is it that you came into low carb? So can you tell me briefly about your story on low carb?
Well, what happened was I was basically interested in food and nutrition, which is not taught in the medical college at all. When I took the respiratory medicine disease, I was interested in asthma and allergy. And that took me on to looking into food allergies. And I found some extremely good books, which led me to this group called Clinical Ecology and Environmental Medicine Group in the States. So when I was in Dubai, I could get over there and get trained in this subject. And they were very nutritionally oriented. And they were diet oriented too. And they did a lot of work on food allergies. So this put me onto the track of realizing that food and nutrition is important, but nobody's talking about it. And nobody is really doing anything about it. And when I did the certification courses in functional medicine, they also had this food aspects and therapeutic food aspects. And that led me on to research into all interesting books in nutrition and food, which brought me into books on low carb. And I found that this is a field which nobody is talking about either very much. Lucky enough, Professor Noakes came into the picture, and Dr. Jason Fung came into the picture, and Professor Bickman came into the picture. And after I read all that up, I suddenly realized this has to be applied in my setup, which was a mainstream hospital. So I had a lot of workshops done, and most of my doctors were so supportive that it came to the point when we got a new medical superintendent who sort of resolved his own problems following a diet schedule, which I didn't know about. He told me later. And he was impressed, and he went into understanding insulin resistance is very important. Chronic disease is very important. And that led to the fact that he said, okay, start a department. I think this is the first hospital that is officially, mainstream hospital is officially having a lifestyle department dedicated to putting the low carb. And I got a dietitian who's actually joined DLAB.
Okay, that is good. So now, can you give us a brief about your setting there at the hospital and how are you going about with low carb?
Yeah, I can go into the slides.
Okay.
Maybe with the slide. Right. So the first thing that happens in any aspect of a patient is you must know where the patient is living and where the patient is coming from. And if you see Puttaparthi there in the map, this is the district we look after, and there are about 96 villages, and the most distant village we actually treat is 140 kilometers away. So they have to come all the way to the hospital. But lucky enough, we also got mobile hospital, which is the first of the kind in India. And my superintendent actually runs that. He's got 2 hats. One is he's the director of the mobile hospital, and he's also superintendent of my hospital. So he gives, and he knows the statistics of the problem. And what we realized is, we look at the years with diabetes, you'll find that patients who are diagnosed within 1 year, small number, and that number is increasing. And patients who are diagnosed within 5 years, that number is the highest. Patient who have got more than 5 to 10 years is also very comparable to the 1 year category. This is important because if you can reverse diabetes if you diagnose it within 1 year. 90% of them can reverse on a low carb diet. And unfortunately, patients don't come that early to us. And that's what's happening to the villages there. They don't come to the hospital unless they're very ill. The 5-year population, 75% can reverse. The other statistics is that the 30 to 40-year-old numbers are now dramatically increasing. And we are very worried about that because nothing much can be done. And we don't know what is happening in the villages compared to the other years. So these are the two aspects of kind of patients that come. And most of the patients that come to us are the TOFI type. And the TOFI type is the typical thin patient with a pot belly, with all the visceral fat. And invariably, that is the type of patient a lot of other speakers have talked about. Southeast Asians, I like that. We have the other problem that our ectopic fat deposition is much more in the liver and muscle because we don't have subcutaneous fat at all. And we also have impaired insulin secretion. And because of the lean muscle mass, all these things contribute to the fact that we become diabetic very quickly. And the other issue is when you're pre-diabetic, which normally is not easily diagnosed unless you go for the HbA1c test, we go into the diabetes state very quickly. So I've seen within 5 or 6 or 7 years average, they become diabetic. Because all these problems are happening in the villages, the question is, what do we do for them? Especially when...
Doctor, see, basically what people are telling is the chronic diseases basically because of the affluent society. So over the year, rural poor also getting this diabetes and these other
that is why
chronic diseases.
The genetics, Southeast Asians, whether they are living in a rich place or a poor place, these Southeast Asians, if you load them with carb, then they go through the same route. So we have to see what to do. So when we looked at the people there, according to their culture and the religion and their practices and all that, we had other problems with suggesting any other form of diet than vegetarian. And our in-hospital patients and our dietary sections of supplying inpatients, we have to stick to a vegetarian meal. So our focus has been, to sort of find a vegetarian meal which satisfies things. The problem with this is that most of our patients are malnourished and they are also protein deficient. So we have to juggle a lot of balls in the air to really find out which will fit. What is a good thali that can be made for these people? And we have reached some sort of compromise thali, which if we get time, we can talk about. But the main importance is to bring the patient on board, because these patients are accustomed to collecting drugs and eating drugs. So when we set the lifestyle clinic, the first thing we did was we found education very important. And as you see that I spend a lot of time, and we give only appointments and see these patients, we give them at least 40 minutes or 45 minutes to explain the condition, explain the diet. And I got the Dr. Anwin's infographics and charts on the wall, which are all in English, but I translate them to the patient's convenience. And surprisingly, the patients actually listen very carefully when they are told that, your blood sugar levels and other issues can reverse and can be better controlled if the diet changes. It's only then, after the education bit, the next step we do is we get the family involved, because the cook of the family is most important. So we found counseling the patient and educating them is not enough. The family has to become supportive. So we get the family involved, and then the dietitian comes in to give them the menu that they can follow, depending on what their cultural background is, and what their economics are, and what they can afford. So where we really succeeded was by introducing the glucometer. So initially we thought, we'll give them the glucometers, but we found that many of them were getting spoiled and they were not returning it and not taking care of it. So then we found many of them were ready to buy, because most of them had smartphones, and 500 rupees was not an issue. and Modi has introduced a cheap version of this. It works. So what my patients do is we tell them to reduce the carbs as much as possible, but they argue and say that they want to try this and that. So this chart is an example of from a patient who was told to keep a 2-hour glucometer readings for about 5 days. And you'll find that in the chart it is obvious that whenever they eat paneer and egg, she was a lady, and you find the sugars actually dramatically dropped. And when she actually ate ragi, it actually gone up to 230. Most of the carb-based foods, also chapati and dosa and idli and all these things, increase the sugars. So this it is very evident to her that eating paneer and egg was the choice. Along with this, of course, she was allowed vegetables and yogurt, things which I didn't put in detail. This is the kind of results we achieved. This is achieved in, between, I think, 2017 or 18. And in this, all of them are within 1 year. They're newly diagnosed. And if you look at the HbA1c, we've got various high ranges. And many of them actually came down and reversed the diabetes. And this is a quarterly follow-up. And the fourth patient actually was a 10-year-old diabetic. She had diabetes for 10 years. And even that patient, the HbA1c came down to 6.6.
What is a typical diet and the amount of carbohydrates in these?
Yeah. There was a slide which I put up in the earlier this thing, but that is missing in this particular talk, because that actually showed the formula. And in that formula, we actually replaced the traditional millets, and we found that ragi doesn't work, but there are other millets called the Sridhanya millets, which they locally make. Most of the farmers, they grow it, but they don't eat it. They are switched to rice and wheat. So we found that by giving a small quantity of that sort of satisfies the psychological aspect of eating that. But we insist on eating paneer. For the vegetarians, paneer is the alternative. And soya is the other alternative, which we mix with chana to make a roti. So we found that the breakfast, lunch, dinner, if you measure it properly, and we show them in measurements and not ask them to weigh and all that, the villagers can't understand that. It comes to about 120 carbs, 120 grams carb. And they can split it any way they want. We don't call it breakfast, lunch, dinner. We say that you cook and you eat it twice a day or thrice a day, but you can't eat anything more or cook anything more. So we are trying that our inpatient patients also. So we'll have the results only after about 6 months to a year.
But doctor, millets millets have the same carbohydrate content as any of the other greens, isn't it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that is why the discussion always goes into the numbers. But I had an interesting paper to show you, which shows that individually the food that finally is digested, the same food in the same person, the glycemic index doesn't matter. You'll find that the sugar levels will change dramatically from one day being slightly high, one day being normal, and one day being very high. It all depends on the activity. Then the same food given to two different individuals will give different glucose responses. So the numbers don't actually match in the patient. So that is why the glucometer is important. So the story that somebody will eat millet is the same glycemic index as rice, that has been sort of misunderstood in many ways, because they haven't understood that the individual, the way they handle carbohydrate, it differs from patient to patient, which is why we need the charting with the glucometer. So then we know their carbohydrate threshold, and that is very, very important. They have a fat threshold and a carb threshold which varies. So we have to make them eat the food and see, because if you remove millets out of their diet,
we were thinking that actually soaking and then maybe
no, we are doing it the traditional way. Traditional way, yeah. Not the powdered millet. Traditional way, 8 hours soaking. And the amount they eat, the millet is very filling. So. And we always add the mix we suggest is more vegetables and always paneer.
And a small quantity of millet.
The quantity of millet is depending on the glucometer readings, because the quantity we don't fix. So we say that, we start with one quantity. And if the glucometer readings are fine, that means you are okay with it.
Okay.
So that makes more sense to the villager.
Okay.
So they keep coming every 5 or 6 days for us to analyze their chart, and they do it very sincerely. I thought that, they got children who are very educated.
Okay.
And they are the ones who translate and do the blood test for us and write down the chart for us. And lucky the next generation, all of them are pretty well educated, and they have children in the 10th standard and college going and all that. And we that's why we involve the whole family in this.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise it
What about
doesn't.
fats, doctor? What are they taking?
Ghee, we asked them to switch to ghee or coconut oil. That's the easily available thing here.
Okay.
But we found that a little bit of cold pressed peanut oil doesn't make much of a difference.
Okay.
So they can't afford, they can't eat something, and
Yes.
so we go with the fact that we have to work on this, and the data of what is happening to each individual, as said, we are looking into. I'm only showing you the HbA1c results to show that a vegetarian low carb diet can work. All these patients are entirely on vegetarian diets. There are no eggs in there. There are no other things in there. So that is feasible. It's not that vegetarians can't do a low carb. It's a question of
Basically, you have reduced the carbohydrates around 100 grams, 100 to
that's
120.
That's we found by a rough calculations. That's what because we are not doing the scientific method. But once my dietitians come into the play, and the dietary department is serious about this, so they are doing all the calculations. So maybe in the next 6 months' time, I'll have it worked out exactly what. But roughly, we use the chronometer web app to count the macronutrients.
Okay.
And that web app is very good. You just put the food in, put the quantity in. And we have found that the breakfast, lunch, dinner we formulate comes to about 100 grams, 120 grams actually.
Okay. Now, what are the myths of nutrition the rural people have, doctor?
Yeah, the nutritional issue, though, the main thing is the protein, and surprisingly, they're all B12 deficient.
Okay.
And the other thing is vitamin D.
Okay.
And the other fact we realize is most of them are not iron deficient.
Okay.
And this is something which comes up every time. They say that, okay, you're saying this patient is malnourished, but the hemoglobin is always 12, 12.5, 13, around that range. When we would expect them to be, below 10 or 9 or whatever it is. There are some people, of course, that we can correct. But they need supplementation, and we look into B12 and vitamin D. The problem I'm having is to give magnesium with it, which is recommended. And they're vegetarian, so vitamin K is also not really okay too.
Okay.
That's another bit of the diet. So the diet, the dietitians are very, very seriously, breaking their heads to find where to get the ideal diet, and it doesn't exist. I mean, you can't find any resource which says that this is the ideal thali for a vegetarian. So they're telling them either you add eggs or you eat non-vegetarian food, which, like I said, culturally and other aspects are there, and they refuse to do that.
Okay, doctor, you have any unique case that you would like to share with us?
Yeah, what I would like to do is, in a recent case that came up, just to show the effect of diet on a very badly controlled patient. So she is a case of Lada. She's a married case. She had one full-term delivery. And at the second delivery, they had to abort the baby because at that time she was diagnosed with, insulin-dependent diabetic. And if you look at her, you'll find she's malnourished, and you can see sarcopenia evidently there. And she was put on this sort of standard dose of 15 and 10 units of rapidly acting insulin, with an additional of 10 units of the NPH insulin, with some B complex, vitamin C and vitamin D. And her HbA1c is, when she came to us, referred to us, was 13.9. And she's been uncontrolled right from 2015. And if you look at the HbA1c chart, you'll find right from the beginning 11.5, 12.7, 14.7, 15.7. And when she came to us, she was 13. So this indicated that, her insulin really, the requirements were not being met, and she was on a high carb diet. Now, she couldn't afford insulin. So she would buy some and then use some for 10 days and then stop using it.
Okay.
So we had to then arrange some insulin for her from the hospital, and she said she agreed to buy, the NPH insulin, and the other insulin we arranged. But even then, the diet was the issue. So she was an auto driver's wife, and we had a lot of chats before we changed to eggs, and they agreed to take eggs. And I said that, can you take eggs, 3 times a day, or at least 2 times a day? And the afternoon you do eat our kind of mix of millets with paneer and vegetables. And we gave her a glucometer and told her to keep the chart. And when she came back, this is her result. The 300 on top was the averaging of a result before the low carb. And you find that after the low carb, it is the PM and AM, before food and after food, blue and red lines. And you find that it's all patterned out into within 140, and somewhere along, even she's been to of the removing the carbs. The issue is that we'll have to see how sustainable this is.
Correct.
And that is where we have to follow her up. And like I said, this is all very new to the villagers here.
Okay.
And it's become a big kind of talk in the campus, in the villages, that this new doctor has come who's making us, do crazy things with diet.
Okay.
And inevitably, I think that's a good thing, because people are realizing that people are getting better.
But then you must be spending a lot of time with the patients, isn't it?
That is why we have that special days, 2 days a week for them, and only with appointments. And we, like I said, spend 45 minutes.
Okay.
That's the first consultation. Consultation. Then the dietitian takes over.
Okay.
And she's there available every day. We do all the measurements, and then we check the charts only once a week. And everybody's on a chart. So that if they cheat, we can know immediately that.
Any other cases which you would like to share, doctor?
Yeah, the one case which I would like to share, which was perhaps my first case in 2016. And this particular case, the main thing you must see in this big report which I picked up is that she was a cardiac patient, been seen regularly in the cardiology part of the hospital. The super specialty hospital is part of our setup, and we are a sister concern, the general hospital. That's in a separate campus, and that's why all the big departments are there. And the cardiac department was seeing her because she's settled here. But her story is pretty unique, because basically her story starts from coming to Bharti in 2008. And at that time, she was seen in the cardiac OPD in the super specialty hospital. The BP was 210, 110. She was diagnosed to be hypertensive, and she gave an old history of a myocardial infarction in 1999 or something. So the papers and the reports only show the evidence of old MI and hypertension and high BP, for which medicines were started. And she followed up only there. She didn't follow with us, because they had a physician then, now they don't. And this went on for a long time. And suddenly in 2011, the diagnosis of diabetes is corrected. And they've started metformin on her. And then her left ventricular ejection fraction, which here, if you see, is 20%.
Okay.
And that was much later. But her ejection fraction then was 50%. And if you see that after she came to us and we put her on the low carb diet, her ejection fraction actually came back to normal, 45 to 50%. And this was in 2018, because by 2016, she had deteriorated to get this level. So from 2008, they were treating her with blood pressure medications, and they were ignoring the diabetes part.
Okay.
Which went on, increasing to a level where when we saw her in 2016, she was in a bad shape. She came like this to us.
Okay.
And then we put her on insulin, because her HbA1c then was 14.4.
Okay.
But unfortunately, she refused insulin, and we had a lot of problems with that. Being a Russian lady, we didn't know what to do. and she was not getting properly controlled. And she couldn't walk around. She could just go to the bathroom and come back. So as a last resort, on one follow-up, somewhere in March 2018, I suggested that why don't you go on this low carb idea? And at that time, I was just sort of putting the knowledge I had without any guidance. And in her case, she was eating a lot of processed food and noodles and sugar and other things. So we removed that out, and she was ready again to eat eggs. And then she made her own Russian preparations I don't know about. And when she came back for follow-up, after 3 months, she had improved quite a lot. And then after 6 months, she disappeared again. And then when she came back again for a follow-up, to insist she come back, she was practically normal. So this was very surprising. And so I sent her for a repeat echo. Okay. And the repeat echo is showing that the ejection fraction has come back to 45 to 50%.
Okay.
And she maintained this. I saw her about 3 months ago before she left for Russia. Now she left for Russia 3 months ago. And this reversal at that time I didn't expect. And now I got 3 patients who are doing similar fashion. They're switching their ejection fraction and heart function. Whenever they cheat and go off the diet, I find that the heart function and deteriorates, the BP goes up, and the HbA1c goes up. And these people don't keep the regularity of it. And then they come back in a bad state again. And then we put them back on some sort of carb restriction. See, we call it low carb, but what we are doing is only some sort of carb restriction. And this particular lady, the lowest she reached was 7. HbA1c 7. We couldn't lower it any further. But with that 7, her ejection fraction came back to 45 to 50%. And her activity of daily living, as we call it, a person who couldn't go to the bathroom, was going shopping around Puttaparthi.
Okay.
And now she visits the hospital, using a walker because she's got a lot of sarcopenia.
Okay.
Which got worse because I'm sure her protein intake is still not adequate. So that is the only factor. Otherwise, a person who's coming on a wheelchair started walking and shopping. So for me, that was in my file for a very long time. And when I realized that the low carb can work so well, even when roughly and given with a vegetarian background, adding only eggs to the diet and removing the processed foods. And the HbA1c we could reduce only to 7, and even then the results.
Okay, doctor. I think we are coming to the end of the session.
Oh, thank you very much.
We are really thankful that you have come and given us a beautiful lecture on the rural setting of low carb and how are you doing. Basically, it is one of the toughest jobs to take up a rural setting and do low carb. So that is what my thinking is. Now I'd like Shashikant to say a few words.
Dr. Sunil Menon, thank you for joining. And your perspective of applying low carb in rural setting is very important. Even though you must have used some carbohydrates like millets, nevertheless, it becomes a ray of hope for people, even in a rural setting, to get some benefits out of, or a lot of benefits out of low carb. And I think your session is very, very invaluable. I want to thank you personally for accepting and coming in this session, this historic first of all event, and sharing your knowledge.
Oh, it's an honor. It was an honor to be in your D-Life, really. And I look forward to further sessions and interesting sessions.
So we will have a little more extensive sessions with you because your insights in rural setting is very, very important for India.
What I would like to add is the dietary department in the super hospital has agreed to put low carb into their menu.
Great.
And we'll get the results in about 6 months.
Great. Thanks.
In fact, the menu at present is high carb.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we know that, and the doctors are complaining that the patients are eating the diet, and the sugars are jumping around. So we are the dietitians have come on board. I am lucky to have a set of physicians and doctors who are supporting me and referring cases, and they are diagnosing metabolic syndrome and early diabetes and pre-diabetes. So they know what metabolic syndrome is. They know what a pot belly is. The moment they see a patient with pot belly, they immediately put him under her under the measurements. So
Thank
I
you. Thanks.
think,
Thanks,
Okay,
Doctor.
okay. Thank you,
Very,
doctor.
very
Thank you.
valuable
Thank
insight.
you very much for coming.
Venkatesh, sir, thank you for hosting it very nicely.
and thank you,
And
Venkatesh. Thank you
Doctor,
for
I'll
Thank you,
send
sir.
message again that we will have a very big extension session. So thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, sir.
Deelas. Yeah.
So I
Thank you.
want
Thank
the
you.
next guest in Dr. Joshua Chadwick and Anup Singh, both. Dr. Joshua, welcome.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Fine, fine, fine. So happy to see you. Finally, we are meeting.
Already a grand success, I believe. These 3 days it must be a marathon, but it's a moment. I
It's a
tell you.
marathon. And for the audience, let me tell you, this is a very, very special session. Very special session. While we had finalized everything, Dr. Joshua suddenly pinged me and told me that he wants to enter this session for a special purpose. And we just could not refuse. And we extended the session for Dr. Joshua specifically because this is going to be on low carb diet study, something which India wants. And I think it is the first study, Dr. Joshua?
Yeah, as far as I know. Yeah.
Okay, and that too, this is coming from ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. Now, let me introduce Dr. Joshua. So, he is a physician scientist at the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research, National Institute of Epidemiology, NIE, with training and experience globally in medicine and public health. Dr. Joshua focuses on studying and improving diabetes and cardiometabolic health in the primary care setting. Very, very important. He is also the principal investigator of the study entitled Effectiveness of Low Carbohydrate Diet to Standard Diet in Individuals with Diabetes mellitus, and that it's a cluster randomized trial. Very, very interesting, Dr. Joshua. So
Yeah.
we are so excited to hear, though we have only exactly half an hour, but let us try to compress and get some of the good questions, answers out of this. So I'll please tell us about ICMR and National Institute of Epidemiology in a very short, compressed manner.
Okay. So, Indian Council of Research, for short, ICMR, is one of the oldest and also the largest medical research organization in the world. And the mandate is to do biomedical research in the public health system, also in the partnership with private sector, and to generate evidence. It's basically for the betterment of the society. And ICMR has 27 research institutes, and National Institute of Epidemiology, which is based in Chennai, is one amongst them. And we conduct a lot of epidemiological studies. We do a lot of outbreak investigations. We do health system research, and also we build capacity, public health research capacity within the country. Or basically, our mandate is also to do betterment, research betterment of the society.
Anup, and you have to connect.
Now, welcome, doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Loud and clear.
So the next question would be, it's very interesting that ICMR is conducting this study. And obviously, since we have been here in low carb field for almost 9 years now, so what initiated you or what interested you to initiate this study of low carb?
Yeah, I'll answer this question in two parts. One is personally and professionally. One is, it all started with an anecdotal experience with my mother. She's a diabetic patient who was on 4 different drugs and on insulin. And, she started to gain weight because of insulin. And, once the weight goes up, you have to titrate it according to the weight. So we have to increase the insulin dose. It went up to 50 units. And when you look at the blood sugars, it was never under control. So I happened to go through the literature of low carbohydrate nutrition. And I said, why don't we try it? And it all started there. And before that, I went through the diet doctor course. I know back then I was not aware of D Life. I know D Life has some robust course. I need to check it out. So I did that course and we started the journey together. So within a month's time, she was off of insulin and she's 67 years going strong with just on metformin. Sugars are well within the control. That is the anecdotal experience, I would say. Professional thing is,
I, the evidence around metformin or any other drug, there's a lot of robust evidence, a lot of large, well-conducted, well-designed trials across the globe, including India. We have been a participating centers. When it comes to lifestyle modification, say for example, you want to say promote quitting smoking in an individual. You come after 6 months and ask the person, you will say, I've stopped quitting. This is all self-reported to please us. This is called social desirability bias, we would say. And when you look at the marker, let's say nicotine or the blood markers, it is not in alignment with what they said. So the lifestyle modification gets shut down in the scientific world. So what I thought, why don't we do a robust study, which a well conducted study, so that we can generate evidence and have some implication on the policy practice. That's why we are all here, on a Sunday night.
So good. In fact, before you, we had Dr. Somalram Venkatesh, cardiologist from Bangalore. So he was also telling that there has to be something on the policy changes. And we are so happy to see that you as a doctor, you are personally benefited in your family with low carb, and this study is coming. Now, what I'm requesting you, Dr. Joshua, is let us now talk on the study. What is it? What is the study design? How it will be done? If you want to share slides, we can do.
Okay.
You have slides, or you can talk. You can just talk.
I think we'll just talk just to
fine.
keep up with the flow,
Yeah,
given the time. So this is cluster randomized control trial. Already I've mentioned about it. So this has been planned in urban primary health centers of Greater Chennai.
So before you go proceed, what is cluster randomized trial?
So cluster randomized trial, see, we are all offering this some kind of dietary advice. So we cannot randomize individuals. What we do is randomize, say, for example, there are 100 primary health centers in Chennai. Since this study is planned in Greater Chennai Corporation. So 50 will be following the low carbohydrate diet advice, and 50 will be following the standard diet. So clusters, the units are here. It can be schools or it can be primary health centers. Our case is urban primary health centers in Greater Chennai Corporation. So let me go through the study. So the study is planned in Greater Chennai Corporation, and the intervention is all about offering low carbohydrate diet, and also we are giving them opportunity to wear a continuous glucose monitoring. Please mind it, this is in the public primary health system in India, where we are giving the patients with diabetes continuous glucose monitoring. So that is, and if you ask about what is the lower carbohydrate diet number of grams, because your area of interest, and I know both of you have done a large work on this. So here I went through the literature and thought this is feasible, and we stuck with 100 grams of sugar per day. And you also need to note that these people are again from the public health system. They'll be getting some raw materials or food from the public distribution system. So some may use millets, and unfortunately, millets are not widely available within the public distribution system. Although India has proposed to the United Nations that this year is going to be the International Year of Millets, it's not widely available. So the two intervention we are dealing here is offering a low carbohydrate dietary intervention, and within the subset of the population, these population are all individuals with type 2 diabetes. We will be offering them a continuous glucose monitoring and see what is the diabetic friendly foods, etc.
Fine. So what can you tell about little more about the study other than this? How long it is? How long is the study?
The study is planned in a duration of 1 year. So the follow-up duration is going to be 1 year. From baseline to 1 year, we're going to see the blood sugars, and we are going to see especially the HbA1c. You might know that HbA1c, glycated hemoglobin, is not available within the program, National Program for Non-Communicable Disease, for short NP&CD, because on the other hand, the iron deficiency anemia, which is the most common nutrition deficiency in the country, which is iron deficiency, is there in according to National Family Health Survey 5. In women between 15 to 49, the anemia is almost 55%. if there is iron deficiency anemia, as their A1C will be slightly higher. It will be inflated. You will not know the exact value. So, but first of its kind, we want to generate robust evidence. We are excited to include HbA1c as a marker for seeing sugar control. And other thing, we want to generate evidence around what are the diabetic friendly foods. We're going to put them, monitor them at the real time, and see what are the diabetic friendly foods. Also, we want to see what is the quality of life. No, we always have a criticism. These people are missing a lot if they miss carbs. So, what is the quality of life from the baseline till the end line, which is 12 months? And also, we want to do some process evaluations, capturing what are the challenges and barriers. Also, some may do it in a very, very innovative way. What are the possible solutions to follow it on a longer term? So, we are going to get perspectives of the individuals with type 2 diabetes and also from the healthcare providers, also from the family members. They are the anchoring support. If without their support, this cannot be done at the household level.
So this CGM is going to work only for 2 weeks.
Yes.
So what is the objective or the purpose of CGM? What is it, pre or post or during? How is it?
Very good. It's a fantastic question. Actually, CGM is going to be in the initial days. So we are going to say, are you ready? So we will offer all this, in a nutshell. It will not go on a big mode, but we will make it on a 60 minutes compressed package. Basically, my area of interest is patient education through mobile health technology, that is by sending SMS or WhatsApp, and also putting them in groups by giving counseling, because we don't have the resources, especially in the public health system, to do a one-on-one counseling. So I think the strategy should be both. Combination of both should be the way forward. And CGM is going to handle them and see, you are going to visually, they're going to give they will appreciate the decrease in carbohydrate, and they will appreciate the time and range, all those 70% cutoff, and see how many people are achieving and what made them to achieve, and generate evidence of saying these are the list of food items which are diabetic friendly, especially from South India. I think it will go on across the country.
So this CGM you are going to use before. After, are you going to use one more time?
No, this is funded by the government, so we always have resource constraint. So I'm happy that we got it. I will never complain. At least we got this now.
So you will be baselining the HbA1c initially and then later.
Yeah, we are going to do it at 5 different time points: 0, 3, 6, 9, and 12 in both the groups. In the people who are following the lower carbohydrate approach, and also in the people who are following the standard diet. And meanwhile, this subset will have an opportunity to wear the CGM.
Fine. So how are you going to really ensure that they take low carbohydrate food? What are the food which are included and excluded?
There is a list of it's all common food items. For example, we're going to encourage them to say avoid white rice and white sugars and all those white stuff. And millets is going to be the push we're going to do. The 100 grams thing is going to be a challenge for them. Basically, it's a kind of a plate method. 50% of the plate is going to be vegetables, all above ground vegetables. We're going to cut down the potatoes, we're going to cut down the yams and other things. And the other 25% is going to be proteins. So, which is going to be all this dal and paneer or mushroom, which many cannot afford. That is going to be a big challenge, which I'm going to foresee. It's fine. Let's understand what is doable, what is not doable, at least within the public health system. Other 25% is going to be carbohydrates. That's carbohydrates can come from millets and other things, and protein again can come from chicken, poultry, eggs, and so on. So basically, this is the proportion where it's going to be very simple, and we cannot give them a lot of hand holding. It's going to be one-on-one session, infographics, and check them whether they can follow it. I think a lot of wisdom will come out of this study. That's what I hope.
So is there any particular millets you have included, excluded?
This is the finger millet. If you want to go, if you want me to ask, tell me. Finger millet is, it has a higher glycemic index, when you compare to other 8 types of millets. So finger millet is not encouraged in this particular study. Right. Otherwise, it's all other millets are most welcome. It's fine. And also the kodu millet is again it's the closest sibling to finger millet. So that can be taken put on the back seat.
That's right. I think finger millet is commonly known as ragi or nachni.
Yeah, ragi here.
It
This
is
part.
as good or as bad as rice or wheat. It closely crosses around 70%. And
Yeah.
I think the other millet might be around 10-15% less.
For a person like me who loves biryani, they can switch to millet biryani. They can even filter and make it in a Hyderabadi style, and it's fine. They can do it in a steady mode. So these are all practical tips,
Yeah.
not only for the study participant, also for the general public. There is at the same time you can enjoy the real food and keep your sugars under control.
Another key question is, how will you ensure that they follow the plate method?
We are going to have a dietary recall. So the challenge is the subset of CGM patients. We're going to monitor do the continuous glucose monitoring and see whether they are able to follow. If there are glucose excursions, say for example, yesterday 9 o'clock, our study team found that one has 4:37. What happened? I went to a wedding. I had a big biryani, mutton biryani, whatever it is. So we have to ensure this is what in order to save that 3 lakhs of dialysis. You want to go do it every thrice in a year, week, and make others in your family in an uncomfortable situation. If you can follow this, you can prevent all those heart attacks, strokes, and dialysis and amputations and whatnot. So this is going to be the monitoring is going to be dietary recall. We're going to ask them, note it on a diary. So there's going to be they have to log it, and we're going to review it with them in the initial 2 weeks where CGMS they were, and we're going to handle them in the initial week so that it will go on for a year. That is the idea behind the study.
So what is the inclusion or exclusion criteria?
So the inclusion criteria is anyone with type 2 diabetes who has a A1C at the baseline of more than 7%. And the exclusion criteria is the people who are pregnant and people who are terminally ill and mentally challenged are not part of the study. Others are included. So,
Anup, you have any question?
Yeah, before I come to the next question, are these clusters also having, segregation into vegetarian, non-vegetarian? Because you mentioned protein can come from eggs, chicken.
Yeah.
You did not mention any vegetarian source.
I assume there may be people who are vegetarian. We did not factor into the sample size or the recruitment strategy because not many might be vegetarian, especially in this part of where the study is planned. If it is there, the strategy is going to be the vegetarian sources. We all know that is going to be the advice we could offer.
Okay, now objective of the study, I think we can guess. You to convert that anecdotal experience into some sort of hard data. Now, let's say, or I would say it would be successful if you're sticking to 100 grams carb. Now, what happens next? The usual procedure is what we have found is we want a bigger study that takes 10 years. We want still bigger study that takes 20 years, and there's no government policy change.
Yeah.
What is the exact objective of this study?
So objective is basically to generate evidence. So see, when I started, I said there are not many primary studies. We all know here, that's why we are here, that there are very good systematic review and meta-analysis from the globe saying that low carb nutrition or intermittent fasting and both works. But we don't have many primary studies, not many, not even a few primary studies, especially in India, well conducted studies. So this is one of its kind, and we'll find out whether it's working or not. The feasibility part will be captured, list of food items will be captured, and also the quality of life will be captured. Other variables, including fasting insulin, serum creatinine, other things are also factored in. But I think any policy practice, it took 40 years for tobacco and alcohol to for the policy change. So the moment is started now. So I think we are on progress. I don't want that 40 years now. That's why we are all into this business. So we want it to happen as soon as possible. So a moment always takes a lot of time. So our business is to educate the patient so that it starts as a movement, and then it will make it, it will happen as a policy practice change. Then, it all will follow.
Yeah, personally, I see that this is the beginning. At least we have some data. Now, if the baseline is above 7, And if they reduce by even, let us say, from 7 to 6.5, it's a big win.
It's a big win when you translate to the public health.
Yeah.
Yes.
A 0.5 or a 0.3% in HbA1c has a huge public health implications. You may sound it, people will sound it's 0.3, 0.6 point. I know, just a 0.3 when it comes to sugar, or just a 5 millimeter or 2 millimeter of mercury can save, I don't know how many lives in terms of stroke or heart attack, is a different discussion in itself.
And I see this as it's a start. This study will have a baseline. It may be criticized later on. People may say it is not truly low carb, but I see that even if you reduce carbohydrate by 10-15%, and if it yields results, it shows a positivity, and we can have more extensive, proper low carb diet as per the definition. Anup, what you say?
Yeah, and also if you can demonstrate within the public health system, anyone else can do. That is a message,
So what are the challenges you have faced in getting this through?
Yeah, the first, I would say the challenge is, I already mentioned, no primary studies. Not many primary studies. When we proposed this study within the world, within our world, the first question was sustainability. So how are you going to ask them? You were asking the same question where the higher people at the committees were asking the same questions. How would you ensure these people will be following this diet? We all want to, so that we have a better India with metabolic health. So, but so the main thing is not primary in lot of studies are there when it comes to primary studies within India. So that's a big challenge we have. Other one is sustainability. So how are we going to take it forward, especially when we want to offer within the public health system? Can we make it follow this kind of low carb? That's why I always say lower carbohydrate diet. Even if you can decrease a bit of HbA1c, the expenditure on this dialysis and stents by the government can be saved. The budget on these stents and dialysis can be saved. Huge cost can be saved.
That's really good, and we really support this. And what I wanted to ask another is, what is the way forward in nutrition research?
Yeah, the way forward is, I've already mentioned. See, the way forward is going to be patient education in terms of nutritional labeling. Uh, how can you make the general population, to read what is the recommended levels? Sometimes the whatever it is mentioned is not really in line. Whatever it might not be the true case. So we have to educate the mass. So this is one of its kind. I really appreciate you both for taking this up. And we have to educate the mass that this is wrong, and stick to the real food. Stick to the real food, and go ahead. So nothing else. We are not promoting anything. Stick to the real food.
What is the government's inclination? Can we have some policy change, especially surrounding sugar? Because we had a very interesting session early in the day, where a guest from Pakistan was telling the sugar consumption is very high for the matter. So what is our policy change? Is there anything against sugar, the way it is being consumed in India?
I think a lot of work is done on the nutritional labeling front. FSSAI is doing a lot of thing. So we have to enforce that this is there, so that the public will know and they will be educated this is bad. And what is real food is? Real food is basically which is low in sugar and high in fiber. What is the opposite we are tackling is the processed food or the ultra processed food, which has high in sugar. High in sugar is basically to increase the palatability, and low in fiber to increase the shelf life. The government, if they can regulate, the iron rule of public health is, if they can keep things in check, if they can keep the access minimum, the consumption will be decreased. Banning will not work. Rather, what they should do is tax it up so that the accessibility is reduced, so that consumption is reduced. Therefore, the health outcomes will be better as a country.
I think we know that you cannot ban sugar, but the only thing we can do is to make the public aware.
Yeah, basically it all boils down to whatever you're saying. It has to reach to the grassroots people, and we have to educate the masses so that there is a felt need, and it will start as a movement. Then only it will start as a policy practice, how it started for tobacco and alcohol. So it takes a while. It took 40 years for the tobacco, and I hope it should not take us 40 years. The policy practice change should be sooner. This is what I also hope.
Anup, you want to ask any question?
Yeah, if results are favorable, which it will be, do you foresee any, big pushback from the big food companies? Because they fund elections, that. Many fund elections, many do, they essentially control the policy, essentially.
Yeah.
Do you foresee any, challenge from that segment of the market?
Definitely there will be there, but we are all independent central research agency. Our thing is not promoting any particular food packet. We are just going to say stick to the real food. Just low in sugar. Basically, the nature is low in sugar and high in fiber, which is to protect the liver. Low in sugar will protect the liver, and high in fiber is to feed the gut. So the bacteria will be happy and we'll be happy. Better cognition, better mood, and better productivity for the country as a whole. So I know we all know this. ICMR India Diet study says that the prevalence of dyslipidemia is 82%, and prevalence of non-alcoholic fatty liver is 40%. So, and if you look at the children, it's 35%. Children are walking on the streets, playing on the streets with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And it has to be a felt need. This is an epidemic. Diabetes is an epidemic. Metabolic disease is an epidemic. And non-communicable disease is an epidemic. You have to equate. For example, if I want to, if you permit me to give I know time is running. I'll quickly summarize. TB. Right now, we have 10 lakh people with TB, and 45,000 people are dying in a year. When it comes to diabetes, there are 10 crore people living with diabetes, and 10 lakh are dying. And same goes with hypertension. 19 crore are living, and you have to multiply with 2. So 20 lakh people are dying. So there has to be a felt need in saying that this requires state-specific interventions and decentralized solutions so that we can take it up to the masses. And now only if you educate the masses, only if you do the patient education, will start as a movement. Therefore, policy practice will be followed. Followed by.
I think personally, I think that with the same ICMR study, which was released in June in Lancet, itself showed the huge amount of diabetes epidemic we are facing.
Yes. And there is no urban-rural divide at all. We always think urban has more thing, except for pre-diabetes. It was all equal. The 11% were diabetes and 15% were pre-diabetes. And you have to note that 10% of the pre-diabetes will be turning to diabetes every year. That is 1.5% adding to the group. So it's all an epidemic. So we need to do something. If you want me to summarize, I would give my key message to our audience.
Please give. We have enough time. Don't worry. Take your time.
Yeah. So I would say there are 4 pillars of metabolic health. As we all know, the 4 lifestyle risk factors, which is physical activity, diet, smoking, and alcohol. I would say 4. I assume that the smoking is not there and alcohol is not there. Let's assume it's not there. The 4 pillars of metabolic health are: 1 is diet and physical activity, stress, and sleep. Let's focus, and these are all like 4 legs of a stool. If one leg of a stool is gone, the stool is gone. We cannot use it. So we have to strengthen each other so that the stool is strong, so that we can use it efficiently. So each stool can be, each leg of a stool can be, we can talk on for us. But to put it in a less than a minute way, first we can start with diet. We have to worry about the quality. We should not worry about the quantity. Once if you focus on the quality, quantity will be taken care of. That is one. First is diet. Second one is physical activity, and it should be sustainable when it comes to diet. If I ask you, I'm eating this type of diet, when I ask you the same question after 20 years, it should be made in a better way. I should not say, no, I've changed. After 6 months, I was not able to know I was working. No, that should not be the case. After 20 years, it should be consistent, it should be sustainable. Second thing is physical activity. When you do physical activity, for example, small things, you don't have to go to gym and things like that. Start with a plank or a push-ups, which is sustainable. You can add elements. Third thing is stress management. That is that itself a topic of discussion in itself. And fourth one is sleep at least for 6 to 8 hours. So these are the 4 pillars I would say: diet, physical activity, stress, and sleep. If you can tackle, let's since it's metabolic health and low carbohydrate conference, I would say if we can focus on the low carbohydrate, just the real food, sticking to the real food, that is an expense we can all save, than rather than going to a dialysis, which is 3 lakh per year, and it's thrice in a week, and the productivity is gone for our family members and for all of us, and it's all gone waste. Forget this transplantation. Even after transplantation, it's going to be 12 lakh per year, the average cost. So just focusing on simple things consistently, it is going to be a big return for investment, so that our country as a whole can have a better metabolic health. This is all we hope for.
Anup, you want to say anything?
Yeah, that's all. Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah.
See, personally, I see that Dr. Joshua, what is happening is very, very important and nice in this Indian context, and whatever may be the carbohydrate you have planned, what will actually happen, we don't know. But even if there is some reduction, it is going to be big win, and probably this is going to set a trend for future better studies to come. What is important is this is coming from ICMR.
Yeah.
So,
and this is funded by Department of Health Research and Ministry of Health. So that's a big win for us.
It's a big win, and no one can actually question such a study. Actually, if you show up good production, it is going to have a very stamp of authentication. It is not something which is funded by a private agency so that it will have some other hidden thing. No, and there is no biasness also in the case you have kept vegetarian or non-vegetarian, whatever they can do.
Yes.
So I think it's a very important step. And what Dr. Joshua, I want to tell you is like, see, we from D-Life, we are there to support. So we are there to support wholeheartedly for this study. So please tell us, me and Anup, we are here, and we can, when whatever way possible, we can always help voluntarily.
Sure. I'll be happy to collaborate, and I think we should take this forward. And as a team, I know there's a big cohort. You're all following it up. What I would encourage you to just let's generate evidence around it, like how Dr. Anwin has a cohort of he has gone through my proposal, or he has gone through my chapter which I've written. I've used an infographic. He said it's not copyrighted. Don't go ahead and use it. So that's how we should collaborate and generate more evidence from our country like us, so that policy practice change will then only will happen. Otherwise, we can talk and talk, but the policy and practice changes, it's going to be a long way then.
And we are also so happy that a man from government himself is convinced on low carb, which is very, very, very critical, and it's a big step. So we are so open to whatever voluntarily we will do, whatever help. Anup will also give you access to our D-Life community. You can come and see whatever all those dishes.
Sure.
Nevertheless, those dishes may not be useful in your study, but it can give you a lot of other ideas also, and possibly it can be helpful. So please reach out to us for whatever help we can contribute in some way to this study. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for opening doors. We'll definitely. I look forward to collaborate, and thank you for the kind partnership.
Yeah, and we are the largest and oldest community, and the kind of knowledge we have is you are less likely to find anywhere. So
I think we need to develop some kind of short videos for the public, as a compressed video, as a group, so that the message is sent across. We can do it as an interest of the public.
We can do that, and we have Anjali here among us, who is from Chennai. She's very happy, and she can make some videos in Tamil also.
Sure. Be happy to collaborate with all of you.
Since it is happening in Chennai, so Anjali is a nice speaker. She's a good she articulates very well. So you can help us. We'll help you make those small videos, and it will really get through. I think we can do that.
Excellent. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Joshua. Thank you for coming in this session and sharing the knowledge with us.
And it's a privilege for me. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
And so we wish full success. The entire army of D-Life is wishing you full success for this study. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. Thank you, Shashi.
So the next guest has come in. Prasanna.
No, email reminder has been sent, and as of now, he has not joined. I do not know because Twitter, I'm unable to directly message him. It is blocked.
Okay, okay.
And I have sent the email reminder day before yesterday. I
Okay.
a short call for 10 minutes and then he confirmed.
Fine, fine. So we'll just wait for, we'll be back in 5 minutes or so.
Got it. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Chikumola. Am I
Yes.
pronouncing your name correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm sorry with the technical problem.
Understood.
I don't know what happened with the link, but now I'm okay.
Thanks for joining. And we are live right now. And if you are fine, we can start.
Yes.
Okay. So welcome once again to all the viewers. And this is another exciting episode of the Metabolic Health Conference, where we explore various health topics that impact and transform our lives for the better. I'm your host, certified nutritionist. And today we have a special guest with us, Professor Dr. Shikumola Siruza, a renowned expert in the field of endocrinology and diabetes. Welcome once again, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
So I would like to provide a brief introduction about you. So Professor Dr. Shikumola is an internist, diabetes, and endocrinologist practicing at Bukavu University Hospital, Democratic Republic of Congo. His main research topics include epidemiology of diabetes and metabolic diseases. He has particular interest in diabetes remission and obesity management. Doctor, please tell us about your journey into low carb and your studies on diabetes, any personal success stories which drew you towards low carb as a therapy or a solution for type 2 diabetes.
Thank you very much for having me in this session. First, I have just to present a quick history of how I came into low carb. When I was studying my endocrinology, that time there is a new medicine that arrived in the field of diabetology. It was the incretin medicine, like Ozempic now. I was very happy to receive this as we could be able to see people was losing weight and then we was expecting to observe a good control with this medicine. But I was very disappointed with because I still at that time seeing people not having a good control of their diabetes. And then I remember I used to treat the women who are developing diabetes during the pregnancy by low carb. I used to tell them to not eating very high concentrated foods in sugar. And then with this, I was thinking about how we can be able to put people into remission without having medicine, as I saw it in women who are in pregnant. And then in my practice, I met someone, Dr. Kavan, who wrote a very beautiful book, Reverse Your Diabetes. I read his book, and from that I start proposing low carb for my patients. I have many patients who, with this method, have been able to drop down all medicine. I have even a woman who was looking for baby. She was obese with diabetes. With low carb, I put her into remission without medicine. She lose many weight kilograms, and she has been able to have a baby. This is I'm very happy with this history. I have another one who was for many years on insulin. He was obese as well, and then I proposed him low carb, and now he is never using, and he's under control without any medicine now. So this is a quick history of low carb, what I'm using in Congo. But what I have to say, it is, as I know how much having medicine in Congo is very, very expensive for patients. Diabetes cure is very, very expensive for patients. I think low carb, it is a very good opportunity for diabetes in Africa. Thank you.
It's really a breath of fresh air. Whoever is listening, that whoever is suffering from diabetes, this success story is going to really inspire a lot of people to consider at least low carb way of eating as a method to deal with the type 2 diabetes and put it into remission. Thanks for sharing the story. And you have published a lot of research papers. For viewers, whoever is looking for the research papers are available in ResearchGate portal. So coming to your research paper on the prevalence of diabetes, particularly in DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, and overall Africa, is there any difference that you find between the diabetes prevalence and causage? And I'm going to link one more aspect, which generally is in the discussion when we talk about diabetes. It is depending on genetics. Can you please throw light on that?
Yes, thank you. During my PhD, I was looking for the link between type 2 diabetes and genetic traits in Africa. First, I have to say that we can see some difference between the clinical future of diabetes in Africa and in comparison of what I saw in Europe. We have a kind of diabetes which is very common in Africa, called the ketosis prone type 2 diabetes, which is very, very, I didn't see it in Europe. This kind of type 2 diabetes it's look like a type 1, where when people are having acute complication, and after this acute complication, it is like a type 2 diabetes. And these people can be put into remission. They can have several years without taking medicine with a good control. This is the first difference. The second one, it is diabetes in Africa. Type 2 diabetes occur very early in people. Around they are developing diabetes around 20 years. That's the difference I can see between type 2 diabetes in Africa and Europe. But talking about genetic, I try to look on what could be the link between some genetic traits located in Africa and diabetes. I couldn't be able to find a link between this and diabetes. The one I worked on, it was the fur protein. It is a kind of hemochromatosis that is common in Africa, but I didn't find the link between this and type 2 diabetes. There is another colleague in South Africa who look on the traits of characterize of genetic traits in Europe. He looked on this in Africa. He didn't find this the link the genetic traits found in Europe and in Africa. I didn't find them. So what I'm telling it is, what we are seeing is that diabetes is more common in town than in village in Africa, and this may bring me to conclude that diabetes, it is more a lifestyle problem than a genetic problem, as people living in town in Africa adopted a new way of living. I'm talking about westernization of lifestyle in Africa, and I think this is the big risk factor to develop type 2 diabetes in Africa more than genetic trait.
Got it. So when you say it is a lifestyle disease, so I believe what you are also saying this is, and also when you said whatever right now you shared with us, that a proper way of eating can actually put it in remission. So actually it is in our control whether we want to be diabetic or not. Is it so? Is that what you are saying?
Yes, I'm saying that if we can be able to bring people to know how to choose their food, we can be able to put them into remission. And this, I'm saying it with my patient. Also, I say that in Africa, diabetes is very common in town and in villages, and this is clear because we have some study that compare diabetes in towns and in village is very common in town and in village. And we know that people living in big cities in Africa have adopted a new alimentation. They are eating processed food. Uh, as I can give just an example in Kinshasa, foods that people are eating in Kinshasa are coming from Brazil, from USA, from Europe. And that's why we have a very, very high prevalences of diabetes in Africa. So I think if we can be able to teach, to bring people to eating very well, we can be able to put diabetes into remission.
So now the next question is, when we talked about there is no clear, according to your research and whatever studies that you have referred and done, there is no clear-cut association between genetics and diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And also it can be easily addressed with proper eating, and that too a low carb method of eating. Now, I would like to touch upon what are the top 3 things that people can do to prevent or reverse, or we can say remiss diabetes through low carb nutrition. And what are the key, what can you please share that?
Yes, I have just to give a precision. I think they could be a genetic predisposition. I didn't find it, but I think the more risk factors it is the lifestyle. And then talking about low carb. Now, if I look at what we have been eating in Africa and exactly in the Great Lake region, I'm talking about Rwanda, Burundi, the eastern part of Congo, and Kenya, and I can focus on Maasai population. We know that this population have the very low prevalence of type 2 diabetes, of cholesterol, and hypertension.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Maasai population, is it?
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. We know that they have the very low prevalence of type 2 diabetes, of cholesterol, high cholesterol, and also hypertension. But they used to eat steak and also milk. This is the traditional food for this population, and this is the traditional food for the Great Lake population. I'm talking about Rwanda, Burundi, and South Africa. So I think if we can be able to bring these people to what they have been eating one century ago, we can be able to put them into remission. And even in Kinshasa, people used to eat what they call kwanga. Kwanga, it is a kind of bread, but that has been made from cassava, and this have not used through any transformation. we can find in these many fibers and the glycemia index is very low for this. That way, I think if we can be able to bring people to eat what they have been, I mean, 1 century ago, what this population have been eating, we can be able to put that type 2 diabetes in remission.
Okay, so the three things which I understood is remove or as much as possible cut down or eliminate processed food.
Yes.
And stick to how people ate 100 years ago before processed food came.
Yeah. Before this processed food came, that I was saying, I gave the example of Masai. They used to eat steak and milk, and even many people in Africa region. Here in Kinshasa, in Western Africa, I mean Central Africa, Western, we have some fishes, also some animals like antelope and many other animals. So I think if we remove from our diet processed food that I know are very high in carbohydrates, we can be able to control type 2 diabetes. If we remove the high carbohydrate in our food, we can be able to control type 2 diabetes and put it into remission.
Okay. And I'm not sure about how it is perceived in Africa, but overall, people have a tendency to, when I say low carb diet, when you say low carb diet, how is the adoption there? Because people would like to hear from you whether low carb way of eating or low carb diet or ketogenic diet even is a fat diet, because that opinion also is there. So what is your can you please throw some light on that?
Yes, I'm trying to not talking to patients about ketogenic diet to tell that name, because sometimes with the media they can have some information that are not correct about this. I'm just telling them to try to eat naturally. I'm trying to put them to eat naturally, and I know that this is a low carb. Naturally, we are eating low carb, fish, steak, and vegetables. Naturally, they are low carb. Even if uh, I can try to talk about cereals and even the natural cereals, they are low carb because they have an index glycemic index which is very low in comparison to the transformed food. So what I'm talking to patients to try to let them find the natural food, and they will be in low carb as natural foods. Most of them they are low in carbohydrates.
Understood. And there are many in our audience who will be parents, and also now it is we are seeing a lot of diabetes, if not diabetes in children, if not diabetes, some metabolic disorders in children. And what are some of the key things that they could do for children? Because usually there is a perception that children can eat anything. They can eat carbohydrates. They can take a little bit more carbohydrates. That I'm not sure about. This is a kind of an Indian context of questioning, but I'm not sure about how it is in Congo. But this is a question which comes up in a larger extent. So for children, and yeah, how do
Yes,
we?
Yeah, it is exactly the same. And I have just to present that in normally for parents, sometimes having a, a, a child who is obese, it's in the population, it's a good, I mean, it's like I have money and my child have to be obese. That I'm observing. And in that sense, trying to explain to parents that they have to control what their children are eating, it's sometimes very complicated. And also in the context of HIV, puts people to lose weight, even child, it's sometimes we have to take time to discussing with them, uh, to, to let them understand that they are exposing their children. And how these children are getting obese, it is because of what they are taking. Many carbohydrates in their food, many juices, many chocolate. People who are having money, they looking for most of time food that are high in carbohydrate, and it look very nice to be obese, to have children that who is obese, and have to manage this discussing with patient to put them to understand. I have some children that who developed type 2 diabetes around 21, 17, and I'm trying to explain to other parents that these two kids develop a type 2 diabetes according to what they because of what they have been eating. And then I'm using that to explain to other parents that it's very, very harmful to let their children eating many times high food that are high in carbohydrates.
That's really interesting because what you said is at the beginning, the parents who think that if their children is a little bit uh, bulky, it is a sign of prosperity. You link to money,
Yes.
the mentality. That's where
Exactly.
you're
Yeah.
trying to educate people on that aspect. Understood.
Yes.
Really
Yeah.
very interesting point, and it's going to be really useful for the listeners as well.
Fine.
And
So Prasanna, so I will have to the live stream will end by 8:45. So we'll have to really close the session now. So Dr. Sikomala, thank you very much for joining us and sharing your wisdom for Congo. And we so appreciate. And we are going to have a little more extended session later on.
Thank you very much. And I'm
So-
sorry for the technique issue that I had.
No issue, no issue. Thank you. I think we anticipate
Thank
something on the other will happen. So thank you very much. And
Thank you.
I'll invite Ira Sahai, Anup Singh. Anup. So as soon as Dr. Roshni joins, please get Roshni in, and you can take Prasanna out. Anup Singh is there? Yeah. So if Neeta and Balaji is there, please get Neeta and Balaji because they have just joined. Anup, get Anup in, Neeta and Balaji. Get in Balaji and Neeta. Both have joined. So you can take Prasanna up. We'll take Prasanna down later. Get Balaji Srinivasan in. Yeah. So Neeta, we are coming to the close of the session. I think there's just few minutes. And we especially wanted to thank you because we have been hosting this 3 days massive marathon 12-hour session from Taj Siddharthi, Goa. And this is such a wonderful hotel where we are in. And we have been served with low carb keto carnivore food for 3 days, and I think this is the best thing that can happen to us, which we had not foreseen initially, but then you had come in, and this was really nice. And I think, Nita, first of all, I wanted to thank you, and I want to thank Chef Balaji. So Balaji is here. Balaji, just two minutes. Unmute Balaji. Yeah. Balaji, thank you very much for all those keto foods, keto snacks, and for those dosa, uttapas, and keto rotis which you have served us. Amazing, amazing. And this is going to be our permanent fix for whenever we have physical conference, we are going to come here. 2 words from Balaji. Dr. Roshni is also here. I want to get Dr. Roshni. Can you get Roshni also inside? Yeah.
Hello.
Balaji, yeah. Dr. Roshni will just have 2 words from Balaji and finish off. Balaji, you want to say something? I think there's a connection issue.
Shashi, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you, but Balaji, I
Yeah,
cannot.
Chef, you cannot be heard.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yeah. Chef, 2 words, 2 lines.
Okay. So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity, sir. And I must say one thing for sure is that I got a lot of insights from Neeta ma'am right from the beginning. It's been almost a year and a half, and she's been constantly, pursuing this thing of the keto thing, and it just made life very easy when all of you came on board, because I was already well coached by Neeta ma'am. And a very important thing is, I think, sir, the kind of support that we get from all of you all, and because of this, what happens is a lot of chefs are very open to looking at these kind of options, because generally what happens is, when they look at vegetarian options, they stick to a paneer. And I think a lot of things like the cauliflower pizza and all these things really brought out a lot of excitement as a chef from me as well. So I would say, rather than you thanking me, I would say thank you all.
Thank you, Chef Balaji. Thank you. And now, can you unmute Dr. Roshni? Can you take in Dr. Roshni and unmute her?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, Dr. Roshni, welcome. Thank you very much. We wanted you in the closing session. A couple of words from you.
Thank you so much, Shashi. I think the signal is a little bad for me. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I apologize. I'm joining from the car today because we're at a family event. So I said I'll step out and take this meeting from the car. But I wanted to first of all say hats off to Shashi, Anup, and the entire Metabolic Health India team, the D-Life team. All of you all have been working behind the scenes for what looks like you've pulled off a conference, but I can tell that you've actually been working on this for years. And this is a dream child that Anup and Shashi probably thought of maybe 5 or 6 years ago. And what you have pulled off in these 3 days, getting all of the best speakers in the world.
We'll just wait. There's a signal issue. If she joins, can you get Dr. Roshni?
Am I back?
Yeah, you are back. So please spotlight Dr. Roshni.
Okay, I'm hearing partially what you're saying, but I'll continue. What I was saying is, although it looks like effortless, on the outside of it, this has been a smooth and seamless, no hitches, no glitches. Speakers from around the world, top talent of metabolic health and low carb around the globe have joined for this cause selflessly because of the program that you and Anup, Shashi and Anup and D-Life and Metabolic Health India, you have put together. So hats off. We need more of this. We need much more of this. And keep it going. Let's start this revolution. Let's change metabolic health future for India in the next generation. Let's do that together.
Thank you, Dr. Roshni. Thank you. In spite of a busy schedule, you can come and have a word. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think we just have 2 minutes.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Neeta, 2 words from you, please.
Yes, good evening to everybody. And in fact, what I'm seeing on my screen are all my favorites here and the heroes, Anup and Sashi. Thank you so much. Ira, hats off to what you have done for the last 3 days. And Dr. Roshni, of course, is one of my favorites for the longest time. And Chef Balaji, you have made it perfect for the founding team who was here and the back end team who made this entire event possible. I am a D Life member myself, a very new entrant into the community, and it gives me so much pride to be associated with all the experts sitting on the panel here, and who have made this possible. Immense learning and knowledge, and if I'm only going back absorbing and like a sponge taking so much out of these sessions. And Sashi, Anup, and Ira and the team here, I would like to be of support in the times to come as much as I can. Please count us in. And I think Taj Siddharth Goa is going to be one of the first hotels to be catering to low carb and keto way of eating. And I think that's going to be a very, very big plus for us in our banner for marketing as well. So thank you once
Thank you.
again for the fabulous
Thank you.
work.
Thanks. And I want everyone to come in. I think it is, I don't know whether live stream is getting over or not. Please get everyone in. Please unmute everyone.
Yeah.
Whatever, I want the screen to be filled so that we back end, please take a screenshot, get Poshin in, get Akshay in, and get Sandesh in, all of you. And whatever, who are there, Yogesh, get everyone in, not one person.
Sir, actually, maximum 9% can be in spotlight. So I have done the gallery view. Everyone can be seen now.
Acha, gallery view. Okay, let me take the gallery view. Okay, so whoever.
How do we see it in the gallery view? Acha,
Just
everybody
click on
here.
the top right. So
Yeah, got it.
So please keep taking a screenshot. I think the live stream is still on. So thank you very much, entire team. See, this was a dream of me. This was a dream of me and Anup, but I think this would not have been fulfilled without the support of entire team. This is a massive session, and I don't know whether world over this has such happened that 12-hour session on 3 days, getting the best brains out from the world and getting doctors from across the nations, across the countries. So 15 flags are flying, and I'm so happy. Anup and Ira, two words.
Yeah, I think Shashi, we've pulled out off a great feat, and as everybody said, it was impossible to get the best brains on one common platform. I think it speaks a lot about our credibility, and of course, congratulations to everybody who put in so much of hard work. And Neeta, you've kept in the spirit of our low carb conference by serving us, low carb meals and everything. It is so in line with what we stand for and the conference itself. Thank you, everybody who put their best out there. And I think we have created a benchmark that will be difficult for others to meet in a long, long time. We will break our own, benchmark and raise the bar higher in future. Anup, over to you.
Please connect. We cannot hear you.
Meera, you both have covered everything that had to be said. Now, one thing that I would like to add is, 20 hosts, and there was one super host who I would like to thank, and that is Neeta. Right.
No, not.
It was brilliant.
It's
it was
the
brilliant,
least.
without
It's the
her
least
support,
I could do.
Yeah, that's it. And that's all I have to say.
Yeah, so I want to specially thank Akshay. The kind of brilliant promo work he has done, it is unmatched and unparalleled. Let me tell you that he stayed awake till 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the night to specially work for this. It is just unimaginable. Thank you. And now I want to call the partners, Imagika, Himanshu, Aarti, and I don't know who all are there. Please, can you open your screen? This would not have been. Himanshu, nice to see you. Is Aarti there?
No, sir. Actually, she's not here.
Who all are there from Imagika?
Not able to
I'm
get
the
my
only one
video
because
on.
it's weekend, so that I am the
Okay.
only one who's working.
Wow, very good. So you put on the other guys also. Okay, Prajakta, and
Why
let.
don't you put my video on? Sorry, what?
Can you open? Acha, Himanshu, can you just unmute and open for everyone?
Everyone can, sir. I have given the rights to everyone. Everyone
Fine,
can
great,
unmute.
great.
No,
So
my video is
Himanshu,
not coming. My
on
video I'm not able to get.
you
Venkatesh.
can join again. So Himanshu, first of all, officially, I want to thank you. This is such a beautiful thing you are done. It is unimaginable. We always thought that whether you guys can manage this 12-hour into 3 days, but it is flawless, glitchless. Absolutely everything went on time. Everything. It is just mind-boggling. Without your support, this would not have happened. I am so happy. You are our fixed partner for all the events henceforward.
My pleasure, sir. It's my pleasure. Thank you for trusting us. Thank you very much, sir.
And Himanshu, I want to thank my colleague Anish. Anish has recommended you, and I'll take this opportunity to thank Anish also. Please tell Anish that I've thanked him because he is the one who has recommended you finally. The universe actually has conspired. And let me tell you, this was what Dr. Roshni told me. I just spoke to her 10 minutes back. She told that what you guys have done is something good. And from spiritual point of view, she also said the same thing, that probably everything came together, and what she meant to say, the universe has conspired to get this event together. And Himanshu, Imageka team came in the last moment, and everything is smooth and fine. And all the team here in Goa specifically, Sandesh, Poshni, all this, it would not have been possible. The kind of back end work they have done sitting there, excellent coordination. Poshni has coordinated for all the meals, sitting at the back end, guest coming in at the waiting room, at the lounge, everything is just fine. And to all the super host, everyone, all the super hosts, it is unimaginable. The kind of coordination you have done and the kind of timeline you have maintained is very excellent. It is. Anyone wants to say anything, please? I don't want to hog the whole time. We still have 10 minutes maybe. Anyone who wants to visit Poshni, you can unmute.
I'll go first.
Anyone? First come, first served.
So, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, please. No corporate talk, just talk.
Yeah. So, whatever we have done, it is so satisfactory, and it is much more to come. This is something people might think that it's small. It is not at all small. It is going to explode exponentially in a better way and create a ripple effect of health in the country.
Thank you.
I'm really, really very satisfied and to be part of such a elite group of committed individuals.
Thank you. So all of us here, one line, please. The time will end.
So Shashi, I'll go next. I mean,
let Poshni talk because she was here in the heat of thing. Please, Poshni.
Yeah.
I think it's just been a really, really phenomenal conference. It took a lot from everybody to put it together, and everybody played a unique role that added value to the conference. So I thank everybody. One special mention I'd like to add is Radha Iyengar. Shashi's I think she's not. It's me. Yeah, there she is. Most important. So yeah, it has been very special to have all of us working from wherever we are.
Yeah, Poshni, special thanks to you. Because of you, we discovered a gem called Akshay. Because of you. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for us, the kind of promo material he has done. Akshay, please talk 2 lines. Don't be shy.
Yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this mega conference. And absolutely, as Poshni said, it was a phenomenal conference. And I know everyone has worked. It's not only me, being there, everyone from behind, even the Poshni used to be with me during this, whole process. And I appreciate everybody. And I know this is going to be a great, and thank you so much. Yeah.
Thanks. Sandesh.
I would just say,
yeah, you are muted, Sandesh. You are muted, Sandesh. Sandesh.
being in the back room here. Really enjoyed it. And I think there's so much peer learning that was there. So thank you so much. Thanks to Shashi, Anup for giving everybody the opportunity. Thanks, Sira, for hosting us.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
So before handing over to Yogesh, 1 minute that I want to thank you 5 guys. You gave me a real surprise. I never thought you guys will pop in. And I now, in retrospect, if I think that, you guys are plotted behind my back with Nita and suddenly you came. And I think that has worked really well. And I think henceforth we will have such planning. It was just a sudden surprise. And I'm so happy that the whole thing is, again, the universe has conspired is what I'll say. Yogesh.
Yeah, so this particular MHC, right, I mean, will be regarded as a fable. And I believe most of the other entities like Low Carb USA, Low Carb Down Under, I think most of them will come to you and Anup, as a role model. I mean, that the kind of success I would say is like far bigger than what I think they have been doing. Amazing stuff. And all the best, Shashi, Anup, and everyone over here.
And believe me that while whatever we are dreamt from 2017 or what, we started the work only from June, July, August, September, October. We finished off within strong timeline. It just worked very well. Thank you. And before we go to others, Guruji, Arun Kumar, 2 line, sirf. Arun Kumar ka line. My mother likes Arun Kumar because she heard Arun Kumar talk very loudly. Arun Kumar.
Your mic is muted.
Uska problem hai kabhi bhi. Arun Kumar is muted. Arun Kumar.
It's okay.
2 line. खाली 5 मिनट है, बहुत लोग हैं.
Okay, I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible. Corporate वाला मत बोलो.
Actually, I